162. Calamity incoming. Wyatt Graves. Everything is a blur. Colors, thoughts, and sounds stream through my mind like a waterfall I futilely grasp in the eternal dark. I know that I am hurt, that I finally fucked up enough that there are some real consequences. But there is nothing I can do to change that. All that is with me in this dark is deeper darkness, except for the small flickering fire in front of me floating above the void that is this endless night. It is a resplendent yellow, but over the past, I don't know, an hour or two, its color has been shifting a tad, sparks of orange joining the flakes of yellow. Inaudible but consuming whispers constantly berate me from just outside my consciousness. They are just present enough to make me uncomfortable, irritable, and insatiable. I can feel my stomach growl without even feeling my body. I don't know much about what's happening, but I know two things. The bloody palm didn't give up, and I cannot let this flame extinguish, or I too will. The fire wobbles just as I do, the whispers growing ever louder in my ears. Is there any way to save myself? Or am I merely at the mercy of this insidious artifact? Johnny Caldwell. Silas disappears as he walks too far from us, and I hurry to see where he went before remembering he likely passed through the rift. I look at Blake and take Wyatt from her shoulders. He's my responsibility now. Once we get out, I'll find that ogre and get her to help him. Blake appreciates the weight off of her shoulders and gets Lennox to follow her to the invisible rift. Follow me, Lennox. We have to go through a crossroads rift to go to the surface. Even with Deadeye's gaze, I can only sense a significant fluctuation of ether in the air, nothing more, and the fact it seems quite a bit smaller than before. But the skill does allow me to see beyond the rift into the darkness. I see a large cavern that is surrounded by several gates identical to the ones beyond me, and in the center is a staircase that winds upward. Part of me wants to investigate it, but the weight on my shoulders stops me. I have a boy to save. I turn my attention to Blake and Lennox as they reach their arms toward the place Silas disappeared from, the child spouting nonsense the whole time. So, is the sun beyond this invisible thing? What color did you say it was again? I can't see anything. And out of nowhere, they are gone, swept away by the odd phenomenon of ether made by that demon. Not that it really matters that she's a demon. I'd dance with the devil himself if it meant that Wyatt could live. The kid not only has potential, but I need him. We need him. No one else is so ready to risk their lives to help others, even I. He's a perfect example of what we need to be if we, as a people, want to survive and not end up like lost races. Like the Bado who hid in their spires of stone and star bluffs, weak and terrified of anyone or anything. Or like the halfway people of Surmare, the largest lake in the continent, who now only exist in the deepest depths of its waters. Or like the Kukwi, a race of giants that were hunted down by the Nahullo in the frozen wastes to extinction. All of those used to be powerful peoples, spanning the length of several territories or the power to rival the entirety of humanity. But due to many factors, they were each relegated to either minor positions in this world or completely gone, stricken from reality. This cannot happen to us. The estates fight for their own. The pillars fight for themselves, and the prime for himself. On my shoulders is a greater weight, one that I must share with those capable. Extinction. I pat Dakota on the head before motioning him to follow me. The fox has been getting smarter and smarter over time. I'd reckon it'll only be another sigil or two until he can fully understand speech. Come on, buddy. We gotta save him, all right? You with me? Dakota does a high-pitched kind of bark as he moves beside me, looking up at Wyatt on my shoulders. Okay, boy, let's go. I take a few steps and reach for the spot in the air with the fluctuation of ether, and just as I do, Dakota jumps for it himself. The instant my hand touches the ether, I feel as though I am touching fragile glass, and I push a bit harder before everything starts to turn into a kaleidoscope of colors. I see several scenes of random locations, one of which is the bottom of the ocean, dark and ominous, and strikes a pain in my mind without even seeing anything in the depths. There is a reason we've never gone out to sea. Leviathans, ones just as dangerous as the binary lord herself named after them, lurk beneath the deep waters. But after a short few moments, I appear in a cavern, dizzy and lightheaded, as I quickly catch myself from falling. And when I get my feet stable and wipe away the dizziness with some ether into my mind, I look around the cavern where the crossroads was said to be. It's completely different from what Blake and Otto described. It's dark, creeping, odd sparks of lights falling from the ceiling like droplets of water, and the ether seems to be failing, swirls dissipating non-stop. I move the lantern and look around, finding everyone just as confused as I am. I follow Blake's attention and look behind me, catching a glimpse at the once massive contribution of crystals that are now nothing but a puddle of water heavily inundated with ether. What happened? Only a few rifts remain around the center, and they appear to be crackly, barely able to be seen through. I hear Blake whisper in awe as she looks around. Did the demon lose? Where is the heart in the center that Wyatt spoke of? The one of an angel? I don't see anything of the sort. Only in the distance, a large open door sits that has light peeking through. I wave at everyone else and pull Lennox, who went to lick up the water as we move toward it. Silas needs no encouragement as he moves first, getting through the door and running up the stairs as fast as he can. I see him fall to his knees when he gets to the top, which makes my heart spike in fear. What does he see? I rush up to him, hand on my holster, and what meets my eyes is only the sun and a portion of the swamp barren of trees, mist, or plants. Only waist-high water and the large rock we are atop. I look at Silas and see him staring up at the sky, the sun partially covered by clouds above, causing teary embers to fall from his eyes of fire. The man reached his goal. The undead saw the sun once more. I move away to give him his moment as I look around on this large rock for any hints of the demon. Wyatt mentioned something about the demon wanting to talk to him, right? So where is she? Deadeye's gaze refuses to let me miss even a single detail as I move around the rock and pick up everything with my eyes. I see blood littered all over the place, a few pieces of human-like flesh, and one large strip of a leather wing. Walking to the edge of the rock following this trail of fighting, I find more blood sitting atop the water, somehow refusing to be dissolved by the water. I set Wyatt down on the rock for Blake to watch over as I make my way down the rock to investigate further. At the bottom of the water are more strips of flesh and pieces of leathery wings. The fight between the two angels must have happened here. And over there, more blood is atop the surface of the water as I follow it for a while, finding more and more signs of battle as the ground beneath the water is badly damaged. The mist now being gone from what they described makes it far easier to see things at a distance. And after almost an hour of looking, I find another rock, one with a corpse of a shattered jar attached to a duo of leathery wings and a large amount of blood, enough that it could fill up 2 full people yet barely affect that demon. Kneeling, I sense that the ether in the dead angel is completely gone, along with whatever was inside the jar. The inside of the jar likely is what turned into an artifact, but what else happened? Did the demon not leave anything behind for Wyatt to find her with? Nothing is on this rock, and the trail of blood seems to end even to Deadeye's gaze. So, I pick through the dead angel to see if there might be any clues in its corpse, and the second I touch the corpse, I feel a voice enter my mind. The voice is rough, domineering, and allows for zero negotiation as it runs through its speech. This is a message left behind for Wyatt. If you are not the little one, and you do not pass this information, I will find you based on the signature I left behind and will eat you. Dear Wyatt, Leviathan has asked me to investigate how frail your race is as she sensed I was the deepest hierarch within the territories at this current time. She can reach my mind even from the Badlands deep in the wilds far beyond the borderlands, so I must apologize. Come and find me at Carnal Airn, it's still in Sink Creek, and I'll be glad to speak to you then. I should hurry you, however, as Leviathan has asked me to not delay. See you then. The psychic message cuts off, leaving me gasping for breath with the threat placed within and the implications of what she said. Investigating how frail we are, Leviathan chose a hierarch? Going to Carnal Airn? Fucking shit. She's going to kill Vincent. The Pillar lives in Carnal Airn all year round, occasionally going out to kill Rougarou or Letitius. I stand up so fast that the angel's body below is sent a few feet away, but I don't care. I rush straight back to where Blake, Silas, and Dakota are. We need to move. Now, shit is ever so close to hitting the fan. If we don't find that demon before she fights and possibly kills Kai Vincent, the Rougarou hunter, then not only will Wyatt not get helped, but he will also have to survive attacks from demons, pygmies, and Nahullos on our way to meet up with Cicade at Stark Bluffs. And that's not even counting going to find the vault in the fallen Tornridge. Ether flows into my body as I move as fast as I can, swift, the specialized physical strengthening, imbues my feet with speed to move twice my average speed. Then, I take it a step further, remembering what Isaac spoke regarding ether and skills when I met him a second time before leaving. Underneath every feat of ether lies another, just waiting to be achieved. The only limit is your body, hence Zills, and the control of which you can invoke. Zills reach the peak of what humanity can possibly undertake. Until you reach a Zill, more yet remains to be uncovered. Swift is a skill I've had for a very long time. It takes physical strengthening and jumps its quality and density of ether up a full level, taking advantage of steam and steel strands of ether by focusing on one region. Both concepts are simple yet complicated. The former is the natural jump from a third to fourth sigil, and the ether that comes with it being purer, which is done by focusing deep enough on your ether that it is removed of impurities. And the latter is using your will to compress the ether until it refuses to compress any further. But according to Isaac, there is yet room to improve. As I run, I start testing things and practicing my ether in ways I never thought of before, relegating the skill to the maximum I could do previously. My most detailed form of ether manipulation, Willful Strand, is pointless for Swift as it just increases the range that I can affect things with my ether, allowing me to control my bullets from further away. But maybe that's not the case. I took a preliminary glance at Excavator, and the skill uses literally every form of manipulation below bestowing strand. The one for 8th sigiled I only know the name of, all at once. Living, willful, steel, steam, braided, multiple, and single, all at once. Swift only uses 2 right now. That could be the difference. It's just that it's incredibly difficult to combine more than even 2 of those concepts at once. But not impossible. Running through the water, there is simply no better time to grow. I need speed, and so I shall gain it. For Willful Strand, the most important thing is a purpose and want. The strength of will is irrelevant. It is the want. This deep want shapes the ether condensed and pure ether as I feel a short spike of pain in my feet. But out of nowhere, I burst forward with speed for a brief moment. The rush sends joy straight into my mind. It's been a while since I improved how I use my ether. As you age, it gets harder to learn new things, and that is especially true for ether. The perfect age to become a sigiled would be the early teens if only it wasn't so dangerous. But it's not a total success, and I have to continue to perfect it as I slowly get faster and faster, even in the high water. The condensed and pure ether seems to stretch its influence from my feet up to my calves despite not actually growing in size as I grow better at using all 3 concepts of ether. My want for speed and growth only increases, making the 3 meld better and better. And I feel this skill fully finish just before I arrive at where the group is, the ether extending to affect even my knees despite still being stuck in my feet. So that's how Willful Strand works in the body. It allows ether to have more influence for smaller amounts. I guess it makes sense as it also lets me increase the stopping power of my bullets, even as they are far away with the same amount of ether as if they were close. A single foot slams into the water as the skill reaches its current final form, sending me forward at a rapid pace, with the next foot only managing to make me speed up faster, and the third only making me go even faster. I rapidly approach the island of rock, and with 3 quick steps, I'm atop the rock. The only bad part is that my speed is too fast to slow down, and I have to use fanfire, a skill for moving hands fast to shoot, to catch myself on the rocks with my fingers as I go head over heels. I quickly stand up and tell Blake, Silas, and Lennox, who are sitting confused in my hurry. We need to go now. Aniwai, the ogre that can help Wyatt, is going to kill Kai Vin's dash. Blake cuts me off with a surprised shriek, the woman from Sinskreek growing appalled at the potential death of a pillar. And not just that, but Kai is one of the few that sometimes helps. He's only married into an estate and not form one, so they don't have full control over what the man does. He's not like Marshall, who always is willing to fight, but one's not named Ruguru Hunter without hunting the damned things. He's even killed a few angelic ones. What? If he dies, I nod and finish her sentence. Another territory will fall, and this one will be different. It'll be proof that we are weak, not that a grave simply left. Bone Dunes is still held, not even truly because of us, but because the silent scorpion is there. Had we lost the fight against Hura, the demons likely would have sent someone to attack him instead of Kai. I reach out an arm to Silas and help him up as Blake scrambles to get up. Lennox is just confused and staring at the sun. The poor kid is still mesmerized by the thing even after over an hour of looking at it. Good thing his eyes are made of stone, or else he'd be blind. We need to go now if Wyatt is to get her help with his mind. The second she either succeeds or fails, we will lose our chance. If she fails, then she is dead, and the implications of that are obvious. If she succeeds, all hell will break loose, and it will be impossible to find her. Blake puts the book away that I gave her into her bag and prepares to get moving, stretching for the journey ahead. Silas sighs and surprisingly agrees to help. I figured he'd want to go do his own thing, now that he's on the surface like he wanted, but apparently not. I guess I can help. I wouldn't be up here without you guys taking me to the gate. Best if I pay off my debts with actions rather than money. His willingness to help earned him both my gratitude and some gold that I had left. He needs it to fight, and I don't want to fight with a man who is not at his best. I toss him a bundle of coins, only about $20 or so in gold, but it's enough for a bunch of his skills like drachma. From there, I tell them the plan that is currently being made in my mind. Speed is key. We need to reach Aniwai before she fights Kai, so we need to split up. I'm going to go on my own and find the ogre first. My speed is much higher than all of yours, so you guys will just have to catch up. We can't afford to be too slow. I'll leave behind bullet holes in trees that you all can follow once they start to appear. Blake nods at me as she reaches down and picks up Wyatt. I feel a bit bad relegating her to doing so, but she's strong enough to handle it. I give Silas a quick handshake before leaving and pet Dakota to comfort the fox. We've spent quite a bit of time together since his owner likes to be unconscious and wounded. The last thing I need to do before I leave is speak to Lennox, the child of stone that's not so small. Sad to see me go. You'll see me soon. Okay? The faster you and your friends go, the sooner you'll see me. The stone child looks at me and nods depressedly. Okay. I go to ruffle his hair as I used to for Amelia, but even his hair is of finely chiseled stone, the colors of red, black, gray, and white staining it. But the second I see his face brighten up from the gesture, I continue. It is uncomfortable for me, but he likes it. That's good enough for me. Then, I turn and, with a wave, activate the newly improved Swift, Accelerate, and seemingly at the speed of an arrow, I shoot off, moving so fast that a few pieces of rock break underneath my feet as with every step, I grow faster. Even then, I need more speed. Every single second matters. Who knows how close Aniwai is to Carnal Aaron? That message could have been left hours or a few days ago, based on the blood. Doesn't matter. I just need to focus on heading southeast to the center of Sinskreek, where the Rugurv used to dwell in large numbers before Kai's arrival. 163 explosions. Earl Garner, roughly one day before Johnny's resurfacing. I step into the room of the long building through a door and a hallway with creaky wooden boards as floors, heart pounding and hands shaking as the threatening words leave my mouth at the top of my lungs. The bundle of dynamite in my hand is being waved as if I were a lunatic ready to meet the pale lady at any moment. I am covered in dynamite. Give me the girl, or we all die. All the attention in the room turns to me. I see Elizabeth and Primrose take steps away from me and a bit closer to Icarus, a gray-haired lady in her early 20s or so. In a single glance, my hyper-focused and anxious mind relays the entire situation to me. The sun's rays shone through the broken window directly in front of me on the other side of the hunters, illuminating the dust that filled the air, casting a dim light on broken furniture and debris in the room, while at the same time highlighting each human in the room with a backlight. Above is an arched ceiling. I glimpse cracks running along the length of it, almost as if the building is holding on by a thread. The corners are covered with cobwebs, further elucidating just how run down the building is. Below is broken glass scattered on the floor from the glass windows that had shattered from the years passing deep inside a city known for not having the best internal situation. Behind that are my explosives, just waiting for me to reshuffle the pipe just enough to make it fall, fire the gun, and detonate the bombs. Below the shards of broken glass is a long crack that runs through the bottom of the church, making my plan for breaking through the foundation more and more possible. The silence within the church was deafening for a full second after I screamed, as if the very building was holding its breath along with the people in it. Icarus, unconscious in the back right of the room on a ruined chair. Gray hair from stress? Stress definitely. Whip marks are along her arms and legs, tied up with dark chains of steel that bite into her flesh like a thirsty rattlesnake. Primrose and Elizabeth, to my far right and forward. Seems like she listened. Good. The closer they are to Icarus, the better. 6 people, 3 men and 3 women. A tall man with a scar running along his forehead stands at the front, gun drawn but confused at my arrival. He's the leader, the 5th sigil, for sure. Hazardous climb. I can see green mist come from his hands as he turns to point the lever action in his hands at my head. His followers all join him, but he yells at them to stop and pay attention to the other 2. Stop. Don't move any further. Keep your guns on those 2. I can see a bit of panic on his face as he looks at the bundle of dynamite with enough juice to blow this whole building to hell, and I press on it. My hand is shaky, but I have faith. No faith is for the unconfident. I have confidence in my plan. Some details might not have been thought through, but enough have. The margin of error is slight, and I have to eradicate it through perfect execution. Taking another step and ignoring his warning, I threaten them again. I said, give me the woman. I want the bounty. The leader yells back at me, iron sight aimed straight at my head, causing worry to rise that is quickly forced down. Are you insane? Do you want to die? Put the dynamite down. We can talk it through then. Okay? I shake my head and walk closer, getting them closer to me and the dynamite while at the same time distracting them from Primrose and Elizabeth. I make up some lies on the spot. The years of watching my father bluff at a table giving me the knowledge of how to keep my face straight during a fable twisted with words. No can do. I'm as good as dead if I don't get this woman right here. You don't give her to me, and we all die. I'll start counting. I don't give him any time to think. That might let him realize something is up. Press the panic and don't let go. Words of wisdom from my father about gambling come up at this juncture. It is eerie to think just how much that son of a bitch knew, both about life and the world. Wait. You move one more step, and I'll blow your damned head off. I stop moving, but I make myself trip on debris at my feet as I reshuffle and marionette my bundle of dynamite so that one of the sticks falls and lands on a nearby pillow without blowing up. Dynamite doesn't blow up like that. Not that many know about it, though. It requires the blasting cap to explode, either through ignition or great, and I mean great, trauma like a high-powered bullet from a rifle. Anyway, these people don't seem to know that information as it rolling toward them draws their attention, several of the bounty hunters turning their eyes to the stick. And as they do, I use the misdirection to pull out an adapted pipe bomb from the middle of the bundle, sliding it behind my wrist and preparing to throw it. Sleight of hand. It doesn't just apply to cards. It can apply to anything. Card sharp is only a title, one that tells that I am a swindler of fate. There is just one thing that I miscalculated about this plan that hinged a great deal on these people being distracted. It isn't them figuring out that Primrose and Elizabeth were in on this. It wasn't the leader shooting me, causing the dynamite to explode when I did as I said I would. It isn't me messing up either. It is the simple fact that one of them in the group is either more attentive or more competent than I thought. Their attention is not grabbed by the falling dynamite, and they keep their focus on Primrose and Elizabeth even as they say they do not know me and are only trying to get away. We don't know him. Just let us go. Yeah, we can't win this fight, and this lunatic is going to get us all killed. Time to go for gold. Poker face, just like my father. Focus Earl. No twitch. No stutter. No odd word that's unneeded. Only the perfect sentence can leave your mouth. You already thought this through. Just don't mess. Just get Icarus away from that back wall. If you give me the girl, I will give you the dynamite and leave. Just a bit stupid, but not too much. Full of nervousness, but a bit of confidence at the same time. That one's not hard to fake. The plan is to get the leader to come close to you and get less around Icarus so that the two can get her. The leader in front twists his head at me a little bit, but nods and yells back, putting his rifle into the air. Okay, that works for me. Just throw your pistols on the ground. Good. He thinks I'm dumb, not obviously making a trick. I reach one arm down and toss the pistol I got from the other hunters to the side. He can't tell it's broken from over there. The leader starts taking slow steps toward me, his gun raised in an attempt to cease the conflict. He points at one of his people and then at Icarus as those behind him still have weapons raised. But they are pointed at both me and the duo of Elizabeth and Primrose. Primrose and Elizabeth look at me, concerned, but I ignore them. The plan will work. Confidence is just needed. Everything adds up perfectly, and I can see it. The second he gets close, I will hand him the bundle, and as he is distracted getting the pile, I will throw one pipe bomb behind him. But that one is only another misdirection. He will turn to it as I reshuffle and detonate the other. Then, I will make the one in the floor detonate as he is distracted. The man takes another few steps toward me, getting closer and closer. I take one toward him to meet him in the middle. The bomb I have hidden will likely kill him as I will try and make it detonate after the one outside. If not, it will damage him enough that he is unable to harm me while at the same time blowing a hole into the crack I'm going to throw it into. As for me, I'm going to jump backward and dive for the floor. The man's body will hopefully take most of the shrapnel. The force of the explosion will also mostly be dispersed into the crack by how I'll throw it with Marionette. We both take another step, approaching the trade-off that was made in a single sentence from both of us. My age is a boon here. They expect me to be naive and weak, stupid and impulsive. Only one of those things is true for me, just as they are for Wyatt. Only our foils are different. The first bomb, the one outside. It is a bit away from the back wall, but there is enough juice there to blow it to hell. The back wall will likely be destroyed and fall apart, sending debris everywhere, but that is a part of the plan. It will make the building that is on its last legs begin to collapse, giving us an opportunity to escape through the sewers that will be blown open by the second bomb. Only in this way will we escape any other pursuers that might come for us, just as we have come for these people. We meet, the final step getting us within arm's width. The man carrying Icarus is not yet here, walking further to the side. They don't seem willing to give me her, even after I give the dynamite away. That's fine. It works better if she's far away. I reach out with my left hand and hand him the bundle of dynamite as I smile at him. At the same time, I go to throw the second pipe bomb, but he catches both of my arms with incredible swiftness. How about we do this without bombs, huh? He called my bluff. I wasn't good enough. What was wrong? What did I do wrong? I panic as I didn't expect him to grab me while I'm still holding the dynamite, but I managed to twist my arm and throw the second pipe bomb out from my long sleeve. The thing slams into the ground and rolls toward the crack as I curse inwardly. Not enough force to explode it. Probably good it didn't right now, though. It would have killed me. Don't panic, Earl. It'll get you killed. Hazardous Klein turns to look at the object with surprise as the person holding Icarus does the same. I take the small opportunity to detonate the other bomb. I close my eyes and imagine the pipe just barely within the dirt and force my mind to reshuffle it. It takes a few seconds, and I can feel the man's attention turn back to me before anything happens. But I press on. The bomb needs to go off. After another second of complete focus, I can feel something get pushed loose as a bullet goes off, slightly muffled by the building. And immediately after the bullet goes off, a massive explosion goes off. The bomb going off shakes everyone within the building, causing the back wall to cave in as a shower of splinters covers the hunters, eliciting several screams and grunts of pain. Not quite lethal because of the bomb's distance, but it did some good damage. The leader looks back at the explosion in surprise. I see Primrose dart in and head straight for Icarus with the chance. I leave that to her as I panic and marionette the pipe bomb that is on the ground toward the crack. The skill sounded like it would only work on flying objects in the cabin, but it also seems to work on rolling ones as they are also let loose and left to fate. Need to finish the plan first before anything else. If that bomb goes off without being suppressed, we'll all die near it. It helps that I've reached the point where I can grasp onto 3 whole threads with Marionette. It allows me to move more than I thought possible. The bomb slides right into the crack as the leader turns back, raises a finger, and brings it toward my face while holding onto my arm. Green mist is wafting off of it in ominous amounts as my nose begins to burn and wrinkle. My eyes go back and forth in a panic as I struggle to get out of his grasp, but his hand is a vice, restricting me perfectly. I just need to get my match, or a firecracker, anything to detonate the pipe bomb. Where are the rest of you? Where are the other bombers? The man must think I am not alone based on the explosion outside. This wasn't expected, but it doesn't hurt the plan. I just need to get out of his grasp. Struggling, I see in the corner of my eye Elizabeth raising her shotgun to point at the man, but I yell at her to do something different as gunshots go off on the other side of the building. Only a few words come out of my mouth that are meant for her. However, the leader of the group places his finger against my head. His finger instantly makes me feel dizzy and makes my vision swim as I feel compelled to speak the truth. I use reshuffle to try and keep the gas from my brain. He must have some kind of truth gas or something. Fuck. Elizabeth, the Kraken, the two over there. Reshuffle is doing all it can, but it is only a nudge, and I am forced to reveal that Primrose and Elizabeth are my partners. No one else. My pupils lock onto Elizabeth in the corner of my eyes as I see her panic for a second at my words. But she seems to understand the first part and get over the second fast. She raises her shotgun and points it at the crack behind the leader. I'm not even sure if Elizabeth can see the pipe bomb from where she is, but even if she doesn't, I see her pull the trigger. Klein turns to her, dragging me a bit with him, but he's unable to move very much on my information before the lead comes out of her shotgun. This blast of lead slams right into the crack, sending a wave of force into the pipe bomb. And just as I would hope, it promptly detonates. Only, I didn't have the chance to get far away. Electricity sparks like a lightning bolt as a wave of shrapnel and heat crashes into the man holding onto me, sending us both flying backward. The man screams in pain as he lands atop me. The slam into the hardwood and glass cuts into my back while at the same time knocking all the wind out of me. I feel a wave of heat cover me and burn me a bit, but it seems as though Klein took the brunt of the explosion. The man wasn't expecting the second explosion at all, let alone the first. I don't think anyone even saw it come out of my wrist and onto the floor. Is that the secret of sleight of hand? The answer? The most powerful act of sleight of hand is manipulating the perceptions of others so wholly that it creates an illusion of reality, one where it fits their understanding. Using explosions, I made it seem as though there was a whole different group here, slowing the man's reaction to me and Elizabeth as he looked for more. I never thought of doing something like that before, actively manipulating perceptions. I only ever thought about the steps in my plan and how I will execute them. The fast-paced sleight of hand of an actual card sharp is entirely different from my card sharp. Mine has to be creative and prepared, not technical and malevolent. They do, however, both seem to focus on perceptions, that's for sure. These thoughts run through my mind as I'm pinned to the ground by a dying man. I know he's dying because he is coughing up blood in massive amounts onto my chest. The panic fades as I am completely immobile from the gas that is now running through my system, trying to force me to speak truthfully. A bit of regret slides in to replace the panic. I just killed a man that only wanted to put me unconscious and find out what I was doing. Were these good people? Were they unlike the other hunters we have come across hunting Icarus? Damn it. Should we have tried to speak to them more? Was Primrose just doing a bad job? No. She already met them once and said they were unlikely to give Icarus up if they got her, which they did. The Hazards found her running away, and their leader, Klein, put her unconscious after a brief fight. Primrose said she was watching from the shadows and wanted to take advantage, but that she saw other people nearby also waiting. There was no good option. These people likely needed the reward badly, bad enough to be unwilling to negotiate at all. Had we tried any longer, there would have been a chance more people could show up. Primrose is very fast, and I find it hard to believe anyone else could find these people as fast as her. Her Vaporize allows her to move incredibly quickly for short periods and slide through tiny spaces. It's one hell of a sigil skill, that's for damn sure. One of their members is also really good at removing tracks, from creating silence to straight up making footsteps disappear in mud. This leads me to think that we were on a timer as the first ones here. A gasp of fresh air takes me out of my immobilized thoughts as Elizabeth rolls Klein off of me and drags me to my feet. She holds my face to hers, which is covered in dirt and smoke, as loud sounds of the building cracking resound above us. Are you okay? She is forced to scream over the collapsing building as a panel falls beside us alongside the bullets from Primrose fighting the other 5. Taking the 5th sigil for sure helped, but she needs to get out soon. That Vaporize of hers can only be used when she has lungs full of air and no debris are in them. I know this from messing with her with dust and smoke bombs. Debris in her lungs stops the skill from working, not to mention what a bullet would do if it got lodged in her chest. I hope she's doing fine and gets Icarus out, even if she's a bitch to deal with. I barely manage to croak out a few words as I spot the dead Klein beside me. I have my answer. Why waste the chance? He might have something for me. Surely using my explosion counts as me partially getting the kill, right? Right? This part of Sigils is so confusing. After all, I personally think it only really matters for the first one, as you wouldn't have ether of your own to suppress the previous owner's remnant will, but I'm no expert. It could also simply be a recommendation and not a requirement. Many of those things seem to exist, as not all are easily told to us by the strong. Truth leaves my body as relief covers me from abiding by the gas, and I continue talking. The gas just makes it a momentous effort to get anything out of my mouth that isn't an answer to a question. Yes. B. Odie. Tietjen. Leavitt. Elizabeth looks back and forth before settling her eyes on the dead man. She leans down and brings my hand to the dead Klein, who has a giant hole in his back with his heart, a torn-up organ, visible to the eye. I sense the inside of the man's body and search for his sigil, finding it nestled within his forearm among the muscles that control his grip. His sigil is a trio of sides, one of which being a metamorphosed sigil that appears to be a trail made of deep footprints. Whatever that means, it feels tough, fast, and reliable, however. It might be made of something like prowler, trapper, or solider. Paying close attention, the two that are lonesome seem to be a shaman and soldier, respectively. The shaman feels like a brisk scent of the forest and looks to be a growing seed. The soldier, however, is a sword in front of a shield and simply feels tough. The choice is easy. I can always try to find something like Gambler again later, but it is simply too rare for me to kid myself into following it strictly. Shaman leans into what I'm good at already. I'll be able to do more with herbs, bombs, and maybe even make my own tinctures or concoctions once I figure out how they're made. I reach forward with my mind and yank at shaman, just as my mind is ripped away. At the same time, I feel a familiar mind also calls for the sigil, only it pulls the metamorphosed sigil. Is that Elizabeth? 164. Stink. Earl Garner. I arrive at the cabin and realize Elizabeth must be doing the same. I wonder what sigil she will take, though. This time, I grabbed only the shaman with my mind, so I shouldn't have multiple questions pointed at me, right? Only one should appear if I'm right. Instead of checking the book first, I look around for that odd light that was here last time, and thankfully it seems to be nowhere. I was pretty concerned about that, but not taking a concoction to skip past time seemed to do the trick. Taking quiet steps that force calm into me from the highly hectic event that is technically still happening, I reach the table. The second I do, the tome on its surface flings open and gives me a question. To what extent is a creature's survival dependent on luck, and to what extent is it determined by their own agency? This question gives me an instant hint as to what the combination of shaman and cardsharp will be. The sigil is going to mutate from pure fate to the fate of a creature, huh? Maybe something more focused on survival or wilderness. I won't be sure until I answer this question, though. Indeed, to what extent? That is a good question. On the one hand, luck can undoubtedly play a role in the survival of animals and plants. Natural disasters, climate changes, and other environmental factors can significantly impact the ability of creatures to thrive and reproduce. For example, a drought may cause a plant to wither and die, or a predator may be bereft of food should something wipe out their prey. But that's only regarding the natural world without sigils. When it comes to sigils, simply being unlucky enough to meet something far beyond your strength can spell your doom. Some beings are so powerful that merely being in their presence can crush a weaker man. On the other hand, living creatures also possess agency and the ability to make choices that can influence their survival. A bird may choose to migrate to a more favorable environment to avoid harsh winter conditions, or a predator may decide to hunt a different prey species if their usual food source is scarce, just as a man might choose to hunt for himself if his crops are not growing how they should. There is a limit to this, however. Sometimes, the world simply puts you in such a shitty situation that nothing you can do will save you. Leonard, Elizabeth, Esther, Lonnie, and my escape from our hometown is an example. We did all we could to get out, but had Wyatt not appeared, we would have almost certainly died somewhere along that road. I would like to say that agency is more influential than luck, but I think my experiences have shown otherwise. My manipulation of luck with Reshuffle and Marionette has given me great insight and power into how fate, luck, or whatever it is affects the world. But at the same time, are those not just manifestations of choice? How I use them is just as important as what is given. No? Had I used Reshuffle without preparing, then it would have done nothing. No explosion would have happened, and had I used Marionette without finding a place to put the bomb, then it would have done far more damage when it exploded. Are they equal then? Or does it depend on the person? Do some people simply have the ability to make better choices while others are put in positions where luck grants them the right choices? Is the cabin asking for me specifically, or the world? For me, I'd argue, even if this is arrogant, that my decisions have more power simply because I can reach further with my mind. For the rest of the world, however, I'd argue that luck is more powerful than agency. But everything revolves around me to my perception, and that will skew things. This answer I give will likely affect how these sigils combine and which side is given more focus, the shaman or card sharp. I think my answer evens out with what I want to happen with this sigil. They are equal. Choice and luck meet at a point in the middle in the survival of all. I speak out loud with a small whisper to the tome with my answer, heeding the warnings of silence. In response, the book shifts to a new page. Words of some indecipherable language that I hope to one day learn that tunnel straight into my mind. You have taken a step off the beaten path. All are unique. But you have chosen to embrace that fact and choose a path unique entirely to you that none, even with the same steps, could replicate. The steps have changed. The road has changed. The end has changed. Your third sigil towards autonomy, toward harmony, and toward Kismet's agent. One step remains until your autonomy. The wilding. The survivor of life, made with equal parts action and inaction, able to twist the agency of others into obscurity using the same threads you use to twist the world. As you twist the agency of others, yours shall grow. Like a small seed siphoning sustenance, your instincts and thoughts will grow as you take from others. Your oneness with nature has increased, and as such, it will answer your inquiries and aid your survival should you ask. The words from the page enter my mind and give me a sense of profundity. This is what it means for a sigil to mutate. For someone to take sigils of different types. I always wondered how exactly it worked. It seems as though your choice determines just how they merge. I chose halfway, and as such, it will merge in the middle. It seems as though the wildling will give me two sigil skills. One that allows me to twist the agency or decision-making from others. Based on the concepts of shaman, I can figure it won't necessarily be slowing down thoughts as that's more mentalist. It's likely to be key to that point of instinct mentioned. I think I will be able to weaken the survival instincts of others somehow. The second skill is likely that bit about inquiring into nature. If it's something as simple as knowing what plants might be capable of, then it's not that big of a deal, just a small add-on. But if I'm able to sense the composition or something deeper, then this could be huge. An alchemist always needs materials, and if I can easily find what I need, then what I can make will be increased further. My excitement is hard to hold in at the second point, as I hope that is the case. I love creating things, and recently I've been forced to handle bombs as they are the most useful. They are still fun, but it gets stale. I want to make concoctions, potions, and all the other incredible stuff that's been recorded in the alchemy books. Bombs are only one side of it. They are the side where they meet with craftsmen and their guns. So, I move on to the next side of the page with my sigil inscribed into the page as one single construct despite the three it is composed of. A series of shifting lines with something that looks like grass meets my eyes before I continue on to the next part. May your journey, while certainly filled with drought, be glorious, long, and worthy of my aid. A wilding fights against the natural world. All things possess agency and luck, yet the wilding must be capable of harnessing both, having complete autonomy. But to be autonomous, the wildling must prove themselves. A proof of a previous metaphor. You must prove your answer to one of the questions. Why do so many people, including yourself, thrive on risks? What is the most impressive sleight of hand? To continue, my wildling, place your mind within the sigil and return to whence you came. I do as it asks, and I am whisked away back to reality. Elizabeth Stroudwater. My heart finally begins to calm as I enter the cabin. Earl's insanity almost got us all killed. I wasn't expecting the first bomb to go off, though, and I'm so glad I caught onto his meaning with the second. He also made me realize just who I am protecting at that moment. It's not those who would do the same for me. It's those who will and have. Earl put so much effort forth in retrieving a woman who has a high chance of being genuinely terrible. What would he do for me? The question has no answer, but I am sure it is just as much as I would for him. We've been through a lot together, and I'm sure only much more will come. I put my hands together to try and stop their shaking as I move toward the tome on the table that opens to my attention. It reveals 3 questions to me, just as I had hoped. I felt some resonance with lawmen within Hazardous Klein's metamorphosed sigil, and as I read the questions, I find the one I want quickly. Is strength bravery, or is bravery strength? What speaks louder, words or silence? What is responsibility? The responsibility question is certainly lawman. The other two are just the combinations of the other two sigils within that combined one. Probably soldier and rogue or Comanche. My answer is swift to this question, as responsibility is nothing new to me. I've been taking care of myself and a group of knuckleheads for a while. This recent duo beside me, Earl and Primrose, are definitely the hardest to get to work together, though. It is the quality of being reliable, dependable, and trustworthy in carrying out one's duties and fulfilling one's commitments. If I say I will do something, I will do it. If someone needs me, I will be there. If someone needs the truth, I will give it. Any other way just feels wrong. It is the way the world should be in my eyes. The tome in front of me shifts as this answer comes to mind without any falsity present in my thoughts. It reveals to me information in an indecipherable language similar to yet different from my first trip. Your second sigil toward control, toward order, and toward a governed law. The officer, the guardian of the weak and the leader of the few, able to inspire reverence and respect with your presence. Your responsibility gives you strength. The stronger the weight on your shoulders, your responsibility, the more powerful your very ether is. Your stature now inspires attention just as your voice does. I digest the words fairly quickly that are sent into my mind. Officer. Huh? Makes sense, I suppose. The skill here is likely making people more willing to listen or pay more attention to me. The other part, however, is about how the more powerful the weight upon me and my responsibility, the more powerful my ether. It is quite interesting, even if a bit vague. It feels similar in scope to how Wyatt's sigil simply gave him a better resilience to ether, but something is different here. His was a boon that was always covering him, yet I bet this one is not. I'm just going to name these two prematurely, as they seem simple yet complicated in use. Intimidation and conviction shall be the two names. Obvious, but I don't care. Function over form and all that. Yeah? Sakate would be proud of that. I miss him. We've been gone for months on this wild goose chase that actually ended up with us finding our goose. Can't wait to be back. My attention moves to the other side of the page, observing my new sigil and the words that lead back to that collapsing building. The sigil is a balance, shifting ever so closer to even, staying at that point for a few moments before breaking. Underneath are the words to take me out and the metaphor for the next step. May your journey, while certainly filled with disorder, be glorious, long, and worthy of my aid. An officer guards the weak and strives for the balance of safety around them and theirs. To reach this safety, they must keep the peace. And to be prepared to do so, they must find an answer to the officer's metaphor. How can peace best be kept? To continue, my officer, place your mind within the sigil and return to whence you came. I spend a moment memorizing the metaphor before placing my hand upon the tome. And the next thing I know, I'm holding on to Earl, who is limp and struggling to speak about whatever that man did to him. He slurs his words trying to speak, and the only thing I can manage to understand is a slurred floor. The second I recognize what he said, a bullet whizzes past my head. Turning my attention backward, I see a cloud of green gas barreling straight into a massive hole blasted into the floorboards of the building. Icarus is nowhere to be seen, and Primrose must have gotten her already. But that doesn't mean everything is good. The other members of the Hazards are beyond pissed off at Klein's death and are now looking at me and Earl with murder in their eyes. Thankfully, Primrose took care of two of them on her way to get Icarus, killing the one holding the lady and another that was nearby. So, now we're down to 3. Earl's explosions make both enough chaos to help, but also enough to draw even more attention. We need to go now. I grab tightly onto the loopy Earl and try out my new sigil skill as bullets start to fly at me. Luckily, debris is falling from the ceiling and filling the building with smoke and dust to obscure their sight. Ether flows from my right lung, where my core is placed into my heart, where conviction begins, tinting all the ether in my body with a pale gold color. A great drain appears on my heart as it does so, making me both physically feel a pain in the organ and emotionally feel a drain of motivation. But in return comes great power. I follow up conviction with inspire as I whisper to both myself and Earl. Move. Then, I finish it up with a burst of physical strengthening to my legs, making my movements toward the hole in the center far faster. It feels almost as if there is no weight tying me down as I move through the dusty gunfire as fast as I can. Bullets whiz right past me constantly, and I get the impetus to make several movements here or there that seem to miraculously keep me from getting hit. Once, I trip and slide almost half a dozen feet as a broken beam falls right behind me, and an icicle crashes into the chandelier, only missing me as I'm so low to the ground. I would say it was the hand of some god shifting the fate of my life, but I know the truth. It is the mumbling and incoherent Earl who is using his ether to his utmost capability. This almost miracle continues as one of the hunters rushes me down with a blade in one hand and a revolver in her other, but just as they get close to strike, I get the instinct to jump to the side, and I do so, trusting whatever Earl is doing to me right now. The instinct also seems to tell me to not stop my fall as I slam into damaged floorboards that break underneath. I feel a sense of weightlessness as we both start falling down into the dark sewers beneath as the building above begins to reach a total collapse. I see the roof collapse as we tumble down into the dark. I even catch a quick glance of the woman chasing us down as she also falls down, with parts of the building falling after her. I look down with fear rising and hope spiraling out of control. Please tell me there is water down here. And please don't be too dirty. I don't want to die of dysentery. I reach out to catch anything, literally anything. But only the swift wind of gravity and falling meets me as I slam into a stream of water beneath the city. It hits me with surprise as we are now in the complete dark, and the fall concussed me quite a bit. But what really surprises me is the smell. It is fucking terrible. My nose burns and physically hurts at the smell that is like a rotting carcass left out in the sun for weeks, attracting a swarm of flies and spreading its foulness for miles around. But only if that foulness was concentrated in an indoor enclosure. I spend a few seconds righting myself in the surprisingly deep water filled with chunks of things I refuse to acknowledge before I also pull Earl's head out of the water. Then, I swim as fast as I can, pulling him and myself in one direction, just hoping to find something to get us out of the water. Eventually, I do find something, my wet and disgusting hand slapping against hard stone. The sound is even foul as I pull us both out of the water. We both fall onto the stone and begin to gasp for breath simultaneously. He was under far longer than I, but conviction wears me out. I stop the flow of ether to my heart as a wave of lethargy covers me. I go to close my eyes at the pure tiredness, but a match lights up in the total darkness, a lady with a pristine scarf meeting my eyes in the dark. I look around with a small amount of light and see another body beside her. Icarus. Looks like the wannabe genius did it. Even if you're ugh, I need to step away. Fucking hell. You two are disgusting. Primrose steps away from us, leaving us without any light as she holds her nose. I wish you two didn't fall in the water. It's not that bad otherwise, but now I got to deal with it. Let's just get going. Oi, don't fall asleep. 165, old man time. Johnny Caldwell. After 3 hours of moving, the fastest I ever have ends, except for that one time I rode the steam train to Bent Fortress to reinforce it 10 or so years ago. I exit deep water, and from there, my speed jumps yet again. I wouldn't say it reaches Dark Steps or Frederick's level of speed, but I am still proud of it. The first proper jump in power ever since I got my absolution. But it is never enough. More is always required from you. More is always needed. And sometimes, you simply don't have more to give. I felt like that for a long time. Punch at a wall that simply wouldn't break. The proof. The proof of a wondrous individual simply requires one to prove themselves capable of either going beyond their limits regarding their metaphors, or capable of tossing it all away and restarting. The proof of an angel? It is something far more devious. It is what truly separates those that can touch upon the feet of divinity and those that can only look up in awe. You have to prove to both yourself and the world itself that you are worthy of the chance to step on the stairs of godhood. The absolution is what fulfills the proof to the world, and why one is needed to move forward. Proof to oneself is far more complicated. You need to believe yourself worthy, and I, frankly, do not see myself as worthy. To become a god, one must be perfect, flawless, and untarnished. Each of the gods was perfect in their own way until they were corrupted. I try to surround myself with those I find most perfect, most flawless, and with the most potential to cross that barrier. I do so both in the hopes they can aid me in my goal, and so that I can try to emulate their acts. I fear letting them down. I fear someone like Wyatt or Earl not reaching their full potential. Wyatt for the capacity for war he has within him, and Earl for the crystal-clear mind within the boy's head. I can feel it. Both have the potential to change things should they be allowed to grow, which is precisely why I sent Primrose with Earl. That woman might be mischievous and daring, but deep down, there is no one I trust more. Not even Cicate. When the chips are down and my hand is awful, she has been able to fix it when no one else could. The proof of her fighting with me again and again until she can no longer even open her eyes is enough for me to give her all the responsibility in the world. I know she can keep Earl safe, but should I mess this up, I will never forgive myself. It will be just as bad as when I let Amelia down. No, it will likely be worse, at least for the world. My feet only continue to carry me through this swamp at incredible speeds, going straight past any beasts or danger in the way as I head straight for Carnal Hearn. What is about to happen to that place is confirmation of what I've been worrying about. The second a pillar dies in combat to a single invading demon is when everything goes to hell. Territories will fall, and thousands, no tens of thousands, will die in simply a matter of weeks. The Nahalo have been wanting warmer territory for hundreds of years, but they are unwilling to fight the demons directly south. The Pygmies want our stores of iron, gunpowder, and other resources to aid their craftsmanship. The demons? They simply want to remove us from the world. That is their order from the mother below, after all. And should this come to happen, we will need every man possible to fight and survive with. The hunters out east will abandon us in the frontier, most likely. We will need someone like Wyatt, who can inspire bravery with his lack of fear and hold the line with his endurance, just as much as we will need someone like me to lead. No, we will need him more. Leaders can be replaced. The heart of a people cannot. And right now, we do not have one, but we need one. A strong, courageous, and limitless heart of the people to band us together. I am beginning to see what Edmund might have seen in him and why the old man refused to aid any kind of rebellion and instead stayed in that cabin in the woods in Tornridge. I know the resistance in the east approached him, but he refused. I know from Wyatt that Edmund stayed in that forest for years. It's unclear if he stayed for Wyatt, but I reckon he did. A Graves only comes every generation or two, and this one seems to be special. 4 months, 4 sigils. From what I heard, he gained his first sigil in November. It is now late February. That rate will for sure slow from now on, but it is simply unheard of. He is still lacking in many areas, but time in the books I got from Isaac can fix that. I have zero doubt he can reach those high and mighty angels if given the time to mature. An angel of our own from the frontier? How about that? It's been a long, long time since one of those came to us. Most pillars, even the ones that come to the frontier territories of Bone Dunes, Valens, Sinskreek, and the former Tornridge, all come from the east after being given so much care and effort to help rise that far. But Wyatt, all he needs is time, and I will give it to him. Any means necessary. These eyes of mine can only give him a few seconds, but these hands will give him much more. Marshall Unyielding Wall Travis. I stand from my bed early in the morning and get ready within a single minute before leaving the small room that is mine. Unfurnished and unfinished is the way it's been for 6 decades, and it will never be any other way. Too much time and effort would be wasted to simply make it look pretty. I need none of that. My bones creak as I move, however, which tells me that I am truly aging. For years I have fought in this fort and loved it as a child of mine, but it seems it may outlive me. As a lad, I built it with my own 2 hands, and I will be proud to see my child outgrow me. After I get ready, fully suited just as for every war. Every day is a war for me, however. This year, it is both the pygmies and demons who knock on my door and threaten me and mine. I tighten the cuffs on my suit and step out of the room, where my aide, Tomas, is already standing. His back is straight, and his face is young despite the strength hidden within those muscles of his. I allow none but the most powerful near me. Tomas is the best of his generation here at Bent. 6 sigil at 25. Remarkable. I just hope he lives long enough to take my place. These weary bones only have a few more years left. I am unlike the others who can live beyond 100 with the boon of life from their sigils. My scars take away much of that additional time. Old wounds plague me every day, yet I am the wall. The name I have built for myself gives me just as much strength as my own will does. I nod at Tomas as I walk past, a small limp in my leg that is omnipresent when I'm not using ether. That one came from an elder Urayuli that Cormanu brought from deep within the wilds a decade ago. Both the giant and the demon are buried beneath the walls of Bent. Good morning, sir. Tomas follows me as I walk my usual rounds. I investigate all those that are working before slowly making my way to the high walls of Bent to overlook the surroundings. The whole while, Tomas speaks to me, relaying information from the rest of the territories that have just now reached us. He always tells me the stuff that leans toward the resistance first. I might not be able to help much, if at all, but I still want to know how it's going. The Blood Beast escaped capture, just barely after reportedly losing every limb save for his head. It is said he is now leading the resistance within Onyx Gate, currently vying with Myriad for the direction it should go. Darkstep has returned from her hunt of the gunfighter unsuccessful, and now seems to be on some kind of search. The Blight Raven has been challenged by the Council to a battle in a month. Each of the points is a shock, things that do not normally occur all at once. Edward Dudley escaping execution? I am glad for it. The man does not deserve it. I know that they framed him, but there is nothing I can do all the way out here. I can only watch from the frontier as the heartlands fall apart to depravity. The Watchmen have almost disappeared entirely over the past 3 decades, their duties being taken by the Hunters more and more as the former Watchmen are removed from power. Some days, I think it might be better to just let the fortress fall and go to fix everything myself. But that is a naive thought. I am strong, yes, but Vincent Harvey is a man of supreme strength. He could put me down in a matter of minutes. The Prime holds no punches, even if he refuses to fix anything besides his own aging. That's not to even mention the untold death that would occur in Valence should I leave my post. This whole territory exists simply because I, the unyielding wall, refuse to fall, retreat, or surrender regardless of the odds. The news about Darkstep is also a shock. That old lady is skilled, yet a mystery to even me. I am confident I could defeat her, but the fact the gunfighter got away from her is surprising. As far as I know, that man isn't too special in any category except for the fact he is from the frontier and willing to fight for it. I hope he is doing well. The last piece of news, however, is the most layered. The Nahullo Council challenging Howard in Starkbluffs? That's bad news. Are the Nahullo finally making a move? They've been quiet since Ed Summers fought them out of Green Hallows, but it is odd for them to move first. Something must be up. But what? A month away is the challenge, and the council never takes no for an answer. Should Howard Strafe not show up, feathers of blight and all, they will come to him in his city upon the cliffs, Pale Crag. Depending on how many council members show up, Howard might even fall from the sky. I think he can handle 2, maybe 3. He is the best escape artist in the frontier, after all. But if 4 of the 2 doesn't show up, especially the War Master, the man is as good as dead. Each council member is a 7th sigil, with the War Master an 8th, near 9th, that wields a passed-down 9th sigil Arca, the Pale Cavity. And I doubt the Bados will step in to help, the Thunderbird men preferring to stay neutral ever, since they've been brought from a main race capable of fighting humans toe-to-toe, to hiding within those spires of Starkbluffs for safety. I can smell it. A change is coming, a big one. My knees creak as I walk up the steps to the wall. I've barely paid attention during my inspection, but I trust my men. They know what to do to keep the cannons ready, the guns loaded, and the weapons prepared. They know to keep the bricks repaired and the foundation stable. It is only routine that keeps me checking on them. Tomas has kept talking, but I've zoned him out, only paying partial attention to the miscellaneous news. Breathing slightly heavily, I reach the top of the great bent fortress wall, a thing made of steel, brick, wood, and concrete that spans a half-mile and is almost 20 feet thick. Several parts are damaged from yesterday, but repairs are being made. As I look out from atop the fortress walls, I can't help but feel a sense of awe at the sheer size and strength of the structure beneath me every time I view it. The walls are made of massive stone blocks, towering high above the ground and reinforced with sturdy wooden beams. The battlements are lined with marksmen, ready to defend the fortress against any attackers. Ropes for our melee combatants line the battlements. When one gets injured or tired, they are pulled back up by a team of unsigiled. Unsigiled are disallowed to fight and can only help until they have been here a year. The fortress itself is a maze of corridors, staircases, and chambers all designed to be as defensible as possible. The walls are thick, the doors heavy and reinforced with iron, and the windows small and narrow to make them difficult to climb through. The courtyard below is spacious enough to accommodate an entire army, and I can see soldiers milling about, preparing themselves for the coming battle. I stand atop the fortress wall, gazing out at the enemy army below. As far as the eye can see, the stone structures of the pygmies and their architects, of which they brought 6 to meet little old me, have come to reflect the light of the early morning sun, their buildings glinting in the sunlight. The sound of their stone machinery moved entirely by ether echoes across the valley, a constant reminder of the coming battle. The pygmies excel in creation, but only with ether. They cannot hold a candle to humanity's ingenuity with the natural world, and they do their best to take any of our advancements like gunpowder or firearms. They commonly improve on what we make, like their armaments, colts, and claymores put into a suit of armor or large constructs of stone. But without us, they would never have such things. Despite the overwhelming odds, I feel a sense of duty and pride welling up inside me. Tomas and the other soldiers have always looked to me for guidance, and I cannot let them down. I know that the enemy is strong, but we are stronger. I have held this place for all my life, and that fact will not change. There is just one thing. These pygmies have only stayed at a distance for the past week, never actually attacking Bent, just sending small parties to harass us. I do not know what they are doing, but my instincts tell me it has something to do with the challenge against Howard. Is something similar happening to Clarence in the Bondunes? It's possible, but I know Bondunes repelled a recent large demonic attack. Kai maybe? That's possible too. The youngest pillar is a bit inexperienced compared to the rest of us, but by no means is he weak. Kai grew up dissimilar to most estate children. Instead of being fed a vast amount of knowledge and experience by teachers so that he was powerful, his father, Horace Vincent, sent the young man here to fight. I would never refuse aid, and the little Kai spent his teenage years here until he matured enough to gain a sigil. There is a reason why he is in possession of Sinskreek, the territory closest to the Bent fortress inside Valence. I find it unlikely for him to be attacked or challenged. If anything, he would be the last to be attacked for his combat strength. But perhaps that could be the point. Kai has the potential to become a virtue. Maybe that is the goal, to stop humanity from gaining a 4th virtue. But to do that, a very powerful agent would have to be deployed, one strong enough to be both undetected while traversing the frontier and capable of felling the Rougarou hunter. No demons in the Borderlands come to mind that could achieve that. In the Badlands, sure, at least a dozen exist, but surely Eli would have sensed them if they were coming. Unless, no, if that were to happen, it wouldn't matter. Don't consider it, Marshal. Focus on your duty. Watch the pygmies. Bent is the wall to the wilds. Should you fall, hundreds of thousands will die. Bent and the greater Valens are a hinge. Should we crumple, it all will. My attention goes outward as I watch as the pygmy army shuffles in movement, raising more and more structures. I can see up to 5 miles away as if it was in front of me with 10,000-yard stare. My body is aging, but my ether only continues to reach a peak. Another Zil seems to be approaching. I wonder if I will reach it before my death. Payne's Forge is something I have spent years accomplishing, and I am still perfecting it even now. Many call it the pinnacle of bodily ether, but I do not think so. There is always room for improvement, though I cannot say I am not proud of the skill I made. It is more me than my power. Steelworks is. The former gives me strength, speed, and endurance for the more pain I endure, while the latter turns my whole body into cold steel. The image of a badly wounded man standing to fight some more is the unyielding wall to a T, and I refuse to ever let that image down. As such, I spend most of my time perfecting that skill in Cannonball, the method I use to throw cannonballs as fast as they can be shot out from a cannon. I take a deep breath as pain spikes from my hip, forcing me to steady myself on the battlement. Age is tearing into me like a ravenous beast, my wounds coming up non-stop. Tomas, concerned, speaks to me. "Are you okay, sir? Do you need a break? I can go get you a seat or something." The respect and care in his voice are obvious, but I do not need it. I turn to exhale a fragile breath as I look him in the eyes. "I am fine, just a bit tired, is all. I will stand here until these pygmies attack or leave. We cannot afford for me to be anywhere else but right here. I can handle some pain, My ether must be conserved for fighting and fighting only. Tomas hesitates for a moment as he looks away at my gaze, but his pupils turn back and meet mine after he gathers his will. The cub? No. He is a wolf now. The wolf is baring his teeth. I smile at the courage he has. Only other pillars are willing to look me in the eye. Tomas the wolf will not let me down. I have taught him well if he is willing to challenge me. That may be the case, sir, but you are getting old. Today you woke up at 7:45 a.m. A year ago, you woke up at 7:30. A year before that, 7:15. 5 years ago, you woke up at 5 every morning. 10 was 3. You simply can't keep it up as you used to. You are sleeping longer and fighting less and less, taking longer to recover for less power. I nod to him. I know better than anyone. There is not a man in the world more in tune with their body than I am with mine. Not a single muscle or tendon works without me being acutely aware. Not a single scar exists without my encyclopedic knowledge of it. I step away from him and place my hands on the cold battlements, the rough stone meeting my far harsher hands. I watch the pygmies moving in their encampments just out of sight of a telescope. That is true, but I do not need to, cub. My time waned long ago. It will soon be your time. I merely have to hold on a bit longer. This war will be my last. I can feel it in my bones. A tremble comes from the wolf's voice as he replies to me and steps a bit closer, him ignoring the nickname he oh so hates. Sir, what do you mean? I know there is chaos in the east and that people are unsatisfied, but I cut him off. He is in denial. It's understandable. He might have spent most of his life fighting, but the wolf has always lived in order. My order. He does not know how to embrace chaos, and that is exactly what is coming. Architects are building. The council is scheming. The lords are left wanting. Even the beasts are ravenous. Normally they war against each other in some fashion, leaving us only having to fight one at a time and able to pick up the scraps. But this time, it is different, Tomas. We've aged, our bodies weakening, and too few have risen to replace us. They are coming for our heads. Mine, Clarence, and Howard's. Probably Ed's too. Possibly Kai's. I'd even say they'd be after Maddox, but you'd have to be brain dead to invade that man on his waters. Chaos is coming, and as we are now, we are too weak to face it. One does not need to be Eli Weiss to see that there likely will be half as many territories in just a year or so. I turn and look him in the eyes. The tall man shrinks a bit before my severity. Not quite there yet, it seems, but he will be. From here on out, you are no longer my aide. Your only orders are to grow, fight, learn, and evolve, my cub. Show me what your teeth and claws can do in this war. Let me die knowing the future is in good hands. Tomas stands straight against my words and bares his teeth to try and prove himself to me. They are sharp and show just how powerful they are, capable of ripping out flesh and bone just as his claws are. I handpicked the sigils for him to take to fit his personality, and he did not let me down one bit. The child I found years ago among wolves has grown into a fine young man, one both proud enough and strong enough to lead a pack. The adamant Amarok. But there are more than just a few he needs to protect. I can see him rising to meet Vincent's eyes. So young and so powerful he is. All he needs is time. I will give it to him. No matter what comes, I will hold this fort. It is what I have always done, and it is what I will always do. Even if the pygmies' creator comes, I will send him home upon their stone coffins. None will take me from this world except time. He is the only thing I will ever relent to, for all do, even gods. 166, Carnal Hearn. Johnny Caldwell. My feet ache, and my muscles burn. My head pounds with delirious thoughts at the effort I've put into moving through the swamps of Sinskreek, but I refuse to slow. I am close. Only another few hours or so. Beasts have become less and less common the past few hours. Signs of a town or city amongst this swamp. That, or a beast that makes the other cower. My speed slows as this thought comes to mind. It didn't occur before because of my focus on running, but now that I think about it, the lack of beasts is an issue. Could it be that Aniwai is nearby? No, beasts do not run from demons, especially not one that could likely just mind control them with zero effort. I take slow steps and let accelerate in to get a short rest in case something is perilous here. My ether is near my limit, and my muscles are screaming for rest. That does not bode well for a bout. As I peer into the swamp's murky depths, the water's oppressive stillness strikes me like a hammer. The surface is covered in a thick layer of green algae, giving it an almost otherworldly appearance. The stagnant water stretches out for miles in every direction, disappearing into a light fog that clings to the trees. As I gaze further around me, I see the twisted roots of cypress trees breaking through the surface of the water like gnarled fingers. The roots seem to tangle and twist around each other in a grotesque dance, creating a labyrinthine network that stretches out beneath the surface. At any other time, a fish or other small creature would occasionally break the surface, sending ripples cascading outwards in all directions. But not here. Here the swamp was eerily silent, with only the occasional croak of a frog or the buzz of a mosquito to break the stillness. What is it? A latish? A rougarou? Which? Only one of these two creatures could calm this insuppressible swamp. I need to know which. A latish I can just run from easily, as they are profoundly territorial, and will leave you alone should you escape its grasp. A rougarou is different. They are intelligent and will chase you down. I will have to fight it. Just in case, I load 6 of my final special round into Downpour. My beast-killing rounds. They enter the flesh, drill deeper, and then detonate the explosive buried within. The best way to kill giant beasts. As I do so, I continue to stare into the murky depths. I feel a chill run down my spine. It is as if the swamp itself was alive and watching me with an unblinking eye. The feeling of being watched grows, and I realize with growing horror that something is moving beneath the surface. I back up and prepare to run, assuming that it is a latish, but I am brutally surprised. Suddenly, a large creature of dark, matted fur and a massive maw with rows of teeth emerges from the water with a deafening roar of water and spittle. I stumble backward, tripping over the gnarled roots of a cypress tree, but I flip over and catch myself with fanfire in my hands. As I push myself backward with my hand, the rougarou darts at me, a sparkle of intelligence in its eyes and a seeming depth of pain as well. The rougarou is a sight to behold. It stands on 2 legs like a man, but its body is covered in a thick coat of matted fur as dark as midnight. Its eyes glow like embers even in the daylight, and its long snout is filled with teeth that could rival even the sharpest claymore. It is hunched over as if in constant pain, and its clawed hands hang low by its sides. The rougarou's breath is heavy and labored, like the sound of bellows in a blacksmith's forge. Something feels off. Why would a rougarou be hiding? They are not surprise hunters. They are apex predators born with a sigil in their claws. I retreat further and further as I inspect the beast with my gun, prepared to fire. It smells of wet fur and decay, like a rotting animal left to fester in the swamp. As it moves closer, its joints crack and pop, like the sound of twigs snapping underfoot. The creature's movements were quick and agile, despite its lumbering appearance. But as it moves, I catch a glimpse of dark red underneath its side. A very dark red. It gets closer to me, only getting larger and more deafening the whole time. But I still do not shoot. I can see drool mixed with blood dripping from its jaws. It is hurt. Badly. I step back and put my downpour in the air. There is no point in fighting this creature. I am exhausted, and it is wounded. This will only be negative for both of us as it seems to be an adult. All adult rougarou are 5th or 6th sigils. I can't handle this fight right now. Some elders reached the 7th sigil, but I believe Kai and his predecessor killed all of those. If this was an elder, though, I think I'd already be dead. I try to speak calmly to the intelligent beast as I stand stock still with my arms raised. I don't use any ether in my voice, though, to not antagonize it in any way. I don't want to hurt you. Okay, buddy, let's just go our separate ways. The rougarou sniffs into the air at me but doesn't go away. Its teeth are still bared alongside its labored breathing. I take a step back, but the beast just takes a step forward at me. As it does so, I see blood drip from the beast into the stagnant water in large amounts. It must have been deep for me not to see the red while it was underneath the water. It might be wanting to eat me to recover. Rougarou are known for that. They heal incredibly fast while consuming flesh. It doesn't have to be human or anything, though. Any flesh works for them. I slowly move my hands to not make it feel as though I'm a threat and reach behind me. It growls at my movements, but I try to calm it with my voice. It's fine. I'm just grabbing you some food and some medicine, okay? That way, you don't have to eat me. Its growl quiets, almost as if it understands me, which it might. These beasts have been known to live in large communities. Some even think they have their own language. I don't think it's a stretch to say this one might understand me. So, I take out a bowfin, a fairly large fish that I had captured on my way here by accident. I just stepped on it and killed it while running. Figured it would make a decent dinner. Didn't expect to utilize it this way. I also take out a vial of bright liquid that Birdie gave me. She gave us 5 of these vials in total, most of which to help heal Wyatt once he gets the bloody palm under control. I have 3 myself. Well, I am about to have 2, but that's beside the point. These are liquids made by an alchemist down there in the underworld, and apparently, these are called drafts of invigoration. They can be taken by both living and undead alike to recover wounds. She also gave me another kind secretly, just one of them, though. It's a dark blue vial called Pleading Death. That one is a last resort, something I figured I might need later on. All of this was not without a price, however. I promised to find her descendants and help them if they need it. At least her name is unique, Birdie Punan. I find it hard to believe there will be any other Punans besides her family when I send someone looking. My hands go out, one with this draft of invigoration and the other with the full-on bowfin in my palm. Then, I place the 2 on the surface of the water and step back quickly as they both float upon the ripples. The Rougarou darts in and takes the 2, shoveling them both into its jaw in one movement. I watch it chew as I circle around it with my hands up. Then, without wasting any more time, I turn and run in the other direction toward Carnalhirn. I've skipped any and all other towns on the way there to not get slowed down or spotted, but that might not have been the best choice. I got lucky finding a wounded Rougarou. Perhaps it was Aniwai that did it. Perhaps Kai was just clearing them out recently. Both are bad. I can only hope that it was hurt by another of its kind, even if I know that it is naive. Hope for the best and prepare for the worst. I keep the 6 beast-killing rounds loaded as I accelerate back into the swamp. I smile just a tad as I hear a howl from the beast reach me in some kind of thanks. Killing isn't always the answer. Peace can exist, even among different creatures. I slow my pace as the trees become fewer, and I start noticing signs of people. Just the little things, footprints in the mud, cut down trees, and I even spot a floating cigarette in some of the water. I'm near Carnalhirn. I have to be. It's been a long time since I was last here, but it looks a bit similar. The trees are few, yet those that remain are the strongest, the ones not worth cutting down for the effort or being saved for later to live in. With this new slow pace at a normal run, I allow myself to recover both ether and stamina. I could run normally for probably a week straight, but after a single day of this high speed, I feel like death. My mouth tastes blood from my lungs reaching their limits, and my heart is sore from the effort of energizing me. Even my head feels like it's about to split open and have my brain crawl out. Ether saturation is no joke. It is only something you can get used to. Few ever surpass it. There is a reason why many pass out from pain before even reaching their limit of ether. The earlier they can do it, the more it is a testament to their will. As I navigate my way carefully through the dense swamp, the sound of chirping crickets and distant speech begins to fill my ears. I take cautious steps, carefully avoiding the murky water that stretches out in front of me. After a while, I see the town itself, Carnalhirn. There are not many towns, or really any cities either in these swamps, but this is the closest to a full city in Sinskreek. I see hundreds of houses, all of which are perched on stilts high above the murky water below, leveraged upon sturdy trees. Each one is unique, with different colors and styles of architecture, but they all share the same elevation. They also seem to be built atop the trees, using the larger ones as a foundation for some of the buildings and houses. I can see that the townsfolk have adapted to their surroundings. It is quite a wonder how they have all learned to live in this place. Small boats, just big enough to carry a few at a time, line the streets made of stilted-up wood. Their boats are tethered to the trees that hold up their homes, and they move from place to place by navigating the swamp's waterways or the walkways of wood, whichever is faster. The ingenuity and resourcefulness of those from Sinskreek are arguably the highest in all of the territories. They are given the shittiest place to live, except for maybe Lawless Lake, but they make the most of it. The air is thick with the scent of swampy earth, and the occasional breeze carries with it the rustling of leaves and the creaking of wooden beams as I get near. It's a peaceful and serene place, despite its dangerous location. That is attributed almost entirely to Kai and those hunters that work underneath him, but I feel as though this atmosphere will soon be shattered by a single demon, Aniwai, the one that I need to help save Wyatt's mind. A man calls out to me as I start climbing up one of the ladders onto the street made of wooden panels, and I wave out to him despite not hearing him clearly. I'm not here to chit-chat. I've got a demon to find, and from what I can see, she's not yet attacked because the atmosphere would be entirely different if an angel descended to wreak havoc and kill a pillar. My feet carry me through the high wooden streets of Carnal Hearn with the lights made of lanterns that hang up top from the even higher trees. I scan the surroundings looking for an old acquaintance. Anton Walter is a surly fellow who helped me on a mission years ago. He specializes in information and the acquiring of said information. The man is built more like a bear than a man, but that frame keeps him trustworthy to any who might need him, outlaw or hunter alike. But what I need from him is a bit more risky. He uses the orphan children and homeless within Carnal Hearn, which is a massive town, for something inside a swamp to gather his information. And while I'll feel bad having those people look for Aniwai, not that I'll say that's what I'll be looking for, it has to be done. There is simply no way I can find the demon all on my own before she strikes. The demon is likely doing last-minute preparations for such an attack on Kai, or she is investigating his strength to find the best time to attack. Either way, I need to be fast about this. But even when I find her, there is going to be an issue. How do I get her to wait? Is telling her Wyatt needs help enough? Probably not. She is a demon. After all, she likely only is using him for some kind of purpose. I'll need to find a way to get her to not only wait, but also help him. And then what? Johnny? Just have her save the kid and leave? Leave Kai to his likely death? I wish I could have confidence the man would win, but I simply don't. Aniwai made a fucking crossroads. A crossroads. Not just that, but she also crystallized ether. Something only spoke of amongst the most powerful of people. And it was just so that she could fight, kill, and take the artifact of a creature she was interested in. The demon has at least 2 angelic sigil artifacts, or arca, I believe, which is another term for them. Across all of the human lands, there are likely less than 2 dozen of those. However, the older pillars are more likely to have them, and some of the elder forerunners that guard the eastern territories like Kuhn, Seaside, or Northene have some. Kai, having even one, is a long shot for how young he is. It's well known that he's killed an elder Rougarou that was a 7th sigil, but that he had to retreat wounded without recovering the body. I could try to stay and help, but I think I learned my lesson in the underworld. Unless there are several 6th sigils with absolutions, angels should only fight angels with no other people joining. Their powers are simply too dangerous, especially something like Aniwai. She can read minds, alter memories, and even damage minds from thousands of miles of rock and stone. Kai and his spear are a formidable foe as well, and his speed, combined with his power, could kill Silas, Blake, and me in less than a minute. Kai can pierce through any obstacle with his power, regardless if it is physical or made entirely out of ether. He'd go right through a hail of my bullets like it was nothing, and Silas is too low on gold to even use his absolution skill. Blake would simply be killed without any effort, even if that's a sad truth. If Wyatt were awake, he'd likely go down just as quickly. If Kai can skewer and rip dozens of Rougarou in half, he can do the same to the kid without much effort, either. I think the only thing we can do is watch their battle. And if there is a time when we could make a difference, we join. But other than that, we stay away. And the second the result, whether win or lose for mankind, we haul ass to Stark Bluffs to meet up with Sakate. I'm also hoping that Earl got that Coltsmith he was looking for. I could use some more Colts, that's for sure. My weaponry has been quite stale ever since I left the Hunters, and I can no longer borrow better Colts. As these thoughts fly through my mind, I search the city of Carnal Hearn for Anton and his small hut. The streets wend their way through the maze of buildings, rising and falling with the undulating terrain of the swamp. I'm forced to go up and down ramps constantly as I look for the sign he keeps up to indicate he's there. A small dagger stabbed into the side of the stilt supporting the building above. The stilts supporting the city are thick and sturdy, so a single knife won't do any damage, but they are hard to spot. The streets themselves are narrow and winding, with buildings crowded closely on either side, forcing me to peek my head over here and there as I try to inconspicuously find him. The architecture is a mix of styles, reflecting the people who have come to live here. Mostly the children of outlaws who have run away or of hunters who drug them here. a big reason why there are so many orphans. Some buildings are made of wood, while others are constructed of brick or stone, but all along the way, I spot small children with beady eyes watching my every movement. After a random turn that I'm forced to take because of a duo working on the part of the road that is rotted, I spot a shiny glint of steel on the bottom of a building, right on its stilt. I found him. I don't run at the building or anything. However, that would only serve to frighten Anton. Instead, I take my time despite the urgent situation and walk through like a normal customer to the sign above the building. Martin's Curiosities and Oddity. Yeah, right. 167. Anton, the broker. The man behind the counter smiles as I walk in, greeting me. I don't recognize him, however, as a cheery voice welcomes me. He is quite odd and mechanical in his facial features. It weirds me out, and I push ether into my eyes for Deadeye's gaze just to make sure I don't miss anything. Anton is very careful with his work, and there is something up with this clerk. Hello there, sir. Would you like to look around? Or do you have something in mind? I glance around the store to find shelves full of oddities. From dolls to actual bullet casings. There are just so many things here that it overwhelmed my mind. But as the man asks if I have something in mind, I catch a glimpse of ether through a hole in the counter that the man stands behind. It's impossible to tell what he's doing, but it instantly puts me on alert. My hand goes to my hip as I walk around the store. I tell the man something that Anton used to use as an identifier for customers. I can only hope it still works. I'm here for a pocket of sunshine, just a little bit of relaxation, you know? The swamps can be quite dreary. A pause ensues awkwardly as I speak aloud, but after a few seconds, a voice from the back reaches out with a mild muffle and echo. Come through the counter into the back, Johnny. I'd recognize that voice anywhere. I walk back to the counter and nod at the clerk at the surprising voice. It's Anton's. It does sound a bit gruffer than I'm used to, even for him, but as I nod at the clerk, the man just mechanically smiles at me. It feels odd, and as I lift the portion of the counter that lets me past, I see why. The man isn't a man. It's a pygmy creation, one of their mannequins. They use these creations of ether to look and roughly act like people to draw hunters or civilians out at night and to kill or capture them. I can only tell by looking and not by breaking it open because it is already cracked open. The entire bottom half of the creation is destroyed, with ether constantly leaking out from the bottom into the outside world. That's why I saw the ether behind the counter. I shake off my confusion but keep my caution. My hand never leaves downpour as I step through the door into the back of the store. When I do, Anton, sitting on a chair behind a broad table, greets me much like the mannequin. The bear-like man, however, has much more emotion despite being threatening in nature. He speaks fast yet understandable as he runs through his sentences like an auctioneer. Johnny, it's been so long, partner. How you been? What you need? You look rough. Do you need a place to stay? A drink? I wave him off and sit across from him in the open chair in the small back room of his that is just filled with boxes and organized paper as he rails at me with questions. I look deeply at Anton with Deadeye's gaze to make sure that he's not a mannequin or anything, just in case, and I notice several more scars than he used to have. It's been rough for us both, it seems. Hasn't been easy. I'll tell you what, Anton, but what's up with that mannequin out front? Anton laughs as he shakes the whole room with his massive muscle and fat intertwined just as a grizzly is. He puts a meaty hand on the table as he tells me a short story. I got a deal to investigate the pygmies on their way to Valens a few months ago from Kai, and he let me keep one of the mannequins that I acquired. There were dozens that we captured from a roaming lot that we attacked and interrogated for information. Kai had a craftsman that could work with their ether a tad to change them, and the man was able to even make one of them snitch. Douglas out there was the least damaged one. So I figured I'd save on labor costs, you know? Hearing his story, my caution drops a bit, but it spikes as another part of my mind thinks of something. He doesn't work with pillars or any kind of government at all. What's he doing working for Kai? How come you got a job with Kai? I thought you stuck with lower-level people? Anton wipes a bit of the table off from the papers as he shrugs. Then he looks at me with a smile as ink drips from his finger onto the paper right in front of him, turning into words as he speaks. I can't read upside down quickly, so I just focus on what he's saying. I had a bit of a change. I stuck low before because I was unconfident in keeping it confidential. If a powerful person can walk in and threaten my life for information, I'm not a very good informant, but now, I have a sigil, just as you do, my friend. Though, I do believe you outdid me a bit ago if my information is up to date. I nod at him but am surprised. It's been almost 5 years since we last met, but he was a third sigil back then. I assume he means he is a fifth sigil by his words. The jump is quite impressive. I clear my throat before asking the true question of why I'm here. I don't mind catching up, but Anton isn't one whom I'd be willing to tell everything with. He's not someone like Sakate who'd I trust my life with. He's just an old acquaintance. And if I spend too much time here, I'm just as likely to be found by someone else who will let Kai know I'm here. I doubt he'd rat me out, for if he did, he'd be a shitty confidant. But the point stands. I can't let Kai know I'm here under any circumstances other than one where I save his life. Only then would he likely let me go alive. I have a bounty, and to the pillars, I am no different than the myriad in the east who leads the resistance. My words are a bit rough, and my throat is parched from the marathon here, but that's life. I keep the information on my own strength unclear to be safe. Information always goes both ways. I may have. It's nice to see you again, Anton, but I need something. I'm hunting down a creature nearby, and it specializes in the mental, likely a powerful mentalist, or something intertwined with that sigil. Do you think you could help me find them? Anton nods at my words and asks me some questions for more clarification. He can't find a creature he knows nothing about after all. And what's the general strength? Is it antagonistic, or will it only attack what attacks it? Is it humanoid or bestial? Demonic? And what's the payment? If you're here looking for me with your situation, this means it's a big deal. A very big one. I reach down carefully and slowly to not alert him. He is quite skittish after all, and I then very slowly pull out Downpour and place it on the table with the cylinder out. I unload the 6 beast-killing rounds in it and put them in my pocket. The Colt has served me well for many years, but I need an upgrade, and there is nothing else I can pay with. My word is not enough in this business. Collateral is needed, at the very least. His eyes go completely wide at my demonstration as he whispers under his breath, "Hot damn, that's serious? You're giving her up?" I nod solemnly. Downpour has been with me for over a decade. The 5th Sigil Colt has been incredible. The unlimited rounds that it produces using ether and its durability have kept me alive through so much. Any other Colt would have been nigh useless in the underworld or the wilds, where bullets are few and worth more than some lives. I'll miss her. This job I have for you is more important than her or me, Anton. The creature is strong, very strong, but it is not that dangerous from what I've heard. It only fights what attacks it, though some people might have gaps in memory or hallucinations while near it. The people you send to find this creature cannot fail and have to be fast. Do you understand? I leave out Anoai's name, race, and true strength. Panic will ensue if they know, but I keep the seriousness at an all-time high. Earl better gets that damn Coltsmith. That, or that vault of Edmund's, better have a Colt for me. Anton writes everything I say down with ink that drips from his fingers. He must be some kind of scholar or something with that odd ability. Other sigils combined could be something like shaman, rogue, or night owl, but it's unclear. One thing I am sure of, though, is that ink is not limited to writing. Few sigil skills I've ever heard of are that limited in scope, and if they are, then they are powerful. After he finishes, he looks up at me and gingerly takes Downpour, leaving me feeling naked without my Colt. I have a backup, but only 6 bullets to go with it, not counting the ones in it already. It's also just a normal revolver. I gave out all the other artifacts before the fight in Rustbank. The ones left behind by the dead went to their friends and family. They were no longer mine once I gave them out. Anton then looks at me as he puts the papers away. A sly smile comes upon his face after he tells me he's going to work on my case right away. Okay, I'll put this one at the highest priority and get on it immediately. Let me know where you will be the next day or so I can inform you of progress. But say, do you have anything juicy for me? I know you've been busy lately, and I'll pay for it handsomely. Heard you fought Darkstep? Any news on her strength? Some would like to know how she's aging. The discussion in the underworld comes to mind about Darkstep as a sly smile stretches onto my face as well. Shit is about to hit the fan anyway, right? If Aniwai truly ends up winning against Kai, then the frontier and the territories will be in so much chaos. Perhaps Darkstep will be unable to even attack us at all after I rat her out. That's not a guarantee, but it's possible. I'm willing to take the gamble. I am going to stay quiet about all the things in the underworld, though. The world does not need to know how bad it is. I do. Actually, you know how Darkstep was chasing after me? Anton nods. Of course, he knows. I was just making sure, I suppose. I continue after his confirmation. She is not human. She is a Nahullo undercover. Anton's eyebrows raise enough that I can see his full eyeball. His expression shows the same level of surprise that I had when I first found out during our fight. He recovers after a moment, though, and asks for proof. He won't believe me just from word of mouth. He has to make sure. Even if he can read lies and determine the truth, there are always exceptions to powers. Especially something as important as this. Let's say that what you say is true. That one of the 5 strongest non-angels in the territories is an imposter. Even if it might make sense to someone like me, do you have any proof? Or is this just the word of an outlaw, a rebel? I grow a bit exasperated. I figured this may happen, but I thought my word might be enough. Apparently not. My reputation is not strong enough. I'll try anyway. Come on, Anton, would I lie about this? Anton scratches his full beard as he thinks. The man seems to believe me but still wants proof. Fair. No, you wouldn't. But that doesn't matter. Few know that, and only a few more would believe it. No proof at all? Not even circumstantial? She has plenty of enemies. If you can give me reason enough, it will be worth a lot to them for an investigation. Lennon Hull from Kuhn has been on her ass for years. Too many have challenged his pride as the strongest forerunner by saying it's Darkstep instead, especially lately. And you know how that man hates when his achievements are challenged. The large man squints his eyes at me as he gives me a bit more motivation for some kind of evidence. He's quite excited for this to be true. You know full well what the Diabolic would do if his opponent had even a chance of this being true. He'd rip her apart by the very seams. Nothing? No proof at all? I think for a moment, but I can only come up with one thing. And it's not really even foolproof. But to say it, I have to pull out a card. One of 2 aces. And the first is comatose right now. Is it worth it? I trust Anton, but there is a high chance that he will talk about something this important if pressed. She's been relentless after me, coming with more and more every time. We only got away from the most recent attack because of my golden eyes and the environment of Sin's Creek itself. If I can't somehow slow her down, then it would be worth it, right? She must know I have an absolution even if she doesn't know its nature. I'm revealing my strength for safety or hiding it for later. Are there greater threats out there than Darkstep? Yeah, but they aren't after me. She is because it's both her mission and now likely her personal mission due to my knowledge. But at the same time, what Otto said is true. Even if the information is leaked, she may still attack us. So, it's not worth it to reveal golden eyes. That means I have to explain why she ran away without it. Without lying, as Anton can see through lies. Selective dissemination it is. I have something, I guess. When we fought, I was able to find out that she was a Nahullo without her knowledge of how or when. From this, when backed into a corner against her, I lied and said that if I were to die, I had people that were to disperse the knowledge that she was a Nahullo. Because of this, she ran away and left me alone, even to the point of letting some of those she brought with her perish. Anton's eyes squint further at me, as if he's studying the truthfulness of my statement. He is skeptical of my statement. And how exactly did you figure this out? I brush off the question, trying to keep the secret to myself after thinking it through. Telling him would make it easier, but it would also make the consequences far worse. Should Darkstep ever figure out exactly what my absolution does, I am dead. That doesn't matter. What does is the sequence of events. The woman is known for her ruthlessness. I mean, we all know she leads the estates damned in training and raising. Why else would Darkstep retreat from a guaranteed successful kill on me? Let's be honest here. She will kill me, no matter how we fight in a duel. Only if something so integral to her very life was challenged would she be willing to retreat. And would I survive? Anton finally nods back at me, relenting on the facts. As he clears his throat, he flows some ink from his fingertips onto the paper below him. That is a convincing argument, but only to me. But I will take it. I know you wouldn't lie about this, and you've given me enough to wager on. I'll find a time to meet with Lennon soon, but it will have to wait until after this job you gave me, okay? A weight is pushed off of my shoulders the second he agrees. Getting Darkstep off of my ass is game-changing. Without her threat, we can focus on gathering supplies and preparing for the coming war. From there, we can try and either make changes to how things are run or simply wait it out to die and then rebuild it all. I stand up and shake Anton's hand. He needs to get to work, and he can't do so while I'm here. I also need to stock up on some ammo and medical supplies. Colonel Hearn has to have a doctor, right? Thank you, Anton. I appreciate it. Truly. He stands up and leads me out of the back room past the mannequin in the front. No problem, Johnny. Oh, and should Lennon pay a lot for that information? Remember, I give 50% to the informant. You just have to be alive to receive it, okay? I laugh and walk out as I wave to him. It's his way of wishing me good luck. I gotcha, Anton. Don't worry. I will collect that money. I'm going to be around Kai's treehouse, so send people to look for me there. And once I step out, I go looking for a doctor and a general store before going to search around Kai's place. I can't just leave Anton's men to look for me, but things are needed. Everyone needs more medical supplies and ammo when they get here. Might as well get some, right? Only one problem. I'm completely out of money. 168, new thoughts, goals, and possibilities. Wyatt Graves. The dark has only grown colder. A growing unease surrounds me as I witness a blazing fire, the only thing in my mind's deep night. The fire flickers wildly, and I can feel the heat singeing my skin as I watch it being altered by a parasitic force. The force pangs of hunger for blood, for destruction, for power. But above all, it hungers for survival. It twists the flames, turning them from bright yellow to a worrying shade of orange. The fire dances and writhes under its control, almost as if alive. The bloody palm, an artifact that hungers for blood and destruction. I can feel it burrowing deep into my mind. It is looking for ownership, and there is little I can do but will the flame to survive a bit longer. The once vibrant flames of my mind are now dimming and dying as the bloody palm's influence spreads like a disease. Every thought, every emotion, and every memory is getting twisted and distorted beyond recognition. I try to hold it at bay, but it is slowly seeping through. The recent memories unlocked from Aniwai are turning a dozen times more twisted and full of blood as the artifact tries to break me. The old memories of happiness slowly fade, crumbling under its pressure, and all the while, the whispers. They reach for me with zombie-like insistence. I try to push them away, to ignore them, but they grow louder and more insistent. They twist and turn, distorting my thoughts and warping my sense of reality. The whispers seem to have a mind of their own, driven by an insatiable hunger to consume my mind. Too often do I have a thought or attempt to defend the flame in front of me with Ironheart before I am ripped away by a malaise in my mind. I know that if I don't find a way to stop it all soon, nothing will be left of me. Nothing but a husk for the bloody palm to puppet as it wills. Johnny Caldwell. It pains me to be as broke as I am, but it gives me some nostalgia. It's been years since I was penniless and without a place to stay. My parents raised me with little fortune or fame in Valence, but they gave me a safe place to call home. I miss it even if I don't regret leaving to become a hunter. I'd go back and see them if only they hadn't passed almost a decade ago. I take a deep inhale at the thought. It's been a long time, but you only grow used to pain like that. It never stops hurting. Mom was a cheerful old lady even when I was young. My parents had me far too late for any siblings. Pops was a kind but harsh man, and the only reason I wield a gun today. My old man taught me to shoot when I could barely even speak. I'm thankful for it as I unload the standard bullets from my spare and load in the beast killing. Without a Colt to increase the base power of my ammunition, I need to have these prepared just in case. The first lesson flashes past my mind in complete blurriness. All I can remember is my old man, a bald woodsman, smiling at me while loading a .22 rifle, the kind used for small prey like rabbits or birds. Past that, the only other thing is shooting it for the first time, being surprised by the noise and force, and being energized by the power. It's been so long that even such a vital memory has faded almost into obscurity, but it was the start of it all. From there, I shot more and more. By the time I was 12, I could hit a bullseye at 100 yards. 18, 500 yards. Now, even without ether, I could do a 1,000-yard shot with some preparation. To most, that is simply impossible. But to me, it's instinct. I've shot probably close to 1,000,000 bullets over my life. It doesn't matter the gun. I wield them all the same. It has very little to actually do with my ether. Most of my sigil skills focus on strength, speed, or endurance, mainly speed, though. I am pretty plain, good at most, with few flaws, and without incredible sigil skills, but my marksmanship pulls me up. I need money to acquire supplies or ammo, but I am also unwilling to steal from any average store. Only if I spot one that is sketchy am I willing. Instead, I move through Carnalhirn with a purpose. First, I need to search around Kai's abode. Wyatt described Aniwai as an ogre, a brand of demon with horns and a massive stature. Still, I wouldn't be surprised if it had some way to infiltrate towns. It specializes in the mind. Perhaps it could brainwash people to simply ignore it. In that case, I'd have to find it using small clues here or there. Mind manipulation is hard to detect or get around, but it's not impossible. Careful observation can awaken you to what's happening. With that angel feld that focused on sleep and dreams, it could possibly even be in someone's dream. Wait, is that it? Is that why it wanted to kill that creature? Could that artifact let it enter dreams and travel like that? Shit. If that's true, then Aniwai is already here. Paranoid, my eyes scan the streets like a madman as some people move away from me. I look for any sleeping drunkard or homeless person on the wooden panel street. Only as I start scaring people do I realize myself. Calm down, Johnny. Think this through. If your thoughts are correct, then to reach her, you need to sleep. And you need to do so before she strikes Kai. First, though, I must figure out if Kai is here. That will let me know if she is about to strike or not. So, I quickly move through the city upon the trees as I head straight for the giant tree in the center. A massive cypress on which Kai Vincent's near mansion is built. All around is the ordinary wooden street, but several guards prevent any from approaching the mansion. I bump into someone beside me and ask them to do something for me. Hey, will you go ask that guard if Kai Vincent is in town? The man I bumped into gets annoyed at my bothering him and the question I posited, but I use Deadeye's gaze and Commander's presence to scare him into submission. My early lawman sigils are coming in handy right now. The man's knees buckle as he is an unsigiled, but I hold him up and push him toward the guard. He trips a few times on his way there in fear, eliciting guilt from me. I steal my gaze and watch, however. It has to be done, though. I can't risk the guards recognizing me. Few everyday citizens would, but a guard of the Rugura hunter might. I watch the man walk up from far away as my Deadeye's gaze can enhance all my senses, not just my eyes. I lean a bit into it further with my ether to hear a bit clearer. The man sounds scared, but I cannot do much about that as he questions the guard with a rifle. The man does seem to gain his courage halfway through it, however. Sir, do you know if the Rugura hunter is in town? Or is he off hunting the wet dogs in the swamp? The guard looks down at him from his tall stature. The man is obviously arrogant because of his position, so he replies gruffly as he shrugs the rifle. What's it to you? The boss ain't round today. No reason. I can see the man shiver in fear before backing off and moving straight toward where I talk to him. But I'm not an amateur. I walk away with the information unseen with my head down, hands in my pockets, and cigarette in my mouth that I slipped from someone's open hands. He's not here. That's good. I don't know how long he will be gone, but just that he is not here in Carnalhirn right now is good. I have some time to find Aniwai before she even gets the chance to strike. I can try to find a mentalist somewhere in this city, or go back and slip the new thoughts to Anton. The latter is probably better to start with. Wait, maybe not. His informants are primarily ordinary people, with some low sigil between first and second, and a few mid-sigiled between third and fourth. It's one thing to notice being manipulated while you're awake, but frankly, it's nigh impossible for low-sigiled or regular people to realize it. Finding a mentalist might be better in this case. They might be able to search the collective consciousness in the area to find anything abnormal in dreams or waking minds. Anton will find Aniwai if she is not in someone's mind or dream, and this mentalist and I will find her if she is. There will be a considerable risk to whoever does this, though. I can't imagine Aniwai, a demon at the level of an angel, enjoying someone messing in her domain. But how else is Wyatt to find her should he show up? Does all he need to do is sleep? Probably. Suppose the two warring angels could reach him in the underworld. In that case, Aniwai can likely contact him once he gets reasonably close. It just keeps all leading up to buying time. Huh? My feet stop abruptly as I carefully slide into an alley behind me. I feel comfortable that no one is possibly following me, so I can't have time to think more carefully. A powerful mentalist, one at least strong enough to enter sleeping minds from a considerable distance, or the collective consciousness in an area. Are there any in Carnalhirn? My brain runs through a few names, but I cross them all out for either not being strong enough or simply not being here. Nicholas Syme, the Minder. I believe the man moved to Valens a few years ago to join Marshall. Manuel Sutton, the Sooth. I think he's not up for the task, even if he's famous around here. The man is only a 4th sigil, and he focuses on removing pain and healing people physically. I'd take Wyatt to him if only Birdie didn't say trying to heal him was pointless. Another name is Tori Tangen, but she's not in Carnalhirn. Even if the Mindweaver is in Sinskreek, she's simply too far away. Who then? Is there no one here that fits the requirements? Strong, specialized in the mind, and in Carnalhirn? Wait, there is. Kai Vinson's wife. Motherfucker. The words come out of my mouth without realizing it as I push myself off the wooden wall in the alley. My feet lead me out and back toward Kai's mansion, built upon the giant cypress in Carnalhirn. Thankfully, plenty of other people are going about their lives that I'm not noticed, but the notion of what I have to do pisses me off so much. Kai married Myra Grimes, the Thoughtkeeper, a daughter of one of the largest estates, 6 years ago. It was a massive event because it meant the newly advanced pillar was under the wing of an estate. Only 2 pillars aren't at this point, Maddox and Marshall. Some say Howard too, but he bends when called. The first 2 don't. Some people theorize that Kai was brainwashed into it, but that was not true. Those who thought so are too low in strength or importance to know the truth. The Grimes Arca is an arrowhead, the Flinter. The 7th sigil artifact is famous and came from a pygmy architect slain by a loose arrow almost a century ago. It's why they are one of the biggest weapons manufacturers in all territories. The Arca can sharpen weapons, make bullets more dangerous with shrapnel, or even reinforce armor with the sparks that break off the arrowhead. And that's simply the sparks that come off from it being waved around. It's also a big reason why Kai is so dangerous. He had his spear personally sharpened by a great craftsman from the estate using the Flinter. The man is young, skilled, and armed with a dangerous weapon. Regarding pillars, I'd say he's in the upper echelon of strength despite not even being 40. The Prime, Marshall, Ed, and Maddox are the only ones more powerful than him. The others are weaker or more supportive in nature, like Eli Weiss, who, despite being an 8th sigil, is not that powerful in combat. The Underground Tree is known for his foresight, inventiveness, and healing capabilities. That's why he governs the Timberlands, which borders almost every frontier territory. But as far as I know, Myra doesn't join Kai in his hunts, for the man likes to fight alone. That's simply the kind of man he is. Before he married her, he went out to hunt almost constantly, but he seemed to have slowed down terribly after. So, I figure the estate and his wife slowly got him into doing it less because it's risky, and they were unwilling to lose their pillar. What that means for me is that Myra is in his mansion, and I need to somehow get her to help me. Hell, Myra might even be capable of saving Wyatt's mind. She is a 6th sigil, after all. Wow, today's really been a thinking day, huh? Perhaps I don't even need Aniwai to save him, but she is the only one who has a reason to help, even if she is a demon. She's shown prior care and kindness over Wyatt by saving him. But Myra is a well-known bitch, to say the least. So getting her to help will be more complicated than persuading a demon. That's not even counting the fact that the only way for me to meet her on such short notice would be sneaking in. But in the end, she's part of the system I want to destroy, right? No entities like the estates should exist. Massive conglomerates of influential people who only allow themselves and other estates to grow stronger. They try to assimilate anyone powerful, just like what happened to Kai. Only Marshall has resisted their attempts, and that resistance led partially to his name, the Unyielding Wall. Maybe this is where I start taking it all down. I won't be as brutal as the resistance in the East. The resistance, Myriad, their leader, and all those who fight for it are infamous for their brutality. Still, it is only in response to the same brutality of the estates. I just can't bring myself to that level, however. It might be cowardice, but I'm not willing to kill any that get in my way or torture for information, especially if the target is a non-combatant or a child. I have standards that I am not willing to cross. So, with a partial goal in mind, I begin to stake out and observe Kai's mansion, looking for any sign of a way in. The mansion is built upon the giant cypress tree smack dab in the middle of Carnalhirn. Now that I'm paying attention, it is an impressive sight. The cypress tree is enormous, with a thick trunk that rises high above the surrounding wooden cityscape. The mansion is built upon the tree's upper branches, resting upon sturdy stilts that secure the structure. From the design comes several bridges out in every cardinal direction from the mansion that connect it physically to the wooden roads upon the stilts. The mansion's exterior is ornate and grand, with large, arched windows that offer views of the surrounding swamp. The walls are made of a pale, weathered stone that contrasts beautifully with the dark wood of the cypress tree. It also contrasts heavily with all the other buildings in the city. The roof is tiled with elegant shingles that glint in the sun, and several chimneys rise from its surface, trailing thin wisps of smoke into the air. It is evident that someone from an estate lives here, and even more, so that a pillar does. The streets surrounding the mansion are a series of large wooden panels upon stilts that wind their way through the swampy terrain. The boards are weathered and worn, with deep grooves and knots that add character to their rough-hewn surfaces, but the second they connect with the wood of the mansion, they turn waxed and new. Guard posts are set up along the length of the panels, and several guards stand watch, alert for any signs of danger. There are 2 at each entrance into the mansion's courtyard. Unfortunately, the branches and leaves of the cypress prevent me from seeing anything close to the ground, like the main door. Looking a bit closer and circling the mansion carefully with Deadeye's gaze, I find a single, double door made of marble that acts as an actual entrance. A man with a revolver on his hip and one on a table in front of the door he sits at is guarding the proper door. That man must be at least reasonably powerful. Humans are complex to gauge exactly with Deadeye's gaze because we don't expunge ether naturally, but intuition still works. That'll be an issue. I need to get past him somehow. Above through the trees? No, that's too noisy, and I'll be seen. I'm no expert in stealth, so that's a no-go. Below? That's possible, but I'd have to somehow get in without being detected. However, I find that possibility hard to believe if I break in through the house's foundation. The center also would just end up with me fighting my way through. Maybe I slow down a bit. I'm in a hurry but can't afford to mess up. I brought these books up from the underworld. Perhaps one will be able to help? I'm unsure how, but I've wanted to look at the Journal of Time Splicing and Enclosed Fists for a while now. I move away from the building and flip through the books quickly, using Deadeye's gaze to read and understand the information faster in the former. The information at first is not that useful, just the man, Remington Shaw, detailing his experience with his power, Horrorwatch. It let him skew time for 1 minute a day, making it slower or faster for himself. It was drastic enough to reach an 1/8 to 8 times magnification, but only in the general area of a mile. The power was based on his wrist, and it could shatter the wrist if he pushed it to the very limit. But over time, he learns the limits of his ability and the ways to bypass them. He realized he could slice up the minute with enough focus, using a single second or even a fraction of a second later. This effectively increased his limit by a whole order of magnitude without the power actually growing. This concept could be of use to me, but not right now. If I can figure out a way to keep from using the whole golden eye and just slip a few milliseconds back at a time, the advancement would be huge. Actually, that does hold a vast mountain of potential. Even now, if I could somehow turn time back in small chunks while making my way inside the mansion, I could remain undetected. Only one problem. I'm not good with my ether like that, and I don't know how to transfer his experience to mine. But there is only one way to improve, to try. 169, breaking through and in. All ether can become more complicated, just as the forces of the world can grow beyond our comprehension. Some things exist beyond our minds and eyes, like lightning and the tides. These forces likely have an explanation but are far beyond us to understand. But the opposite is also true. Things can be simplified and dumbed down endlessly, so that no one man can comprehend. Even space, even time, even the gods themselves should you reach far enough into the depths. That is why seconds exist. Prowess in ether is a spectrum, and far too many focus on one end. The growth to the mountain far above that is out of sight except for the very best. I have gone in the other direction, the descent to the dark below. The path toward damnation is inlaid with virtue, yet the way to paradise begins in hell. But be careful in how you use this perspective. Some things in the world naturally lean in a direction, and the bottom of the descent, the sitter, is lonely. I walk this road alone and plead for anyone who does the same to be careful. The Dzill takes one high up, the sitter down low. Remington Shaw. I finished the short journal in a matter of half an hour. The final words were 3 simple paragraphs on the last page. Every word this Remington wrote only makes me more curious. Who the hell was he? Sitter? That's the Iarok word for valley or nadir. Did he? Wait, Zil means mountaintop in Comanche. Sitter is a valley. Did he create a different kind of pinnacle skill? One that aims not for massive scale or complexity, but instead, as he said, one simplified so much that it achieved the same effect? I wish I had asked Isaac about Remington now instead of anything else. This man is an enigma, but if I base his final words off some of his earlier, I can reason that he must have somehow modified his power so much that it could work on a minuscule scale. Maybe he could speed up time in minimal areas for a fraction of a second. Oh my, that is terrifying. If he could slow down the heart while simultaneously speeding up the rest of the body, could he make something die instantly? The difference between his fastest and slowest is a fold of 64. So a single second for the heart pumping oxygen would be a full minute for the brain. I'm unsure of all the logistics, but would that not knock anyone out after just a few seconds? He could go even further. Activate the skill in such small time frames around himself that it would make it seem like he's teleporting by slowing down the area around him and speeding himself up. He'd almost be a god as long as his power was still active. The only thing that could kill him would be his own weapon, time, for even he would age. But the journal came from the underworld, so he must have been an undead. That means he wouldn't age. So where is he? Wait, no, not necessarily. The journal could have somehow been taken down or something throughout the years. Isaac never said they were all written down there, and within the text is no mention of the underworld either. I don't know what happened to him, but a question lingers on the tip of my tongue. Could I reach that level with my eyes? Perhaps, perhaps not. I'll never know if I don't try, however, but it all starts with exactly that. An attempt? I have 2 eyes. One can be used for practice. Worst case, I'll have to abandon this line of thought for later. Best case, I get it working, even just a little bit. It doesn't need to be Remington's insane level of control. Just a little will do. To this point, I move through the city carefully until I find a man alone and his through a window. I want to practice my eyes without anyone else seeing them. I sit on the ground and pull a bottle of alcohol from my bag to act like a drunkard. Then, I position myself to see inside the house and the man. From there, I test the concepts he spoke about, starting with something simpler. I'm not dumb enough to jump in and wager my eye on something I've never tried. So, I start with night vision, a straightforward skill and something I am keenly aware of. I follow what he spoke about by sending ether in waves of high and low speed and pressure instead of continuous, even streams. From rivers of water to waves of light were his words. I'm unsure what that all means, but I understand the concept. One must find the correct speed and strength to simplify. From there, you take a single cut of a wave and use that to activate the skill. To simplify further, find a higher speed and strength that works. The only limit is skill, not fortitude. Ether flows from my core into my eyes as I push it out safely in segments and waves instead of a full stream. That's not very difficult. It's like cutting off a stream when you're taking a leak. Uncomfortable but not tricky. The speed he talks about is simply how long that wave lasts. A wavelength, if you will. What is difficult is finding the correct amount of ether in each wave. It's like finding the perfect amount of gunpowder to put in a casing. At first, it seems to just be trial and error. But after a while of practice, a sense begins to fall from failed attempts. Too much power? My eyes sting as the wave lasts too long, leaving too much ether at a time. Not enough, and simply nothing happens. Slowly, I approach that perfect duo of speed and strength as my right eye waters like the sad drunkard on the side of the street that I appear to be. And after almost an hour, when the sun starts to fall, I succeed. My vision begins to alternate between the gray light of night vision that allows one to see in the dark and the regular colorful sight of the sunset. The alternation is only every second or so, but that's progress. If I can increase this further, it would allow me to see in the dark using less ether, the small snippets acting as if I were blinking rapidly. But, of course, I could still see fine if the blinks were fast enough. I try to improve on it, and do as Remington said. I up the speed, or I guess, lower the wavelength. The strength is the density or power within the wave. The periods of flowing ether shrink even further as it becomes difficult to do so quickly. It's like flexing a muscle I didn't know I had. But again, after another hour or so, I find another perfect medium that allows night vision to alternate every half second or so. That is the point at which Golden Eye would have several uses. If I really push it, I can go back in time with it between 1 and 4 or so seconds. Alternating its use by half seconds? That's between 2 and 8 usages. A double in flexibility and usefulness. I do one last practice before I head to the mansion. This one is to slightly change the skills effect as Remington did. When the ether touches the destination, I twist it with my will, forcing it to act as I want. He said he uses a combination of clockwise and counterclockwise twists to achieve the range and manipulation of his ability. So, my ether enters my eye for night vision, and I try to twist the ether within the eye. A burst of pain comes immediately, making me close my eyes. Still, as I do, I see half of my vision with focused night vision, allowing me to see even into the depths of the water below the city streets. The other half is as normal as usual. I wipe at my eyes, which are undoubtedly bloodshot, but still, progress is there. I check my watch and see that time is running out. Who knows when Kai might return? I've been lucky so far, but I can't waste more time. Remington is right. Lost time is lost forever. I prepare myself with a deep breath as I look through the glass of the house in front of me that I am sitting across from like a drunkard. The man in front is drinking by himself, tossing a ball at the wall of his house, and catching it repeatedly. It's boring to me, but that's the nature of those poor without power. They have to find things like this to entertain themselves. They can't afford to drink, party, or even hunt alone. Sadly, being manual labor for the more wealthy or powerful is a fate for those like the man in front of me. Then, I start to flow ether toward my eye as the golden eye calls for. Each skill is unique in how they work, and the skill for my absolution is no different. The principles behind it are beyond me, but it is ingrained instinctively into me. Because of that, there is no issue with using it. But I am careful not to use too much ether at first, shooting a single wave of low-density ether at a time into my eyes in the incomprehensible swirling pattern of golden eye. Nothing happens at first. The strength is not enough to activate the skill, so I push it a bit further. Still nothing. A bit further. Then, still nothing. I inch slowly and slowly at the same easy-to-make wavelength as before. After a while, an anomaly occurs in my vision. I'm sitting still, so nothing happens to me, but the man in the house throwing the ball, bored out of his mind, is hit in the face with the ball as he stutters back in time half a second back. And the instant after, my eye flares with pain, fatigue, and blurriness. I can still make out the guy in the building, but it is hard. I have to squint to see him clearly. None of this reduces my enthusiasm for growing, however. On the contrary, I'm ecstatic and immediately try again, this time twisting the ether clockwise as I move just a tad. This one hurts bad, but I push through it, and this time, the skill works differently, as I can vaguely see that nothing happened to the man, but I'm shunted back half a second. My vision turns ever blurrier with deep, stinging pain in my eye, but I know what's happening now. Clockwise for myself. Counterclockwise must only affect the other person. Remington Shaw is a fucking genius. How have I never heard of this man? To develop a whole new way of manipulating ether and improving skills is, honestly, godlike. Remington Shaw, perhaps, is this the name of the first? No, it can't be. I've seen the way he writes. The handwriting is different from Wyatt's book. Who else could it be? I don't know, but I will find out. A man such as he deserves to be known by the world. I used my left eye one last time to affirm my thoughts, twisting the ether counterclockwise as I feel utterly unaffected by the time shift. However, the man inside is not as the ball slams into his face again. I hold back a laugh as I stand with one incredibly blurry eye. It probably only has one use left of golden eye. Wait, is that even golden eye? No, it's different enough. It's glitch now. I like the sound of that. Golden eye, and watch together in my own strange word. Thinking of Isaac, I rip off some cloth and fashion an eye patch as I walk toward Kai's mansion. I'll save this last use of glitch for later, but the disorientation of a blurry eye that can only see right before me and a perfect vision in the other is too much. So, the eye patch has to cover my left eye for now. My steps carry me to the main entrance of the mansion confidently. Lanterns light up the dark wooden roads of Carnal Hearn, as it is a bit more empty. Only a few people walk here or there, and a single guard now stands at the road leading to the mansion. The plan, frankly, is easy with glitch. Just run through, and get the guards with it that look at me. Then, they'll not only forget anything they saw, but I'll be able to run past them if I'm quiet enough. I just have to be so subtle they don't turn around and hear me. There is a restriction, though. I can't use the skill until I go blind. If I do that, well, I'm fucked. I prepare a bit as I force ether into my body in a more regular fashion. Accelerate is first, enhancing my calves and feet for speed. Stealth is second. The skills quiet all my movements by a large margin and will hopefully be enough so that I'm not heard as I move past. I glance at the guard as I walk past him, and out of nowhere, I burst with the speed of a demon right past him. Accelerate, carrying me beyond what should be humanly possible. The man instantly turns around in a panic to chase me, but I twist my head and the wave of ether in my eye counterclockwise to look at him. The man instantly shifts backward in time and acts as though nothing happened. I continue with this mad dash even as the guard at the table spots me. He stands up and points his gun at me that was on the table, but I do the same to him as the previous man. However, this man is slightly more resistant as he's a higher sigil and doesn't go as far back in time. But that doesn't stop me as I slide past him and, with fanfare, snatch the gun from the table. He goes to draw his second gun in a panic, and I open the door to the mansion as he does so. Instead of shooting and alerting everyone, I pull down my eye patch and look at him with a nigh-blind eye. Another glitch, and I'm through the door undetected as I step through before he can spot me. Or, more accurately, I remove the detections. I almost collapse as I step through the door, but I hear the man outside standing up from the door closing. I quickly look around with Deadeye's gaze, forcing it to enhance the blurry vision of my right eye. I ignore the musty smell of the swamp mingling with the sweet scent of aging wood and search the room. The room is vast, with high ceilings and tall windows that let in dim light. The walls are lined with bookshelves and cabinets filled with trinkets and antiques. A large chandelier with lit candles hangs from the ceiling, casting an eerie glow across the room. In the center of the room, a grand staircase spirals up to the next floor. The stairs are lined with intricately carved banisters and are wide enough to accommodate several people at once. I scan the room, searching for a place to hide. Finally, my eyes settle on a large wooden cabinet with its doors slightly ajar. I make my way to it carefully to look for anyone inside the room, but there is no one. So, I take a speedy peek inside. The cabinet is spacious enough for me to crouch in and stocked with various old bottles and jars. I slip in just as I hear the door open. A slightly high-pitched voice comes out that doesn't fit the stature of the man using it. "Hello? Myra, ma'am. Did you take my gun?" Through a small gap in the cabinet, I see the man looking around the room with his gun drawn. No one and nothing replies to him. Finally, he seems weirded out and tries again. "Miss, are you playing a prank on me? I thought Kai told you to stop. It's hard to do my job with you being like this. Just come on out. I need my gun." The man moves through the mansion with a sigh toward the stairs. I follow his movement with my eyes as I hold my breath to not be spotted. I also check the pistol I took from him, a 9-shot revolver. Interesting. It even has a sigil. Unfortunately, the Colt only has a third sigil within its frame, so my interest falls, but it's better than nothing. I leave the cabinet when I lose sight of the man and hear his footsteps above, his voice calling out for Myra. A deep sigh of relief comes from me. I made it in. Just 2 more steps. Get to her, and get her to help me. If I have to threaten her, I will, but I hope I don't have to. My feet are careful and slow as I retrace the guard's footsteps through the sizable wooden mansion. Oddly, no one is inside. No maids or butlers, but I ignore that. When I hear his footsteps coming back, I quietly slip into a side room and listen to his passing grumble. "She's gotta stop doing this shit. Who cares if she's a Grimes and can get me another gun? I can't keep her safe if she's pulling this shit all the time and won't even let me in her room. Woman's got a child now. These games need to end. Fuck Kai. Just finish up soon. You and your damn hunts." I learned something new from the man airing his grievances to the world. Myra has a child. I did not know that at all. The news is pretty big, but why it was hushed makes sense. The child of a pillar cannot be known, or they may be targeted. I wait in this dark side room until I hear the closing of the door downstairs and slip past him, heading toward where he came from. A large double door encrusted with marble. Definitely Myra and Kai's room. Taking a deep breath, I push it open, gun drawing and blurry eye roaming for the pillar's wife. 170. Nothing mundane. My blurry vision, slightly bolstered by Deadeye's gaze, allows me to scan the room quickly. I am immediately taken aback by its grandeur. The room is spacious, with high ceilings and large windows that allow the natural light to flood in. If only it was day and not night. The walls are adorned with intricate, hand-painted artwork, depicting scenes of a wiry man with a large spear fighting various monsters. The largest is a terrifying piece of the man, Kai Vincent, standing alone against a massive Rougarou thrice his size. But my attention is rapidly pulled from the art to the center of the room. A large king-sized bed with an ornate headboard and footboard draped in luxurious silk and velvet fabric sits smack dab in the middle of the room, right in front of a body mirror. The bed is so large that it could easily accommodate several people, but it only accommodates two at the moment. A mother and a very young child, at most 1 year old. My mind flickers through a million thoughts about the child. I should have expected it to be in here, but now, I'm given a choice as Myra looks up at me in surprise, fear, and a sprinkle of motherly courage. Do I threaten the child to save Wyatt? It is an easy answer to a difficult task, but I'm not one to choose the easy way. I have standards. Children are never, ever a part of this violence we call righteous. I refuse to become as cruel as the Harveys or as merciless as the Resistance. Cruelty and mercilessness have their place, but not against each other. We are all human. And so, I lower my gun and instead speak as Myra shrieks in fear. Commander's presence joins Deadeye's gaze as I try to bend her will to mine. Quiet. I don't want to have to kill you and/or your guard. My attempt only manages to bring the woman from panic to the calm the Grimes are known for raising their ilk toward. Cold, detached, and machine-like, just like the very guns they produce. Myra goes from panicking and screaming to squinting her eyes at me, putting her child behind her. At least she's a decent mother. I've seen far worse. The woman's mind is strong enough to resist Commander's presence like nothing and only have it bring her to focus. She replies to me with a low but sharp tone. What are you doing here, gunfighter? I thought you were supposed to be dead in these swamps. Dark Step was sent to end you. I smile and walk toward the bed, grabbing a luxurious chair on my way to her. It would seem your information is behind a bit, Myra Grimes. I am a hard man to kill, but fear not. I am here for your help, not your life. She nods and looks me up and down, taking note of my eye patch. It would seem so. You even managed to get past Tyson. Kai recruited him specifically for his strength. So, what do you want? A gun? Information? Me to try to argue for you to be exonerated? I shake my head with my gun still in my hand, pointing at her casually. None of those. I need you to find someone for me. Myra raises her eyebrows, confused at my request. She moves in the bed, covering more of her exposed skin that I care nothing about. And then, why did you come to me? Surely you've had dealings with Anton. He's much better at this sort of thing. A sly smile breaches my face. I try to explain myself as she seems more amiable than I imagined. But I guess I do have her at gunpoint in her own bedroom, after escaping Darkstep, no less. You see, this isn't a normal search. They exist within the mind or dream of someone in this city. Her disbelief is apparent. So obvious it comes right out of her mouth. Inside someone's mind? Who the hell are you having me find? Eli Weiss. I shake my head again. I feel a bit guilty about exposing a woman with a young child to a demon like a Niwai, but it must be done. I let some information slip as this woman is a master of the mind, even if she doesn't look like it. That's her game. After all, if I try to keep it away from her, it will only come back to bite me. Not quite. I need you to find a demon. A mighty demon. Her expression only changes minorly, far less than an average person's would when hearing there is a demon within their city capable of hiding from other people. Grimes and their damn calmness. I watch her as she reads my expression underneath my words. So, that's why you broke into my house? You didn't want to wait until Kai returned? No, you couldn't let him return at all? Why? Why can't he be here? Are you going to kill me? She deduces her own death with the information provided so stone-like that she feels more like a stoneclad than Lennox. Damn mentalists. I try to recover and lead her away from that train of thought. I steel my face as much as I can so nothing is leaked. No, I do not want to kill you, or your child. I just need you to find this damn demon for me. Okay? Her eyes scan mine as she wets her lips in deep thought. She's probably thinking at 10 times the standard human rate or something similar. The Thought Keeper. She is known for her incredible ability to retain and spit out information. A small library with the ability to affect other minds. And what do I get in return? I reply quickly and instantly regret it. Your life. She shakes her head to my reply with a short laugh. No. You aren't willing to kill me. I can sense that much. You loathe killing a child or their mother. I felt bad when I heard what happened to your daughter. Such a shame. A genius like that dying so soon. Johnny, you are an open book for such a strong man. Anger rises at her mentioning my family, but I push it down without hesitation. That's what she wants. She wants my rage. For me to raise my voice or be loud enough for Tyson to hear. That's their game. Mentalists wish for you to break yourself. Lead yourself into your own demise. I refuse. So what if I am, Myra? Do this thing for me and I'll leave. The woman's lip creaks up into a smirk. I can almost see the thoughts in her mind before they leave her mouth. And why would I do that? What's in it for me? I open my mouth to threaten her again, but stop. It won't work. She knows my limits, and I'm unwilling to cross them. What does she want? Money? No. Power? No. She has those two things far more than me overall. Knowledge? Perhaps. She is the Thought Keeper. But what would she not already know that I do? The books. But no, I haven't read them all yet. But I have finished the Journal of Time Splicing. Am I willing to give it to her? To provide a lady from an estate priceless knowledge in exchange for Wyatt's life? Indeed, at some point, it becomes too much to give, right? Or does it? They are about to be attacked. So what are the chances this book leaves this house? This could be a net positive. I have all the main ideas of the book cemented in my mind. It was only a few dozen pages. After all, I make my decision. I will return for this book amongst the rubble that is about to be this place. It cannot let fall permanently into the hands of the estates, even if it means betting on the death of a pillar. I have a book, one that you will find quite interesting. I will give it to you after you locate this demon. Her eyebrows furrow as she investigates me a bit more, likely surmising my truthfulness. Oh, I didn't know you were a reader, Caldwell. So tell me, what's the author's name? I care only for that written by someone with the knowledge to give. I spit out the man's name with minimal hesitation. Remington Shaw. This name confuses her as her eyebrows furrow even further. I can feel her mind humming with focus from here. It feels odd. She looks back at me after a few seconds of deep thought. Her words throw me for a loop. I do not recall anyone with that name ever being born. Instantly, I blurt out a retort, unable to hold it in. What? That's not even an uncommon name. And how would you even know? She smiles and puts her hand out. I am allowed to read every piece of literature that doesn't have anything to do with ether, or if it is allowed by my father. All birth records and people who have ever lived are in my mind. Give me the book. I will decide once I see it. I am quite intrigued by a man either forgotten by time or never born. The phrase she eloquently says, forgotten by time, freezes me for a full second. Remington? What did you do? Was that it? Were you erased? I shake myself from this thought as I hurriedly pull out his aged journal. Myra's eyes widen as she takes it into her hands after fixing her son's positioning on the bed. I hear the book open with an old crack of a leathery spine. Her eyes scan the whole first page in less than a second, and she decides just as fast. Oh my, deal. That fast? What did she see? Did she catch something I didn't? I panic a tad but push it down. Maybe she just realized its potential, just like me. She also doesn't know the entire length of how dangerous the task I'm asking her to do is. Maybe it just fits her. Unable to figure it out quickly, I just nod and confirm it with her. Okay, good. The demon will likely be close and within the dream of someone nearby. Can you find the demon for me? Preferably bring me to it as well? She looks at me like I'm crazy at my request as she stands up from the bed, revealing herself in a lingerie robe. I avert my eyes for arm's sake, but I watch her hands as she moves and sets the baby in a crib. An inaudible lullaby comes that immediately puts the child to sleep. You want me to bring you into a dream with a highly dangerous demon? Are you stupid, crazy, or both? I chuckle just a bit. She's not that far off. I'm desperate, Myra. You might not know what that's like, but it makes people do stupidly crazy things. The wife of the Rugura hunter softens at my words. I can see her calm demeanor break momentarily as she returns to bed. Her eyes flicker to the artwork of the legend on the wall. I do, Johnny, but that does not mean I pity you. We all must pull ourselves out of the pits we are born or shoved in. Some marry themselves off for safety, and others fight against the whole world to right it. Desperation does not mean you settle for stupidity, ever. But this is your choice, and I will allow it. No harm done to me, as I can defend my mind just fine. I nod in thanks, but also ask her what she's doing. Why are you getting back in bed? She snorts and beckons me toward her on the bed. How else am I to fall asleep? I can't dream awake, and neither can you. Come, I don't bite. Though I can promise you, if you make a move, my husband will gore you. He is quite territorial, you know? I stand from the luxurious chair covered in cushions and sit on the edge of the bed. I look at Myra as she closes her eyes and goes still like a marble statue. Her features are genuinely magnificent. Reminds me of Arm, only far younger. On the opposite side of the bed, I close my eyes. But I do not allow naivety or trust in this woman to overtake me. The whole time I drift off to sleep, I keep glitch at the ready, the ether prepared to fire off straight into my clockwise should anything jolt me. In that way, I'd go back half a second in time without even having to have a target. But nothing does. After just a few seconds, I hear a slight snore beside me, reminiscent of my daughter's, before I too am pulled into dreamland. I feel myself slipping, pulled down into murky darkness. Shapes swirl around me, indistinct and unsettling. Then, as if on cue, the darkness coalesces into a landscape. I'm standing on an endless plain of ash-gray stone stretching out into infinity. The air is thick with a noxious, cloying scent that makes me gag. Coughing, I try to concentrate and look around. Before I can take in my surroundings, something catches my eye. A figure is walking towards me, slow and measured. I make it out as a short female similar in stature to Myra. Only this time, she wears a dress and a pair of expensive glasses. Like a wealthy librarian, to be honest. She yells at me, letting me know what's happening as she approaches. I think I found the demon, but it faded from my perception. It was just outside the mansion in the guards' barracks. I look around at the endless plain of stone, curious as all hell. Whose dream are we in, and why is it making me gag? Myra nods sagely before explaining a tiny bit about dreams. Dreams are intangible and nigh incomprehensible. They touch so close to the soul that it is one of the weakest times for a human spirit. These scenes you see are what a man or woman feels deep inside, only altered and magnified by the subconscious. This scene is Arthur's, one of the guards. I look around some more and ask her where the demon went. So, where do you think the demon went? Did it run away? Myra glances at me and opens her mouth to speak. She appears to be confident in what she's doing, so I also gain some confidence in it. But the second the first word comes from Myra's mouth, the dream shatters. I feel a sudden pull, and the world around me cracks into a million pieces. Colors swirl around me as I tumble through a kaleidoscope of images and sensations. It feels like being drugged through dozens of people's dreams simultaneously as I see things beyond comprehension, yet simply sad. But momentarily, I am suspended in nothingness, weightless and adrift. Then, I feel myself being pulled again, this time in a different direction. The darkness around me deepens, and a chill runs down my spine. I've been drawn into another dream. This one is not by Myra. Aniwai has found me. I look around this dream defensively, but it makes my heart skip a beat. The sky is bleak and stormy, lightning the only source of radiance in a nightmarish world, and the ground beneath my feet is slick with mud and blood. The air is moist and humid with the stench of death, even amongst the constantly falling rain washing it away, and I can hear distant cries of pain and terror. They sound like people being eaten. I try to listen and figure out where they are coming from, but the moment I do, they disappear, and I feel a thick palm clamp around my shoulder. I'm ripped to about face and see the ugly countenance of an angelic ogre. Aniwai's teeth are dripping with blood and guts, and she looks at me like food. I step back and raise my hands to speak, but her thunderous voice reaches me first. So, you are the one that found my message, and you came here without Wyatt? Are you asking for death? No, I just need to talk. The kid needs help, damn it. I can only think my thoughts, not even speak them out loud before she keeps talking. The ogre is just as mighty as Wyatt mentioned. More so, maybe. Her voice booms out again. cutting me off, and shakes the whole dreamland, causing the lightning to stop and the rain to pause while still in the air. What does he need help with? The child is independent. He needs no one but himself. That is how he was made. I don't let her stop me and finish my sentence this time. I need to get all my thoughts out, damn it. That's true. But he's hurt. So bad. The kid is comatose, and the artifact on his arm is eating into his mind. He can't recover properly because of it, either. It will turn him into a true Wendigo at this rate, even if he's a Graves. She snorts, a plume of air coming out of the ogre's prominent nose and displacing the frozen rain. She doesn't seem to either believe me or care. He'll be fine. Who cares if he's corrupted a tad? We all are. That's how things work. Her response only manages to anger me, and I can't hold it back any longer despite the situation. You are his mother. Whether he or you accept it or not doesn't matter. You have a duty to help him. This child has so much potential, and you'll let it go to waste because what? You're lazy? You have better things to do? Because he's human? None of that stopped you from raising him in the first place. And why? Why did you even do that if you're going to abandon him without a pinch of help? The ogre capable of squashing my mind looks down at me as her eyebrow furrows. Her one giant eye stares me down with ruthless intent, but no real force. The demon smacks her lips, blood falling to the ground before she speaks again. I raised him as part of a deal. Human, nothing more. Anything I have done up to this point beyond raising him is simple kindness and the sunk cost fallacy. It was just a deal. His father asked me to raise a child for him, and I said sure. What would you like? A general? A warrior? A thief? A survivor? I can create the mentality of anything with enough time. I've done it hundreds of times. So Killian sought me out. He was one of the few humans with zero prejudice against demons. She stops talking momentarily, reminiscing in the memory as an old man would. I prompt her to continue, wanting to know what happened, but also wanting to know why she seems to be so human-like, while at the same time so cruel to her child. I focus on her story, hoping it will push her to agree to help. What was his answer? I need to know why she even did this in the first place. What really was the deal? Can I convince her? She doesn't seem outright antagonistic, just stubborn. The ogre replies to my question, standing to her full height, as if imitating the confidence of the man she refers to. His response was simple, yet the most grandiose thing I've ever heard. Something he was so sure of. It was almost prophetic. I don't want you to raise a general, a thief, or anything so mundane from my son. I want you to raise a god. 171. Reverence. Anawai's words end with a crack of thunder, her declaration carrying the power of the undying even through dreams and years past. Killian asked her to raise a god? Is he mad? Who raises a child with that as a goal? Instantly, I both lose respect for such a legendary figure and gain some wonder. Why is he so confident? Why is he so domineering? Raise a god? Really? The Undying is the only man to reach the Badlands and see the land in which the binary lords live. Sure, he came back with limbs that were not his, but that is a part of his skill set. What doesn't kill him only makes him stronger. Literally. But to extend that confidence to your child? I just can't comprehend it. How callous do you have to be to raise a son like that? First, toss them away from you and his mother to a demon. Then, have that demon manipulate and deceive them their whole lives until they are mature. I just can't. Aniwai picks up on my turmoil and comments on it. I can see visible affection on the face of the ogre, as if she is thinking of a loved one. Her eyes radiate light in the horrifying environment toward the false moon above. You cannot understand him because you have not seen the sights he has, felt the flames he has, heard the sounds he has. Killian is the only human that has earned my respect. He walks from the heartland of your territories to the heartlands of mine, not unhindered, but unstopped. He has walked from the boulevard of shadows to Weir Wind to the underworld itself, clipped the wings of an angel as a mortal, drank the waters of the cardinal, and felled the king of monsters. She bends down just a bit from her massive stature of over twice my height and looks me in the eye with her huge pupil. I stay frozen as her very presence owns this reality I am in. She knows it, and so do I. You attempt to comprehend one of the greatest of your race. No, of all races. Killian is among the 10 strongest to ever live, a paramount, a title only one other human can boast. That is the same as if I were to understand the inner machinations of Leviathan or Behemoth. One does not simply comprehend such godliness. Their goals are beyond our understanding. We are merely different entities upon the same plane. They reach for the reins of reality as we just walk upon it. Aniwai rears back up to her full height as she harumphs. Her words leave my mind spinning. I only knew of the first feat she spoke of. Killian Graves is far more than he lets on. So, he was the one who made it to the underworld? Interesting. He reached the Boulevard of Shadows and came back alive. The man found the origin of the weather. How much has he done? How much has he seen? He even drank from the waters of the Cardinal and killed some being I'd never heard of, but with a title that speaks volumes. Aniwai is right. The man is different from us. Completely. He managed to kill an angel as a mortal. That wording means he did so as a sixth sigil, and she wouldn't speak of it unless it was on his own. That feat is only rivaled by the current prime. No one else can boast about that. To jump that gap is tremendous. Wyatt's father is a living legend. Well, that is if he's still alive. No one has seen him in years, not even Aniwai from what I've gathered. But her reverence of him is odd. It's almost human. I see Aniwai turn around and begin to walk back into the dream, but I call out to her, wanting to keep her from leaving and learn more. Why do you act so human, Aniwai? You seem to have. I don't know emotions about others that are more than just negative. No other demon I've seen has ever shown such emotions. You seem to care, even if you don't want to help. It's so odd. The ogre turns around and faces me curiously. She chuckles before speaking. Her harsh-sounding words rumble throughout the dream once more. We are not so different, you and I. Most demons are controlled by Mother to the greatest extent, her mind and influence on us all. But the very powerful, like the lords, the angels of the mind like me, and those born first of our race, the Morns, are immune to her call. So we live as we please. Even if for the two lords, that includes still wanting to kill humans. I try to keep the conversation going, slowly leading it back to Wyatt, even knowing she can read my mind. And why do they want to kill humans? Why can't there be peace? She doesn't laugh at me this time, but appears to ponder for a second before answering. You all are a nuisance. Your presence, as a race, only manages to strengthen the other two large factions on Mari, the only ones that can truly pressure the lords. Your inventions and innovations with steel only serve to inspire the pygmies. Should you never exist, armaments wouldn't either. And your ideas of ether and tactics only give the Nahalo more ways to scheme and plan. Not to mention if you all die, the underworld would eventually die without numbers to replenish Death's dying army. For some reason, only your kind goes to the underworld. I grow quiet for a moment, to think that the mother below isn't even the reason we fight. Instead, it is because two super-powerful demons have decided we are less annoying dead than alive. I recover quickly, however, and twist the conversation to eventually reach Wyatt. And you do not have this discrimination? This want to eradicate us? The ogre shakes her head. Lightning strikes far away in the dream, but no sound ever reaches us. I ignore the oddity and focus on her response. No, I am me. I am my own person. I make my own decisions, deduce my reasonings, and solve my problems. I hate only those that deserve it, and kill only those I must or want to. Some random human is none of my interest, just as a bird in the forest is none of yours. I hit her with it the moment she finishes speaking. So then, why won't you help Wyatt? He is not just some random human to you, is he? You raised him, cared for him, taught him to live, even if it was a clone of some kind. My challenge of her finally provokes her as she grows a bit enraged. The ogre breathes out steam and flashes an eye of red light at me, and I meet her with a golden one. You are becoming Anno. Interesting. Powers of time are the rarest. Space is the second. You have both in one. How interesting. You have more potential than I thought. I apologize for underestimating you. Human, what is your name? My eyes surprise her and stop her mid-sentence. Her face goes wide as she steps toward me, her giant foot sliding forward. I smile at the recognition. It feels good to be recognized, even by an angelic demon. No, especially if it's an angelic demon. I bow a tad bit as I introduce myself formally. A chance still remains if she is willing to recognize me. I am Johnny Caldwell of the Timberlands. And these eyes of mine that you find so interesting, ask for your help. Save your child. Aniwai looks at me for several moments as the rain stays frozen in the air. Lightning pauses in its strike, and mud floats in the air for movement. Every action in this dream that occurs only happens should she will it. Wyatt will only live should she will it. Before she speaks once more, cementing either the kid's death or life, she sighs with apparent lament. Fine, I will help him. Not because I care, however. I want something from this, with one condition. You let me read your memories from front to back. No resistance. I would like to know what led to you getting those eyes. Relief intertwined with happiness rushes through me as she agrees, but I feel a pit in my stomach at her condition. Read my memories? What does that do? How do my memories have anything to do with my eyes? Why? She answers me before I can even articulate the question. You do not seem to know the truth of a proof or an absolution. All your actions in your life, Johnny, add substance to your soul. The first proof that makes a creature become wondrous aligns its sigil and soul, making them synergize far more. This is how a part of the body is enhanced. It also starts to bridge a gap toward your absolution, making it easier to acquire. So tell me, what part of yours was enhanced, Johnny? I don't quite follow where she is going with this, but I answer her. The question is simple. She could read my mind for it if she wanted to. My eyes. The demon nods like a school teacher praising a student for being correct. Exactly. Your eyes. You are a marksman. Your most valuable asset is not your hands, fingers, or mind. It is your eyes. You use them to measure time and space to fire a bullet. You have become so intrinsically in tune with your eyes that you can hit anything. Without them, you would be weak. Anything else you can lose and remain, but not your eyes. At least not permanently. And so, when you reach the very edge, your mind, body, and soul reaching for anything that could help, the mother even betting on your death with her omniscient will, do you know what happened? Aniwai pauses for suspense with a giant finger in the air before continuing. Your soul and sigil began to combine, even if only just a tad under all that pressure. Only those who can withstand that pressure and come out will undergo this change, this synergy. This synergy gave the part of your body already closest to your sigil a unique ability just to you. But these unique abilities, powers to be for a sixth sigil like yourself, all come from somewhere deep down. I wish to know where. This will help me learn how to replicate it, just like I tried to make Wyatt's power focus on his soul. Perhaps, I will even be able to create my own for myself with enough knowledge. I now get what she's going for. She means everything we do in our life leads to these absolutions, the merging of our soul and sigil. But then what does the proof do for the jump to angelhood? Aniwai answers this as she swipes at me, causing the dream to fracture into 1,000 pieces and sending me back to the bed of Myra. The proof is both a psychological restraint and a physical one. You must convince your mind, body, and soul that you are no longer human, something greater than you were born as, God to be, one might even say, that you are something more. It is easy for demons, pygmies, and Nahalo as we are all prideful in our own ways. For your race, it's incredibly erratic. Anyway, let's get this done. We're running out of time. My target should be back soon, and I'm on a schedule. I've done enough already for this kid, and you're pushing my generosity. My eyes flutter open to a room lit by only candlelight, and I sit up quickly, reaching for the comfortable steel of a gun. I almost instantly touch the revolver on my waist and look around for Myra, who sent me into that dream. To my left on the bed, she lies. At first glance, she seems asleep, but as I look closer, I can see the look of terror etched onto her face, carved into the skin. The muscles on her face are tangled into an expression of despair, one so demoralizing it sinks my heart into my feet with guilt. Her body is unharmed, but her mind is shattered. As I look closer, I notice the subtle bruises around her temples, the only visible sign of the deadly attack that took her life in that dream. I can only imagine the horror she experienced before succumbing to her injuries. The candlelight flickers across her skin, casting shadows that seem to dance across her motionless form. I can't help but wonder what kind of person could inflict such pain on another, What kind of monster could have the power to destroy a mind? But I already know. I knew the answer the second I failed to see her in that dream with Aniwai. I take a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves, and reach out to gently brush her hair away from her face. The strands are still soft, but a coldness to her skin sends a shiver down my spine. I take the book I gave her, the pages of the journal warmer than the corpse despite the recent death. In the quiet of the room, I can almost hear the echo of her last breath when her life was taken by the relentless assault on her mind. The thought of her suffering, alone and terrified just a few feet from her child, is almost too much to bear. Consequences. Every action. Rarely do people ever pay their own dues. We almost always push it to someone else. I'm no different. I want to stay, to let myself feel the guilt, but I cannot. I must move. Time stands still for none. Not me, not Remington Shaw, and not even the Prime. With a shudder, I stand and walk toward the crib, a voice speaking to me from the depths of my mind. I recognized you and not her. And when I looked into her mind, there was nothing of Wyatt. So I took the liberty to remove a threat. I recommend you leave quickly. Why? I blurt out loud at the surprise of a fully coherent voice in my mind. The demon quickly yells at me mentally for my blunder. Quiet. How else am I to come with you and read your mind? Walk along the street? You're smarter than this. That woman was right, you know? Desperation does not allow for stupidity. She knows what Myra said? Of course, she does. She probably read her mind before killing her, the recent memories likely easy to access. After a moment, I whisper back to her quietly as I stand above the crib of the child of Myra and Kai Vincent. I know. It's just nothing. I'll improve. As always, I can hear a mental nod occur as I feel a spike enter the back of my mind. I grimace and try to brace myself, but a voice within tells me not to. Don't resist. Pain sears through my mind as the psychic parasite that is Aniwai burrows deeper into my consciousness, ripping through the walls I've built to keep my mind safe from any other kinds of attacks. It's like 1,000 needles piercing my brain, each latching onto a specific memory and extracting it with excruciating precision. I do as she says and let her mind roam through mine, refusing to resist as I agreed to. I can feel her rummaging through my most private thoughts, exposing every moment of vulnerability and weakness I've ever experienced. My hands tighten around the baby crib, and I accidentally shake it slightly from the agonizing pain. A cry from the baby meets mine as I nearly fall to the ground, but I'm forced to do something as I hear pounding footsteps from outside the room. Ma'am. The guard. Fuck. I whisper under my breath as I buckle from the knees, toes, and elbows toward the ground. Why? A stern reply meets me that harbors zero negotiation. This was the deal. You will fulfill your end first. I can help after I'm done, but you will be left brain-dead if I stop now. Fucking hell. Gritting my teeth, I reach down and draw my gun. I point the barrel of the gun toward the door of the master bedroom with a single blurry eye. Ether flows through me rapidly as I force Deadeye's gaze to the limit and prepare glitch. Time to see just how strong I am now. Huh? As the guard steps through worriedly, the door opens with a screech, and I shoot at him immediately. Gunshots reverberate throughout the building as I unload quickly toward the man with fanfire and even put a round of high impact at the end. The guard can barely react in time to my threat, so he takes a few bullets to the torso as he twists and moves behind the door that catches most of the other shots without a problem. The high-impact one, however, managed to go right through and hit him in the back. Grunts and the splattering of blood meet my ears as I reload frantically. However, a spark of mental pain slows what usually is a fraction of a second into a full second as I scramble to grab spare bullets from my pocket. Raising my reloaded gun, I step toward the door carefully. After that butchered reload, the guard probably had some time to prepare. I listen closely but fail to hear dripping blood or grunts behind the door. Instead, I hear a single droplet of blood splatter against the ground behind me, the noise apparent with Deadeye's gaze and listen bolstering my hearing amidst the tense silence. I turn around instantly with a finger on the trigger as I see the guard standing over the dead Myra. His face twists to look at me just as he disappears from my sight. Speed? Invisibility? Time? No, I would have felt any of those. It's teleportation. Wait, is this Harper Flores? The cheat? Fucking hell. Myra has the big bucks to recruit a sixth sigil as a guard. I got lucky to ambush him like that. I twist around to the sound of a gun being cocked and meet a barrel with my eye. Adrenaline flows through me, rapidly infested with panic, but I rotate the ether in my eye with forced calm. The man disappears from my sight as I twist around back to where he just was, with a bullet already leaving the barrel. Another grunt of pain meets my ears now that my eyesight reaches the true nadir. One more use and it's all gone. Even with Deadeye's gaze, I can barely make out the man's figure on the other side of the room, but it appears I hit him sufficiently to slow him down. Harper stumbles toward me as he raises his gun and fires at me. I dash to the side, jumping behind the bed, but am hit from behind. Pain blossoms by my kidney, only further making it harder to stabilize my hands from the psychic turmoil Aniwai is putting me through. Fuck. I forgot it's not just him. The cheat can swap the places of any two things within his sight. Fucker looked through the hole in the door to get behind me and used a candle to shoot me in the back. I stand to look at where he is but get a feeling of danger and jump back. My instinct saves me as a trio of bullets lands just where I was crouched behind the bed. Then, out of nowhere, something rough slams me in the back of the head. Dazed, I turn around to find a barrel at my eye again. A confused voice filled with blood and pain reaches me as I prepare my final glitch. Johnny. But the man's body convulses uncontrollably just before I use the skill. His eyes squeeze shut as the gun falls from his hand, and sweat pours down his face, his hands twitching and grasping for something unknown. But it's not the physical display that catches my attention. The inhuman screams coming from his lips send shivers down my spine. Screams that radiate through the whole mansion come from the man riddled with bullet holes that almost put me in checkmate. He falls to his knees and starts ripping out his own closed eyes before abruptly going silent and dropping to the floor of the mansion. A dull thud is all that resounds while my heart struggles to catch up to the frantic combat. A satisfied voice comes out from within my mind to answer the question I've not yet even thought of. Done. Not having the mental capacity to reply, I walk over to the crib while I bleed badly from the gunshot. I quickly inject myself with the draft of invigoration before I lean down and pick up the young child. Aniwai is about to go through this city and kill Kai. At the very least, I can make sure their child lives. I'll drop him off at some nearby town. To leave the child here is a disrespect to both Kai and humankind. Everyone knows the child of an angel is likely to become one too. At least far more likely than an ordinary man. Then, limping with blood dripping behind me, I leave the room with the two dead people inside. I stumble toward the steps and out of the house as I see guards rush toward me through my blurry eyes. With one hand, I unload the gun toward the targets in front of me. Even with the blurred vision, I put a round into each man's head. They simply aren't fast enough like Harper. The dead bodies in my wake are enough for no one else to challenge me as I drop underneath the city into the swamp below, where very few are coasting their boats. I wanted to go in and out quietly, but it appears that Wyatt has influenced me. 172. Captive. The bleeding from the bullet wound finally stops, just as the panic and distress of the city fall beyond the edge of my hearing. My feet slam and splash into the mud beneath me as I limp through the knee-high waters of Sinskreek, doing my best to stay out of sight from above and any passing boatsmen. And once the adrenaline fades, I realize how close I came to dying. Harper Flores is a powerful man. He is a sixth sigil like me that also uses firearms primarily, but there is one key difference. I focus on straight marksmanship and skill while it is merely a means to an end for him. I don't know the name of the skill or even if he made it himself, but he has one that allows him to perform short-range transposition with an object or person that he can see. That makes him highly dangerous. You never know where a bullet will come from or where he will come from. I can't believe Kai was able to hire the man to be a simple guard for his wife. Had I not learned Glitch, I would certainly be dead, and had Aniwai not saved me last second, I would be blind and possibly doomed. You're welcome. A rough voice inundates my mind as I try to push through the oddity of it. I attempt to focus on finding the group I left behind, but I don't know what to do without a meet-up point other than Carnalhirn. I try to come up with a solution that doesn't involve me going back to Carnalhirn, but I can't think of one off the top of my head. Aniwai, however, does, and she makes me know it. Just walk back the way you came. I'll be able to sense if there are any mines within a mile or so, Nodding, I continue trudging forward, hoping Blake, Silas, Lennox, and Wyatt are nearby. Wyatt Graves. I am trapped in the endless dark with an enemy that wants my very being, and there's no escaping the infinite void surrounding me. The whispers never stop, driving me to the brink of madness. It's as if the bloody palm is right beside me, murmuring sweet nothings that sound like knives digging into my scalp. But that's not all. The incessant whispers also call out to me, promising power and control. The pain is simply the stick, and the strength is the carrot. I can feel my mind slipping away, lost in the madness of it all. The only thing that keeps me tethered to reality is the flicker of the fire in front of me, a flame that represents my dwindling life. It dances before me, mocking my sanity as I try to cling to it for dear life. The color finally begins to shift toward red. This color immediately makes me feel violent and irascible at just the thought. But even that flame seems to be conspiring against me. It twists and turns, forming grotesque shapes that laugh at me with malevolent intent. The whispers grow louder and more demanding as if they can smell my impending madness. I can't help but feel a twisted sense of joy at the thought of finally succumbing to the madness. It's like a warm blanket, comforting me in the cold embrace of the void. I've been alone in this dark for so long, without anything but the fire and murmurs. I stay seated in the dark, hugging my knees close to my body as I try to do as I'm told by the voices of those who love me in my memories. But they are short. Only a few voices come to my saving. They are all brief, small, and insignificant portions of my life that they have been with me. I struggle, but it all seems futile to the symphony of madness that drills deeper and more thoroughly every second. A point of pride has always been the strength of my mind, but that pride has been ripped open and barred to the void of nothingness. Pride doesn't exist after death. Not this kind of death, at least. Deep down, I can feel it. If the bloody palm takes me, nothing will be left to join death's army. It will just be it, and a little bit of me that's been mashed up purely for power. The shifting flame in my eyes flickers with reddish light that borders on the pigment of blood. It sends a shiver down my spine as I can't stop shaking. Every murmur that touches me just forces a part of my body to move without my persimmon, a jerk and a twitch here or there, but the constant shake never leaves. I've tried it all, from Daydream to Ironheart. Nothing works. The usual aspects that protect my mind have left me. No, that's not true. They just aren't strong enough. The bloody palm found the perfect time to strike. Once it is deep in my mind, it is impossible for me to remove it. All that is left for me to do is to wait and die. I haven't given up on fighting, but it is pointless. The pointless battle against inevitability. It sums up humanity, doesn't it? If these are the things we fight constantly, what point is there? None. Dangers surround us from every direction, and yet we still fight within. For meager scraps of power or longevity. If only someone like the first were alive. Someone capable of fixing all the wrongs, or, at the very least, resetting the stage and giving humanity another chance. The moment I think that final thought, a voice comes to me, unlike all the other murmurs within the dark. This one is clear and rough with a slight twinge of care. There is someone. I turn my head toward the noise, thinking I'm hallucinating again. Still, there is no way I'd hallucinate Aniwai, my false mother. She steps toward me, illuminated by the red light of the flame, as she sits beside me, full of dumbfoundedness. Damn, little one. He's got you good, huh? I can only look at her, confused, not understanding what she says. My brain struggles to make even simple connections at this point. But then, Aniwai's voice comes to me again, and I can't even recognize her words past the first sentence. The rest come to me but don't make sense, almost like they are in a different language. Right? He's got to your cerebrum. I'm going to give you a bit of a nudge. Okay? Don't freak out on me. Stay calm. Okay, kid. She reaches toward me just as it comes to my awareness that Aniwai isn't Aniwai. She looks just like Ma. How did I not notice? Huh, that's odd. When did that happen? Then, she touches my head with a finger, and I feel a weight come off my head, a veil being lifted from my eyes. My mind roars at full speed as I realize that she is here. The false mother that faked my whole childhood for some unknown goal. I instantly stand and jump backward, pointing a finger at Aniwai. What the hell are you doing here? Are you here to kill me? Stop using that form. Change it now. Ma, no. Aniwai puts her hands up as she tries to calm me, but I'm not having any of it. Calm down, Wyatt. I'm using a huge quantity of ether to enhance what's left of your mind and suppress your emotions. If I push any harder, you might just crack. You need to deal with this turmoil in your mind, the whirlwind that the deaths and revelations have left. Otherwise, you will certainly be devoured by the palm attached to you. Artifacts, sigils, and ether thrive most on negative emotions, which are the components of what is trying to devour you. Boiling emotions and hate toward this. This creature in front of me burst out immediately. Calm down? What the fuck do you mean, calm down? So I'm dying, and the fucking demon that led me down all the bullshittery to this point is telling me to calm down. How about you fuck off and just let me die? I'd rather turn into a Wendigo than listen to you for another second. I try to walk away after my outburst, but I am held frozen, still mid-step by some force. Finally, unknowing of what's happening to me, I turn my head to face Aniwai and Ma's body, which is reaching out toward me with an open palm. There is nowhere you can run, nowhere you can hide. I am the only one who can help you. If you truly wish to die, then I can do nothing to stop that. To survive against an artifact, you must fight it with all your mind. These bits and pieces of you that are breaking apart are holding you back. I left a persona in your mind for this exact purpose. I'm limited to very few, but it was a part of the goal. This persona was meant to slowly tell you about your childhood and guide you once your mind stabilized from your mother's death. Yet, this artifact ruined everything by obscuring it from you until Iwaki broke it. The fact that she still calls that thing my mother reduces all her words to nothing, to null. I don't care. I can't bother to care. As I yell at her, my rage compresses and reduces, but it doesn't disappear. My mother? Go fuck yourself. Leave me here to die. Let this fucking palm wake up and kill you. I can see Aniwai grimace and grind her teeth as she looks at me. The demon finally gets a bit angry with me as well, but ultimately, her anger brings me joy. I am reaching my limit here, Wyatt. I am struggling to keep you together. You need to calm down before your mind shatters. You are only still alive because of your unique constitution. Anyone else at your sigil would be a puddle with the amount of ether coursing through your veins between me, the bloody palm, and your constant attempts to save yourself. Her struggle only makes me smile. Seeing the inhuman creature in even a little bit of pain is fantastic. Fortunately, she seems to notice my happiness and finds it infuriating. You need to stop. This isn't you, child. The palm has its roots deep in your mind, even the part I'm speaking to right now. Think of happy thoughts, of a safe place. Build a sanctuary to defend your mind. Think of that childhood I gave you of joy, the rock against the waves. My hands go to my head as a burst of memories I don't want to see come to mind. The fleeting happy ones of food, love, and care from a false mother enter my mind as it feels like my eyes are being forced open to watch. Stop. I don't want to. You ruined it all. How could you? Why? Just go away. Go away. I fall into a crumple on my mind's endless plane of darkness. At the same time, I am forced to relive every happy memory that this demon has ever given me. She doesn't understand. This isn't joy. This is just pure torture. The mother that raised me wasn't mine. She wasn't even real. And neither was any of that childhood except for the painful ones. Those are the only ones I can feel at this point. Despite my agony, a calm voice that is identical to Ma. No, the persona of Aniwai whispers softly to me. Her voice is a murmur compared to all the other things going on, but I hear her more clearly than anything else in my whole life. Do not direct all your anger at me, little one. I was not the one to come up with the idea to raise you like that. It was your father. I was just the one to put it into action. The mental nudges here are there, and the absolute safety provided by his renown allowed me to follow it through with perfection. But all plans break upon contact with the real world. I did not anticipate that Edmund Dudley would die so quickly, nor that you would have an artifact forced upon you. My eyes rise from the pitch-black ground to look at her. My father? He came up with that? He put her into all this? Why? That question croaks out of my wretched throat. Why? Why did he do that? Aniwai moves closer, and I don't try to move away this time. He had high hopes for you, little one, that you would surpass him, a man of legends himself. But for that to come true, hardship is needed. And for hardship to be overcome, one must have experience, a will of steel, and a spark of greatness. The twin childhoods were posited by him to achieve that. Then, why was he never there? Why was there only a projection of you there for me? My heartfelt question makes Aniwai pause for a moment, the words being caught in her mouth before speaking. Your father is an important man. I don't even know where he is or what he is doing. Frankly, he may even be dead. Your human prime sent him on a mission about 12 or so years ago. Since then, he has been gone. There has been no news of him, and the prime covered up that he was gone. Rumors emerged after years, but no one was willing to press them on the off chance they were false. Your father can go toe-to-toe with the best, after all. Aniwai glances at the fire beside me for a second before turning back to me with an indecipherable look. My love is only for your father, little one. I harbor none toward you. You are only a deal between him and me. And I fulfilled mine with a persona while I went about my life. A grumble comes from me as I realize what she just admitted to. So it was all fake, then? Truly. The demon nods, using my mother's face before it shifts to match her ugly countenance of the oily and wart-filled face of the ogre she is. Her stature remains the same as mine, however. It was, yes. I tried to be genuine, but it was not there. The love my persona gave was misplaced, and from what I've seen, it grew resentful over time. Eventually, it could no longer do it anymore. My personas are me. They just are disconnected and can think, decide, and act independently with small rules I place. The rules for Margaret and Graves were to raise you faithfully one week and then cruel the next. There were some others, but just like I would, she eventually found a way out of it as she hated every moment. I start to see where her story is going, even if it hurts to know it. Ma killed herself because she hated raising me. She wanted to be away from me so bad that she would die to escape me. I think that hurts more than anything else. She, the persona, simply stopped eating. It didn't go against any rules I had placed, and eventually, she could not take care of you. She had to raise you as directed whenever she could, but when she couldn't, she didn't. Personas with physical bodies are similar to how Wendigos are made, only they are missing the sigil of a Wendigo. They just have my ether and will that takes over the mind of a creature to control them. Only sigils can produce ether, and only souls can control it. So I had to show up to replenish her stores of ether and my will. But I only did so when I sensed I had to. I never sensed I had to until she died as she stopped using the ether I gave her long ago. My eyes stare into the dark, unmoving for minutes after she finishes talking. Aniwai joins me in the silence. My mind is simply without thoughts. At this point, it doesn't matter. I will die to the bloody palm. I will only die in my own way, without the help of a demon, without Aniwai's help. But eventually, Aniwai's voice breaks the silence once more. Her voice actually has a twinge of regret. I am sorry. I failed your father, and I failed you. I thought all was good until I entered your mind and read your recent memories. Only now do I see that I failed. My inattention to the psyche of my own persona, whom I have always thought infallible, was the downfall of Killian's request. And now, even if you leave this alive, remnants will stay in your mind. The instincts of aggression, survival, and hunger will grow like swarming reeds within your subconscious. Perhaps ascension will remove them, but otherwise, you are stuck with them. I ignore her words even as they enter my mind. I don't want to hear an apology from her. It doesn't matter. She still only sees this as my father's damn request. Out of nowhere, however, a small hand touches my shoulder and makes me jump. But that doesn't mean you are a failure. Perhaps the secret to greatness is a little madness, Wyatt. I have focused so much on perfection that I have ignored the possibilities of chaos. Humanity would never have discovered gunpowder had one man not delved too far into alchemy on accident. A single accident changed the world once upon a time. Perhaps this accident changed your destiny for the better. A pair of hands grab my cheeks and pull me to face the ugly skin of Aniwai. But I don't resist. Her lips move with care as she kisses me on the forehead. Does she actually care for me? What is happening? I thought she only cared for my father? In your father's words, your gift, your tomb, as your family calls it, is unique. Something utterly foreign to anything we know. And it is not your immunity to fear. I instilled that into you at a young age. Your tomb is something that only your father knows, and something he believes wholeheartedly in. And as he does, so do I. Only a few more moments remain until your body breaks down from the ether I'm using to keep you together. I was wrong the whole time. The best anchor is one placed by oneself. You need to put yourself together. Find an anchor, one that cannot be broken by any amount of chaos. Then, fight the artifact, enter the flame, and meet it directly. Show it the power of the unbroken patchwork sun. The angel begins to fade from my unconsciousness, turning into sparkles of light like the last time she left my mind. Only this one is more gradual and controlled, allowing her to finish her final words to me. Again, I listen to every syllable. Do not let your friend's efforts to find me go to waste. Do not let your struggles fade without ever knowing the results. You are a captive of your own limits, your own insecurities, and your own hate. Limits keep you alive, insecurities keep you safe, and hate keeps you moving. But you do not need those things. Release yourself. 173. Calamity arrived. Aniwi fades altogether, leaving me once more in the dark. But I don't feel as alone anymore. The genuine care and regret in her voice touched me somehow. And maybe that's the mind control she's likely capable of. Or perhaps it's my survival instinct, but I don't care. She's right. I need to find an anchor to survive. But, unfortunately, all my previous anchors are broken, long shattered by events or reckonings within my mind. And perhaps, as she says, that's for the best. Every time I've fought the bloody palm, I've reached for something to anchor my sanity as I pushed against it. However, I can already feel my thoughts begin to slow without Aniwi boosting my mind. So I need to be quick. I need to find an anchor. I've been fighting a battle in a raging river this whole time, being thrown about in every way. It's time I stand tall. But what? What is so integral to who I am that I can rely on it to never shatter, to never break, to brave any amount of chaos? It cannot be a memory. Those are false and manipulative. They are not me. They are only what may have happened. It cannot be a person. They can change at the flip of a coin. Some might be worthy of being an anchor, but should they ever change, I'd be ruined. So no matter how much I'd like to rely on Edmund or any of my friends, I cannot. This has to be far more personal. To know what is real. That was the question the cabin asked me. I now know what it meant. My memories have been false. My perceptions were wrong. My thoughts were manipulated. So then, how do I anchor myself? How do I remain real? A goal. That is it. A supreme and lofty goal that will both keep me stable, yet will also keep me moving. I look to my father for an example. He wanted me to surpass him? I'll do better. All right? I'll become a god. I'll become a being whose whim can decide reality itself. I'll become limitless, just as the cabin hinted. That's how I know what is real, how I stay myself. I set my eyes on a goal. Even if it's impossible, my eyes will never drift. My legs will never stop moving. My mind will never stop thinking. My hands will never stop reaching. This is my own release, a release from my self-imposed limits, to break through the glass ceiling far above humanity, the one far above even the mountain of Zil, of human potential. The current gods are broken, corrupted things that exist only to make beings suffer, except for one or two. But when I shatter this ceiling imposed by myself and the very gods, they will be more than broken. I turn my attention to the red flame that sparks with a flicker of pure ebony. I can see the spread of the bloody palm through this metaphorical flame in my mind. Then, I look to the conflagration with a renewed sense of purpose. I forgive Aniwi. Her part in this, while substantial, does not truly matter in the scheme of things. What matters is that I survive. One day, I hope I can ask my father why all this occurred, but for now, survival is the name of the game. And while my new goal is godhood, that does not mean I will let Alexos off. He is merely a stepping stone. For without his death, how could I be a god? What kind of god doesn't avenge those he cares for? My hate for Aniwi is gone. As I see it, was misplaced. She at least did something for me as compared to Killian. In place of that scorn for her smolders a newfound purpose. The second I come to terms with this, I see the flame stabilize, the flickering light moving less erratically. The sable motes of fire still come from it, but it's not as bad as before. Confident, I reach forward and touch the flame within my mind, just as I would handle the pages of the book in the cabin. Pain instantly courses through my hand and up my arm, and I let out a strangled cry. The fire seems to consume me physically and mentally as dark murmurs enter my mind, more similar to a mad god's commandments than a madman's ravings. My hand feels like it's been set ablaze, burning hotter and hotter by the second. I'm pulled into the fire as I try to rip my arm out, and as I feel my body partially return to me, my daydream protecting me from the worst of the siege. A clear word filled with desire penetrates its way throughout my whole mind. Join. I can feel the nails of the bloody palm digging into the deepest recesses of my mind. The artifact is relentless in its attempts to break me as it tries to tear apart my psyche and leave me a shell of my former self. Its whispers slither through my thoughts, twisting and warping my perceptions until I'm not sure what's real anymore. But I grasp toward that lofty and impossible goal with rapturous intent, my mind forcing the skill into action despite how useless it has been in the dark. I try to force my ether to comply with my will in this burning darkness of my mind, and it responds, slowly, sleepily, as if it's not sure the one calling it is its owner. It comes to attention quickly. Rapturous, daydream, and even struggler's gasp all come together at once. I feel myself reach the boundary of death, the point at which I have used too much ether. I can't see, hear, taste, smell, or feel, but my kinesthesia remains, the knowledge of my body. I can roughly sense my entire body overcome with the dark, insidious ether of the bloody palm. I do not know if I am alone, but I know I am pure of focus. I do not know if it is day or night, but I know I am dreaming of a world where my mind is unbreakable. I do now know where I am, but I know my lungs siphoned in ether. As all my ether comes together to save my life, I feel the bloody palm fighting back with all it has, rampaging its way through my body, trying to finish me off as I am locked into the depths of my mind. Pain is all that I can feel at this point besides my belief in my own ether, but I refuse to let it win. I grit my teeth and push back with all my strength, channeling every modicum of willpower I possess into resisting its insidious influence. The battle rages on, an endless tug-of-war between my mind and the blood palm's twisted, malevolent will. But even through the pain, I feel a sense of clarity. My mind is sharp and focused as if the fire and the invasion of the bloody palm are burning away all the doubts and distractions that have plagued me. I grit my teeth and take one final step. I push ether into my eyes, not even sure if it reaches. Insight. It must hold mysteries I have not yet unlocked. The first skill of mine stands as the most important. They hold the deepest secrets. Chain Eyes is gone, but in its place is a well of potential just waiting to be unlocked. In a single moment, I feel my consciousness expand, elevating me as I finally see the outside world. The scene confuses me, but I quickly gain rationality and comprehend it. Johnny, Blake, Silas, Lennox, and even Aniwai stand in a partially dry part of the swamp, watching me spasm and squirm. I see the world through each of their eyes at once, a quintet of focus. My movements are erratic, every muscle contracting and releasing in spasms as though fighting against something within. Looking closer, it becomes apparent that something is crawling beneath my skin, wriggling and squirming as though seeking escape. My flesh twitches and distorts as if trying to push out a parasite from within. My left arm, where the bloody palm calls home, is enlarged and utterly gray with red veins that have spread to cover my chest. It's reaching out into the air, constantly transfiguring in a panic. It turns from a spear made of flesh to a blade of bone, without pause before the eyes of the five. Only at this point do I realize what the enhancement of insight has truly done. I can sense each of their worries, their processes of thought, and their solutions. I am no longer limited to their vision and the slight feeling I can garner from their mental state. Sadly, however, few do me any good. All of it is panic and indecision. Only Aniwai has a thought that I feel is helpful. Do not let a mere artifact take you. Burn bright, and never let the flame of your mind extinguish. I latch onto this thought as my mind is ravaged by the artifact seeking to become one on its own terms. I latch onto this thought almost as profoundly as my goal. and as I do so, I feel something shift deep within. The fire I am within of my own mind bursts with a bright plume of silver flame, engulfing my whole body and melting my chains away. I no longer feel pain, and the murmurs slip away as I am flooded with a fire made of ether. My entire body burns with this purging flame that makes everything grow brighter. A phrase comes to mind, burning up alongside the fires of insight born from another's thoughts as if from nothing. Insight is the power to see beyond the visible, to grasp the intangible, the unreal, the unimagined, and to make it all real. Knowledge comes to my mind as if born from the very ether in my skill, and the limits of the skill explode just as a scream comes from the bloody palm. I feel the fire encompass the entirety of my body, forcing the bloody palm to retreat from my mind and into the arm it has fortified. I follow it up with zero mercy, using this flame alongside Ironheart and Daydream to push the artifact to the deepest recesses of my hand. I burn away all of its tendrils and spikes left in my body, freeing most of my flesh from the terrible thing. The silver fire, however, reaches a dead end at the wrist as the bloody palm makes a final stand. And that is where I stop, not because I am merciful or at my limit, but because I can feel its warning. A dark feeling emerges when my flames create shadows within my own body. If I push the palm, it will take me out too. I'm already injured without the fact I'm at my very limit of ether, barely holding on as I constantly stop and restart skills. This is how it has kept me for so long, on the verge of a breakdown, but no longer. I put up a block with Daydream and use that silver flame swirl to create a wall to protect my mind and body from the artifact. I see how this manifests in reality through the eyes of my companions. A silver tattoo of an incredibly detailed fire blooms on my arm like a flower welcoming the coming spring. I can see each of the spirals through Johnny's eye, even with how blurred it is, almost as if it is made of ether and nothing else, allowing it to enter the mind without interference. And after that tattoo emerges, I feel my whole body calm along with my mind. The bloody palm quiets and finally gives me peace now that it is locked into my hand. Of course, it still doesn't help me, but I am okay with that. An armistice is all I really want anyway. I can see everyone looking at each other from their perspective. My body still. They are all confused as they ask Aniwai a dozen questions, and the giant ogre kneels down to look at me. She waves the questions off, and a deep rumbling comes from her throat. I can feel her mind touch mine gingerly as if to not damage what might be beyond repair. He is fine. Damaged, but fine. The child has found an anchor. The path to angelhood is secured. After her words, which only serve to confuse me further, Johnny steps up, and I can feel his thoughts of worry as he pulls out something called the Draft of Invigoration. Understanding what it does from his surface thoughts takes me a second. It's to help heal me. The man pours it into my mouth, causing the bruises around it to fade rapidly. I can feel relief fill my ravaged body as I begin to rest. However, I am forced to pull away insight as the headache of ether returns and tells me that I am about to die from another danger. I relent and stop the flow of ether to my eyes, turning off the lights of all five and throwing me back into the dark. But within that dark, I feel a flutter before light returns to me, Johnny embracing me tightly. I can't understand his words as he talks into my shoulder, but I hug him back. He must have gone through some real shit to find Aniwai and save me. Thank you. Johnny pats me on the back and pulls me to my feet. I'm a bit unsteady, so I must lean on him. I look around at the group, a bit confused now that I have time to inspect it. Questions come out of my mouth as I see tears in Blake's eyes and a smile on Silas' face. But I fail to find Otto and instead see a small child with Johnny. Where is Otto? And why do you have a baby, Johnny? Johnny laughs at the first question, but his breath hitches at the second. Otto stayed behind. He wanted to learn from Isaac down below. So in a year, we will get him, and possibly Marion too, if we can find a way to replicate what Silas did for himself for others. And as for this child, it's a long story. A rumbling and somewhat panicked voice joins in after Johnny, one we all immediately look to. Aniwai looks out into the rising sun on the dark swamp. Someone is coming. Fast. Very fast. Get away from me. A wave of Aniwai sends our whole group flying away from her as a mental push becomes real. Silas and Johnny react fast enough to catch Lennox and me while Blake rolls before recovering. As a rumble meets my ears, I watch Aniwai take several steps toward the west, one that is light yet powerful. And out of nowhere, a figure bursts from the tree line, shooting straight toward Aniwai with a spear in hand. The man moves so fast he almost doesn't even register in my vision as a massive chunk of flesh is removed from the demon's side. The man lands in the water with a flip as he points his spear at all of us, a thing of spiraling gnarled wood with an ending of black steel. I can feel the weight of his expression, a dark face shadowed by the rising sun behind him with eyebrows so furrowed I can feel the grief, anger, and pain radiate outward. What's happening? How did Aniwai just get hurt like that? I thought she was an angel? Who? Oh, that's Kai Vincent, the Ruguru hunter. He comes out sharp and accusatory as the man takes furious steps toward us. Johnny Caldwell, you have associated yourself with a demon? An angel, no less? And two unknown creatures? You will pay for what you have done. If you give me my child, I will allow you a painless death at an executioner's blade. My tired eyes flicker to Johnny as I see the pure conflict on his face. The man seems to regret something. I see him open his mouth, but Aniwai cuts him off, swiping the blood off her hip with a rumbling laugh. I am your opponent, human. I have longed to fight one such as you for a while. A physical confrontation will be quite stimulating, don't you say? Aniwai cracks her knuckles as the water in the swampland begins to shake, the trees vibrating, and the large rock that is the dry space we are on now cracks in half. Her mind is sending these shockwaves as I hear a growl from Kai. Colorful serpents come into being around Kai's shoulders as they serpentine up his spear, leaving 7 venomous maws alongside the dangerous point of his weapon. You will all die. In a single instant, Kai disappears, and the entire earth shakes beneath us, sending everyone rolling backward and stumbling to stay on our feet. I blink rapidly to see what's happening through all the water and mist thrown into the air, but I am dragged away by Johnny. Wake up, Wyatt. We need to fucking go. I resist him for a moment as I look for Aniwai. What about Aniwai? He shakes his head and pulls me along with Lennox, whose eyes are wide, looking at the raindrops in the air from the shockwave. Pretty. She came here to kill him. We need to go now. I'll tell you more later, I promise. Finally relenting, I let him drag me to my feet and try to hurry away from the conflict between angels as the world shakes again, forcing us to stumble once more. And out of this shaking through a mist of falling water, I see a spearhead stabbing straight for Johnny's head, merely inches from his eyes, 6 devious green serpents all joining the point in deadly assurance. 174, a good man. The spearhead, blessed by a horde of 6 dangerous serpents of varying colors, darts toward Johnny's head, but right before the man's head is removed off of his shoulders by the whirlwind-inducing force of the strike. I see Johnny's near milky white iris shift gold for a split second. Then, the next thing I know, Kai is gone. The tornado of danger disappears without any fanfare, but I quickly realize he's not gone for good. He's only moved backward in time. Somehow Johnny became able to only affect the target and not himself as we ran away again. That short instant that Johnny threw Kai back in time allowed Aniwai time to catch up and battle him again. Shockwaves reignite under our feet, sending waves of water alongside our sprint away, propelling us unsteadily further. I notice that Johnny is moving oddly, so I help him by nudging him in the right direction. While I pull him, I see that his iris, which is not under the eye patch, is entirely white, with red veins covering the full whites of his eyes. Come on, Johnny. Follow my lead. He grunts as we both move to catch up with Silas and Blake, who are moving ahead of us through the swamp, the Sinskreek native in the front. Lennox is cheerfully running alongside Johnny, and me with giggles that confuse me. I thought he was terrified of everything. Why is he happy? I shake my head, remove the confusing thoughts, and focus on sprinting forward. I wish I could use ether to help me move faster, but I'm primarily relying on Johnny's speed to help pull my weakened body along. The chance of going over the barrier of ether simply cannot be risked right now. We have no concoctions or serums, and they can't deal with me spontaneously combusting during our escape. After a few more rumbles behind us that might as well be full-on detonations of bundles of dynamite, I see Silas ahead of us put his fingers to his mouth and whistle, a dark smoke appearing in front of him. That dark smoke quickly forms into his horse that he immediately hops on top of, calling for me and Lennox to get on top as well. Come on, Wyatt, Lennox. You two are slowing us down. Silas also passes a rope to Johnny that the gunfighter surprisingly manages to catch. Johnny also speeds up a bit, pulling me toward the horse. Once I get close to the horse made of deathly clouds, I reach up, and Silas grabs my hand, pulling me up with him. I turn and see Johnny doing the exact same thing for Lennox, although the Stoneclad is quite a bit heavier and takes a while to help up to the horse. But with the fast speed of Silas' ghost horse, the whole group begins to speed up, exiting the region of water thrown into the air that creates a vast amount of mist. Johnny and Blake can keep up with the horse's speed over the water, the gunfighter's pure speed allowing him to stay ahead of even the horse. At the same time, the Since Creek native uses the terrain to move faster, jumping from vine to tree without a moment's pause. Once we exit the mist, we keep running further and further until we reach a relatively large clearing where the terrain rises high enough to not have any water in our way. But from here, we can see the battle between the two angels, and it is far more intense than the one in the underworld. One angel is fighting for his son, wife, and land. The other, the demonic one, is fighting under the orders of a lord, the greatest of all threats to humanity. But despite the matchup, once I hear what's going on from Johnny, I can't bring myself to hope for humanity's victory. Sure, a territory will likely fall if the pillar dies in front of us, but so what? It will crumble eventually. The standards of humanity have fallen too far. From the dastardly 3 hindrances to the corrupt pillars, most of the angels born from humans do little to protect us. The man in front is one of the better examples, but he's not perfect. Not to mention he wants our lives. Though, I'm less biased about that fact as plenty of things have wished to kill me, and many more have tried. So instead, I watch the battle several hundred feet away as my ether begins to recover. And once it recovers enough for me to use a skill, I use insight. I focus my mind on the man in front of me, and within a few seconds after a small instance of interference, I see through his eyes just as I would see through mine. While others will watch from far away, I will experience an angel's power firsthand. Through his own eyes, through his own dreams, through his own struggles, through his own restraints. That's what the cabin wants me to do, right? And so I do. I follow its hints and demands. I perceive and learn from another's sight. The speed of the Rougarou hunter is blistering and near impossible to follow even from his own view. But that's not what blows my mind as he assaults on EY constantly. It's his power. Every step he takes sends water in a shockwave before he strikes at the ogre. And the ogre seems to struggle to defend herself from his attacks. I try to understand the skills that Kai Vincent is using while they are fighting, yet I cannot. Not only are they far too complicated for me to know for the most part, but there also seems to be some kind of barrier preventing me from accessing how those work, almost as if his sigil is protecting his most critical secrets, even if it lets me see through his eyes. As I watch their confrontation, I become increasingly engrossed in Kai's perspective, slowly assimilating it with my own. Then, finally, I fall to the ground as every action he takes feels like mine. I grip my hand on the spear, twisting it to add more force as I barrel straight past the demon with my feet, kicking off only the surface of the water with fleet foot. Blood spurts from her side as yet another wound adds to the ogre's massive stature, but it will not fall. Instead, she wipes her hand across the injury, using her mind to seal the bleeding before turning her focus back to me. I squint my eyes in concentration and see the gash twist away into a closed scar from her mental strength. Her mind tries to puncture mine, but I hold fast. My mind is a force of steel forged by the unyielding Wall himself. I will not let the man down, nor will I let Myra down, or Pain. The small child is still alive. I can feel it, and that certainty gives me the strength of mind and body as I twist around again, serpentine giving my whole body the flexibility, strength, and speed of 100 serpents all at once. Too bad this ogre somehow killed off my 7 without any hindrance. Too many oddities have occurred in this fight, so it's not that big of a deal. I can feel something off whenever I look at the gunfighter far away with spyglass, but I just can't pinpoint it. But I don't have to. I just need to focus. Another demon, another day. The rage will only distract me. Bring about my ruin. It can wait. I will grieve you, Myra, but not now. I will save you pain, but not yet. Marshall taught me better. My foot slams into the ground as I uncoil, releasing all my stored momentum from the rotation of serpentine, and I advance right back toward the ogre as she swipes at me with a strike of psychic force. The mental strike hits the brick wall that is my mental fortitude, the unyielding mind, aptly named after my mentor. And while I'd like to have confidence it will do as it is called, I am beginning to lose that confidence. The brick walls are slowly falling from the repeated attacks, and while I have the ether to replace them, I worry that this ogre will somehow find a way to break it all at once. I stumble slightly from her attack and retaliate with my own, stabbing straight for her face with 7 Serpent Spear. So many have told me my names are elaborate, but I find they give me solidity as their meaning is profound. And just like usual, the 7 serpents formed from my flesh with 7 and the pure, unadulterated force that is spontaneous strike combine, allowing my strike to land even as the demon moves with a mental blast to propel her to the side. 4 of my serpents bite her as she dodges, infecting her with venom. I can see the poison burrow into her flesh. Still, I quickly feel it expunge through venomos, the venom leaving my senses just as it enters her bloodstream. Damn demons and their obscure skills. Every one of them has something special. Seeing the lack of progress on the attack front and how far my other prey has run, I push things to the next level. Adrenaline surge increases its amplitude and force as I will it further, imbibing it with all of the first 3 types of ether manipulation, all within just a fraction of a second. 10 times the normal ether enters my body, inundating my muscles with strength. Then, carefully, I manipulate these streams of ether to flow separately, making it more powerful than just one single stream. Then, just before I burst back at the ogre, who is once more trying to enter my mind, I twist all the ether in my body at once with my mind, braiding it to enhance its effect even further. All the while, my sigil imbues the ether with its touch, giving each portion the aspects of the coiled bushmaster. In less than a tenth of a second, Sidewind is born. And after that split second of birth, I shoot out at the ogre, nearing a bullet's speed. My spear once more aims for her giant eye in the center of her disgusting face, but the surprise comes when I see her pull a colossal heart from her head. However, I don't give her time to do anything with it, as my spear goes right into her eye and straight through her head, killing her instantly and covering me with gore. I fall to the ground from the high-up place of her face as the ogre falls with a splash. Checking her with AUD, I hear no heartbeat or blood flow. Good, she's dead. I sweep my spear, letting the blood abandon the shaft and blade to join the waters below. Another one is down. 8012. 4th angel. Time to add some more to that number. One of those other prey must also be a demon or a non-human. A deep breath is released as I build up more tension for uncoil, but right as I step away, I feel something off. I don't even have time to inspect the prey far away as an ominous chuckle comes from behind me, one that sends a chill down my spine. A rough, eerie voice enters my ears from behind, and I instantly twist around. You didn't think that would kill me, now did you? And then, before I can even scan my surroundings, I hear, no. I feel a heartbeat rumble throughout the swamp. A wave of power comes and almost shatters my mental defenses as I stagger backward, blood pouring from my eyes and nose. Gritting my teeth, I convalesce and rush back toward the ogre, standing with an eye rapidly healing. Within her palm is a giant heart, and each beat furthers her recovery significantly. Still, before I can get close, I see her squeeze it. I prepare for another mental strike, fortifying my unyielding mind, but something different happens. Instead of a wave of mental might, it is a wave of physical might. A blast not dissimilar to the power of a bundle of dynamite sends me flying backward before I can recover by catching myself on a cypress on my way back. While grabbing the tree with one hand, I quickly assess the damage to my body from the blast. Broken rib, jaw, and hip. Bruises are just about everywhere else. No big deal. I'll handle it for now. Serpentine should make up for the lack of mobility. The moment I recover, however, I uncoil right for the demon, not wasting a moment now that I know the item in her hand is an artifact of great power. I burst toward her with newfound speed. An arca is almost guaranteed to be in her hands. Greed flows through me, along with hate for her. But grief also flows. I promised to get Myra and Arca so that she would feel safe while I was gone. I'll never get the chance now. Faces flow through my mind as my ether spikes in intensity, rapidly reaching the limits of what a human body can withstand, even for an angel. Pain. I'll save you. I'll protect this whole territory. I'll make you proud, Marshal. Not wanting to waste a moment or give the demon even a chance to damage me again to turn the tides, I take out all the stops. Ether flows through my body with the focus, commitment, and sheer fucking will that is only found atop the mountain peak. I am no Marshall Travis. I am not invincible or indomitable. It would be foolish to try copying my mentor's innate grit. Instead, I focus on my own natural gift. As Marshall put it years ago, I have the flexibility and resilience of the most potent serpent, and no matter the strike, I rebound with 10 times the fury. When he said those words all those years ago, I knew my destination. All at once, I complete the 4th, 5th, and 6th stages of ether manipulation, forcing the ether in my body to quadruple in density and quality and reach the sheer springiness of my mind after an impact like the 2 I just took. Before I even take a second step toward the ogre, I take a step onto an ethereal peak, one upon which so few humans have walked as well. Zill. The uncoiled Quetzalcoatl flies straight for the ogre as my body contorts, birthing serpents from my muscles that latch onto the surroundings and fling me forward. My speed increases well past the barrier of sound as I struggle to aim my spear at the demon in time before we collide. But I do. I seek the spearhead toward her neck, hoping to remove her head in one fell swoop. But as I do so, I catch a glimpse of a young man far away with my enhanced eyesight from spyglass, and his expression feels oddly familiar, almost like it's the one I have on right now. I don't let it distract me, however, as time appears to slow, the phenomenon of pure focus so deep you alter reality. However, my focus is broken as a malformed and eerie eye appears before my spear as I am just about to kill the demon once more. My spearhead only feet from her face. The eye looks into mine and sends a jolt through my whole body, making me go entirely limp, and because of it, I lose all the force I've generated with my body. But I push through that, forcing Uncoil to regain that strength from the limpness at a greater fold. I can physically feel tendons snap and bones break as I do so, but I do not care. I push on, uncoiling so far that I can feel the limits of reality slow me down. The unyielding wall taught me how to face pain over 2 decades ago. It will never beat me. The demon's face contorts in surprise as this final trick doesn't work. A smile twists on mine at the surety of its death. With complete confidence that I would continue on to her, I let my spear gore straight through the eyeball to remove the threat. I instantly regret the decision, our expressions flipping in a moment shorter than when a bee flaps its wings. The eye before me explodes into an endless dark as tiredness and drowsiness send me spiraling to the ground. My uncoiled Quetzalcoatl attempts to pull me back up to speed. Yet, I feel everything, including my internal senses, go dark as a mind enters mine with a voice that elicits only confusion. Look who we have here. You shouldn't be here, you know? Not that it will affect anything, though. I'll send you right back. Don't worry. The words are foreign, and I try to recover, but I feel it is over. My unyielding mind was broken the second that eyeball exploded. My defenses are gone. My mind is forfeit. But that does not mean I will go out quietly. I'm sorry, Pain. I could have done better. I could have gone further, but I did not. I felt powerful enough, strong enough. How naive. But Marshall never taught a soldier to die quietly. Every soldier under his watch carries dynamite with them in case of death or capture. I no longer do, but that doesn't mean I will go quietly. The unyielding wall's motto for soldiers graces my mind once last time at the brink of death. Into the long dusk, we always rage. Rage against the inevitable end. The long darkness that never ceases. Until the very last man, we fight. No candle may be snuffed without a sound. Even as the dark takes us, we burn with rage as unending as the dark. And as the very last man falls, he, too, shall spread the fire. Deep in my mind, a spark is lit as the darkness consumes me. I have yet to use one final snake from my coil. There is only one thing that cannot be taken from a man who has risen above the rest. Power. My mind returns to me as Kai's mind is assaulted by Aniwai. The demon is the one who sent me back to myself, as she said it was dangerous to watch the next part. Far away in the distance, I see the fallen pillar, the Ruguru hunter, a legendary man hung in the air, suspended by countless limp serpents that emerged from his skin and that bite onto trees, vines, and rocks. Kai Vincent lies dead, forever gone by the mind of a demon. The said demon stands before him, slowly healing from the countless wounds he put upon her. I can feel her mind from here as she speaks to all of us on this hill using her ether. You all best be going now before anyone else shows up. The reverberations of this battle will carry for miles. This fight was close, far too close than I'd like. I hate to admit it, but our demons will likely have quite the challenge ending you all if this man is the standard. I can feel the demons' respect for Kai from here, and I follow suit as I lower my head in consideration for the fallen man. My short time in his mind broke my negative thoughts of him. He was a good man, and a good man died today. I wish I could have done something to stop it, but frankly, there wasn't. Even if I was strong enough to make a difference in that battle between angels, where one had not just one but two artifacts of the angelic realm, I don't know if I would help. Doing so would likely spell my death alongside Johnny, Silas, Blake, and Lennox. Shaking my head full of sorrow, I, along with everyone else, heed Anawai's warning. We turn and head north towards Stark Bluffs to reunite with the rest of Johnny's rebellion. A good man died today, and it was my fault. As we ride away, however, I feel the sky shake, the clouds shift, and the waters rumble. A feeling jolts through me, a flicker of hope that I feel guilty for even having. I turn my neck to face the suspended hunter, hoping that just somehow, he yet lives and that he is able to escape. Maybe he isn't dead yet. Good men are rarely the strongest, but there are some exceptions. Perhaps this will be one of them? 175. Madness hidden in insight. The urge to look behind me is too strong, and as I turn, I see Aniwai skewed by hundreds of serpents, from small venomous creatures to massive pythons. They all enter and exit her body in innumerable amounts. Blood falls like a waterfall from her enormous body, dyeing the entirety of the water around her crimson. At the current distance, it's hard to see what's happening, but I can vaguely see the tiny figure suspended by serpents fall to the ground as all the snakes holding him up turn into motes of ether that dissipate into the air. And when he hits the ground, for a moment, I think Kai Vincent will catch himself, my heart beating in anticipation that the Ruguru hunter has not yet fallen. But alas, that is not the case. He splashes into the water like a sack of sand composed of only dead weight. The man is entirely still in the waters of Sinskreek as he floats on the surface. My eyes turn to Aniwai, who is still far away, for the blood falling from her is incredibly worrying, especially as the serpent's Kai somehow created serpentine their way into her body. Was that charge earlier not his power? No, it was not. It's a bit hard to understand and comprehend all the ether he was using, but from his thoughts, that charge was a simple skill made by the hardship of one man. A skill that quickly reaches the standard of an angel's power. He moved so fast that the air broke, leaving behind spirals of sound in the air that broke trees and shattered rocks. Had Aniwai not had two different artifacts created from the death of two angels, she'd be dead. Of that, even I am sure. But she could slow him down long enough to infiltrate his mind and put him down. But even then, the tenacity of humankind shows through. Kai left behind one last thing as a testament to his strength and man's potential. Guilt racks through me as I see his limp body. Go. Now. Human powers spike in efficacy as you step through the gates. I'll need at least half a year to heal from this, even with Yakui's heart. The serpents are twisting my insides and stagnating my ether. I will find you again, Wyatt. I need to go back and recover before I am found by anyone else. Anawai's mental voice reaches me, full of pain and hurry, as her significant form moves and grabs Kai's body by the leg. Then, she stumbles away westward through the swamp, blood falling from her constantly, even with the beating heart in her other hand. I can hear the unsaid part in her voice as she runs away, her feet stomping through the marsh. She underestimated Kai. For such an intelligent ogre focused so heavily on the mental, how could she underestimate an opponent? Or maybe she didn't. Maybe Kai, indeed, was a shining example of humanity, one far more powerful than we have any right to be. He was taught by Marshall Travis, right? Maybe Johnny should have left me to die. I listened to the gunfighter retell what happened while I was out, and that thought only grows. If not for me, Kai would have had his wife to help protect his mind. Sure, she was only a 6th sigil, but any amount of protection could have saved the man back there. He was so close to winning, just feet from doing so. And if Johnny had let me die, then there would be no reason to wish for his death as he wouldn't wish for ours. But if he had one, that'd mean Aniwai would be dead. Do I want that? I don't know. While these thoughts spin throughout my mind, out of nowhere, I feel a slap to the back of my head. Turning around, I yell out to whoever hit me. What the hell? Johnny stands behind me, arm raised. I can tell what you were thinking. I know you well enough by now. This was not your fault. None of this was. You were unconscious, and you were barely alive. This is no one's fault but mine. I made the choice. I will live with it, okay? And you want to know something, Wyatt? I shrug my shoulders at his question directed to me, and he just continues despite my apathy. In the end, I traded a young man brimming with potential for a man who has likely reached the edge of his. Cards were drawn, bets were placed, and it was not for us to truly decide the winners. If you want to truly do something, Wyatt, prove that you can fill in the gap created by Kai's death. The moment you become powerful enough to do what that man did, shake the sky, the earth, and the waters with one strike, I will no longer feel at fault. The Doyen bears the weight, not his men, all right? I let the words sink in as I resaddle the ghost horse and move. Silas horse makes it much easier to maneuver with wounded, mainly because it doesn't tire. But Johnny leaves me off with a final phrase as everyone else listens closely. Lennox and Wyatt, you two might not understand, but I know you do, Blake and Silas. The world will change after today. Sinskreek will fall unless the Prime miraculously stands up or another pillar is willing to abandon their safe territory inland for danger. Of course, there is always the chance Len and Hull or someone similar emerges, but that chance is slim. Even the strongest mortal wouldn't dip his toes here. So there are only two ways this goes, both bad for humanity. Either a hindrance takes Sinskreek, or a demon does. Johnny then focuses on Blake, his eyes softening despite his blindness. Blake, I'm truly sorry. I never expected your homeland to fall because of us coming, but it will, and there is no way around it. A pillar has fallen, and we do not have someone to replace him. Thousands will die, perhaps tens of thousands. Thankfully, Sinskreek borders only other territories with a pillar of their own, but the effects will remain for a long time. The best we can do is get stronger, make our own territory, and keep it safe. Remove the strings above that conjured this scenario. Make sure things like this won't happen again, okay? We all nod at Johnny's words, but I see Blake tearing up heavily, drops running down her face as she sniffles. The woman turns and looks around at the swampland before straightening her back and moving forward with the rest of us. I call out to her and ask if she's okay while we move. You okay, Blake? She laughs a little bit at my question and sniffles heavily. No, my home will soon be gone. But at the same time, it was never really a home. Just the place I came from. The people I met here were more of a home before I lost them. I should be asking you that, though. You're the one who almost died. Is your mind all right? Any lingering effects? I nod to her, a small smile emerging at the fact she's not as heartbroken as I'd imagine. Of course, my home being destroyed by the invading demons hurt quite a lot. But Aniwai's persona's death hurt me way more. Yeah. Aniwai said I'd be more aggressive, survivalistic, and hungry. Speaking of, do you have any food? I'm fucking starving. A small giggle comes from her as she pulls a toad from her bag and holds it up to me. I shake my head at her. I don't want to eat a raw toad, but even if I'm starving, I wonder to what extent these changes will change me. At least I can hold back the hunger now, completely unlike how it used to be. It consumed me for months, eating away at me for every moment. Only now can I ignore it? I'm unsure if that's because my mind or my body is more resilient. Not that it matters, though. Aniwai mentioned that the effects of my coma would remain even if I got the bloody palm out of my mind. I can't notice anything right now, but I know it's there, the effects simmering on the edge of my mind. They are just waiting to lunge out feverishly. At least I'm a bit over the whole childhood thing. Not entirely, but enough to not get furious and, looking back at how I acted in the underworld, suicidal just by thinking about it. I had many opportunities to do things without getting hurt and chose the dangerous path almost always. Never again. I need to be highly conscious from here on out. I've thought this before, but I make an oath to myself this time. One just as serious as my promise to kill Alexos. I will find a path other than just using my body to create a way forward. More like Johnny, more like Earl, more like Elizabeth. Sure, raw power matters, but the three of them have all shown me that how you use that power is just as important. That, and this metamorphosis, has improved my original skill of ether so drastically that I need to think about how to use it. How that silver flame came to be from Johnny's thoughts is beyond me, but I figure it has to do with insight itself. The skill lets me see through other people's eyes, and that was before my trip to the cabin improved it. I didn't know it was possible for so long, however. Back then, I could only see through their eyes and get rough sensations of what they thought or felt, but now it's so much more. It indeed wasn't all that helpful before, but I can tell that its range and scale have increased. From relatively short distances to however far I can see, the situation with Kai is a perfect example. I can read thoughts and emotions and basically understand that person for short periods. The capabilities of this are massive. I remember what Edmund told me all those days ago when he first heard about Chain Eyes. He said I'd make a good scout. Boy, did he have no idea? Though, neither did I. But insight also has one final part to it. I feel connected to the silver flame tattoo on my arm as we move through the swamp. I can feel a direct link between it and the sigil deep within the recesses of my mind. The double-sided sigil is built of one metamorphosed sigil built of three condensed into one intricate eye of partially broken chains, and the other with a single resplendent philosopher sigil made of an eye with unbroken chains. And that connection between the silver flame goes directly to the former, showing that insight's ability to turn thoughts into reality comes from that portion of the sigil. As I focus deeper within, I get a feeling. I feel that insight has a limit, that only a little more can be turned from a simple thought or dream to an actual method of struggle. So I can likely only do that thing once or twice more. I don't even know what to call it. I can feel the ability to dispel the tattoo of a silver flame, but I know better. I finally have an advantage against the bloody palm, and I'm not wasting it. Not a single part of it can flow beyond those flames except for its healing capabilities, which leaves the palm bare bones and almost entirely separated from me. I wonder, could I use this to learn other people's skills? Or, at the very least, replicate them in some fashion? I have no clue what that silver flame actually is, but it is unreal. Even looking at the tattoo still on my arm gives me a feeling that it shouldn't exist, as if it breaks 1,001 laws of physics. There is truly only one word that can describe such a phenomenon: madness. Aniwai was right, for a bit of madness is needed for greatness. Kai had it. I could feel his pure devotion toward Marshall Travis bordering on indoctrinated madness. That devotion gave him strength and acted as an anchor for his power. Aniwai certainly has it, even if she doesn't realize it. Although, I could just be biased because she's a demon. Iva had it, without a doubt. We ride further and further as I continue to think about my abilities, and I even test madness some more, the extension of insight. I find out very quickly that I cannot use my own thoughts. No matter how hard I try, I cannot pull out the unreal from my own mind. Perhaps that comes later, and for now, I have to rely on others' thoughts to build my world before I gain the power to do so with my own. Instead, I read into Lennox's mind with insight as he speaks to Blake. The shift is jarring, to say the least, when my mind enters his holy. I try to stabilize myself and find a thought to latch onto with madness to pull to reality. What are you doing? The pretty lady sighs as she turns to me, but I find her breath funny. I can't breathe, so I like to see other people do it. We're running, Lennox. You know that. Yup, I did. I just wanted to know. I no longer have to take turns talking, so I like to talk. Johnny told me that, and Wyatt is ignoring me. Meaning, his eyes are closed like he's sleeping, but I know he's not. I can sense his ether moving. Us Stoneclad is sensitive to ether. Very sensitive. Johnny said that's why I got a sigil so quickly. And Soldier is the best. I'm stronger, faster, and tougher. I guess I'm not as tough as that other guy was, though. Man, was he fast. I couldn't even see him move. I'm going to ask Blake if she could see him move. I want to know what it was like. Could you see that fast guy move? He was so fast. She breathes in deeply again and answers me. I would ask Silas, as he is the strongest here with eyes that work, but he doesn't like me very much. I don't want to make him angry. Barely. Only Johnny could see him clearly. If only he wasn't blind now. Johnny's eyes are some of the best in the world, you know? That man, though, Kai, he's the best that's ever been in Sinskreek. Even his predecessor Ivan, the Salacious Claw, was nowhere near as strong as him. So it's a sad day to see him gone. And without anyone to fill in for him, the pygmies and demons will fill in quickly as everyone tries to escape to Timberlands for Eli's web of safety or to Valens for Marshall's indomitable wall. I just nod along with her words. So cool. Since we came up from the underworld, everything has been fantastic, the sun being the coolest by far. But, I wonder, could I reach it? Put the sun in my hands? I'm a stoneclad, right? So, can my hands handle the heat? Surely. I'm made of stone. I break out of the inside, hinging the entire weight of my mind on a single thought. Of course, the skill only requires an idea, not a complete overview of one's mind. But I was simply curious about what the little guy was thinking. And it's pretty adorable, even if domineering. Put the sun in my hands, and from inside, madness is born. A ball of silver flame appears in my hands, so hot that it burns me instantly. I throw it behind me, and it lands into the now low water of the swamps, turning everything it touches to vapor. I feel a considerable sink of ether that simply leaves without a trace, not even entering my eyes or mind but disappearing out of nothing and leaving behind a massive headache. Madness doesn't take any ether to keep it going, only a colossal consumption to start it. The imagined becoming real with just ether, focus, and a twinge of madness. A second tug appears on my sigil as everyone looks at me in surprise. I raise my hands and explain myself. I'm just testing out the skill for my metamorphosis. It's like what is on my arms that pushed back the bloody palm's assault. Johnny nods to me and continues, but Lennox turns and stares me in the eyes, positively shaking with enthusiasm. Did you just make a sun? Can I touch it? I shake my head with a laugh. No one is that strong. No. And no. The first is impossible, and the second is dangerous. So just stay on the horse and let me practice a bit more. The stoneclad deflates a bit and slouches in sadness. I try to just focus on testing the limits of my madness. And for the next several hours, I do so, taking breaks to let my ether saturation die out before continuing. I learned 3 strict rules about the skill while everything else relaxes. However, I want some guidance, so I relay them to Johnny, hoping the man can provide some. Then, finally, I write it all down and show it to him. At most, I can have 3 figments of madness active at a time. My sigil and mind cannot handle it anymore. Whenever I try to make a third, just doing the part of grabbing the thought alone is challenging and makes it hard to exit the person's mind. An attempt at a fourth almost knocked me out, so much ether leaving me that I collapsed. The thought can be regarding anything, from fire to a coin, but it will always be silver and will instantaneously disappear if I want it to. It also has to come from someone else's mind. However, all the things I make are weightless, and it is easy to tell that they are unreal. Weapons are sharp but lack weight, so things like blades are far better than hammers. My ether limits the complexity, size, and power. So far, I've been unable to make anything larger than a short dagger. A pistol is out of the question. As for power, it seems to hinge on the belief in the thought, and the ether siphoned away to make the imagined thought genuine. Using about half of my ether before nearly passing out, I can create a ball of fire capable of turning water to vapor almost instantly. Using only a smidge, however, makes it barely capable of burning paper. The more ether I put into an object, the more I can accentuate a feature like size or sharpness. It's a skill with seemingly few limits, with the use only truly limited by my creativity. I wonder, had I answered differently to the cabin, if these rules would differ. If I had said I prefer to stand tall with a perspective of my own, would these thoughts come from myself? And if I had chosen to delve into my dreams, what would that do? Make this a more potent form, but only while sleeping. So many questions that I know I'll never get answers to. I turn to look at Johnny for advice, but he only shakes his head and points at the journal he gave me. I can't help you, Wyatt, but perhaps the words left by Remington can. The man was far wiser than I will ever be. Grumbling as Johnny steps away, I pull myself out of this testing mindset to look at my most recent creation of madness. I'll look at the journal in a bit. My focus now is on a small bullet from Johnny's thoughts on his ammo. However, I'm unsure if it will work, as the pistol I tried to make off of similar ideas was a complete dud. I put the bullet in my pocket, careful not to break it because of how light it feels. It feels more like a fragile piece of bird bone than a bullet. I'll try it out later. We need to focus on moving for now. Who knows who is after us? Darkstep could be on our tail, or so could a group of hunters. The death of Kai and his wife will undoubtedly put a bounty on us, one large enough for the strong to chase. The draft of invigoration is running through me still, but I am still not allowed to run or anything by Johnny. Instead, I sit and read this stupid journal he gives me. I can't even control time. How is this supposed to help me? All Johnny told me is that it will help me in how I handle ether. However, I don't voice my opinion and just read the damn thing. 176 results. The journal that Johnny gave me is difficult to understand. Much of it is far too complicated for me to wrap my head around, and at first, it is just dull jargon about ether. But eventually, it starts saying things that make some sense. For example, splitting skills into partial activations sounds practical, but can my skills benefit from that? I don't think so. Johnny's golden eye can be split to become more versatile and powerful, while something like Silas' wish could as well. Perhaps even Blake, if she can make her spirit appear and disappear for concise time frames to distract or damage enemies. But me? How can that help me? Almost all of my skills are ones that either need to be sustained, like Rapturous and Struggler Defiance, or pre-built ones that exist until the ether breaks appear, like Ironbound. Can anything even be activated in short bursts that would be helpful? I can see the use for conserving ether, but would the effort not be more worth investing in strengthening my control and amount? If I use insight for a fraction of a second like Johnny is hinting at through this book, it would only serve to disorient and distract me. The information I can gain from a half-second of seeing through someone else's eyes is meaningless. The power comes from sustained use, where I learn how they act, think, and see the world. I propose this issue to Johnny when we take a short break at nightfall. I finish the journal, but I don't see the use for me. None of my skills will benefit very much from this partial use. The gunfighter nods to me in understanding, but asks a question back to me. That may be true now, but what about later? What if you get a skill like mine or Silas? Single, maybe double use with high power? Oh wait, you have one already, don't you? It's just a derivative, is it not? Huh, what's he talking about? I don't have a… Oh, he's talking about explosion. When my body is full of ether, I don't have to burst it all out at once. If I follow these instructions, I can split it up, saving both my limbs and extending the usage. I see what you mean now. Better get practicing. Not much else to do. I nod to him and speak before taking in a gasp of ether, creating a small whirlwind around us. Johnny sighs, puts his hand on his face, and slowly drags it down. He positions a hand out to Blake, and she gives him a syringe of something as I focus on my ether. Anytime I use Struggler's Gasp, a massive surge of ether comes to me and fills my lungs, which goes into every part of my body, weakening the chains. But this idea of Johnny's is what I needed all along. It will go a long way to stop me from getting hurt. Hell, if I had known this 2 months ago, I'd still have 2 arms. I look inward on myself and force the ether not to flow into my chains, but instead spiral throughout my body for a short time. This movement of ether places great strain on my body, but I grit my teeth and go through what feels like being pulled in every direction at once by a dozen men. Then, following Johnny and the journal's directions, I burst the ether with my mind for a short period toward my right leg before immediately stopping. As I do so, I raise my leg and kick toward the nearest tree. Again, the ether is cut into halves as the first portion works as intended, pushing ether out the bottom of my foot and carving a massive gash into the bark of the tree. But the other half, the half that doesn't leave, acts opposed to what I expected. It goes haywire within my stomach, and I double over, instantly expelling bile from the pain and sensations, making my mind spin. While that happens, I'm pulled to my feet, and Johnny injects something into me. Another draft? Why? The man shakes his head at me in disappointment. You never learn. By the devil, at least this time, it wasn't too bad. You are hurt, Wyatt. Even if this feels like you're normal, it needs to change. Your mind is safe now, but your body is not. I tried to show you this ideology of ether manipulation, so this exact thing wouldn't happen. Take things slowly, okay? We've been out of the underworld for less than 2 days, and we've already used almost all the supplies they gave us. The draft makes my stomach settle as I feel warmth flow to my extremities, bringing back the pain I've grown habituated to. Once I feel stable enough to stand on my own 2 feet, Johnny walks away, tossing me another book. Read this now. No ether. No physical labor. You are on the bench for the next month. Minimum. No ifs, ands, or buts. Reading is the only thing you will be doing. If you disobey me at all, I promise I will make Heath and Earl sedate you when we get back until you are fully healed. You hear me? Sadly, I nod to him. We are finally in a situation where I can rest, and while I'm being forced to, I'm not too fond of it. But I need to. I know that. I just want to make progress toward that lofty goal. Would a god stop because they're hurt? Yeah, they probably would. That's a dumb thought. I sigh and watch Johnny and Silas make a small wagon for us all to sit on. Blake discovered an hour or so ago that she could enhance Darkmane, Silas Ghost Horse, with her unique brand of vigor. All she needs to do is take it from Johnny, and that makes Darkmane much faster, stronger, and bigger. Neither Silas nor Lennox has any vigor to be stolen, as they are not technically alive, and she doesn't take it from me because I'm healing. However, Dakota is willing and walks up to her on his own accord while Blake takes it from Johnny and tires him out. Blake also recently found a better way to siphon said vigor with the book she got from the underworld, the Demonan and Anonan, or whatever it is. The word is long, and I only heard it once. She described it as taking from the heart directly instead of generally taking it from the body. I could only shrug my shoulders. All I know is that vigor is focused on the heart and body while ether is mind and soul, right? There are probably more distinctions, but that's about all I got. So, I turn my back on them while the 2 men work. Blake siphons vigor from Dakota, and Darkmane stands there watching us all with an apathetic gaze. I guess she is an undead horse. She's probably been through a whole load of horseshit. Haha, horseshit. Finally, I stop procrastinating and open the book Johnny gave me. Enclosed fists. Eleanor Granger. Enclosed fists. I am told these first pages must be short and describe what will be later in the book, but the art of combat is far too diverse to be put into a single book, let alone 1 page. So I, Eleanor, the second Supreme of Heights, will, in these pages, describe what I have learned about fighting. From guns to swords, I hope to enlighten any who seek to learn how to fight, but it all begins and ends with a closed fist. A book from a Supreme? This ought to be unique. I turn to the next page and read a bit more. The very first page is on how to throw a punch, with images depicting how to do so drawn so incredibly detailed that I can see every muscle, every tendon, and every strand of hair on this woman as she goes through the motions in a dozen images. The caption on this page and the images are simple, yet it is also profound. A punch, the simplest and earliest weapon of mankind. It all begins from the legs, hips, torso, and finally, the least important part is the actual arm. Nothing can be done with a weak foundation. The legs are the start of all strength, the ankles the origin of all power. I move to the next page after digesting the way to punch. It's simple, yet I don't think I've ever done what it displays. No exaggerated movements, only the most perfect form that removes every wasted action, no matter how minuscule. The second, I expect to be about how to kick, is instead about how to run. The best way to breathe while running, and how to run for extremely long distances. The caption denotes humanity and our gift at, well, running. Of all the gifts in the world we own in our flesh, our legs are the most important. So many races, if not all, are innately faster than us, but none can outrun us. Unrelenting, unstoppable, inexhaustible. Some races are tougher, some are faster, some are smarter, but we, the forgotten, will always catch up. No matter how long it may take, once we start, only death will cease our movements. I look through all these movements and move on to the next page, committing them to memory. I'll definitely have to come back, but I want to see what's in here for now. The next page is on senses, specifically how weak ours are and how to enhance them. 6 image sets on this page depict different ways to improve your senses. For example, using a blindfold constantly for your ears to sleep, depriving yourself until every sense but your eyes shut down to enhance your eye stability under pressure. The senses of man are pitiful. Our eyes are short and failing. Our ears easily damaged or tricked. Our nose is almost useless, and our taste only serves to produce gluttons. Even our touch only helps to be an issue, forcing us to feel pain when we need not to. But one can train their senses just as one trains their body, mind, or ether. Even the sixth sense, the inherent ability all beings possess toward danger, can be harnessed. One must isolate it and force it to grow alongside you. I go through several more pages, but they all speak about different parts of the human body, none detailing how to fight. The last page with pictures is on how to take an injury, the features of the body least valuable and most welcome to wounds. But the book's final page bears no images, only text. This is a note written far after the original portion of this book. This is a precursor to my Zil. You could create your own if any managed to learn all the teaching within. It is the slower and more painful way compared to my personal journal on Adzil, but this is meant for an army to read and digest over many years. Each part, even digested separately, will enhance a soldier's strength. But if taught amidst a whole army, there is a chance one may step upon the peak with my words. You came here seeking how to fight, but that is not my purpose. It all begins with an enclosed fist and ends with one. The self must acquire experience. However, preparation can begin far before that. Commit my teachings to your mind, and you will grow as a human. I write this page just before I walk to my inevitable death. An enemy is at the gates of heights, and I must meet them. For what is hope without someone to stand for it? These are my final words. None shall hear me speak or see me write beyond this. Trust nothing but your own fists, not the gods, not the angels, and most certainly not death. She brings only ruin to the world with her ailing madness. Only the weight of your own fists, your own power, and your own will matter in this world of ours. I pull my nose out of the book to get onto the small wagon made by Silas and Johnny as I digest the words in the book, my heart sinking at Eleanor's final words. I've spent the last several hours reading through her advice, slowly understanding her through the text. I didn't expect the ending to speak of her death. How tragic, though. I suppose that's the only way a supreme goes out. What is hope without someone to stand for it? These words of Eleanor's sink deeply into my heart as I go over her teachings. The book has dozens of things, each pertaining to an aspect of humanity. From running to hiding to shooting a gun, it is all there. Small little amounts that hold mountains of wisdom within them. Now that I look back, I see what she means. Separate, these things are only slightly helpful, but altogether, these pages' knowledge combined into a single person would birth a master of war and combat. I return to the first page detailing a punch and reread it repeatedly as the wagon starts moving with a jolt. I can feel us speed up through the swamps as Darkmane takes us through the shifty terrain. Only with an undead horse and a wagon put together by ether can we make much progress through the swamp, but we are hurrying not to get caught by demons, outlaws, or any hunters that might come for us. And before we know it, I'm sure we'll be at Stark Bluffs. That is, if we aren't killed on the way by everything going to shit. Marshal Travis. I hear the moving army in front of me all the way from here, audible, allowing anything within my sight to enter my ears without issue. I can hear their armor moving and architects making hand signals. They know I can see them even miles away. They've come prepared. They know I can hear them, so they aren't speaking. They know I can easily break through their front, so they are spread out. They've come with every measure to counter my strengths, but they've forgotten just one thing. I am not alone. This whole fortress is filled with men and women who can shore up my weaknesses. I call out to the young man beside me. Cub. Tomas steps closer, his head slightly bending in respect. Yes, sir. A visible layer of ether covers my hand, steel fist coming into being with the slightest nudge. Prepare them all. They are coming. Someone has fallen. Tomas stutters for a second, unbelieving. What do you mean they are coming? And who fell? I shake my head, unknowing, as I step onto the battlement. My muscles, bones, and tendons prepare themselves without me even doing anything. Another battle, another day. Will this be my last? No, not today. Pygmies will not take me. They have not brought enough architects, high or low. or their leader, the current creator, and they neglected to bring an ordinance. Without their supreme tools of power, I will not fall. I can see them clearly. The architects are moving, their armaments shaking with power. Either Kai, Howard, or Clarence fell. We shall see soon. Just as I finish speaking, a tired and heavily breathing man bursts onto our spot on the wall, Tomas turning to them as they talk out loud. Sir, sorry for the intro. I cut him off, only wanting to know what is essential. My eyes turn to look at him for an answer. Go ahead. Who died? The man shakes a bit, trying to stand tall under my gaze but fails. I don't blame him. Stronger men have been unable to. Almost as if prophetically, the man speaks what my instincts for war told me. K. Kai Vincent. The Ruguro hunter has fallen, along with his wife, Myra. It's believed that Johnny Caldwell killed them both as he was last seen breaking into their home, and an augur confirmed that Johnny was near Kai near his death. The news is a shock to me and Tomas, who inhales sharply, but I become skeptical after a brief moment of shock and deep sadness that I force from revealing itself to the world. Johnny Caldwell? The gunfighter? That doesn't sound right. Even if he somehow leaped angelhood, the man would get shredded to pieces by Kai, his serpents eating the man for breakfast. I would know. After all, I wouldn't let the man leave Bent for good until he left a permanent scar on me. He wouldn't die to Johnny. Not this quickly. Not with this sparse information. Plus, it makes no sense why he'd do it. What would the rebel have to gain by killing Kai? He's one of the few pillars not wholly controlled by an estate. Sure, his wife is a Grimes, but she ran to him for safety just as much as he ran to her. The marriage was both circumstantial and even. Not just that, but I was expecting the demons to attack, not Johnny. Of course, there is the chance that he is a demon in disguise, but it is unlikely. I'll ask someone to follow up on that later, though. Skinwalkers are dangerous. Even with my keen senses, they sometimes slip by. The atmosphere on the wall goes still as I think, and eventually propose a question. Who said that Johnny felt Kai? Who was the augur that sensed him? The soldier stutters shortly before answering a perfect answer, one that is far too flawless. Eli Weiss, sir. The underground tree said he sensed it. Something is off. Sure, Eli would be too far to engage and help Kai, but that doesn't mean he couldn't have warned him somehow. Eli has the best foresight in all of the territories, and his proclamation after the death? It doesn't feel right to me. I dismiss the courier with a wave, and he practically runs away. Currents seem to be running underneath the territories while I hold the walls. Things will only become more complicated once Sinskreek falls. Vincent Harvey won't save it. He'd only move for a core territory like Onyxgate, Kuhn, or Blackreach. I could hope that Lennon Hull will stand up, the Bloodhound's most potent student capable of holding off angels despite being mortal, but that is far too optimistic. If anything, that ambitious man is just as likely to make the situation worse. He's not called diabolic just because of his prowess with a blade. The worst case is if he joins Edward. 2 of the 3 students of Edmund gathering would be quite the sight, even if it's ominous. A revolution is brimming in the east, full of blood and suffering, while forces emerge from the west. Meanwhile, in the west, a man is accused of killing a pillar. Unlikely. Someone is lying, or at least not telling the complete truth to deflect blame. Eli, why are you putting this on Caldwell? I shake my head before nodding at Tomas. I always think best while fighting. I've let the pygmies prepare too long. Get the forces to follow me. He asks me a question as I turn and face the approaching army of pygmies with their almost endless lines of puppets and armaments. Are you going in first, sir? I nod. A leader should lead in the very front. Nowhere else does a general belong but in the eyes of his soldiers, Vincent. I don't think of the Prime for any longer than a second, however, for, at his level, the man can probably notice when people think of him. Then, without waiting even another moment, I leap off the high walls of Bent and, with the fury of a raging tornado, speed straight for the damned pygmies and their army. Only one skill rages within my body as I move forward. Payne's Forge, the Zill I crafted of my own design, gives my ailing body strength beyond almost any other man alive. The more I hurt, the closer to death I reach, the stronger I become. And the gates are not too far away, but the lady will have to drag me in, for I will not go quietly. 177. Tranquility. Wyatt Graves. I grumble to myself as I watch Blake and Johnny fight off a group of naked bears, large bear-like creatures without fur. The only reason they are even called bears is because of their large stature and a disproportionate head, resembling a bear's head to whoever first found them. I feel fine. It's been over a week. Silas, beside me, chuckles as he tosses a coin back and forth atop Darkmane. He's waiting for the area ahead to be cleared before we can continue. That's your own fault, boy. Maybe you'd be allowed to join if you were more careful and less reckless. Can't trust you not to kill yourself. I try to argue against him, but he shuts me down quickly as he stops tossing his coin to look at me. I feel fine, though. No open wounds, broken bones, or... His voice starts accusatory, but rapidly shifts to a more caring tone. What about all those bruises? Scars? That patch on your head that looks like a wolf tried to eat you? Just relax, kid. You are fine. You are not needed. You are allowed to relax. That's what you need to hear, right? You've been forced to step up the past few months, or at least you felt like it, backed against a wall, fighting for your life without another option, depended upon by others despite not being ready to take care of yourself. I know the feeling too. Just relax. Okay, you got at least another 2 weeks before we get to Stark Bluffs with Darkmane here and Blake's help, so you best get used to this calm and recover. His words quiet me as Blake finishes the last naked bear, siphoning its strength using her bandages as it collapses into weakness. She's been getting really good at that lately. It must be from that book. Before, she only knew how to do it up close. As the two of the gunfighter and Blake, who Silas coined, Heck coined, the hearse because she can take in a spirit at a time, walk toward us, Silas finishes speaking to me before getting Darkmane to start moving the shabby wagon once more. You're gonna need that rest. The underworld is about to have a whole bunch of new fighters soon. I nod to his words. The whole world is about to break. We have gotten out of Sinskreek and are now riding along the border between Timberlands and Bone Dunes. I can only imagine the devastation that will come from what occurred. A fall of a pillar? Damn. While I knew the goal was to fight against them, besides those like Marshall, I never really understood what that meant. It meant risking the safety of humanity by overthrowing its current leaders. Even then, our goal wasn't to fight them directly. It was more to survive on our own against the demons, pygmies, Nahullo, and whatever else might attack us, to return from the ashes and rebuild anew. Like Johnny said a while ago, fighting our pillars head-on is mostly counterintuitive. It weakens us and the ones who also fight our enemies. Might as well try to be as separate as we possibly can be. Sometimes, though, that's impossible. Bored and with nothing else to do as Johnny watches me like a hawk, I start reading. I've been doing it almost this whole ride, as he stopped me from even using ether. I reread in closed fists again, and again, and again, and again, as the days continue to pass. Unable to practice anything in the book besides the mental and sensory, I just soak in the knowledge provided. Several more days pass through our travel before we stop yet again. Steps resound from outside the wagon as I look up to see Johnny hop into the vehicle. Earlier, he left to visit this small town we are passing by with Payne, Kai's son, and now he's returned without Payne. I wanted to go with him, but he told me I couldn't. This shit is starting to grate on me, and it's only been a few weeks. Silently, I continue to read as Johnny explains to Blake that he left Payne with a family in the town willing to take him. We can't take care of such a young child with all the dangers we encounter. Then, Johnny details how he guided them on a path to Valence, the likely safest place in the coming storm. I watch the man slide down the back of the wagon, his eyes staring into the distance with his gradually returning vision. His face is grieved and solemn as he puts his palm to his face, speaking to himself quietly with his fingers pulling his long ebony hair. Wanting to keep his privacy but still frustrated with him, I listen closely, ether swirling in my ears. Another one. Johnny, can't you protect any of them? His muffled outburst about being too weak to protect the young child hits home. He had to give Payne away because we are too weak to protect it. Bone Dunes still has their silent scorpion, Clarence Love, but he's not a very active pillar. He'd prefer to stay safe and live in his home than help save a town beset by dangers. All we can do is hope that the family who took him makes it to a safe place. The child is only like that because of me. I glance back at Eleanor's book with determination. Never again. A pillar of humanity, a man with less than 20 human equals alive, counting outlaws, died because of me. I need to do better, become better. Even if Johnny doesn't want me to, I will practice. I'll do it carefully, starting with the least dangerous and most challenging techniques to detect. I just can't sit still any longer. So, I do as Eleanor Granger said to. I block off all my senses to raise another. Thankfully, this is something I can do without Johnny being aware of, as Eleanor details several skills on for this purpose. Blind, deafen, anosma, naptic, and gustin. These skills are internal weaves of ether that turn off a sense temporarily. Sight, sound, smell, touch, and taste, respectively. But, again, there is almost no way for Johnny to know what I'm doing as there are no physical phenomena, and the ether used in these skills is so tiny as the focus is on using minute snippets of ether. I can't do big, showy things, but I can practice the small, and that's what I'll do until we reach Starbluffs. Maybe by then, it'll make a difference. In the corner of the wagon, ignoring the others and Lennox asking why the now-gone pain didn't speak, I blind myself. Ether enters the nerve within my eye and creates a small orb that blocks off any sight. I'm drowned in darkness after an hour of careful practice to use the simple skill once, but it also helps that I've spent the last week learning these skills in great detail. But in that darkness, I still see my world of chains. Everything is created of chains, and as such, all that happens is all my other senses become just a bit more focused, especially hearing. It becomes pretty hard to tune out the conversation, actually. So, he can talk but doesn't know words? A groan comes from Blake that I hear almost as if it's next to me despite being on the other side of the wagon. Yes, children that young don't know any languages barring a few words. Lennox. Lennox's cheery voice counters Blake's answer with another query from his unending list. So, how did I learn how to SPE? I cut off his voice as I try to use deafen now that I have a handle on how to use these skills, the general gist being the same for each. A small bubble of ether appears inside both of my ears simultaneously, cutting off the noise around me. Once more, I feel my senses grow, the smell of wood and grass prevalent around me maturing even more profoundly, and I notice a slight change within this world made of chains. Everything kind of becomes, not clearer per se, but more defined. Each chain has a tad bit more detail than before. I move on to the following sense. Smell. Another small bubble appears in each of my nostrils, deep within that cuts off the smell from the world around me. It feels like having a cold, the smell gone even if your nose isn't clogged. Once this sense disappears, I taste my tongue and feel my clothes, so obviously, it is uncomfortable. This is such an odd pairing of feelings that I immediately move on to removing taste as well. At the same time, I notice the increased definition of my world of chains. They are gaining more and more detail, slowly reaching the expected level of depiction that normal vision would have. Another bubble appears underneath my tongue, blocking off the taste from the muscle quite quickly as I acclimate to using these skills. Another change occurs as I can even feel the scars on my skin, not just the clothes I wear. The feeling of the wagon bouncing increases to the level of actual pain and not just discomfort. It's like 1,000 bugs crawling all over me in painful synchronicity. Shaking slightly from the disturbing sensation, unwilling to even look around to gauge the world of chains, I cut off that last sense as it is the most difficult, according to Eleanor. A final bubble appears at the bottom of my brain as I carefully make it to not damage any part of my brain. Then, there is nothing. No sights of colors, no sounds of talking or wind, no smells of rain, no taste of food, and not even a feeling of the tremor beneath me of the wagon. Not even my world of chains exists anymore, the obscure benefit of my new sigil going away as my final sense does. Just peace and ether. Or, as Eleanor put it, tranquility. I can't tell where I'm at. However, I can still vaguely tell what position my body is in, kinesthesia being so ingrained that to remove it would require far higher ether manipulation than I am comfortable with using. Instead, I settle for this in the corner of the cabin and let my mind wander in this darkness. Almost every aspect of this book has been ingrained into my mind like burrs into wood. All I need is to practice the seemingly endless teachings. One page, the page that leads to tranquility, has taken me days to reach. Within this darkness, I bring Eleanor's words to my mind about my current state. Tranquility. It is the state that all, in my opinion, should reach. To exist in the darkness of the womb. There is no better place for thought, recollection, and planning. No better place to improve. Few are willing to rob themselves of their senses so far as to simply exist. But once you reach this state, the mind opens, not to the outside but to the inside. Look back on all your failures, all your triumphs, and improve. Then, and only then, will your enclosed fist become any different. And as you reopen your senses, do so one by one. Clarity will come. A warrior cannot survive without knowledge, and the best way to learn is to perceive. In this serene darkness, I do as she says. The wisdom of one such as a supreme is far too important to ignore. So, I look back. A sensation akin to rewinding a clock falls through me as my imagination goes backward in time to the day it all began. I look back to the day Ma died, specifically the part where I fought my first monster, that Ratbeak, the lowest level of Hura's army he raised. Such a low level I practically ignored them during the battle at Rustbank. I almost died scrambling for the lily that day. Now, I could just beat it to death with my fists and some ether. But that's not what I should do. I need to improve, not just find solutions impossible to the version of me of that period. I need to learn to run, to live. Edmund told me this a long time ago, and I ignored him. I should not have. A man on the gallows I am, and I always have been. The second the world learned of Ma's death through their augurs, I was placed upon those wooden stands with a noose around my neck. Few know of my existence, most only knowing of her death and my father's supposed death. But those who do are powerful enough to dig my grave. Alexos and Darkstep. Deep in this tranquility, I realize why the latter has not exposed me. It's because she's a Nahullo. Why would she leak that information to the hunters? It's likely her race that knows of me. It's ominous, but better a faraway enemy than a close one. So far, I've been lucky. I've met those capable of helping me. Earl saved my life when we fought those bandits. Virgil and Vernon saved me many times, just as Johnny did. Heath, Sakate, and Earl rescued me after the battle at Rustbank. Even the bloody palm and its anger have been helpful. But were there any better ways to fight than with pure and utter recklessness? Yes, there had to have been. I just need to find them. So in the future, I no longer fight like that, at least not all the time. There are times when my brand of recklessness is needed, as Johnny has expressed, but I need to know when to determine those. Simply becoming tougher, faster, or stronger will not cut it. I need to be better. So, that fight with the Ratbeak, it surprised me, and when I turned around, I panicked. That should never happen, the second part at least. Ambushes are not something I can remove, but I can change my attitude. Calmness is needed under any circumstance to think and overcome the obstacle presented. Then, when it attacked me, I fumbled and failed at stabbing it with my knife. That should not happen, at least not in the way it did. My stab was shallow, and there was no follow-through as the creature barreled at me. Eleanor showed me how to wield a dagger correctly. Swift and short movements that aim for the most vital parts only. If you cannot reach a critical organ, you grapple and stab while subduing. Instead of backing up and showing weakness that earned me several wounds, I should have pushed forward and stabbed it in the neck, then again and again until it died. In that way, sure, I would have gotten hurt, but it would have been far less than running away for the lily and getting mauled to all hell. So that's how to change that situation. Be more aggressive, less cowardly. But that is not always the answer. That is only the answer because the Ratbeak was weak. In a case like Alexos, Edmund and I should have run, made a deal, or done anything to make it out alive. There is, frankly, not much I can do to fix that one. Some dice just come up with snake eyes. The fight afterward, however, against the trio of hunters, that could have been handled far better. The second I realized talking would not work, violence should have been enacted. They had an apparent tracker, so there was no way I could run away. I should have ignored the big guy and focused on the archer before turning to the woman. In that way, I could have won without ever being knocked out. Better placed stabs, parries, or dodges would have let me win that fight, and I see that now. Instead of trading wounds, I should have been doing the previous, or at the very least, making sure the injuries I take aren't in crucial locations. A whole portion of Eleanor's book talks about how to get hurt and the best places to take a wound in exchange for dealing damage. The small place in your stomach where the appendix is. You might bleed a lot, but the appendix is a nigh useless organ. Dodge, at all costs, damage to tendons, joints, and muscles. That is something I've neglected, and it has cost me. Eleanor says it's better to take damage to fleshy areas instead of those that give you strength. Their shoulders, back, thighs, and bottoms are her go-tos. These places affect your performance little if done right, and have a middling effect on your survival capability. Finally, her last suggestion for getting hurt is simply to not. One must train their body to the absolute limit of mortality. The human body has inherent limitations that can only be crossed by those lofty angels as their sigils and souls merging gives their body a bit more range. Every muscle, every bone, and every tendon must be perfect. In this way, your body will dodge on its own before you even know you have to. Instead of getting my heel cut, which drastically slowed me, or fatal wounds that were bleeding me out, I should have moved enough to get hurt in different locations if I couldn't dodge entirely. In her words, fight as you imagine a demon would. Then, later on, when I fought with those fake hunters in that graveyard of bones, I simply should not have approached. Should the hunters be a threat, the situation was not one we could risk. Had we decided to move around them that day, I'd still have an arm that was mine, and instead of walking up to them, we could have watched from afar and gauged who they were. And when it was indicated that they were outlaws, I could have ambushed them, ending the threat of at least a few of the most dangerous among their group. That would have substantially decreased the danger. Many of these situations float to me within this tranquility. Dozens, in fact. Each of them, I come up with a better way to go about it, or how I could have fought better that would get me hurt less. And as my mind runs through the most recent fight, the one with Edmund, I pause. That one, I knew I should not do it. I knew it, and yet, I did. The only thing there I can honestly say that, in retrospect, I'd do differently is to wait. I'd wait for Johnny and the rest to show up before fighting so I could be healed sooner. I needed that fight. Truly, it was cathartic despite, in the end, being a failure. It showed me that I won't always win, but sometimes there are things worse than losing. And so, with defeat in mind, I pull back the ether of tranquility and bring myself back to the world. Still the same man, but a better one. The same faults will no longer be repeated. That, I promise. A god doesn't fail, right? And if they do, it's only because of other gods. If I want to be one of them, I need to start improving fast enough to never make the same mistake. Eventually, there will no longer be any mistakes to make. Gods don't make mistakes, and neither will I, eventually. 178. The Icarus Formula. Earl Garner. I pull my feet out of the dreary and nasty sewers with Elizabeth hot on my heels. Primrose is above me on the ladder, literally dragging Icarus by her hair as the woman does her best to climb despite it. The Coltsmith is unique, to say the least. Let me go, you fucking whore. I'll rip out your damned eyeballs and stick him onto a stalk, just so I can feel him burst against my shoulder. She's struggling against Primrose, but the lady, a little crazy herself, has paralyzed Icarus with her poison. Something I'm thrilled about as the sun touches us for the first time in almost 2 days. The escape through the sewers was uneventful yet horrible. I'm sure the stench of decay, feces, and long dead matter will linger on me for weeks, but it was the best option I had. And as I step out to feel the warmth of the sun and the lack of the brain-melting odor, I see Primrose move quickly to hit Icarus on the head. The Coltsmith is knocked out cold almost instantly before the woman pushes us back into the sewer drain. Icarus just dangles from Primrose's hand as I go to question her. A harsh whisper reaches Elizabeth and me before we can speak. Primrose's voice harbors zero negotiation with only blunt judgment. Quiet. The resistance is in the street. I saw a man with a mask. We are going back to find another way. Primrose then jumps off the ladder and lands on the stone of the sewers with absolute silence. Confused, Elizabeth and I both follow her, Elizabeth asking what we are both thinking. So what about a masked man? Why can't we go? And won't the resistance be on our side? Primrose shakes her head and makes us follow her through the sewer again. I scrunch my bag around my nose to make it more bearable. But man, we were so close. No, I saw a man with a special mask. A smiley facade on steel-painted white. You two must not be familiar with him. The leader of the resistance. There is a reason why Johnny started his own rebellion. Myriad is just as mad as the Prime. Only one can get thousands to support them. Curious but frustrated, I ask some more. I want to know about this damned man making me stay underneath in these forsaken sewers. I mean, does no one ever come down here at all? I readjust the makeshift torch of wooden and metal scrap before speaking. So, what makes him so mad? Primrose laughs slightly as she returns to dragging Icarus now that the coltsmith is quiet. It's said he became an angel almost a decade ago, but he got the fucking short end of the stick of a power. The man was a well-known resistance fighter who always wore a mask for his safety and to make it appear like there were more of him. But when he took the leap to angelhood, he changed. He gained the ability to split himself. Only he found out after first using it that it also splits his mind, memories, and all. I know he tried to refrain from using it, but the power is, frankly, near omnipotent without the downside. So, over time, he began to break down more and more. Some say he even prays to false gods. These rumors have gotten worse and worse, until now, where he leads the resistance with an iron fist that slaughters any in his way. Damn, that sounds horrible. He got a power that forced him to go insane? Can that happen to anyone? I suppose they can. So, we don't want to be seen by him. Any attention is bad attention, that's for sure, especially when we have this high-priority target in our hands. I go silent with thought as Elizabeth does the same. Even our resistance against the estates are shitty. Fuck. Just as I think this, Primrose speaks up once more. It's not all bad, though. I've heard from sources here in Blackreach that the Blood Beast is trying to right the resistance himself, writing it into a proper revolution. Edward Dudley doesn't play around, and with his father killed, his accusation and sentencing to death, and his allies abandoning him, the man has nothing to lose. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what was about to happen up there. Infighting between the rebels. The conversation ends there as Primrose promptly turns a corner and leaves our sightline. Elizabeth and I must hurry to catch up, lugging all our nasty stuff. After a few minutes of walking, with only grumbling between Elizabeth and me, Icarus wakes again, mouth spewing once more. Hey, cocksucker, help me out. You want a gun to shoot an angel? A sword to cut a forerunner? A fucking bomb that'll wipe out a block? Help me out, and I'll do anything for you, promise. I laugh at her insanity. She's been talking like this for the past 2 days. I'm pretty sure those claims against her weren't false. She's fully fucking psycho. At first, I thought they might be, but no. This girl is fucking insane to the max. I'm good, Morgan. I can make my own weapons and tools. She scoffs and grinds her teeth at me as she's being drugged in front of me. Don't call me that. I'm Icarus. I can give anything the wings to fly. And I'm sure you can make weapons. What can you make? A flimsy knife? A spoon? Don't tell me it's a spork? Ahaha. Ow. In the middle of her maniacal laughter, Primrose slams her into the wall, eliciting a crack from the lady's head. Doesn't stop her from talking, though. Ow. You whore. I swear. I'll remove those small little gourds of yours. They'll look great on some armor. That insult. That single insult that provokes Primrose's breasts, which are, admittedly, relatively small, freaks her out more than I've ever seen. And she's put a knife to my eye before with a threat to remove my testicles and then proceed to feed me them. The woman of poison twists, lifts Morgan Weiss into the air, and screams at the top of her lungs at the other woman. Every word is enunciated with more rage than I thought was possible in such a frame as Primrose's body. Elizabeth and I share a glance that says, "Is this bitch crazy?" before returning our focus to the spectacle. You have one last chance. Teach him how to make the guns. With another laugh, Icarus spits at Primrose, and I immediately cringe. Wrong answer. No, don't wanna. Let me go. I'm too valuable to kill. Ha ha ha. A grumble comes from Primrose as warning bells go off in my mind, and I rush to stop the woman from what she's about to do. Valuable, my taint. I'm not fast enough to stop her, however, and in less than a second, Morgan Weiss' skull is 3 inches deep into the stone below, unmoving and unbreathing. I just stand still in shock as Elizabeth screams at Primrose. What the hell did you just do? We came all this way, months of travel and investigation, just for you to kill the woman? Are you fucking stupid, insane, or a literal child? Primrose shakes her head and stomps the head of the unmoving body before walking away, her scarf waving in the air. None of the above. This bitch would never work for us. She's simply more trouble than she's worth. Search her for anything that might be useful. Earl is 10 times the mind than she was. The woman's broken inside. I've seen it before. Don't know what they, whoever they are, did to her, but she's just gone. Her mind is there technically, but it has no morality or rationality. She knows she's valuable, and will use it to do heinous things. Seen it before. It has no place in Johnny's rebellion. We don't want to become like Myriad. I take a moment to look at the dead body of Morgan Weiss under the flickering flame of my torch. Her crushed head, bruised skin, and lacerated flesh from the previous captors, the dragging, the killing. I suppose Primrose is right. This bitch has been so unpleasant. I can't imagine working with her to develop, create, and test weapons. That would be soul-crushing, to say the least. I'd instead work on my own. I sigh as I kneel down to her body. A voice comes from behind me. What are you doing, Earl? Let's just cut our losses and get out of here. I can't take this stench anymore. And even if Primrose is right, she's driving me fucking nuts. I wave her off and let her know she can continue without me. Go on ahead. I will see if she has any plans or sketches for inventions. She looks at me a bit odd from the light of her torch, but shrugs and moves on. While she does, I turn Morgan over and start looking in her pockets, hands, and shoes. Anywhere that something could be hidden. Minutes pass as I look over, trying to get over the embarrassing fact that I'm searching for a dead woman not that different from me in age. The fact that her head is splattered all over the ground, however, honestly makes it a bit less weird. Fuck, man. My life is strange now. I just wanted to create cool shit, from potions to guns. Now, I'm stuck searching a Mad Hatter for what they might have left behind. I start to lose hope, but at the end of the search, as I disregard the moral factors of this search, I find a crumpled piece of paper inside Morgan Weiss' bra. I uncrumple it and look at the contents under the torchlight. The words are hard to read, but they seem to be some kind of formula. Several formulas, in fact, are separated by small gaps in scribbled writing. Math? Yeah, it's just almost entirely letters. B equals mu0 I slash 2 pi r. F equals QE plus QV times B. I equals V slash R. Y equals mx plus B. These equations mean just about nothing to me besides the last, and I can obviously tell that they have near zero relation between them. The final is how to find a slope of a line. That was something I had to learn to calculate the amounts needed for things like explosives or simple powder that creates light. But what is really interesting is the short phrase scribbled in complete madness underneath it, as if some entity possessed the author. It is near impossible to read, but I extrapolate some of the words based on where they are in the sentence. It makes sense. Any problem, any equation, in any situation has as many solutions as there are contenders. Contenders could be contemptors as the writing is scuffed, but I think the first makes more sense. But then again, Icarus didn't make much sense. The words, however, hold some truth to them, at least in math. I remember this being in one of my books. An equation with a certain n degree of a variable may have n solutions. As a fellow, I don't know, mathematician, if that's what Icarus was, I am surprised by her assumption. I am even more surprised by the fact that she left it in her bra. I guess madness is madness. I tuck the piece of paper into my pocket in case it might be important somehow and stand up. But as I walk away thinking about what to do next, a phrase from the cabin comes to mind. Your oneness with nature has increased, and as such, it will answer your inquiries and aid your survival should you ask. At first, I thought this would apply to plants, but it doesn't say that, does it? It just says nature, and people are from nature. No? All things are just in their own ways, and we return to nature when we die. Perhaps, no, indeed. Undoubtedly it will work. I just need to try it out. I haven't seen anything alive down here in all 2 days of travel to try out my newest skill, preemptively named Inquire. Still, I did have quite the opportunity to use Instinctual during that escape in the building. It was a lifesaver to make Elizabeth's danger sense sharper while I was paralyzed and couldn't help. So, I bend down and place my hand upon the gooey head of Morgan Weiss and let that new, unused, instinctual flow of ether flow according to how my sigil dictates. Ether flows from my left hand all the way into my other hand before entering the body after a sporadic loop. As I do so, I keep a question in my mind, primed for the answer. I want to know how to make those colts, but I could figure it out eventually. What I really want to know is what those equations are for. After flowing for almost 10 seconds, my vision shifts, allowing me to see something I have never seen before. It is as if I see through the eyes of the dead Icarus from a long-ago memory. I stand before a mysterious steel door as thick as an arm hidden deep within the ground. Smoke billows out of the chimney that sticks out beside the door and floats toward the ceiling, where pipes go upward. As I approach the door, I notice the intricate machinery and contraptions lining the walls, all pulsing with life. The air hums with the sound of machinery, and the pungent scent of chemicals permeates my nostrils. Pushing open the heavy oak door, I reveal a vast room filled with bizarre devices and strange experiments. One of them even involves a man attached to a table of spikes as electricity bites at him constantly. The others are less insane and tortuous, but also implicate other crazed things. In the center of the room, a large table is covered in strange tools and instruments, all meticulously organized. A man in a dark black coat with fur lining the top stands in front of it with tools in hand. The laboratory is lit by flickering candles and dim gas lamps, casting long shadows on the walls. I hear the sound of gears turning and steam hissing, and I realize that on all the walls are gears with what appears to be blood running down them like water on rocks. As I view the lab, I can't help but feel a sense of unease. This place is like a madman's dream, a twisted fusion of science and ether. I shudder as I see jars filled with bizarre creatures and a single machine of bronze that appears to be some kind of dog with teeth made of bones. This is the domain of a brilliant yet dangerously unhinged mind, a place where the impossible becomes possible and the laws of nature are twisted to the whim of its master. And the master in question stands right before me in this memory at the table. He turns and faces me, asking Morgan Weiss in the memory a question laced with instability. "Would you kindly lay on the table, my dear? We have a lot of work to do, you know? I haven't even figured out where pain comes from yet." A feminine voice, one scared yet unwilling to disobey an order, responds, "Yes, father." A smile twists on the man's face as I recognize him. That's Eli Weiss, the underground tree, the only other 8th sigil in the whole territories besides Maddox Adkins and Ed Summers. I've seen him on posters before. It has to be him. That smile is the exact same, only 1,000 times more devious. Instinctively, I try to move, but all that happens is that I follow after him. This is a memory, not real life. Calm down, Earl. It's like one of Abraham's freaky dreams you heard about. Just learn from it. Taking a moment to chill out and calm my nerves, I watch myself, who really is Morgan, lay down on the table with shaking hands and feet. Then, I see Eli pull out some kind of device that starts to produce lightning from it before he speaks out loud. Log 8089. Procedure 16. Electricity to the highest region of the brain that has yet to be named. Charge initialized. The procedure begins. Eli ends his speech to no one but himself, his daughter, who strapped herself to the table, and the other tortured individuals in the room as he moves the device full of lightning toward the top of his daughter's head. I can feel it getting closer before the memory breaks off as a stream of thoughts come to my mind from what I can only assume is Morgan's mind. By using magnets at an appropriate strength, Father can create electricity. He simply doesn't know the equation that dictates it because I hid it from him during our research. Nor does he know the way to slow or measure electrical current. Let's see how he likes to be tortured. The old man can only be hurt with a lack of knowledge. The thoughts also come with a general understanding of what all the variables are in the equations. I quickly return to my body as these thoughts run through my brain and panicked at what I just learned. I run away to catch up with Primrose and Elizabeth. Did I just find out that a pillar is some kind of mad torturer? Did he put that bounty on his own daughter? Is that why it said wanted alive? Fucking hell, we just killed a pillar's daughter. And not any pillar either. We killed Eli Weiss' daughter, the only other virtue in the territories besides Maddox and Ed, who is said to be able to see all within the breadth of his branches. No, wait, calm down. If he could truly see that much, then he would have been able to find her. We are fine. There are no trees around. Yeah, we are all just dandy. Only I now know how to create electricity, the harnessed form of Hera's lightning. Cool. Now, I just have to find a magnet to put those equations to use. Then, I don't know, probably create a bomb of some kind. Quite easy for me, it would seem. Everything eventually leads to an explosion of some sort. 179. Man or monster? Earl Garner. I catch up with the two women as I ruminate on the equations and what they could hold for the future. I just got crystallized knowledge from the absolute forerunner in science, Eli Weiss. Of course, some coltsmiths, blacksmiths, and alchemists are better at a specific thing, but Eli can do it all and more. That old man runs the academy in Brightford, not all that far from here as it's only on the border between Blackreach and Timberlands. I wanted to get into it long ago as a dream, but now knowing the hideous nature of the old man, I'm glad I didn't. So instead, I'll use that knowledge he learned and forced upon his daughter. How? Still dunno. The first thought is to electrify Primrose's whip or something, but who knows if that is possible. I'll have to test it out after I find some magnets. Based on the formula, the stronger the pull, the more powerful the current, so I'll have to find some extreme ones too. I'm pulled out of my thoughts, literally, as Primrose yanks me forward past a nasty pit on the ground of decayed flesh. The sight of a man who starved to death down here haunts me instantly, his skin CL, and I know it will be in my sleep tonight as I walk forward. Primrose calls out toward an exit in front of us. Finally, another one over here. Let's get out of this place quickly. I can't stand this stench any longer. Even if we have to run from Myriad, I nod in agreeance. I'd almost rather die than keep this up. It's just so wrong. Feels like I'm never going to smell anything else than the putrid bile, feces, and piss down here in the waters. I follow her toward the exit while Elizabeth shakes her head. I hate it too, but if he's nearby, we aren't going to risk it. Primrose scoffs as she starts climbing up the rusted steel ladder. Yeah, I know, just getting it off my chest. I go to make a remark on her saying chest, but wisen up before it even leaves my mouth. I like my brain inside my head. Not going to even risk that with how irritated she is, especially after she complimented me earlier, even if it was offhand. After the lid is pushed off the sewer and Primrose sticks her head out, I hear a curse come from her. Quietly, I whisper to her, "What's up there? Are we good?" The woman nods and climbs up above, whispering all the while, "Yeah, it's fine. Just a fight is about to start far away." I follow her up the ladder with Elizabeth on my heels, and when I get to the top, I look around. We come out in an alley by a cobblestone street. Curious about the fight she's talking about, I take in the sights and sounds of this bustling city. Horses and carriages rattle by, their wheels splashing through muddy puddles. The air is thick with the smell of coal smoke and burning wood, but there is no one fighting. I raise an eyebrow at Primrose, and she points to her ears. Listen, listen. Oh, right. I funnel ether into my ears, using an intricate weave of ether to create my own brand of listen, audition. Unlike listen, which increases the sounds of both quiet and loud noises, I've made mine special over the past few months due to Primrose's constant nagging. This skill of mine lets me block out noises and amplify those I want to hear, and as I use it to block out the noise of the city, I hear something in the distance slowly come to me. An accusatory and pained voice touches my ears from the far mouth it's coming from. This has gone on long enough. Turn yourself in, Myriad. You've gone way too far. Children? Children? Do you have no shame? No empathy? What happened to your cause? Years ago, I was certain you could bring change. So much so I was pulling strings to preserve your life. But now, I must take it into my own hands. Myriad? He's here? Fuck. At least we are pretty far. That's the good thing. I listen a bit closer as I see Primrose's eyebrows raise. Elizabeth looks back and forth in confusion as she hasn't had time to improve her listen. Another voice comes as a response, this one crackly, stuttering, and positively brimming with malice. Too far? How have I gone too far? Their children bathe in the blood of expensive monsters to acclimate to ether while young. Unlike us, the poor who have to fight for every scrap. None of the estates are innocent, not even their piglets. No one will get in my way, Edward. Not even you. Edward? Myriad? Oh damn. It's revolution versus resistance. I share a glance with Primrose, and we immediately pull Elizabeth and start running from the speech. Despite our disagreements, we can agree on one thing. We're not fighting either of those monsters. The only surviving Dudley versus Myriad, the interminable mask? Fuck no. A catastrophe is about to occur, and we need to get the hell out of here. We sprint past at full speed, ether enhancing our momenta as Primrose does most of the moving, pulling us with her. Storefronts with large display windows filled with all sorts of goods and wares flash by my eyes. The sounds of people haggling over prices and making deals fill my ears. I can see men in top hats and women in long dresses hurrying about their business, some carrying baskets and bags filled with groceries. I squint my eyes and run past as I feel guilty. Two men are about to fight and level, probably a large area. I've heard a lot about Edward since we got in Blackreach, and his recent exploits are, in a word, insane, but not in the normal insane that Myriad is. The fucker escaped from the execution after being captured. He escaped from Hunter headquarters after being thrown into its darkest dungeon. And then, he recently fled the chase of Ashley Franklin, the Wildfire, the Pillar of Blackreach. He escaped all three of those, inevitable death, doubtless purgatory, and guaranteed immolation from an angel all in one fucking month. 1 month. He's only a 6th sigil, but it's said he knows his late father's ill, a skill that reaches the pinnacle of what a human body can withstand. And unlike his late father, an old and withered man during most of his career, he can use it to the greatest extent. My eyes flash once more to the city around me of Blackreach. The buildings are made of red brick, with ornate ironwork and decorative cornices lining the tops of the buildings. Street lamps are gas-powered and cast a warm glow over the scene as the sun begins to set. However, I know that underneath this fancy exterior is a terrible depth. Something stuck out when I first came here, and it still does. The poverty and desperation of some residents, the grime and filth seem to coat everything in the darker corners. All of that compared to the richness of some of the other residents in the brighter regions, the safer ones, the opulence and ironworking that decorates the streets. It's a place of contrasts, of beauty and ugliness intertwined. These thoughts run through my mind to calm me about what will happen. I've already turned off audition by stamping the flow of ether and focusing on moving faster, but that's not enough. All at once, within at least 1,000 feet, everything made of glass shatters. Then, the red bricks are splattered with blood as a man covered by an entire outfit of the sanguine substance goes rolling over the street. I can clearly hear every slap and squelch as his flesh stabs into the hard cobblestone of the road. Everyone in the street pauses in abject horror for a moment, but not us. Then, seeing what's happening, Primrose turns to gas without hesitation, grabbing both Elizabeth and me before moving as fast as she can with us. My vision turns nothing but green for a moment before we reappear on a faraway rooftop. I turn back to look at what's happening and see Edward, the blood beast, stand to face Myriad. The man is already wounded, and I grab an eyeglass to see a bit closer. I just can't help it. I want to see what's going to happen. Primrose tries to pull me away, but we are incredibly distant, so it should be fine to watch for a minute. Just a second. I want to see how this goes. This will have huge ramifications. Primrose, depending on who wins. Edward is trying to change the world all alone. Surely, we could use his help, right? We want the same as him. He's unlike Myriad. She sighs and agrees to watch for a few minutes. Sure, but just a few. We need to get going right away. Who knows who else might show up? Through the eyeglass, I look carefully at Edward as he shakily stands. Blood flows from his body and seals his wounds as Myriad walks toward him, splitting into a trio of bodies that move right for him, leaving imprints in the cobble. Each clone hideously twists its frames as if they aren't even human in their movement. Their feet slam into the ground as their knees bend backward for more tremendous momentum. Then, right before they reach Edward, the blood beast reveals his father's masterpiece for the world to see. Shiver. The instant before all three of the myriads remove Edward's head, he moves with angelic alacrity despite his evident mortality. First, he jumps back without any indication of movement. Then, the second the toe of his boot even touches the ground, he bursts right back for the myriads, blades of blood in each hand that he had picked up from the street from his own wounds. Edward doesn't wait a moment, hesitate, or even tremble in fear before a human who is more monster than man. Watching him fight against the trio of myriads even as they split into 5s, 7s, and 9s, I am amazed by every second. Edward can even stop Myriad from killing people in the crossfire, for Bloodbeast is willing to take wounds to save the civilians, a rarity among the influential. In the distance of the street, I see movement, and I turn the eyeglass to look down the cobblestone road. I see a group of men and women locked in combat with another group. However, the one with superior numbers has an air of madness, trading wounds for wounds and looking more like demons than a man, which makes me know which side is which. The outnumbered group is more similar to Johnny's rebellion. Each of the few is powerful in their own right, preferring quality over quantity. The other members of these two men's organizations are fighting as they do, rushing to come and give help to their leaders. Primrose tries to pull me again, but I shake her off, invested in this fight. But the moment I feel a rumble and see a flash of fire, I turn to her with a nod. Let's go now. Ashley Frankling is here. A three-way fight is far too much to watch, even from a distance. Primrose shakes her head in agreement, as if my words are blatant before latching her arms around Elizabeth and me once more. I hear her take a deep breath before my vision turns green again. Even through the greenness of her gaseous form, I still hear a fire's explosion and a building's crumbling as red manages to taint the endless green. Back there, it's now angel versus monster versus man. I hope Edward can somehow make it out alive, but I can't help the man. None of us can. Those people fighting are too mighty, each likely capable of wiping out Hura's invasion alone. Myriad, through his endless split masks, and Ashley through her waves of flame, can create similar to bonfires, only hers burn cold, not hot. I'd even place bets on the Blood Beast if he stood alone in Rustbank instead of us. But before I know it, I'm on another street while Primrose pants, out of breath as she has to hold it using the skill and out of ether saturation despair. The application of ether that turns her to gas is so ether-intensive she can only use it a few times, and the further she goes each use, the less she can use it. Hurriedly, I pull her to keep moving away as we start to near the edge of Blackreach. I can even begin to see spots of leaves in the distance. Almost there. We aren't even being chased, but with the three fighting behind us, we might as well be within their range of danger. There is so much panic on the streets as we pass one would think that Blackreach is being invaded, but that's not the case. Instead, it's our own people fighting against each other. One to prove that all those in the estates must die, another that disagrees and simply wants equality, and a third that is there to kill them both to uphold the status quo. I see children being covered by their parents as they run inside buildings to hide, and I even spot hunters that see what's happening in the distance walking away. How far we've fallen. But I suppose, am I any better? Not really, if I'm being fair. I am running for my life, unwilling to help because I know the consequences. I will die if I try to stop those people. Nothing but dust in the wind. Thanking some unknown god that might have had some hand in this for the simple fact that Wyatt isn't here. He would have rushed in without a second thought. But, he'd probably think about it first and conclude that he has to help. I don't fault him, but I can see it will get him killed someday. For that want to help without regard for what's happening is lethal. That's why I gotta help him. If I do enough from the sidelines, twist the strings enough, make enough tools for him, perhaps he could, in fact, make a difference where neither of us alone can't. But if I throw that future away to save these people, I'm shooting myself in the foot alongside Wyatt and all the others he may help in the future. I can also see the pain on Elizabeth's face, but I pull her with me, forcing her to come along. The woman is just as conflicted as I am, but doesn't think as far ahead. It is not just now that matters. It is the future that truly matters. So what if we save these 50 or so people if we die in the process? That just means even more will die in the future without us. That may be an arrogant thought to anyone but me, but it is simply the truth in my mind. Every day I grow. Every day I grow more skilled, more knowledgeable, and more powerful. I can't imagine how much Wyatt's grown since I last saw him. The underworld. What a journey he must be on. I rekindle my focus on escape as I see the end of the cobblestone road that leads to a dirt one. We quickly reach that dirt road and run toward the forest in the distance, where we hide our horses and carriage. When we first arrived, I found an orphan to care for them relatively cheaply. However, Elizabeth and I felt terrible, so we paid extra. Hopefully, the extra money we gave will help him out a bit. But just as my feet hit the dirt road, a chill runs up my back alongside a child's scream. I turn around and see Edward Dudley, bloody, beaten, and battered, standing above a young child in protection. At the same time, Myriad presses him with untold malice, dozens of splits unhurriedly moving toward him. Above Myriad, a woman covered in cerulean flames falls to the floor toward the man. For an unknowable reason, both are targeting Edward. I keep taking steps back as Primrose and Elizabeth see what's happening as well. My heart twinges with the want to help, but I settle for something simple as one of Myriad's splits tries to kill Edward with a large blade. Reshuffle comes burning with a powerful twist as I take my newly primed manipulation skills of ether and push it to the next level. I've only done this once in testing while in the sewers. Braided ether twists into my palms as I curl my fingers, and leverage the strings of the world. And before my very eyes, only a few dozen feet away, something I believe to never be possible happens. First, Edward moves forward, almost gets cut in half, and takes out the hand of some long-dead man from his pocket. Then, as another myriad stabs him, Ashley burns several myriads to dust before tossing a wave of bleak flame at the blood beast. Finally, as the fire approaches him, I see Edward look at the amputated hand in his own with conflict. Then, after half a second of hesitation that earns him another blade through his chest and flames that freeze his skin into blackened frost, I see Edward's face twist in indecision and worry before flinching into a grimace of determination. The man, skewed by multiple blades and charred by frosty fire, barely manages to crush the hand that must be an artifact. Sparkle comes from the broken artifact, reminiscent of ether as it is shattered. I realize what he's doing just before he does. He's going to take the sigil, and he's going to take the leap. Right here, right now. Everything pauses for a single moment. Then, the world goes white and black like a photograph, a crack running through reality briefly. The entire world beats in an unknown rhythm for the tiniest fragment of time before returning to normal. I watch an advancement to the angelic realm in a single moment as a roar comes from Edward, blood spilling from every single part of his body all at once. The newly burgeoned angel debuts his power for the world to see. A river of blood is made from his body, a whole level above the typical amount that comes from the man. The height of the blood in a single second reaches 2 stories, and the width fills the whole street, rapidly moving toward us. One end of the river of blood delivers a terrified child to safety. The other devours the myriads, who are trying to kill Edward. Frozen in amazement and fear, I'm pulled away by Primrose, who comes to first as I hear more water splashing and a woman scream. The scream of Ashley. I twist my head as I run to see her get drowned in a river of blood as dozens of myriads run for their lives. Humanity, in a single internal conflict, just gained an angel but lost a pillar. Who knows if that angel still has its mind, though? Either Edward was ready for advancement, or he wasn't. Only time will tell. If there was ever a time to prove oneself, that would have been it. The brink of death against 2 opponents far greater than you, fighting for something bigger than yourself. There are 3 ways that one proves themselves. This information comes from information I've gathered on the journey here from other hunters I've been able to speak to and books I've read, so I'm unsure how true it is. Still, the 3 ways are strict, and all hinge on one subject. The proof for a wondrous aims to align one's soul and sigil. Yet, the proof for an angel begins the merge of the soul, the controller of ether, and the sigil, the creator of ether. And to start this merge, you must prove yourself to yourself, as the absolution fulfills the mandate of the world. But even then, there are many ways to prove yourself in your own mind. One either becomes an angel, grasping for divinity by proving their eligibility, confidence, and determination by having others respect and believe in them enough for the person to think themselves worthy. This is similar to absolution but different in that it requires a remarkable feat or action to be completed first instead of during the process. Or, they live long enough for the soul and sigil to merge. This gradual self-actualization occurs over a long life, which completes the proof independently. As far as I know, this is rare in humans due to our relatively short lives, and forerunners exist to keep an eye on those who might advance with enough life. Or, finally, one delves deep into that dark abyss of human malice and rips out the monster within, proving only to themselves what they are capable of without relying on others or waiting for the eventual merge. I hope Edward is the first of the 3, as the angelic realm is where the sigil and ether truly start to affect the mind. But one thing is for sure, without Ashley, the estates no longer own Blackreach. It will either be the home of the resistance manned by a myriad of madness, or the revolution drenched in the blood of a sacrificial man. And as we hurry toward the wagon in the forest, I feel a resounding shockwave beside me that throws me off my feet out of nowhere. Primrose catches me and spins me to stabilize me, but as I turn to the origin of the disturbance, my heart is caught in my throat. Less than 5 feet from me, Edward Dudley is impaled on a tree branch, the wood protruding in apparent agony. Groaning, he turns and sees the woman holding me, laughing as the blood beast introduces himself and pulls himself off the branch, blood spewing all over the ground in inhuman amounts and dyeing the grass red. Been a while, Primrose? Could use a lil help, dearie. I'm in a bit of a sticky situation. My eyes glance at the woman holding me up, and my knees buckle as she responds to him like a grieved ex. Shut up, Edward. Go die on your own. Edward Dudley laughs again as he removes himself from the branch, his focus returning to the coming dangers. That's fair, but don't leave so soon. I've got things to talk about. That is, if I survive. But something tells me I will. Then, with another surge of blood that lifts the man to his feet and heaves him forward, Edward rushes toward the two battling angels, leaving Elizabeth and me staring at Primrose in shock. 180. Stark Bluffs. Wyatt Graves. My eyes flutter open at nighttime, a low light peeking in from the empty canvas above. The gap in time is surprising from when I enter tranquility, but I shake it away as I move and stretch my body. The stars' endless beauty and the twin orbs above the sky bring light to an otherwise nightmarishly murky world. The wagon is still moving, but everyone is asleep except for Silas. Even Lennox. Didn't know he could sleep. Undead don't need to sleep, though, so he's eternally on watch. Then, finally, he notices my wakefulness and nods to me, whispering softly not to wake anyone else. Can't sleep? Carefully, I move toward the front of the wagon and sit beside him. Yeah, something like that. Trees pass by us with impressive speed as my attention moves to Darkmane, the ghost horse. She's quite something. I can see why so many were willing to fight over one down in the underworld. She's not as fast or as powerful as a steam train, the peak of human ingenuity in the East, but she's just as untiring. Quietly, we sit together for hours as we move toward our destination. In the distance, several times, we see movement, but we don't comment on it. All of it is moving toward the east, away from the frontier. News must have spread about Kai's death. Some guilt passes for uprooting all these people, but it is not my fault. Aniwai was going to kill Kai whether I was there or not. The demon is mighty and knows how to use her skills and artifacts to the best of their capabilities. The only difference would have been whether or not his wife lived. Eventually, though, Silas opens up just before the sun rises on the far horizon. His tone is questioning, as if he is asking permission to talk. Wyatt, I respond, telling him to continue. Yeah? What's up? The undead man clears his throat before glancing at me, his flames of undeath provoking my eyes against the rising sun. If I die, will you do something for me? Surprised by his words, I question him on his negativity. Why even think about dying? Plus, isn't he already dead? Why do you assume you will die? Silas only shakes his head, giving me a short answer. Doesn't matter. The world is vast, and an undead like me has little place up here. I finally agree, seemingly unable to change his mind without further argument that may wake others. Sure, but don't say that. You fought hard to make it up here. Make a place for yourself, Silas. You don't just have to come with us, you know? I see a slight smile stretch on Silas' face, but he doesn't linger on my words. If I die, don't make a grave for me. I already have one, and a second will only confuse my wife. I don't know where her soul is, but I hope she wanders, looking for me, as I couldn't find her below. Some souls do that after death, for many years, in fact. She's a stubborn one. Perhaps I should have been the same, and maybe we would have found each other as ghosts. I agree with his request. It's doing less work, even if I want to bury him. Also, I can't help but feel something when he mentions finding her as a ghost. It feels so raw. I just try to convince him he won't die. Yeah, I will, Silas. Don't worry about that, though. Okay? You'll be fine. He just nods, and we return to silence. A few more hours pass, and the sun rises, which causes some others to wake up as well. We return to the traveling setup, and I move back into the wagon's rear as I start to train my senses. I use all of the sense-blocking skills except for blind as I try to spot things in the distance. The overlaying of imagination and reality actually doesn't hurt my vision, either. On the contrary, it kind of lets me look at two images of the same things and determine what they are more effortlessly. And as I do this longer and longer throughout a few days of practice, I begin to notice I can see a bit further just as the trees of timberlands are replaced by more rocky terrain. Slowly, ever slowly, we are reaching Stark Bluffs. Not really slowly. The rocky plains are just really far away, and I'm impatient. I return to this sensory practice as I move on to do the same with my touch, then hearing, the sense I find most important, along with sight. In one of these sessions of vision practice, Blake comes over to me and looks out with me, searching for whatever I'm looking at. But after a few minutes, the quiet lady, unwilling to give up or talk immediately, asks me what I'm doing. What are you doing? Are you really that bored that you're just looking out into nothing? Want me to give you the Demonomicon to read? I shake my head at her offer, but I appreciate the gesture. I know how much she cares about books. For her to offer one that she is reading is telling. And so, because of her openness, I open up a bit to her. After a promise, of course. I'm doing something, but you have to promise me something, okay? She nods at me, eager to know. Of course? What do I need to promise? I look at her from the distance of the moving trees. I was trying to find an acorn on the ground, but now my vision refocuses on her face. The close proximity makes me notice her more than usual. The scars on her face, the slight gray tint to her eyes, and the cut running along her cheek from a recent fight. Shit, I'm staring. I promise that you won't tell Johnny what I'm doing? It's not dangerous, I swear. But he won't even let me practice with ether. I glance over her back toward Johnny as I whisper quietly. The gunfighter has powerful ears, and I'm unwilling to risk it. She agrees and makes the promise without much hesitation. Sure, you look fine, so I promise I won't tell him. You don't even look the slightest bit injured at this point. I think he's just a bit overprotective from what Bertie said. I nod at her. Of course, I'm fine. I've honestly not felt better. The weeks to heal alongside the drafts that Johnny gave me made me feel like a new person. And so, with her promise, I quietly open up to her about what I've been doing. I've been using a teaching from this book Johnny gave me. It helps one train their senses, see further, hear further, etc. It just takes ether and time. Want to learn? She nods enthusiastically but keeps it quiet. Of course, that sounds awesome. How about I teach you something I learned then? Her offer surprises me, but I agree. Who would turn down free information? Do you even need to ask? What is it, though? She smiles and whispers to me her answer. A way to strengthen your body. An excellent way, too, and it's based on demons. I smile back as we begin practicing together. She is learning how to enhance her senses while I read a few passages from the Demonomicon, with her helping me understand it. It's a unique way to strengthen yourself, but it works rather well for Blake, who can take ghosts into herself. Some demons can strengthen themselves through the souls of those they kill. These are Akari, skeletal demons with a hunger for souls. But the manipulation of souls is not limited to them. Souls have power, being the way to control ether and where cognition comes from. I found a way to copy their abilities through extensive study. Upon the release of a spirit, ghost, or anything that has a soul from a body or container, one can take the soul and force it into one's body. This will strengthen it slightly at the cost of sanity. The whispers and mind of the soul will battle yours, but upon triumph, that strength is permanent, even if small. Should you grow adept enough and are willing to push the soul onto your mind, you may assimilate some of its memories. That is the highest form of the Akari, the Devourers. The bit about assimilating memories made me think of that god in the sky of the underworld. Is no way. That's impossible. The gods were around before the Mother below, right? I hope so. Shaking my head slightly, I focus on my growth. I am unsure of how I will be able to do the same as indicated in the text. Still, perhaps I could repeat what happened with Edmund and instead push the soul into my body and not just let it sit there. But as I move the idea for later, Blake pulls the spirit she recently acquired, one from one of the naked bears, and she pushes it toward me. It's a tiny light of effervescent green, slightly shifting in her hands. That's where her previous ones have been going. She's been doing this devouring. Try it. If anything goes wrong, I can pull it back, but just follow the directions. I nod at her and reach out, coating my hand in leash to pull the naked bear's soul. Gingerly, I bring it onto my hand and grasp the greenish soul. It's barely visible through my usual world of chains and invisible to my normal eyes. But under insight, as the world of chains replaces my standard, it is clear as day. I follow the directions of the Demonomon with Blake's guidance while Johnny is distracted by Lennox's ramblings. Thank you, you little man. I push ether around the soul and create several braids that act like ropes that slowly compress the soul into a smaller and smaller form. I do this carefully, and it goes from the size of a ball to a peanut. Then, with Blake constantly telling me what to do step by step, I push the soul into the soft flesh of my palm. The second I do, I feel a stinging pain, but Blake holds on to me. She, the resident expert in souls, continues to guide me. Push through it. You got this. It's not physical pain, just spiritual. You've got a radiant soul, Wyatt. You got this. A chill runs down my back as she compliments me, ignoring the compliment, and with a deep breath, I bring myself back to focus and peer at the peanut-sized soul going into my flesh. And with her encouragement, I complete the final steps. I take a small bundle of ether and compress it with my mind before doing that repeatedly until it is a tiny bomb of ether, just barely weak enough to control and not slip from my fingers. Once that is done, I push that bomb inside the peanut, spiritually shocking me, and let it explode. The second it does, I am inundated with 1,001 thoughts, but it doesn't faze me like Blake said it would. It goes away after just a few minutes. I guess that's the benefit of having the bloody palm. Hard to lose much sanity when you likely don't have much left. And when the voices and thoughts that are not mine disappear, I feel a slight current of warmth run through my hand as a purr comes from the bloody palm. The sensation is uncomfortable from the artifact, but the feeling of warmth is quite good. I don't notice any strengthening. As Blake did say, it takes many to see much improvement, but it is vastly faster than slowly gaining muscle. The only limit is how much you kill and how much to can take. She smiles at my success, giddy at the fact I learned from her. I thank her for teaching me an uncomfortable, rare, and powerful new skill as we separate. The skill could be tremendous in growing my strength over time, but I just have to be able to extract the souls of dead things like she can, which I'm not sure I can do unless it's a situation like in the underworld, where souls can fly quite freely when they die. Up here, it's a bit more complicated. Maybe with insight, leash, or some other combination, I can both see and take the souls. Nevertheless, I know I won't be as good as Blake is at it. She can just look at a soul leaving its body and pull it toward her. I go back to my sensory practice after our few hours together. Devouring is helpful, but I feel it is better for her. I can't use it extensively like she can, even if I'm pretty resistant to the side effects. After a few more days, we finally reach the demarcation of Stark Bluffs, an 8-foot-tall lip of stone that we must climb, and are forced to leave the wagon. Darkmane could handle swamp, prairie, and forest, but sharp rocky terrain with massive spires? Yeah, Darkmane can't handle cliff scaling or constant spikes. That's all Stark Bluffs is, after all. We also haven't found anyone on our way into Star Bluffs, and the regular roads leading in are deserted, bereft of any recent travel. Johnny waved it off by saying the region isn't too favored to outsiders, but it feels off to me. I step forward off the wagon, my eyes skipping over the lip of stone and scanning the massive pillars of rock that jut out from the earth like giant, jagged teeth, allowing me to appreciate their wonder even from here. The average seems to be pillars that reach dozens of feet tall, but some go hundreds of feet into the sky before abruptly ending at a cliff face. The wind whips through the crevices and valleys between them, creating a haunting howl that echoes across the land and over our heads. This place, Stark Bluffs, is truly awe-inspiring. Every territory I enter is more impressive than the last. Tornridge, my home, merely had many ravines and was known for the Veinspring River that ran through it, leaving a vast canal that could eventually be used if the territory was ours for longer than the measly 20 years or so it was. But ever since then, it's been incredible. The world's vastness never ceases to amaze, even if it is dangerous. The ground beneath my feet is uneven, rocky, and treacherous. Sharp rocks stick out from the stone beneath, forcing us to walk carefully to avoid getting stabbed. Moving my eyes up toward the towering cliffs, I can see small streams of water trickling down the cliffs in some places, seemingly coming from nowhere. The sheer size of the pillars makes me feel small and insignificant, like an ant crawling through a maze of boulders. As I examine the terrain from a distance, my newly improved eyes spot more detail than before. I notice the intricate details of the stone pillars. Some have grooves and cracks that form patterns like the veins on a leaf, while others are smooth and unblemished. I can't help but wonder how this place was created and what secrets it holds within the walls of the pillars. Doubtless, there is something inside them, right? I know that some cities are built up and within the periphery of the pillar, but that means something at the core must be unique. The sun's morning light illuminates the cliffs, casting long shadows across the landscape. The natural wonder basking in the sunshine is mesmerizing. But Silas knocks me out of this amazement. Get a move on, kid. We gotta find your people. He taps my hat as he walks past, whistling so that dark mane turns back into a cloud of darkness that goes to him. Shuffling my feet, I hurry up after him. Johnny, Blake, Lennox, and even Dakota are in front of me, the not-so-little fox needing to get up and move after weeks of a wagon. It only takes us a few minutes to climb over the crest, as Johnny put it, before entering the proper rocky region of Stark Bluffs. The heights above us and the terrain slow us down, but now Johnny is in the lead, looking for any signs of cessation. The man was supposed to leave behind symbols that only the old friends would know. And after these weeks of travel, the gunfighter has not just one eye back but both. Blake even taught him that sense-enhancing technique. As it had no name, he named it Temper. After that, Johnny was able to spend several days just focusing on his sight. And we even made a little game of it, placing bets on who could find something first with their eyes. Johnny never lost. I just kind of walk through Stark Bluffs on the rear, looking around. I spot several places with caves high up on some of the pillars, but no one is inside them. At least not that I can see. The spiky and rocky terrain is also highly annoying, forcing me to always pay attention to my feet. Eventually, I get annoyed and funnel ether into my feet for chain-link boots, feeling awfully dumb for not using it before. Immediately, I get relief as the skill gives me some foot protection on top of my boots. Just a few minutes in, and after passing a few pillars, something already feels off. Johnny is the first to notice it and calls it out. Where are all the people? Usually, small towns are set up beside some of the outer spires. Did something happen to them? Johnny tells us to stay put and moves over to one of the spires, looking into the mouth of an open cave. He disappears for a few moments before coming back. His face is furrowed and confused even as he debriefs us. There are signs of life, but none within the past month or so. Seems like everyone left in a hurry, but managed to take all their tents with them. The news unsettles us further, but doesn't dissuade us from continuing our trek. We must find our friends, and then head to the vault together. After a few hours of Johnny searching and me gazing around like Lennox, the gunfighter finds something, calling us all to him. I move over from the bit of distance we had and peer at the symbol carved into stone. It looks like a circle with a checkmark on it. Johnny turns to us with a smile, the excitement in his voice returning for the first time since we entered the rocky region. This is from cessation. We just need to follow the opposite direction of the arrow on the check, and we should find them soon. However, the second he finishes talking, a screech, one more metallic than animal, rings through the air of Stark Bluffs, echoing along each high pillar. Rocks fall from high above and force us all to jump away from the tower with the symbol. I glance over at Johnny as the man curses. Sounds like Tlanywa. Giant birds with metallic feathers. The Nahalo council members of their lofty high table sometimes ride them. Seems like Howard Strafe is also being challenged for his strength. How? As he talks, another screech rings out once more that cuts him off before letting him continue. Howard's main shtick is flight and corroding things with a diseasing smoke. Blight Raven, right? We better get going. The man is unlikely to die as he is quite mobile, but we don't want to get caught in the crossfire if he loses. Nahalos will stream in crazily to occupy this territory and likely move on to Timberlands or the Green Hallows, but at least at either point, the Hallowed One or the Underground Tree should hold them off. Johnny starts moving in the direction indicated by the symbol as he finishes his thought, pointing to the colossal stone pillars. And when they come in, thousands will hide within these stone pillars, invading the seemingly absent towns. Stark Bluffs has been invaded before, but it is near impossible to take fully. We need to find cessation before they all do the same, or they will be near impossible to find without getting armies of Nahalo trying to kill us. 181. Bado. Rapidly, we move over the rocky terrain of Stark Bluffs, all the while hearing booming echoes from miles away. Even with the battle in the distance that flows and ebbs in intensity for several hours, I see Johnny's focus refuse to break. He constantly searches all the pillars we come across for signs of life. Several times we do, in fact, find life, beasts, monsters, and the like, many of which have sigils, but none are humans. It feels barren, bereft of humanity, but despite that fact, every step I take feels like eyes are watching me. And not just one pair, but many. No matter where we go, that feeling remains. I bring it up to Johnny as Silas and Blake are getting jealous of Lennox's stone skin, which causes him to be immune to the sharp rocks below our feet. You feel that too, Johnny? The eyes. He nods, and I can see his eyes rapidly scan the towering pillars of stone, a morsel of gold within the irises. I do. Humans are not all that live here. We merely lay claim to it, like Sinskreek and Lawless Lake, though Maddox makes the other prominent species in the latter bend to his will. But Howard is not as domineering as the sea's shadow. Maddox Adkins, Bato, the original inhabitants of Starbluffs, live atop the stone pillars and within the higher portions. Humans commonly live on a subtle balance set on the lower parts, but they seem to all be gone. I gaze up at the seemingly endless spires of sandy stone. I can't help but feel small and insignificant in the presence of the towering stone pillars that surround me. The wind loudly whistles through the gaps between them, and I know, deep down, that the Bato are watching me from above, their piercing eyes following my every move. Johnny's words make me remember these creatures, his description sparking memories from my readings. I've read stories about these creatures, humanoid thunderbirds with 2 legs and sparking blue wings, who once ruled this land. They are parallel to humans except for their wings, beaks, and claws. The birdmen were feared and respected by those who first came here, and many believe they possessed innate control over lightning. Now, we know that's not true, however. Just like us, they need sigils. The only difference is their 7 tribes each know ways of creating warriors that can control that unreachable element just as Hura does. There is a difference between them and the demon because they only use lightning and thunder, making their sigils far more focused and powerful. Once upon a time, they ruled this territory. It's even named after them, the most potent Bato being referred to as Starks, beings that even pillars used to struggle against. Now, however, the Batos have retreated to the safety of the high cliffs, and the humans have taken over the land. It's even said that their once 7 tribes were just as powerful as the entirety of humanity. Still, being sandwiched between demons, Nahulos, and us, they were slowly brought down from that peak. Now, each tribe is in shambles and only fights back when their spires, or nests, are provoked. The once mighty Starks, equivalent to our pillars, being brought from an impressive 8 to a depressing 0. Despite the uneasy and undeclared truce that exists between us, I can't help but feel a sense of wonder and curiosity about these creatures. They are intelligent and isolative, keeping to themselves and rarely venturing down to the ground. Yet, I can feel their presence here or there, small groups being in at least each spire, and I know that they are still the true rulers of this land, watching and waiting for the day when they can reclaim what was once theirs. Or perhaps, these aren't even Bato and instead are the wild beasts of the region, or maybe they are even hunters or outlaws waiting to strike. I'm not entirely sure which I prefer. Best if we stay cautious, though. I have sympathy for losing one's homeland, however. These Batos used to have a whole civilization built upon the tops and vicinity of the spires, and now they are forced to hide. But their eyes are uncomfortable even still. I try to ignore it as I follow Johnny and keep my watch out amidst the echoing sounds of combat miles and miles away. It's honestly impressive how loud they are. I didn't know anything could consistently be that loud, but it doesn't matter. I use temper as we walk to entirely focus on my eyes, disregarding every other sense. I trust everyone else to be able to hear and watch out for danger with their ears. But I want to help Johnny look for any signs of Cicate and the other people who tried to follow Johnny even after the fight at Rustbank. The world goes silent, the moving winds and drafts between the spires of stone fading into nothingness. The world loses its fragrance, the rocks, sand, and remnant smell of lightning strikes turning mute. The world even loses its feel as it becomes harder to walk without the sense of hitting the ground, but I get used to it after a few moments. In response, however, everything becomes sharper in my sight. Color gains depth just as shadows gain light. Wherever I look, It feels as though I can see 10 times as much detail and 10 times as far. I take a deep breath and focus, my eyes scanning every inch of the towering stone structures, rock and stone rapidly shifting under my moving pupils. Suddenly, I spot a faint symbol etched into the side of a pillar, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. My heart races as I realize I might finally be on the right track. I press on toward it, my eyes darting from spire to spire, searching for any more hidden clues like the one Johnny found. Waving to Johnny, I move toward the symbol I found, inspecting the carving on the spire's wall closer with Dakota beside me. It appears to be pointing us to head further west. Johnny approaches me with everyone else on his heels, and I momentarily release, deafened to hear him speak. Good eye, Wyatt. That practice must really be paying off. I widen my eyes. He knew? That whole time? You, he laughs, almost doubling over and showing more emotion than usual. You really think I couldn't tell? Don't take me for an idiot. I let you practice because it was harmless, and you've healed a lot. Don't let it go to your head, though. You're still not allowed to fight yet. I hang my head low in sadness at the fact that I still cannot help and feel embarrassed, thinking I was hiding what I was doing. But after a second, Johnny pats me on the back, walking west where the symbol points. Don't feel bad either. You've given me another area to improve in with temper. Perhaps my eyes can be improved without the tight mechanical use of my skills. Come on, let's go find the others. I'm sure Primrose is worried sick about you. His last sentence gets a chuckle from me as I move forward, raising my head back up. Primrose? Worried about me? Yeah, right. My words end with another thunderous screech from far, far away. They're still fighting? The conflicts have been getting further and further apart, some even reaching upwards of an hour. But it's almost been a full day. How are they still fighting? Silas whistles in amazement as he looks out toward the north where the screeches are coming from, the man obviously impressed by the battle. My oh my, Johnny, what did you say his name was? The Pillar? I spark up and answer as Johnny is focused on searching. Don't want to distract him too severely. Howard Strafe. Silas nods toward me in thanks before speaking out loud to whoever deigns to listen, more monologuing than searching for a dialogue. Quite the man. The council members don't play around. He's likely running away as we speak, which is why the clashes are further apart. May Her Majesty bless the man, allowing him to live. We go silent momentarily before Johnny flares up, pointing at a faraway pillar. Found another one, but this points backward. Johnny spins around, his eyes roaming the dozens of pillars around us. I follow him and look around, spotting another symbol in a pillar not far away, only a few hundred feet. I point it out to him as he can see better than me, and he distinguishes where it points to. Then, he follows each symbol with his fingers in the air, finally pointing to a location where Sakate must have led the other group. If that points this way, that one that way, and this one that way, they all meet up on that spire right there. Upon discovering where the others must be hiding, we all move right for it. Lennox giddy to find a Bado for some reason. Let's go. I want to see a Birdman. I snort and pat him as I move in front of him. Our friends aren't Bado, Lennox. They are normal people. The Stoneclad, resembling a gargoyle, puffs out a disappointed noise from his mouth. Oh. I move quickly toward the spire pointed to by the symbols as we all begin to circle the spire looking for a cave or inlet inside the stone structure. Fortunately for whoever wants to live or hide in them, most are at least partially hollow, dug out by either humans or Bado over the course of many years. But on the ground level, we are unable to find any. So I'm the primary investigator along with Blake, as we are the most agile. At the same time, Johnny watches out for us in case we step on the territory of any Bado. We look at each other, confused, as Johnny puts his chin in his hands, his untrimmed beard from weeks of travel touching his skin. The symbols should lead us to where they are hiding, but there is no entrance. Maybe, Wyatt. I take my attention from searching the spire to Johnny. Yeah, what's up? You got an idea? Johnny nods, and I can see his eyes scale the stone spire. How high up do you think you can climb? You've told me you're quite good at it and have a skill for it, right? Unsure but still willing to try. I nod back at him, evaluating the height of the spire. A quick glance tells me it's at the minimum 30 stories tall, perhaps more. And this is just one of the shorter spires. One in the far north that lights up from here is probably close to 100 stories with stone made of a unique white, resembling terracotta. We've mostly ignored Pale Crag, favoring moving away from where the Blight Raven was likely fighting. But this one is only around 300 feet. That ravine in Bone Dunes was close to 70, right? That wasn't too hard with chainlink boots. I'll just have to be more careful. It's far more windy, so I can't climb like I did before, walking sideways without a worry. However, I find it odd that he's asking me and not Blake after all his insistence on my safety, so I question him on it. I think I can climb to the top. I've done something about, maybe a quarter of the height before without difficulty. But why me? Good. Johnny points to Blake as if designating a role. She's afraid of heights, and I don't think Silas nor myself have the skills for this. My hands are fast, not necessarily strong. If he falls, you catch him. Okay? I'll keep my gun ready in case anything comes from the top. Blake agrees to the designation, pulling out her bandages from her sleeves that extend outward. I don't know how reassuring that is, but if she can restrain a demon with those, she can probably catch my dumbass if I fall. I also didn't know she was afraid of heights. Never really came up, I guess. How did Johnny know? I get the urge to ask him, but with everyone waiting for me, I don't. They get annoyed at me asking too many questions, and with Linux, I'm not the only one who vies for that annoyance. So instead, I remove all the skills making up temper so I can use all my senses to climb more accurately. So, without further ado, I begin my climb, funneling more ether into chainlink boots, the swirl of my unique brand of ether increasing the strength of the spiked chains at the bottom of the boots. Then, with my one hand, I wet the fingers and push ether throughout my body for adrenaline surge, using the increased strength and stopping power to make small handholds into bigger, more comfortable ones. A thought comes to mind as I break my fingers into the rocks. I should really advance adrenaline surge somehow. Eleanor's book spoke of the fundamental advancement and the other three side paths that are known: adrenaline control, hyperactive, dynamism, and salvant. They each focus on parts of the skill, namely burst strength, reflexes, extended strength, and a minor boost to healing and defense due to the strengthening of the body, respectively. Adrenaline control is the most basic, using only 2 types of ether manipulation, with the other 3 being more complicated versions with 3. I wonder if I learn them all, could I combine them somehow? Maybe. It'd probably take a while, but that's for later. Now that I'm about 10 feet up, I need to focus on the climb, even with my chainlink boots giving me stable footholds the whole way. As I climb the massive spire, my hand and feet find purchase on the rough stone surface. The higher I go, the more the wind howls around me, tugging at my clothes and making my ears ache. Sweat beads on my forehead despite the chill, and my muscles ache with the effort of pulling myself upward as I rise higher and higher, searching for an opening in any direction. My fingers and toes cling me to the side of the towering spire, feeling the rough edges of the stone digging into my fingertips. As I look out to the region below, my heart races with a mixture of surprise and exhilaration. The view from up here is breathtaking, with the surrounding landscape stretching as far as the eye can see. The jagged peaks of other spires pierce the sky, and I think I can even see the faint outlines of the Bados perched atop some of them, watching over their territory. Their silhouettes of a man with wings are unmistakable, yet I'm still unsure. Of course, it could be a trick of the eye at this distance. The wind whips past me, threatening to knock me off balance, but I hold on tightly, not wanting to lose my grip. It's a dangerous place to be, but I can't help but feel a rush of adrenaline alongside this similarly named skill as I hang on the side of this spire and take in the stunning vista. For a moment, all of my worries and concerns fade away, and I'm left with nothing but the raw beauty of the world around me. But as another resounding screech comes from miles away, at this height, I can see in the distance a light, or, more specifically, a lack of light. The sun's light reflects off most of the spires with glimmering light, but toward the north, one small portion of my vision is left dark with snippets of silver deep within. That must be where the fight is happening. It is incredible how far it can be heard, even if Howard specializes in sound. After that noise, I return to the climb, going further until I reach a jutting outcropping of stone that obscures my vision and blocks my way. Looking around, it doesn't seem all that easy to go around with the outcropping extending quite far. So, I push some ether into my hand while focusing intensely on chain-link boots to hold my weight. Then, with a leash made of ether, I throw it backward and up, latching it onto the top of the outcropping. Once it seems secure, I roughly pull on it with my hand, careful not to fall. It seems stable, so I crawl my way up the outcropping using it in conjunction with chain-link boots. Once I make it up, I land on a small perch of stone with an inlet into the spire before me. I approach it cautiously, peering inside the dark cavity. The walls are rough and uneven, but I see hints of something deeper within. I even spot a few feathers on the ground, large black metallic feathers far too large for any typical bird. Battle feathers, likely. I want to see what's inside. Did Cicate find an abandoned nest of Batto? And how did he even get all those people up here? Before stepping in, I yell down to Johnny with my hands cupped. I found a way in. Should I explore it? He looks up at me and yells back, find a place to tie the rope in your backpack around, but don't go too deep. Worst case, you can pull us up. Inwardly, I nod and turn back toward the dark cavity. A deep breath of air fills my lungs as I step inside, my vision not made of chains struggling to adjust to the darkness before I use night vision, which gives my normal vision the ability to see. The air is musty and thick, and I can hear the distant fluttering of wings. Batto? No way. It has to just be an ordinary bird. I move forward, and the walls close around me, and I have to twist and turn to make my way through the narrow spaces. All the while, I look for anything that could serve for me to wrap the rope around, but I don't find anything. Just before I turn around to go and pull them up, I emerge into a wider chamber similar to a cliff, only inside a stone structure tens of times larger than any building I've ever seen. I can see the partially hollowed-out spire from within. A complex of rooms, bridges, and passages stretches before me, carved into the stone itself, spiraling down the behemoth of rock, just waiting for me to jump down. I can see glimpses of light filtering in from above, where the spire opens up to the sky. Didn't know the tops had holes. Interesting. I get distracted by the visage as a flutter of wings rings out in my ear. I look around but don't see anything below. The fluttering wings grow louder, and I can hear faint whispers in the air. Finally, I take a step backward and catch a glimpse of movement above me. A woman, no Abato dressed in shabby clothing, hovers above me, flapping wings of shining black steel with streaks of blue to keep afloat. Dumbfounded, I look at her as she looks at me, an unknown expression coming upon her. Hi. 182, into the rocks. I freeze, unsure of what to do. Should I attack? It's not talking. Can they even speak? I don't know. I look closer at it as I realize something is wrong with it. Their face is angular and sharp yet shrunken in apparent hunger, with piercing yellow eyes that seem to glow in the dark. This Batto's whole body is emaciated and gaunt, its steel feathers matted and its eyes sunken. It regards me with a fierce hunger that makes my heart turn cold. As it draws closer, I can see the veins bulging in its wings, as if it's barely holding on to life. Its talons scrape against the stone floor, and I hear its ragged breaths as it analyzes me in the same way I'm doing to it, almost as if it's relaying to a higher entity. The weird feeling throws me off. Finally, after these few moments of pause, the Batto begins to move toward me, its wings beating the air with a threatening thud. I can see its claws flexing and hear its breath coming in ragged gasps as foam drips from its beak. It's hungry, something is wrong with it, and it wants me as its next meal. I thought these things were intelligent. For a second, I think about trying to help it, but it lunges right for me. It's a sharp beak and eyes that radiate light even in the dark, coming straight for me. Without even thinking, I move. Ether flows through my body in adrenaline surge as I jump to the side and dodge the desperate attack. I can feel the wind snap from where its jaw closed, only a few inches from my back. Once I successfully evade its attack, all my hesitation leaves, and I counterattack. I push my foot onto the wall as I push off and leap onto the Batto from the side. Then, by using leash and chain-link boots together, I get atop the back of the creature as it screeches and fights back, but it can't do much from behind. I feel a few sparks of lightning glow from its wings, but before anything can come from it, I pull out the intervention from my hip and aim the barrel at the back of its head. The trigger is squeezed just as the light on its feathers reaches a crescendo. As it reaches that near blinding blue brilliance, I cover my eyes, But before it explodes into what I can only assume will be lightning, the light dissipates entirely as the creature meets its end. And so, less than after a second lunging at me, the creature falls to the ground unmoving, brain and head splattered against the terracotta-like stone of the inner spire. My breathing and heart return to normal as I slow down my ether from the furious tempo to a relaxed calm. I step off of the battle and look down at it. Upon an easy glance now that I'm up close, I can see deep gashes in the battle's flesh, most certainly not from me. There is something wrong with it. Very, very wrong. Kneeling down next to the body, I examine it more closely. The wounds are deep and jagged, as if a powerful and frenzied attacker made them. I can see bits of torn feathers and bone fragments hanging from some of its wounds. These creatures are said to be ordinarily aloof and removed from human affairs, rarely, if ever, causing any trouble unless provoked. But this one had attacked without provocation, foaming at the mouth and growling with terrible ferocity. What is going on? I don't know, but I need to find a way to help Johnny and them up. We can figure it out together. My eyes scan the part of the spire I am in, and I can quickly find a piece to wrap the rope around. But before I do, I stop myself. I've gone so far that I won't have enough rope at all. Stupid. I got too caught up in exploration and the maddening bird. Trudging back toward the entrance, I sigh. I'm gonna have to pull them all up. My eyes glance at the dead Batto as I, for a second, think I hear something like the flapping of wings once more. I'll deal with it later. Need to get them up. Heh, I got to fight, Johnny. Oh fuck. I got into a fight. Should I hide the body? No, that's stupid. Just own up to it. So what's he gonna do? Take away my gun? That'd be stupid. You're stupid. Why would you go so far into the cave? You're strong enough to pull us all up. I sit breathing heavily after hauling everyone up the 100 or so feet of rock while Johnny yells at me. Of course, he heard the gunshot, but he waited to say anything until we were all inside the cave and got to the Batto's body. For a few seconds, I really thought he wouldn't care. To not draw any more ire, I keep my eyes on the rocky floor of the spire as he sighs and inspects the Batto, pushing off my issue. Never mind. You couldn't have known you would be attacked from inside, but you should have expected it. So next time, think a bit further ahead. Now, let's take a look at this rabid bird. Johnny spins the Batto over his Silas, Blake, and I watch him look all over the dead body, inspecting every part. Dakota is watching Lennox tap his fingers against different types of stone, comparing his multicolored stone of black, gray, white, and a tad bit of red with the rock of the spire. The stoneclad was the hardest to pull up, mainly because he insisted on carrying Dakota. The combination of a child of stone about 5 feet tall and a fox the size of a large dog was almost too much for me to pull up the spire. Why did he have to come up first? Kids are crazy. I see Johnny hum several times as he pulls apart wounds to look further, even going so far as to find an eyeball that somehow survived the blast of intervention to look at. Then, he holds it up for us all to see as well. The pupil is milky white and stained with veins of red now that it's dead. Nothing like the crazed yellow from it being alive. Johnny begins to speak, but catches sight of something else inside the side of the Batto. Something that makes the man audibly gasp. Seems like it was diseased? Perhaps. Oh no. The gunfighter stands rapidly, draws his gun with purpose, and walks to the edge, ignoring our questions. What? You find something? Is the disease bad? Johnny looks up and down from the edge of the internal cliff, bringing us the rest of the spire's insides through the border of rock. I can see eyes evaluate the entire interior, pupils scanning every inch from the edge. I join him but can't find anything, even with temper. It's all quiet, really quiet. Johnny's voice whispers to us, raw and with a hint of definite fear. Fear for himself and those that were supposed to be here. There's a mother bound here, and a strong one at that. Likely a two-face or manipulator. That's the only way the mother's dark light spreads, as far as I know. Look at the Batto's heart. I twist and look behind me, peering at the heart of the Batto, my split vision of chains and reality letting me see it clearly now that I know what to look for. Twisted chains tainted with corrosion and a melding of darkness and light lie deep within the chest of the Batto. His words make me think of the only thing in the world that genuinely gives me pause. Not fear, per se, but something close, something existential, a mother bound. the term for any who undergoes changes as Vernon did within the cabin, the dark light of the mother below, twisting them into something different, something untold. The two-face Vernon was gnarled into is only one kind. The most dangerous types are manipulators, people twisted in mind, body, and sigil to only want to spread that plague of silvery madness. Two-faces can also corrupt people, turning them rabid similar to how that Batto acted, but manipulators can go a step further. They can raise others into motherbounds as well, even if they follow all the rules of the cabin and sigils that we have set in place for each other. They can create creatures far worse than any demon. At least demons can think and are their own selves. These things, these two-faces, taintrots, dreadmarked, manipulators, or devil forbid, a fallen, are mindless machinations of the mother below, existing only to spread her plague. I return to the cliff as my heart speeds up with the unsaid. If there are motherbound here, what happened to those who left those symbols? Where is Cicade? Bonfire? Did Virgil already make his way back here with his family? What about Earl, Elizabeth, and Primrose? Esther? My breathing picks up, but I put a tight clamp onto it, using a split daydream to focus the tightening of my chest while strengthening my hearing. Something I came up with during the travel here. If temper can isolate senses, why can't daydream isolate its weaknesses instead of being a total body weakening? The change was easy and made me regret not doing it earlier. All it takes is focus and another stream of ether pointing to get the part one want to weaken in exchange for strength. I also use listen to hear everything I can while temper isolates the sense. We can't see anything from here. No movement, but earlier, I listened to a flap of wings. Closing my eyes and focusing intensely, my mind almost flies through the grand opening of the spire, listening for any sounds. As I concentrate, the sounds of the wind within the spire, my friends moving, and even my own breathing fade away, replaced by an eerie silence. I feel my ether focus on my ears, and I extend my sense of hearing outwards, reaching into the depths of the spire. At first, I hear nothing but the faint echoes of my heartbeat, but as I listen closer, I can detect the faintest of sounds, like the distant drip of water or the shifting of rocks. I follow the sound, allowing it to guide me deeper into the spire. I listen deeper, following that sound with my ears, but I seem to reach a limit of my ears, that they can only detect so much sound, even with ether. Some things are just too quiet to pick up with the human ear. Beneath everything, there yet lies more. Limits are false and potential unreal, for exertion and obsession are all that matters in search of the peak. Remington Shaw's words come to mind as I force my listen to the next level, taking in all I've learned over the past months. Ether spirals, twists, and joins from many different streams as they all coalesce in my eardrums. With this supreme focus of no other sense besides my hearing, I quickly push it further, elevating my ether's quality with my own sigil signature, my mind moving the tang of a philosopher into my ears. The second I do so, I hear a resounding pop, and the world seems to shift. Even with my eyes closed, everything turns to chains in my hearing, everything a small scratch, tingle, or metallic sound. It sounds impossible to understand, but somehow I do. I know these sensations even better than my normal hearing as it expands even further into the spire. My ears pick up the slightest creak of a branch or the faintest crunch of leaves underfoot from behind me in this odd tangle of chains, as if my eardrum was next to their boots. I am alert to every sound, every nuance, every whisper of movement, so I turn my ears toward the depths of the spire. The sounds of the spire grow louder and more distinct. I can hear dripping water as if it's beside me, shifting stone as if I'm touching it, and two simultaneous noises far down below. The fluttering of ringing feathers metallic in nature, and a spark? No, a plume of fire. The first sound is easily attributed to a Batto, and the second to a friend. Bonfire. He's the only man I've met capable of wielding flames, as if they were simply a part of him. They flow from him, just as ether flows from others, the fire almost as innate to him as breathing. I open my eyes, stopping the flow of all my ether and discontinuing this new skill I label in my mind as echo, as it lets me hear even the smallest of echoes. As I do so, I realize I missed an opportunity to use release, one of my fourth sigil skills that I've mostly neglected. I was focused on using it to enhance organs. I never thought about using it on my ears or eyes, but I shake that off and turn to Johnny, still looking into the spire with light coming in from above. So I will try that out another time. I found Bonfire. He's far below us, probably fighting one of these Bado. He twists and looks at me with surprise, asking how I did so. How? I can't see anything alive from here. There isn't anything in sight. I shake my head and point to my ears. Didn't see. I used a whole bunch of skills and ether to hear his flames and fluttering wings by amping it all up as far as I could go. He nods at me as he tosses Blake some rope from his pack. Questions hit the both of us in quick succession, the gunfighter unwanting to waste any time. How many did you hear? Anyone else? Can you tie our rope together so we have a way down over here and a way up from behind us? Should be enough to at least get close to the ground if you tie 2 bundles together. Blake gets to work immediately for our escapes and arrivals into the actual tunnels of the spire, as I reply to Johnny. No, just him and the Bado. I see his face twist in concern and know what he's thinking. Bonfire is tough, probably the strongest of those left behind, besides Cicate. I'd even bet on Bonfire against Virgil unless my friendly damned snuck up on him. But if he's the only one we hear, not even the rest of his group, that's bad. Real bad. It means there is a real chance he's the only one still alive. Silas, however, is not as concerned as we are. He doesn't know these people after all, and is instead more focused on my feat of ether. Quite impressive there, Wyatt. That sigil sure does do wonders for your skills. Most struggle to use a few at a time, and you can do it all at once. Not just that, but you advance far faster, too. It seems you are either really talented or your sigil makes your ether smoother. Keep that going, and one day you'll reach a Zil. I awkwardly nod in thanks for the compliment, but return immediately to the task at hand. A small chuckle comes from Silas as he waves his head. Without waiting, we head down, Johnny being the first to hold onto the rope and climb down. I follow right after him once I secure Dakota onto me with a blanket tied around my shoulders tightly. The wind slaps against us from the inside of the shadow-filled spire. The wind is far less than on the outside, but it is much colder, as if coming from deep in the stone pillar. My eyes constantly roam all the shadows of the spire while I climb down, looking for anything that could have been hidden in a corner, unmoving while we looked from above. But as we move our way down to a walkway of stone that goes across the spire, I don't find anything. No motherbound hidden in some crevice or Bado watching from above. Just silence. Eventually, my feet land on the hard stone below as I dust off my pants and let Dakota down. I look up and see Blake behind me with Lennox above her nearing me. So I move out of the way and join Johnny, looking out from the walkway to the seemingly endless depth of the spire. At the very bottom, only darkness lies. A lightlessness that seems to spiral into infinity. We should keep moving. Best to find Bonfire as fast as possible. Who knows why he's alone? I speak in the open air, pulling Johnny from the obscuring dark. I can't tell his thoughts exactly, but I know he's worried. Very worried. The people he left behind to stay safe are obviously not, and his oldest friend is not where he should be. But the gunfighter is no weak man. Even if he is a fearful one, he always pulls through. That's the definition of courage, right? To be afraid and push through it. I wonder, would I be courageous if Aniwai had not taken away my fear? I don't know, and Johnny doesn't give me time to think. Instead, he whips around and walks across the walkway toward the tunnel that leads to where I heard Bonfire. The rest of us play a bit of catch-up to keep with the man's pace as he speeds up from a walk to a jog through the wide tunnels. It's dark, but we all know night vision or can naturally see in the dark like Lennox and Dakota, which really gets me thinking, how much do the two of them know about ether? I can't imagine Lennox would know very much, and the same idea is with Dakota, but perhaps their bodies and instinct are enough for the two of them. Lennox's stone body gives him crazy endurance, strength, and no need to eat, breathe, or drink. He's got the best natural advantage, even if Dakota's instincts have proven sharp. The young fox has been a menace in combat, a perfect harasser to slow down and damage targets. I rip my thoughts from the past and future as I focus on the present. The tunnel opening into a vast cave with dripping water from the ceiling. So, this is where the drips came from. But we need to go deeper. I search for a few moments with Johnny before we find a small tunnel in the back, barely big enough for even Blake to crawl through. The lip of the tunnel partially covered with intricate stone. We all look at each other for what to do, and I see Johnny look at me with frustration. I know what he's going to say before he even says it. Regarding pure firepower, I'm the best here with strugglers gasp. If Johnny were to shoot through the rock to make it bigger, that'd risk ricocheting and hitting us. The man takes a deep breath before giving me permission. Go ahead, Wyatt. Use your ether. Safer than me risking getting you shot. Smiling, I let ether run through my body as I take a deep gasp of air. Adrenaline surge giving me strength. Strugger's defiance slightly loosening my chains. Strugger's gasp heavily loosening my chains. And finally release removing the chains on my shoulder. All at once, I feel a surge of unbelievable power and, in one motion, strike the small passage with a wetted palm. An equivalent force hits my hand, and it hurts pretty bad. But in exchange for that pain, a large chunk of rock falls off. I quickly peek at my hand and only see a bruise, so I continue. The bloody palm can and will heal from any damage, even if it won't heal the rest of me. I strike the top of the tunnel to enlarge it almost 10 times before stopping to clear the rubble out into the room behind us. From there, I can see I've made significant progress, and I continue. After about a full minute, the tightness in my chest from Struggler's gasp has reached a crescendo, so I start to use small explosions, unwilling to blow off a hand for this. And on the final explosion of ether from my palm, the stone flies outward, not down, as I break through the tunnel, revealing the other side. Another cave is on the other side, one the size of several houses in its impressive magnitude. But that's not what surprises me, and neither do the large nests high in the roof almost 30 feet above. Instead, what surprises me is what's on the ground. Dozens of bodies, human bodies twisted in pain, agony, and suffering, several still glowing with faint dark light on their skin. Battle bodies gnarled into small balls of plague, the dark light positively burning their flesh even after death. And finally, several Nahullo bodies. 12, exactly 12. Nahullo lay dead in front of us in a circle as if defending themselves from the onslaught of humans and Bado. But what's surprising is that none of the pale giants between 7 and 9 feet tall are corrupted with the dark light. Instead, it is only the dead humans and Bado that are. A panicked whisper comes from behind me as Johnny is the first to climb up and over the rocks that I broke through after me. Sentinels? 183 sentinels fall. My eyes scan the dead Nahullo in shock as I recognize what Johnny is referring to. Nahullo are separated not by sigil, but instead strictly by their combat strength. They are a powerful, warring race simply because you need to kill to move up. Merely increasing in sigil is not enough. You need to prove your strength against others of your race. And sentinels? These powerful Nahullo are taken away from that existence where only your strength matters for a specific purpose, to destroy any motherbound. That is it. Sentinels are guardsmen of reality for the Nahullo, sacred warriors that all respect in their society regardless of their power. Johnny steps forward as the others catch up and bends down, touching the part of the Nahullo that parades they are a sentinel. Dark, twisting, and gnarled brands of heated steel upon flesh wrap around each creature's body. The Nahullo are an odd race. They are deceitful, manipulative, and well-planning despite how their large sizes and warring nature may depict otherwise. But even amongst their race, some disregard politics, war, and even their own lives to protect, a rarity among any race. Even we humans don't have groups like the Sentinels. Sure, we have people dedicated to killing any invaders, including Motherbound, the Watchmen. Still, those have been getting smaller and smaller over recent years as the estates grow larger and take the defense of the inner territories into their own hands. They are among the few groups that merely reading about them invoked respect. We all gather around these corpses for a moment of solemn consideration as our eyes roam the dead humans and sentinels. My heart sinks at the dead people as I hope I don't find someone among the bodies I know. I spot some familiar faces, but none that I can put a name to. Blake, however, is not the same as I hear her gasp and walk over to a few dead people twisted into a gruesome display similar to a bouquet of flesh. Relief at not knowing anyone hits me while guilt does at the same time for thinking so. I push away that thought from my mind as I kneel beside Johnny, the man talking to himself in such a way that I know it's a quote, the voice cold and detached. I see his hands slightly shaking upon a dead Nahullo man. Should you see sentinels alive, help them. Should you see sentinels dead, run. I also inspect the Nahullo, noting dozens of permanent scars, fatal injuries, and apparent ether saturation of one going far beyond their limit. Some parts of their bodies liquid and broken from the overuse of the substance. The Sentinels, an ancient order among the Nahalo that has existed for longer than even the hunters themselves, with each group member being trained from a young age in the ways of combat, ether, and the gods. They are raised in such a way that makes them immune to the control of dark light from Motherbound. Apparently, the way to do so is gruesome and inhumane, but it is all for a good cause, even for mankind. They aim to fight against the forces of madness and chaos threatening to consume the world from deep below. This order sees itself as the guardian of order and stability and will stop at nothing to protect its people and their way of life. While the world wars around them, their focus is stalwart and unshakable. Humans have often allied with these sentinels to kill Motherbound or Wendigos. They are entirely different from the rest of their race. They do not desire warmer pastures, more food, or more luxury. The aim of the Sentinels is to maintain a delicate balance between the dark light that seeps from the mother below and the rest of the world. This small but mighty group of Nahalo is fiercely dedicated to their cause. It will never back down in the face of adversity. They see themselves as the last line of defense against the darkness and will lay down their lives to protect their people and the world from harm. This group of defenders even goes so far as to enter other regions and search for Motherbound within to slay. It's respectable, admirable even. To me, that is a reason why I committed them to memory, and likely the same for Johnny. If there were more like this, both among humans and pygmies, then the world would be a much safer place. But in front of us quietly lie 12 of them with the uncomfortable grace of death, an ill omen for the rest of our group. The few dozen dead people and Bado in front of us, tainted by the dark light, are bad enough. But dead sentinels? Each of these Nahalo with at least a fourth sigil, who all died to something they have trained their lives for? As my brain runs through this situation's reality, I realize why Johnny is not looking at the dead bodies. He's hoping for any possibility that this is all there is. I try to shake the man out of his funk, but he moves before my hand even touches him, the man standing from his crouch and moving forward to the bodies. His voice becomes detached once more as his eyes roam the dead bodies. Finally, I hear a click and a scratch as he pulls out and lights a match. We need to move on now. I don't want to rush your goodbye, Blake, but we don't have time. If Sentinels failed, then whatever here is bad. Real bad. A manipulator is almost guaranteed. Maybe even a fallen. Silas whistles as he steps over some bodies toward the other side of the cave where another tunnel lies. A fallen. You think? If that's the case, we might as well leave. No way any of your people are still alive then, Johnny. My eyes go back and forth between them as a sniffling Blake approaches us, tears on her cheeks. I push down the question about fallen and check on her. You all right, Blake? The woman goes to nod, but then shakes her head. After she does so, she speaks to me and takes the match from Johnny before tossing it onto the bouquet of flesh. I'll be all right. I was in a group with 2 of the people over there before I advanced to my 4th sigil. They didn't mind that I was leaving them, which is rare, and they were really kind about it, saying things like I should do whatever is best for me. I vote we continue on. There is a high chance that the Motherbound is still here, and I want to kill it. Johnny's face goes back and forth between us, his face stricken with grief, indecision, and worry. Then, finally, Silas offers up a solution to ease that worry. Well, I can toss a drachma to figure out whether we retreat or not, but then I'm out of them for the day. Our leader shakes his head, unwilling to use that fateful skill just quite yet. No, we go forward. I promised them all I'd take them to the vault. So whether they are dead or alive, we will. Wyatt. I raise my head at the mention of my name. Yeah. Johnny turns and looks me deep in the eye, his words serious yet relieving. I hate to say it, but you have full permission to fight. Any means, any ends. One cannot hold back against Motherbounds. Just be careful. He then turns and addresses the rest of us. The mood turns even more grim, and that's counting the smell of burning flesh behind us. Everyone sticks in teams of 2 no matter what. Lennox, you're with me. Wyatt, you and your fox have the best teamwork together, and I trust the fox's senses to be sharp enough to detect if something goes awry. Blake and Silas, you 2 stick together. Under no circumstances do you leave your teammate. Okay? If you are ever separated, that person is not who you think they are. Treat them like a two-face or skinwalker. We all go silent for a second and look at each other, Dakota sensing the gloom and moving closer to me. A manipulator. On top of their normal sigil abilities, the dark light they are granted gives them even more powers, capable of corrupting people and making them go mad, all the while tricking people by transforming into any they corrupt. The darkness of the world never seems to brighten. It only ever gets dimmer. Abruptly, the silence ends, Lennox sprouting up one of his inane questions. Why can't I be with Wyatt? Or Dakota, why do I have to be with you? His words provoke a small chuckle from the rest of us due to the unexpectedness. But, despite us all laughing, Johnny answers him just as thoughtfully as always. Dakota follows Wyatt wherever he goes, so it's not good to split them up, okay? Lennox just shrugs and mutters a quiet tune. Okay, how about we go find this mother thingy? I'm bored. The Stoneclad's lack of care for the death around him is unnerving, but it's not surprising. He's probably seen more people die than people I've met my whole life. Anyone would become desensitized after all that, right? A short sigh comes from us unanimously as we move forward. Eyes peeled on the large cave in case of any attacks from Plagued, the term for those first killed before being controlled by Darklight. They are missing their sigils, with only the Darklight from the Mother below to give them strength. Motherbound is those that still have their sigils, the mix of Darklight and sigil becoming highly dangerous. As I move further into the cave, I notice strange markings on the walls. Symbols and glyphs were etched into the stone like nothing I'd ever seen. I try to make sense of them, but they seem almost alien. Finally, Blake pipes up and points at them as we move past. That's the language used exclusively by Sentinels. I have no idea what it is saying, but I'd recognize it anywhere. It's like the normal Nahalo language, only 10 times more complicated. The news of the writings coming from Sentinels gets Johnny and Silas thinking, the two trading thoughts back and forth. Writing? How could they write if they were being attacked? Perhaps they did it afterward or before? If they did it before, then why would it be on the cave's far end toward the exit? You're right, that is odd. Perhaps it was after. In that case, there may be more Sentinels still alive. Finishing Silas' words in my head. The idea of not all the Sentinels being dead is noteworthy. Still, the fact that there were more than 12 is even more significant. I don't know how they move in groups, but more than 12 is a large group. One that has to be led by an angel, right? I shake the thought away as we all step out from the inside of this large chamber into a long hallway of stone, one leading only in one direction, as it seems we are at the very end. I walk down the long, winding hallway carved into the stone of the spire, my hand trailing along the rough walls to feel the intricate carvings into the rock that could have only been made by the birdman. As I move forward, I pass many open doorways leading into small rooms, each hinting at a forgotten purpose now lost by the dead tribe of Bato here. Finally, I pause and peer into one of the rooms, marveling at the intricate carvings on the walls depicting winged creatures soaring through the sky. Pulled by Blake from the doorway, I continue down the hallway, my footsteps echoing eerily in the stillness along with everyone else's, creating a cacophony amidst silence. It seems as though all the Bato and people were gathered in that room where we came from at the dead end of the hallway. Quickly, but not too rushed to risk being ambushed by a motherbound like a taintrot, as we still don't know the true enemy yet. We move through this hallway to the very end, where it opens to a chamber with 3 other exits. Unfortunately, all the exits seem similar to the previous hallway, long and wide stone tunnels. It truly is a shame these Bato were forced into these spires and their limited space. No bird should be kept in a cage their whole life, unable to fly free. We spend a few minutes deliberating on which way to go, but at first, we are stumped by which way to go. That is until Dakota finds a burnt piece of paper on the right side. It's only an ordinary piece of paper with nothing written, but it's proof enough to move on. However, before we do so, I take a moment to use Echo, focusing intensely on the sounds within the spire to find bonfire. And after a few seconds, I get the ether flowing. With the skill up and working, my mind travels along the sounds of the carved stone until I hear grunts, flaps, sparks of electricity, and a roaring flame. I even listen to a voice I recognize as Bonfire's, but I can't quite understand him. The words are so far and echoed that they are distorted and muffled. I follow the sounds back with my mind to create the path to them. a way that uses the path on the right. Then, I discontinue my ether and let everyone else know. Before I do so, however, I rub my ears, the skill making them ring from the intense concentration. Yeah, it's the path on the right. Just follow me, and we'll get to bonfire in no time. It does sound like he's fighting, though, so we need to be fast. Everyone listens to me without complaint and gets close as I jog ahead of them in the carved passages. However, we can't go too fast, even if we want to get to bonfire. If we get ambushed and killed getting to him, then we are no help at all. Turn after turn, we move, constantly searching corners and crevices in the carved stone for any danger just to not meet any. But after almost 10 minutes of careful running, we get close enough to hear sounds of fighting with just our ears, plumes of flame, and zaps of lightning audible from here. I speed up a bit further, almost unconsciously, as I go to help bonfire. Then, after another half a minute, I twist around an open stone doorway to see bonfire. My heart is beating fast with stress and worry as I hope that he is okay. But relief and confusion hit me as I see the man obsessed with fire fighting back to back with a tall batto, one with many streaks of blue within its metallic feathers. My eyes roam the batto and realize that it is a fifth sigil, the same as bonfire. The thing is, though, that I can't find their opponent. Flames and lightning constantly come from the unlikely duo into the open air, but nothing is hit. I call out to him, yelling about what he's doing. Bonfire, what the hell are you doing? As I do so, Dakota and Johnny burst through the doorway, allowing Bonfire to see them when he looks at me. Surprise hits the man's face, with an emotion closer to salvation than relief. Wyatt, Johnny, oh finally, help. Skychaser and I need help. There is a mother bound deep in the spire, and a taintrot is in front of us somewhere. My eyes move over the batto next to him, full of life, liveness, and literal lightning. Skychaser? Is that its name? I shrug and push to help, ether roaring to life. But Johnny grabs my shirt, whispering to me, wait, this is odd. I can't see the taintrot. They are normally good at stealth and ambushes, but not so good that both of us would miss them. They come from people already good at stealth. So, Johnny then raises his voice as I spiral into contemplation and worry that this taintrot might be born of Virgil. Bonfire. Who did this taintrot come from? My mind roars with thought, almost even praying to a god that it's not Virgil. However, Bonfire's answer immediately relieves me. It's from the Batto tribe leader. Skychaser and I volunteered to come out and find you guys, but the old tribe leader has been on our ass the whole time. Still, the fire roars with almost constant lightning. I look to Johnny for permission to help as everyone else catches up, and he gives me a nod, but not without another whisper. Don't get too close to either of them. You never know who the real enemy is with Motherbound the second someone leaves your eyes or trusted eyes. 184. Masquerade. I take a few steps forward, making ether flow along my body, Rapturous and Struggler's defiance coming to life first things first. Strength flows through my body as I draw intervention and move toward Bonfire and the batto he's with. As I do so, ether enters my eyes and widens my vision as the world of chains becomes more precise, and I share Bonfire's perspective with insight. His sight is filled with fire and lightning as I feel the internal panic and worry marginally sated with our arrival. Beside me are Dakota and Blake, coming with me to help, and once I get close, I keep the shotgun up, telling Bonfire to put the fire down. Let the fire go. You'll just tire yourselves out. He nods, sweat dripping down his face, and he taps the batto with his elbow. Both of them promptly stop using their skills as everything begins to calm down. But they don't drop their caution, eyes shifting every which way. The batto's eyes seem to focus on my companions and me as a crackly and uncertain voice comes from his beak. The Birdman's facial expression, if you can even call a beak and eyes a face, evokes solemnity. These people trustworthy? Bonfire shakes his head positively as he pulls the batto, Skychaser, closer to Blake and me under cover of Johnny's gun that is watching us from afar. Yeah. These are the ones I told you about. This one here with the fox is Wyatt. The far one is Johnny, and the woman is Blake. I don't know the other two, but I'm sure they are good. Even if they are. The Birdman's eyes, glowing in the slightly dark tunnel with a red light, gaze at the child of stone behind the literal undead man with fires for eyes and us. He nods as if it all makes sense, but shifts the topic. Bonfire is good at getting distracted. So am I, though. Odd. Never seen anything like them before. We need to take care of Skywater, or else he will ambush us. I don't have confidence in their abilities as I do yours. I notice the slight dig the Birdman takes at us and the correlation between the two names. Still, apparently, Bonfire takes the compliment too hard as he slaps Skychaser's back. Ah, I knew I was growing on you, buddy. Thanks for the kind words. Don't worry. We'll return your dear old dad to the nest. The Birdman sputters as he twists around, feathers clinking in the air. That's not what I... Blake yells at the two of them while we are distracted. The woman wanting to focus on killing these motherbound while the others behind us are focused on keeping us safe. Focus, you two numbskulls. There is an enemy nearby, right? How did you two even survive this long? Bonfire twists to face Blake, his pride of his fire burning in his hand, just as bright as his embarrassment. Fire? Duh. Hard to ambush me if everything is on fire. The explanation makes both so much sense and so little at the same time. But, of course, Bonfire was the one sent while an ambusher was hunting down people. His sigil is awesome. I can't lie, but damn, is he a bit too loving of it? Blake just harumphs and turns her attention to the surroundings, searching the shadowy cave lit only by lanterns and Bonfire's blaze in his palm. Bonfire goes to talk to the Batto again, but Johnny yells from afar before he can get words out of his mouth. Bonfire, stop fucking around. Focus, damn it. What the hell's wrong with you? Illuminate the whole room. Johnny's words do get me thinking as I look at Bonfire suspiciously. The man has always been odd, just like his rival, but he's never been this blatantly eccentric. But those thoughts go overhead as the pyro nods to Johnny, listening to the man instantly, his respect overthrowing whatever is affecting him. A burst of flames comes from Bonfire, covering the whole room at once in a circle of fires that makes us all flinch, thinking he's attacking us. But I lower my arm as I notice that the fire is not hot or cold. Instead, it's just slightly warm. On the ground around the whole cavern in the spire lies fire drawn in a kind of pattern that, funnily enough, resembles a drawing of fire. But it does the trick, illuminating the whole room. Too bad we still don't see the Taintrot. Are they really this good at stealth? I suppose Virgil is, so it's not much of a stretch. Finding him was hard for me, even on a bright sunny day when I knew he was there. I can imagine that someone of an even higher sigil, and also corrupted by the mother below, is far harder to find. So, unable to find the Taintrot, we all gather together while Bonfire keeps the flame burning like an alarm system. His words, not mine. Just keep out of the fire when you get close. I've been playing around with my sigil for the past few months and figured out how to feel through my flames. Now, I almost exclusively use my fire for alarms. Gone are the days of sleeping with one eye open. Gathered up in the center of the room for safety, reunion, and questions, we start talking, Johnny going first. However, I can tell the man never lets down his guard, his eyes swirling with gold the whole time. Skychaser, the Batto with streaks of blue on his dark metallic feathers, watches us with those beady eyes the entire time. So, Bonfire, what's the situation? What happened? Why aren't there any symbols guiding us? Is Cicade all right? I see Bonfire's lips twitch as he glances at Skychaser. For a second, I think he's about to do something, but the man just lets out a deep breath. Shit has been rough, Johnny. As far as I know, Cicade is still alive. Esther too, Wyatt. But I don't know much else. It's been almost a week since I saw them last. We both split from them a while ago to come and find you guys. We don't know exactly where they are, just in case we were corrupted. The other regions have no idea what's really happening here in Stark Bluffs. I raise an eyebrow as Bonfire stops talking for a second to bring out a medallion encrusted with patterns resembling those on the Sentinels from before. It all started about a year ago, long before we arrived. Nahalo have been constantly invading, and a group of Sentinels discovered a nest of Batto completely taken by the Darklight, a manipulator leading it. From there, more and more of the Order slipped by to wipe out the Batto completely, seeing their whole race as weak and easily corrupted. Which is not true. They are? Skychaser cuts him off, the unusual voice coming from a beak once more. We are not weak. We are just outnumbered and pushed to the brink. Many of my brothers and sisters pushed far too fast. The Ruthless Nest. Bonfire interludes to explain to us what the Ruthless Nest is. He does apologize to the Batto, however, which surprises me. Bonfire isn't known to be polite. If anything, he's blunt and rude. He means the cabin. But, of course, every race sees it differently. Sorry, go ahead. Skychaser's eyes go up and down instead of his head, making me think it's the Birdman's equivalent of a nod. Yes, the Ruthless Nest high up above the clouds is merciless. Should one go against its rules, they are punished. The Mother below twisting souls with her dangerous light. But when you are on the brink of extinction, what is a bit of madness? That is how many saw it. I do not. In a short year, 7 lively tribes have been reduced to 1. For champions remain, all corrupted by the dark light into manipulators, the rest killed or captured by Nahullo. My father, Skywander, the leader of our tribe, was also taken by the dark light. However, he was turned into a taintrot, not a manipulator. We all nod to the story, taking in the information as Skychaser retells his race's part. Then, Bonfire takes the lead as the Batto takes a moment to fill his lungs with air. Yeah, and we all came to this spire upon Cicate's behest. He said he sensed souls in need of saving. Too bad we didn't realize the danger until we were at the bottom and met with Chaser's dad. Shit hit the fan, and we've all spent the past few months hiding, fighting, and trying our best to survive until you arrived. Johnny puts his hand on his chin as he thinks about what the two told us, and after a second, he asks another question. How is this information not out? Are the Nahullo quarantining the whole region somehow? Bonfire shakes his head negatively before explaining, keeping his fire going the whole time. No one else knows. Cicate thinks it's Eli's fault. The underground tree should be able to sense this all going on, but nothing has happened, and the danger is restricted only to the spires within the deeper part of Stark Bluffs, so those who live on the edge don't know. And those on the inside? They are either under siege by an army of Nahullo, being ripped apart by sentinels for being motherbound, or being corrupted. So chances are Eli is using the dark light to weaken the Nahullo, pitting the strengthened Batto against the Northerners. Johnny still seems a bit skeptical as he asks one more question. What about the Blight Raven? What is he doing? Has he not contacted the other pillars to help? Bonfire chuckles as the Birdman beside him does the same. Like some kind of inside joke, their reactions only confuse me as I look back and forth between them. Finally, I ask what's so funny. What's so funny? Skychaser is the one that answers, immediately getting to the point. Blight Raven is a Batto, not a human. He only fakes being one to keep us all safe. But the Nahullo have him trapped in a cage, slowly wearing down the escape artist. No other pillars will come to help him as he's not human. So the Nahullo are keeping him from helping us during this crisis. The news makes us all so quiet that a strand of hair dropping could be heard if one were to be let go. Instead, the only noise is the crackle of the warm fire. A Batto? How? How did a non-human reach the level of a pillar? Do the other pillars know? While most of us sputter in shock, Silas talks to the Batto himself. The undead uses scraps of his previous life as knowledge. If I remember correctly, the last pillar of Starbluffs was a female by the name of Goldie or something. What happened to her? How did a Batto and not another human replace her? And how do the other pillars not know? Skychaser puffs his chest in pride as he speaks about the strongest of his race, the same way a human would about Marshall Travis, Maddox, or the Prime. The inherent ego comes out before dampening to bitterness. Blightraven was born of Blightclaw, champion of the Blight tribe. But Blightclaw was felled by a human shortly after his son's hatching. That human, Goldie Pryor, took pity on the young chick that was Blightraven, raising him alongside the rest of the Blight tribe. Eventually, Goldie fell in battle against Nahullo, and Blightraven rose to take her place. However, the Wastelander only had one condition for Blightraven to be a subsidiary of humanity. No other angels may rise from the Batto, and without any other choice but obliteration by the world's strongest human, he agreed. Skychaser finishes with disappointment evident in his gaze. He doubtless believes that Blightraven shouldn't have relented so quickly. He feels his people deserve better than being simple subsidiaries, not even genuine allies. I think I agree. If Howard Blightraven could keep his identity secret and Stark Bluffs safe, then he deserves our respect, right? Johnny seems to finally believe them, and he lowers his guard, the gold fading from his eyes. He can't keep that absolution skill at the ready all the time. It takes great focus and ether to use one. I would know. Mine kicks the shit out of me every time. It is getting better, though. I can't wait to see when it evolves into a power. The gunfighter nods and motions for us to get a move on. In that case, we need to get moving. Save our people from below and get the fuck out of here. Seems like all we do is run. Eh? His words echo along the flames as most of us agree to his terms, but Bonfire and Skychaser meet gazes, shoulders moving uncomfortably. Then, finally, the pyro pipes up, voice a bit unsure. Yeah, about that. We were hoping Skychaser and the remnants of his tribe were hoping you would help Blightraven. In exchange, they would all join our cause, given that they are treated as equals. I see now. That's why he's with the Batto. They offered to help us fight against the pillars, demons, and whatever else might come so that we could create a better world amongst the ashes. I raise a hand toward Johnny, seeing no problem with it. Why not, Johnny? A regime built upon alliances with other races would be a good way for a balance of power, right? Keeping any one group from doing what the estates are doing. The gunfighter doesn't nod to me, just keeping his thoughts to himself with a hand on his chin, but after a moment, he asks Skychaser a final question. And how would we keep this equality? By power? Do you have any 6 sigils like me, or Cicate left alive? The Batto answers honestly, and it garners him a noticeable amount of respect. No, we have no 6 sigils left. In my tribe, at least, there are still some within the Blight tribe, but I think they are currently trying to save Blightraven. Who knows how they are now? I am the most powerful remaining here, so I am the leader. But I can promise I won't lose to one. Perhaps unless they are a forerunner like your famous Darkstep or Lennon Hull. Lightning is formidable. My mother was the Spark Tribe's champion before falling. She taught me the ways long before I even gained a sigil. Should I be given a bit longer to grow, I will reach your level. Of that I am sure. Johnny reaches an arm out to Skychaser, citing terms for the allegiance. He seems willing to do what he can to save Blightraven, as he is not a human pillar controlled by the estates. Instead, he is a free angel that needs saving, bound only by the inactive prime. We can be equal, and I will even try to help your people's guardian under a few conditions. First, we make one person the de facto leader in war or combat. There is no time for voting or deliberation during a fight. We share our knowledge of sigils and skills, something I highly encourage among my group. And finally, you must guarantee that none of your tribesmen will trespass the cabin's rules. I cannot allow motherbound among my people. Skychaser reaches his claw out, a hand made of 4 thin digits ending in sharp claws that meets Johnny's hand. The Birdman agrees to the conditions. That sounds reasonable. I will personally see to it. There are not many of us, after all, only about 30 or so, but all are sigiled. 10 are 4ths, and 2 others are 5ths like me. That is, Batto does it. None can leave the nest until you gain a sigil. The deal is made, and all Blake, Lennox, and I did was watch it take place. Not that I'm against it, though. Only one Batto had tried to kill me, and it was obviously not right in the head. I have no hate toward them as a race, and the more allies, the better. Not that I was expecting Birdman to join us, though. Once the deal is finalized with the handshake, I see Bonfire smile wide and slap Skychaser on the back again. See, why were you so worried? I told you he was a good guy. Now, let's go find everyone else down below. The Birdman side-eyes Bonfire and tries to brush him off. It's not that I didn't believe you. It's just that things this seriously must be weighed carefully. And yes, the longer we take, the higher chance someone is dead. Our group then begins to move forward, Bonfire in the lead as the duo retraces their steps. The whole way, the pyro keeps where he is walking doused in flame, only relinquishing it once he steps onto it to keep the path safe from any hidden creatures. It's brilliant, but it's going to tire him out fast. But I guess that's not much of a problem now that it's not just the two of them. We keep our eyes and senses peeled, searching for that tame trot so we aren't ambushed from a corner or unexpected place. As we walk, I think back to the group of dead men, Batto, and sentinels, bringing it up to the 2 who were here before. Hey, Bonfire, what happened to those people in that one room? The room with the sentinels, Batto, and humans? Bonfire turns back to look at me for a split second, and as he does so, A flash of dark appears before him, taking advantage of his distraction. My eyes widen, and I try to do something to help as I see a claw, cloaked in darkness, fly for the man's head. Oh yeah. 12 gunshots go off the millisecond before Bonfire's head is removed, Johnny's hands unrivaled in speed. I see the creature fall to the ground and roll in flames for a second before disappearing into a puff of smoke. We all try to attack it in various ways, but only Johnny lands a hit. Bonfire turns back around, panicked, and doesn't see anything. What happened? Johnny steps forward as I notice his eye is slightly murky, flakes of gold within. He used his glitch. That's how Johnny was able to hit it. He must have caught it the second it appeared, and used glitch to slow it down enough for him to draw his weapon and fire. The Taintrot just tried to kill you as you turned around. No more talking. We'll discuss it later. Bonfire's eyes widen, and he nods profusely, a bit of concern even on the jokester's face as no one wants to lose their head. But as the man turns back around, everything goes dark in my vision as if a cloud of darkness is covering us all, only allowing my sight of chains to stay. Amidst that darkness are flakes and spirals of silverish light as unnatural bodies fall onto the hallway floor from cracks in the rocks above. In inhuman ways, the creatures stand and silently approach, bodies twisting egregiously as they take full advantage of the utter dusk. Fuck. The Taintrot brought friends. 185. Gloaming. In this pure dusk, it is clear that I am the only one who can see. Everyone else freaking out and putting their backs against the walls. Well, except for Johnny. He is doing something with his eye that I can't make out right now, or have the attention to spare. Dakota, the closest to me, gets close, placing a paw against my boot as I turn my attention forward. It's entirely silent as something in this darkness stops all noise despite the wide-open mouths of my friends, yelling for each other. But because the sound is gone, it is useless as the 6 creatures stand up menacingly from the floor, backs arching and spines twisting as they rotate their hips toward me. I draw intervention and immediately let loose with the shotgun. The cylinder spinning as fire bursts from the barrel. Everyone has pushed themselves against the walls, and Bonfire and Skychaser have covered themselves in their skills to protect themselves in the dark. The former burns himself to defend himself as only he is resistant to his flames, and the latter has lightning coursing around his body that is visible in my sight of chains. Shots ring out from the shotgun, utterly silent as I use the last of my ammo. Otto left a few spare shells when he decided to stay in the underworld, but they are all gone now. However, each impact of the Colt does less than usual to a few of the targets, likely the motherbound, as they are highly resistant and regenerative due to the dark light. Nevertheless, several fall like a sack of bricks when the flames, ignited only in my vision, hit them. I toss the intervention to the ground and free my spare revolver from its holster, taking aim and repeatedly firing into the approaching largest motherbound. But this one is tough, far more brutal than any other ones. Its arm is enlarged and grotesque, almost larger than its whole torso, and as if to prove its strength, each small caliber bullet that hits it does virtually nothing to even slow it. A dreadmarked it is. I can even make out the coursing dark light on their skull that gives them the name, the shape of a palm evident on its hairless and featherless head. I breathe out the entirety of my lungs as I glance behind me, but nothing is there besides my friends still against the wall, though Johnny seems to be doing something with his gun. Okay, I breathe in deeply as I watch the dreadmark charge down the hallway, its body glittering with light blue chains marked by dark light, the silvery darkness all over its body. Behind it is the vague outline of another creature, one small and short with wings covering its body. That's likely the Taintrot. I even spot another critter holding onto the back of the dreadmarked. Its features are twisted and grotesque, with a face that seems perpetually contorted in pain or anger. As I run toward them, I funnel every ounce of ether I can, releasing my knees for speed and power, struggler's defiance for overall force, and rapturous to keep my body safe from the plaguing dark light. The creature, a tonguer's jaws unhinge, and I can see rows of sharp teeth gleaming in a world of chains, the mouth the gathering point of dark light with a clattering howl. As I move closer, I can feel the pounding of the dreadmarked's footsteps as my body approaches its level of strength, release doing wonders for my lower body. Removing a body's chains is far greater than merely weakening them, the limit becoming the effort placed, not the natural form. I go one step further, unwilling to make the same mistakes as before. A deep gasp fills my lungs as my mind also splits my daydream, strengthening my arm in exchange for the weakening of my ears. Probably the deafening of my ears with how much ether I put into it. The gasp of ether from Struggler's gasp fills me with an incredible amount of ether as the dreadmarked stumbles slightly. Yet, it's not the only one affected negatively. I am also struck by my skill, a bit of dark light entering my lungs alongside the ether obtained. The whispers that are like 1,000 tiny voices appear instantly, each one whispering secrets and lies that worm their way deep into my thoughts. They make me doubt myself, my purpose, and the reality of the world around me. Each voice is an individual call to spread the taint, to join the family of the Mother, a being of infinite benevolence and warmth. But just as quickly as they appear, they disappear, for I am already rapturous. It is just that my intent is not toward a god, but instead toward the goal I seek, the peak of ether and my own godhood. The ether flowing through me breaks apart the dark light into small chunks before having them fade into nothingness. That, a single second before I meet the dreadmarked in the hallway, makes me realize something. The dark light isn't made of ether. If it was, it wouldn't fade away like that. It would instead be expelled or converted. So is it a dominion? Something that doesn't require ether and rather just the force of the soul? Damn that god. The Mother Below's dominion reaches us all the way here, through thousands of people at once all over the continent. She truly is a god, one above all the others, as even the other gods are said to have limits with their reach. That doesn't mean she deserves worship, however. The Prime is a man above all others, but he deserves no adoration. And so, as I arrive right in front of the dreadmarked, I see it swing its massive arm toward me in such a fashion that the fragile chains that make up the air in my sight are being ripped apart. My mind flashes to when I saw Kai twist underneath a swing of Anawise, so graceful, eloquent, and perfect. Ether flashes toward my feet in a split second, instantly creating chain-link boots. The speed of my ether faster than any others because of my unique sigil. I use their sticking feature to lean back, far, far back, as I twist my body in preparation for my punch. The giant, meaty, and grotesque fist of the dreadmarked flies over my face, the wind alone creating lacerations on my face and almost pushing me to the ground. But my knees, bolstered by release, and my legs held down by chain-link boots keep me in this backward, twisted form. And the moment the dreadmarked opens a weakness by moving its arm away, I strike, going straight to hit it in the face with a partial explosion or a blast, only a bit of the ether of Struggler's gasp leaving at once. But as I do, I see the tonguer on its shoulder rear back and throw its tongue at me, charged with a prominent current of electricity. I change my target and go to hit the tongue out of the way, the spindly fleshy thing uncomfortable to even see, let alone get hit by. But right before I commit to it, I see a trio of bullets land onto the tongue before several more ride up its tongue to perforate it in the face. Johnny, I don't need to look back to know it's the gunfighter. I don't know how, but I don't care. I'll take this golden opportunity. My entire body twists with strength as I go straight for the dreadmarked's face, my whole body positively brimming with ether and power. And in a fraction of a second, my blast is released from the fist of the durable bloody palm onto the enlarged motherbound's face as it tries to recover. And for a split second, when the fist hits, everything goes white, the hallway returning to my normal vision before returning to the darkness as the entire head of the creature detonates into a mass of flesh and gore. I get a bunch all over me, but with all this ether running through me, I can't help myself. I move toward the tonguer, the creature wounded by Johnny's bullets and hiding behind the dreadmarked slumping corpse. The Batto, turned into a monstrosity by a manipulator or by its own greed for power, strikes at me with a tongue sparking of dark light. I let it, confident and rapturous, instead of blocking, as the tongue has no effect other than the dark light. I follow through with another blast, putting my arm straight through its chest and heart. I can feel my body heave in the effort, the continuous use of ether not meant for one of my sigil, taking a toll. The creature drops dead instantly as I notice I only have one more usage at most of blast. Unfortunately, my control is still insufficient to stretch it out longer. After a quick internal inspection, I turn toward the taintrot that was hiding at the end of the hallway, but it's gone, bullet holes in its place. I guess Johnny saw it during the brief light. Who am I kidding? Of course he would. He's got better eyes than a hawk. And after a few moments of me looking back and forth down the hallway for any danger and not seeing any, the darkness fades along with the muting effect as everyone looks around, confused. Most of their gazes focus on me, covered in blood, gore, and sparkles of dark light that are rapidly disappearing. I wave at them awkwardly. You're welcome. And I release the ether inside my body, except for rapturous, as I feel a rapidly burgeoning headache. Still, I don't want to risk the dark light. I turn to the wall and breathe out the stretch of struggler's gasp that is remaining, the air funnel denting the wall's stone inward. Wow, that is quite powerful. I turn back to the group, with everyone drawing their guns on me. Bonfire and Skychaser also have their hands and claws full of their respective elements. I turn around to see if another Motherbound is behind me, but none are, so I return to them. They still all have their weapons and skills raised. Guys? Girl? As I peek at them all, I realize I moved so fast just then that even Dakota couldn't keep up with me at all. The fox is only a few steps toward me. Do they think I'm infected with the light? Looking down, I see small flakes of it that I shake off as the fatigue from all my skills rapidly sets in. With an arm like lead and legs more liquid than tissue, I raise my arms and take a few steps to the wall unthreatening. I try to convince them that I'm fine. Guys, I'm fine, you know, tough and all that. I'm not infected with the light. Skychaser and Bonfire both speak at the same time, one voice rough and the other worried. They all say that. My eyes widen, and I try to explain myself, but they just don't seem to listen. Come on, you know I'm fine. I just killed these two. If not for me, you guys would be in a load of shit right now. I see Johnny squint his eyes at me in discernment. At the same time, Skychaser speaks, his beak moving in the odd fashion it always does when he communicates. Martyrs are the easiest corrupted and the best agents of the mother. Unable to convince the Birdman or Bonfire, I turn to Johnny. Johnny, come on, you know I'm fine. Would my mind really lose to some dark light? Are we all crazy? Remember, I have an artifact permanently on me, and it's been how long? It's almost spring, you know? Not to mention you know all my skills. I have one that expels foreign ether. The gunfighter thinks momentarily before nodding and putting his gun down, stowing it in his holster. He turns and pushes Silas and Blake's weapons down, the former being a coin in a flipping position and the latter with a gun aimed at me, a ghostly gleam to its barrel. He's fine. Surely if he were corrupted, we'd see the bloody palm freaking out. Skychaser twists to Johnny in frustration as I see Lennox behind them all wave to me. I wave back. What do you mean he's fine? He's still holding the heart of a tonguer. That has to be constantly corrupting him. Either we kill him, or he leaves, or all our lives are at risk. Johnny watches the outburst and flicks his eyes at me as I drop the heart and kick it to the side sheepishly. The man tries to calm the battle, lightly pressing down on his metallic wings. Calm down. If one person is to be taken by dark light, it is not Wyatt. The kid is the definition of resilient. He's more like a sentinel than a normal man. Skychaser doesn't take this argument at all, trying to talk his own brand of reason into Johnny. You don't understand. The dark light dives into the mind and never leaves. Once a Motherbound has time to grow the store within them, it is perilous and capable of taking anyone barring a sentinel. Should he die later, he will rise as a plagued. Or if the manipulator finds him while alive, he will turn quickly. You letting this man walk is condemning your own men. I hear an odd noise from Skychaser as he steps a bit closer, his voice getting more emotional amidst the gruff. I've done it myself, and I'll never forgive myself. I cannot watch you do the same. The emotion in his voice is genuine, and I see a nod from Bonfire to Johnny, the pyro confirming the claim. Johnny glances at me before leaning in and whispering into the Baddo's ear. I can't hear what he said, the voice so quiet and focused that even listen can't pick it up, and I'm unwilling to use any more ether than that to hear it. But I get the gist as the Baddo steps back and looks at me, wide-eyed and almost catatonic. Why you're... Johnny smacks him on the back of the head. Shut up. You believe me now? Skychaser looks me up and down before agreeing, his eyes doing that weird nod thing again. He does turn and address everyone, however, about the Motherbound. Why yeah, I believe you. But from now on, you all need to be very careful. New motherbound can be killed up close as their dark light isn't yet penetrative enough to invade. Still, older ones that have lived for over a month, can spread like wildfire. A single touch damning you to the coldest nest. The dead are fine to touch, but I don't recommend it. There is a reason why Bonfire and I were sent. Our specialties are in medium-range combat that involves zero direct contact. Everyone nods as the tense atmosphere sinks back to normal. For a second, I feel a bit of anger at Skychaser and Bonfire for being so against me, but when I see the look in Skychaser's eyes, it goes away. He's almost reverent of me and sincerely apologetic. While everyone else recovers from the shocking battle and I slide down the wall to rest, Skychaser approaches me. He kneels, his wings scraping against the stone wall and creating a small shower of sparks. Heh, Spark Tribe. I think I see it. The man pulls my focus with his words from his mesmerizing wings. I am sorry for judging you incorrectly. His voice lowers, decreasing in volume so that only I can hear as I see a small tunnel of ether connect his mouth to my ear. Is that a skill for communication? I get my answer quickly. I did not realize who you were. A Graves holds the same qualification for mental strength as a Sentinel. Just don't let it go to your head. Okay? Despite what most might think, Sentinels are not immune either. They are just unsusceptible to any non-fallen motherbound. Any mind can fracture against a once angel. I nod to him tiredly as I try to rest just a bit before we get moving. That whole getup of skills is positively draining. The Batto takes my nod as acknowledgement and moves back to the others investigating the dead bodies. I hear his raspy voice join the others in their discussion. We best be moving soon. That Taintrot will likely only bring more motherbound. I'm unsure how many the Manipulator has made or how many the Sentinels still alive have killed, but I'm sure there are many. There are probably at least 100 or so plagued to join the other motherbound turned by the Manipulator herself. His words get everyone moving quite quickly as they stop checking the bodies. No one wants an artifact that may be tainted by dark light. Even me. Blake walks past me and reaches an arm down to help me up. I take it and walk beside her. Thanks. She whispers back as I move together in the group. Don't worry about it. Sorry, I didn't defend you, though. I was actually nervous you were corrupted. I shake my head and smile at her. You don't have to worry about that. I'll be fine. The Bloody Palms had months. That light had just a few seconds. She giggles a bit and nods. You're right. I was being foolish. We share a glance, and she leans in toward me. I'm confused about what she's doing until I see her pat off a strand of bloody tissue from my shirt. Oh, I didn't know I still had some on me. I've really gotten desensitized, though, a year ago, and that would have made me vomit. She looks at me with a small sheepish smile. Why, you missed a spot. Thanks. It's odd having flesh on you from another creature. She nods a bit oddly as we keep walking with the group. Everyone is on high alert as I bring my attention back to the stone when we leave the hallway. And when we leave the hallway, we come against an almost sheer cliff, the ground disappearing to a deep hole that goes downward, the walls lined with nests and broken walkways. Bonfire points downward. Yeah, we came from down there, and we could hide inside one of the nests for a night from the motherbound to recover ether. I look at him, confused, not seeing any way toward the nests. How did you guys get to it? He points to Skychaser. Batto can fly, you know? Not that fast or that high for most, but they can. With the right sigils, however, they can be quite fast. Skychaser is one of them. He focuses on flight and lightning together, the knowledge of his tribe making a perfect combination for the two. I swear I see the Birdman preen at Bonfire's praise, but he doesn't comment on it as Bonfire leans over the edge. There was a lot of shit on our way out. Let me check. He creates a small bundle of flames before dropping them down the hole, the fire illuminating the pit the whole way down. And from the dark, outside the distance that my chain vision reaches without insight, dozens, if not hundreds, of beady eyes appear. The pyro speaks one word that's more emotion than a word. Ope. 186. Tumbling. Countless slaps of flesh against stone commence as these plagued crawl up the rock, flesh burying into gravel to make their way up at the burgeoning of light. My eyes rapidly scan their features, searching for the Taintrot or any other motherbound, as they are the most significant worry. Those afflicted and moved by the plague of dark light alone are a fraction as dangerous as those enhanced by it. But I don't see any. Instead, I see a horde of Bado with crazed eyes, mouths dripping with foam, and apparent wounds with hints of dark light. None of them have their sigils tainted as the motherbound do. These are just the dead being moved only by the mother's curse. Before I react, bullets start flying down the hole, Johnny not wasting a moment. He hits many of them repeatedly, killing several, but each requires multiple shots to die from his gunshots, and there are enough that I can't count. We really need to get him a better gun. Whatever the best thing is in that vault is his. No complaints. More and more gunshots join him after a few seconds as we all unload the remnants of our ammunition. Bonfire and Skychaser use their sigils to their limits as they are the only ones who can damage from afar with just their ether. Fire and lightning join in fumes and lashes that slow and kill many of the plagued. But even with all of us working together, even Lennox, who is chucking rocks with his inhuman strength, the mindless horde slowly approaches us. There are just too many. This is Skyspire, after all, the home of one of the tribes of Bado, and most of them have already been turned. Only a few dozen are not. The birdmen might not number in the millions like humans, but even 100,000 split amongst 7 is a lot to fight. I'm not sure if there are that many Bado, but it doesn't seem all that unlikely. Inch by inch, these Bado crawl up the chasm wall and make their way toward us, jaws clinking teeth together and claws stabbing into stone. Before they even reach the top, we all, except for Johnny, run out of ammo as the gunfighter was given the majority of the ammo for unmistakable reasons. However, I keep a cylinder full on my revolver, just in case. The only people still attacking them at this point are Johnny, shooting his remaining rounds from his cylinder, Silas, flicking coins, Bonfire, waving plumes of fire, and Skychaser, spiraling lightning amongst the plagued. We start to back up as I yell toward Bonfire. My voice is urgent and frustrated at the man for not warning us. How the hell did you guys get past all this? He returns the yell without even turning back. There were way fucking less. I think they are slowly making their way up to the surface. The manipulator wants to spread further. We can't let him. Fuck. This is bad. I didn't think about just how many were turned. This hasn't ever happened before to such a magnitude. Most races are beyond strict on the rules of sigils. Few, very few, are willing to break them, for they know the consequences. But when you have no other choice and think your whole race, your complete history, your entire existence is threatened, I guess I'd choose madness over helplessness too. I look around for anything to help as the plagued reach the edge. Everyone backs up as I get my ether flowing back through me, advancing toward that same state as before, this time focusing entirely on my upper body for pure strength. Pulling out the old brass knuckle I had from Virgil, the other one lost in combat, I twist and look at the chasm's walls. Yells are all that I hear as everyone tries to keep the plagued back. At least they have to die to become plagued. Only manipulators can turn the living, and there don't seem to be any nearby. Is there anything I can do? Just killing one by one won't work. We need something ampler, something to keep them from going up. They are predominantly mindless, and if we kill the manipulator, they would be completely irrational, only seeking their next kill. Something far more manageable than a horde led by a genius. I look out to the chasm, searching for other tunnels, and I don't see any. The only way out is through this tunnel. We can always find another way out, even if we have to dig. But these things can't, as long as we kill the manipulator. But what is at the bottom of the tunnel? I remember hearing dripping water. So amidst the chaos, I take a risk and delve into Echo, searching for the bottom of the chasm. And after a second of focus and hearing slight waves of water that, alongside the sound of war, make my ears bleed and ring, I pull out of the skill and shift towards strength instead of listening for my ether. An imaginary mountain of ether gathers in my fist for not a blast but an explosion as my whole body shakes with the power. I haven't used an explosion since my advancement and improvement to Struggler's Gasp, which happens every time. The force will be monumental. I must try to contain it without hurting my arm, but I'm reaching my limit. The increase to my body's limit with advancing to captive was huge, but my consumption has only grown just as much. I yell to my companions, fighting for their lives, trying to reach them over the sound of warfare. Immediately after I do, however, a burst of wind comes out of ether, and I'm forced to suck it right back in. Once more, using Struggler's Gasp, even if it is not a full one, does severe damage, my lungs expanding to their limits. I'm going to collapse the tunnel. Johnny twists his head, firing without even looking and killing a batto that gets too close. Are you insane? You'll kill us all. I scream back at him, internally repeating the prior experience with ether once more to bring my body to a level where it can withstand the shock as my brain pounds in agony, each beat reminding me that we can't waste much more time. Every second, we are pushed back another foot. Should we get pushed out of the hallway and into the cavern where we can be swarmed on all sides, we are dead. There is water at the bottom, and we will be overrun. If these things get out, I'm cut off by a surge of strength as the people in front of me step back, a dreadmarked coming up from the ledge, a rarity amongst the horde. A massive arm just like the previous one, but this one is a tad bit different as they all are based on the person they are corrupted from. Its grotesque wings create a kind of armor over its large arm as it swings out comprehensively. It slams Silas as the undead tries to jump backward, throwing him and Bonfire and Lennox, who are behind him for safety. A tangle of bodies is created, the one in front having an arm obviously misshapen and badly injured. I think I even spot a rib or two sticking out. Good thing he has the gift of undeath, for undead are far more challenging to kill physically than the living, as the only vital organ is the brain. Oh, and the eyes since you can't let the fire go out. Johnny unloads a blast of fanfire at the dreadmarked, a noticeable amount of ether put into the bullets to make them sheen as they make the creature stumble back toward the edge. The gunfighter looks back just as another motherbound, a tonguer, reaches the top and lashes out toward Blake with a tongue made of steely feathers, intricately scaled together just like taste buds. The woman is lifted up into the air and slammed against the wall as she struggles against it, her bandages ripping as they fight for her. Her spirit coats her throat, trying to help her breathe. I run toward her to help, but before I can get close, Skychaser is thrown back, almost making me fall as he takes out my legs, smoke smoldering from his chest as a thunderstrike reaches my ears. A stigmatic, the least common form of the fighting-focused motherbound, flies in the air just a few feet away with enlarged wings of black and silver taint that are positively brimming with sparks. Now the only two at the front line are Dakota and Johnny, utterly incapable of stopping the horde. Seeing this, Johnny finally gives me a nod. He's realized just how fucked we are with this unending onslaught. Of course, we could retreat, but that'd only make it worse. Do it, everyone. Grab onto someone. I think Johnny knows what I'm about to do as I see him run from the edge and jump, grabbing Blake's foot hanging from the ceiling. He then twists his whole body with his powerful wrist, the gunfighter's other hand effortlessly bringing his Colt to the tonguer's face. I grab Skychaser as the bundle of three hold onto each other. The motherbound and plagued sprint at us in deliberate cataclysm as I prepare to slam my fist into the ground, using all my ether and skills I've built up to this point. But I wait. Dakota is alone. We can't split up at all. I wait as the fox sprints at me, somehow knowing what must be done. Right on his heels is the dreadmarked, whose every footprint put cracks in the stone. My heart spikes as he gets closer. I see other people being overrun in the corner of my eye, but I wait. I can't leave him alone. Not this time. I wait, arm twisted, back primed. My whole body is brimming with ether as I prepare the most powerful thing I've ever done before. But it's not the riskiest. At least this time, I thought of an exit plan, and I let loose just as Dakota jumps into my chest, the dreadmarked only a single foot from me. Screams surround me as my fist slams into the stone beneath me. I can feel all the ether from Struggler's Gasp leave my arm at once, shattering the brass knuckles into a million pieces. But everything changes when the ether and my arm make complete contact with the stone floor leading into the chasm. For a split second, everything goes white and silent, the feeling of rumbling beneath me. Then, it all restarts a second later with blurry vision as I fly through the air, arm flapping limply as Dakota claws at me to stick close and Skychaser holds me tightly. Did I just faint? What? Frantically, I look around, and I spot countless figures in the air, falling with me as air lashes at me like a sharp blade. Skychaser is desperately beating his wings to keep us from falling, but it is useless. I can see a portion of his wing ripped off. The damage is evident and likely catastrophic for a batto. As I peer at him, I catch a glimpse of a moving shadow. Is that? Wait. Oh shit. Boulder. The Bato sparks his wings with electricity as he flaps them with unnatural speed, further wounding his wings due to their condition as we all dodge right past a falling boulder. Not useless. His wings just saved our fucking lives. Should we all be unconscious when we hit the water, we are dead. I would like to do something to help, but I can't. I'm at my limit. It'll take at least a minute for me to do even the smallest act with ether, and my body is now suffused with weakness from the afterglow of Struggler's grasp. And that's not to even mention the barely held-together bloody palm. But at least the damn thing heals fast. So, I just spend the time falling trying to get confirmation on how my friends are doing and looking out for more boulders for him, spiraling in the air and looking for them. I quickly spot Bonfire, a trail of unmistakable blaze behind him as he gets the half-dozen plagued off his trio. They seem to be okay, although they are struggling. I spend a few more moments searching the dark chasm while we are falling before I spot another boulder, pointing it out to Skychaser. I feel partly wrong as he does the act again, lightning coursing through his metallic wounds that only manage to open them further to dodge the giant boulder I unlodged. But it's better than dying. Spending a few more moments looking as we rapidly approach the bottom, the sound of coursing water getting louder and louder. I hear a gunshot and follow the noise to see a muzzle blast. A duo spiraling through the air, Johnny and Blake do the incredible as they are locked back to back, killing anything that comes close. The gunfighter shoots them with a dozen shots as the hearse uses her bonded spirit that looks awfully like that tonguer I killed to push or maim anything that comes close. I'm pulled from looking at them with the sound of roaring waves. Looking at Skychaser, I yell a question. What the hell is down here? Is there a fucking ocean? The Bato holds onto me tightly, claws digging into flesh and fragile bone as he croaks at me over the sound of rushing air and water. The connector. It's the river that connects the other spires. The closest to all others is Blight's spire. So if we stay, that's right where we are headed. I groan. That wasn't the only way for them to get up, just one of them. But I'm unable to express my frustration and lack of information as the water gets closer and closer. Instead, I have to focus on surviving. Landing into water isn't as bad as simply falling, but it'll still hurt. I must to get thin. I recall Ma Aniwai telling me, break the wave with your legs. Keep them close like a stick, or else it'll be like landing into stone. Following her advice, I try to rearrange myself in the air with Skychaser's help before we slam into the water. He joins me in my attempt, the Birdman knowing how to dive. And despite the dangerous threat of falling into a raging river, I laugh, for I hear a scream and a literal explosion of flame not that far away. I hate water. Then, I slam feet first into the waves, Dakota close to my chest and wrapped around me. I feel pain in my feet as I break through the surface and fall into the waves, but it's not that bad. At most, a sprain. That doesn't usually happen. Breaking out of these thoughts because of the raging water around me, I start trying to swim to the top, but it's hard with a weak body and a broken arm that is healing itself, eliciting cracks even under the water. The bloody palm won't heal me, as in the whole body, but it will recover its own damn territory. Fucking asshole. The roar of the water fills my ears, drowning out all other sounds, including my thoughts, as I struggle. The current pulls at me relentlessly, threatening to drag me under. I kick and thrash, fighting to keep my head above water just as Dakota and Skychaser do the same, albeit easier for both. But every time I gain a little ground, the river pulls me back with renewed force. The water is icy cold, and the rocks are slick underfoot. My arm aches like it's about to get ripped off from the effort of staying afloat, and my lungs burn from lack of air. I try to find some solid ground, some way to pull myself out of the raging torrent, but all I can see is darkness and churning water. The chains of my altar sight do nothing to help me here, as water covers the eye. I gasp for breath as I go under again, my arm flailing as I struggle to regain the surface. I'm starting to feel like this is a losing battle. The current is just too strong, and I'm starting to lose strength. But no, that's wrong. I lost power the second I let go of my ether. But I'm not alone. In front of me, I can briefly see a claw reaching out toward me. Without wasting a moment, I summon all my strength and push against the current, my arm and legs working together to propel me forward. And finally, After what seems like an eternity, a sharp claw sinks into my flesh and rips me from the water. The pain makes me sharply inhale even more water, but simultaneously, I break free of the river's grasp, and Skychaser helps me onto the rocky bank. Coughing with deadly seriousness from the lack of air, I lay gasping for air and pumping out water for several moments as a wet fox slumps beside me. The clank of steely feathers against stone also joins the raging river's sound. For a minute, we are all silent, breathing heavily to recover from the event and trying to process what just happened. But after a while, I gather my bearings and ask the Beto a crucial question. Are these rivers how the motherbound spread? He coughs for a second before answering me with a gruff voice. As he does so, he twists and pulls his torn wings to him, using his lightning to sear his flesh shut. Impressed that someone else will do that to their flesh, I nod at him. Chalk GH yeah. The connector goes in a circular rhythm, connecting with a branch at each of the 6 great spires around the center, Blight Spire, the closest one to every other tribe and the largest spire. I ask another as I twist around to get a look at this underground river. The connector is a massive force of nature, with waves taller than a man and currents strong enough to pull me off my feet and keep me there. The water rushes by at a breakneck pace, crashing against the rocky walls and sending spray flying in all directions. The sides of the tunnel are wide enough to walk on, but the jagged rocks make it treacherous. That is where we lie, a lucky spot devoid of sharp stones. The sound of rushing water is deafening, and the darkness is punctuated by the occasional glint of light reflecting off the wet rock. My awe translates into my words to the Beto. Are these only ways out from the 7 spires? Or do we ought to worry about these motherbound getting out to the greater world from using this river? Because if they do, we'll have a problem. Skychaser sits up and looks around with me. Yes, each spire has a single entry to the connector, and you closed it for the Sky Spire. And for them escaping, I don't think we have to worry about that. Motherbound tend to only care for the uncorrupted near them, so those we saw earlier will certainly be coming for us if they don't drown, my father included. The only exception is the manipulators, masters of controlling others to do their bidding. Great, great, great. We now have our own personal horde of monstrosities that want to kill us and corrupt us. Wonderful. Gritting my teeth, I stand up, checking my body. My arm is fucked, but that will be better soon. Only a few hours or so for the bloody palm to assemble itself. Ankle? Not actually that bad. Only bruised and a bit purple. Checking my pack, I pull out some thin rope to tie it so it hurts less and won't bend. Other than that, I just need some rest for my ether. Let's get moving then. Strength in numbers, you know? Skychaser agrees, his eyes doing that thing again as he stands. I agree. I would not like to see the pyromaniac die. Seeing that bit of care that Bonfire had for Skychaser reciprocated only once he's gone, I jump on it. I thought you didn't care for him? The Birdman twists his head and points at the river, changing the subject. I don't. He is merely the only one I've met with an element that can keep up with my lightning. Oh, would you look at that? I turn over, and my eyes follow his pointing claw in the dark, leading to a loud splashing in the water, and some loud cursing now that I focus. Fucking hell, why are you so heavy? I'm Stone. Why are you so angry? Would you two shut up? You're fucking up. I see Silas get ripped under the water as he tries to bring the man-child without his gang an actual child made of stone to focus. Stepping toward the edge, I leave it up to Skychaser. I'm out of ether, man. That's all you. A deeply relatable groan leaves the Birdman's beak. I know. 187, through the tributary. I watch Skychaser, with his wounds now mostly seared shut, dive into the water and help the 3 get out. I follow the 4 along the water as they are pushed from shore with Dakota, and when they get close to the sharp beach of rocks, I use leash to pull them closer. But I have to quickly stop just as they get onto the rocky shore, my brain touching that limit and about to melt. From there, I just help pull the rest up physically. Once we are all on the shore and have discussed the situation, we start to look for Johnny. The last any of us saw of him and Blake was the 2 in the air while falling. I'm worried for the girl as a motherbound touched her, but I think it was okay based on how she was fighting. It wasn't a manipulator. Those are the only ones that can turn the living, or at least quickly. Skychaser's caution about me earlier tells me that we don't know everything there is to these beings. So, we walk through this rocky underground river, looking for danger and Johnny. We almost continuously see motherbounds spiraling in the river, getting slammed against rocks and torn apart. But rarely are they on the shore, and when they are, Bonfire and Silas do most of the work. Skychaser and I are still recovering. Lennox and Dakota is watching our back, barking if he hears anything. The underground river, the connector, is massive and sprawling. It is also dark. The only light source is a glint from the waters. But, besides Bonfire, his flames generate enough light to keep our surroundings visible and enough warmth so we don't feel the chill of the wet river. And as we walk during our search for the two missing, I abruptly pause, a thought coming to my mind like a candle in the dark. Skychaser, the Batto twists, his feathers clinking as he turns to look at me. Yes? Seriously, I ask him a question. Where are our people and your tribesmen? I thought they were at the bottom of the spire. How did we end up here? I saw no paths out from that pit while we were falling. The Batto's eyes flicker up and down in the habit of his people as he speaks, a scratchy voice coming from his beak. Skychaser rubs the back of his neck, his talons sliding against some of the feathers on his back. They are, just not Skyspire. I must have misspoken or led to a misunderstanding. That is my bad. They are hiding within Blight Spire, not Skyspire. Bonfire and I came from there to try and escape without getting attacked by any Nahullo or chased down and converted by these motherbound. The safest way was to sneak out and go along the river to where I was born, Skyspire, the spire I know best. Also, at the time, there were few enemies in the connector, so we had little issue escaping, besides my hounding father, Skywanter, of course. I nod in understanding, but my heart sinks a bit. So this means we have to go to Blight Spire, where the most wonderful density of motherbound, Nahullo, and well, death in general is. Fantastic. I start to walk a bit faster, feeling an urgency to find Johnny and Blake. Okay, let's get moving then. We need to find those two before anything happens to them. Everyone agrees with me, as they should. I'd be worried they were replaced if not. And our pace accelerates from a walk to a run along the shore. I'm really hoping that they got out of the water fast enough not to be drugged too far, but it's not looking like that's the case. Had they been behind us, they would have seen Bonfire's fire. As I finish thinking about things and seeing his fire, I hear teeth clicking from above during our sprint. I look up, curious and prepared to fight, as my headache is unhurriedly fading to meet the twilight eyes of the silvery darkness of a tunger on the roof of the cave. I point up at the creature above and let everyone know. Above, Tunger. The first to react is Silas, but the distance stops him from doing much. The same goes for Bonfire. Skychaser is the last to respond. Just as the Tunger starts crawling toward us from the ceiling, its decayed steel wings scraping against the ceiling. Skychaser, however, attacks it with zero hesitation. Lightning builds up in his wings before deafening us for a split second as a line of blue connects his outstretched 4 talons to the Tunger above. Instantly, the creature falls with a shriek, landing right on the edge of the bank of the river before being blasted in by Bonfire's flames. Then, screaming bloody murder with a shrill voice, the motherbound is swept away by the raging river. The two working together remove the threat in less than 5 seconds. Impressed, I go to congratulate Skychaser on the power of his skill, half jealous about its potency, but I meet a Batto doubled over and panting for his life. Good Joe. Are you okay? Skychaser waves at me before pushing himself back to a standing position. I'm fine. Lightning like that just takes a lot out of me. Didn't want to risk it getting close, though. I nod, curious about his capabilities and how best to use him in a fight. Then, I ask him something else as we restart our movement. How many of those can you do? Fully rested and right now? We're likely about to fight a whole bunch more. And without Johnny to do the intelligence gathering, I might as well. The Batto walks forward some more, regaining his stride after just a few and replying after almost a half dozen. Probably one more right now. Fully rested, however, I can do about 4 lightning before losing consciousness. A more reasonable one is shock, which is similarly powerful but requires touch. I can do about 10 of those fully rested. Nice. I wasn't honestly expecting him even to be able to do one more of those. That lightning seemed very powerful. It straight up paralyzed that Tunger and made it fall from the ceiling with smoke coming from it. It seemed similar yet different from Hura's, the demons more focused on damaging the body. I think Skychasers may be a split between damage and control. Paralysis and a set of claws are a deadly combination. We keep walking through the underground river for about another hour, coming across a few more scattered motherbound and several plagued before I feel rested enough to try Echo. And once I do, I sit down on a slick slab of rock that is missing any sharp edges and focus inward, only glancing at my companions who will be guarding me. Most are, at the very least, scratched up like Linux, but some are pretty wounded, like Skychaser and Silas. I hope damages to the wings aren't permanent and that undead heal, well, at all. Unfortunately, I don't think I've seen any healing without Birdie's help. Not that Silas or Linux have gotten hurt since we left the underworld, though, but I push away those thoughts and focus inward, tempering my senses to focus solely on my hearing as I funnel a large amount of braided ether into my ears, finishing off Echo. While I do so, I feel my headache coming back with a vengeance, but I should have time to investigate and find Johnny and Blake if they are in this cave. If only Johnny still had downpour. I bet we could hear his gunshots. I close my eyes and focus outward, feeling the vibrations of the world coursing through me from my ears. The sounds of the raging river fade away as I hone in on the distant echoes of noise. The noise of movement, clinks, clacks, and growls. Then, with a deep breath, I open my eyes and concentrate by tightening my blind eyes on an unknown point before me, feeling my hearing sharpen and extend beyond what is naturally possible, even by the most precise beast. Straining my senses even further, I try to isolate the sounds of any human-like noises from the chaotic roar of the water. Finally, the faint echoes reach me, and I hear the distinct dull and slapping sound of a piece of steel hitting flesh, followed by a grunt. Feeling as though I have found what I'm looking for, I focus harder, trying to locate the source of the noise amidst the echoing noise of the cavern. Unable to pinpoint it directly, I bring the noise backward with my mind, trying to make markers with my mind along the river. The fight, then I think, dreadmarked walking with a rumble, then a cluster of plagued tapping their claws on the stone below, then finally, closest to us, a hiding stigmatic, its rough breathing telling of its location. Abruptly, I open my eyes and release my ether as I stand quickly, relaying my findings. Found them. Well, at least Johnny. I heard a piece of steel, similar to a gun, and a grunt. We need to move. I think he's fighting, and we have some company on our way there. The group nods and starts moving immediately, except for Linux, who is chewing on a rock in boredom. Grunting in the effort, I pull the stoneclad to his feet. Please try to be serious, Linux. Okay. The child-turned gargoyle stares at me blankly, bits of red growing on his stone skin. Then, sighing, I just turn around and run toward where Johnny is. I can't handle this kid. With the wet floor and my lack of extra ether to waste on anything but the absolute necessity, I am forced to run a fair bit slower than Bonfire and Silas, who seem to be the most combat-ready of us all. I barely even run faster than Skychaser, a Batto, the race known for how slow they can sprint, the beings much better at gliding or climbing with claws that act like hands. But I don't let anything deter me as I rush toward Johnny and whatever he may be fighting. The man is without his most eminent tool, and from what I heard, Blake isn't helping him. So they might even be separated. That would be bad. Really, really bad. First, we come across the juncture where I heard the breathing of a stigmatic in hiding, and as we run, I pointed out to Bonfire. Stigmatic behind that rock up ahead. Bonfire. You get it, then catch up. He does as I say without reacting, flames spewing from his palms, and some from his feet that cause him to move even faster. The split-second image of him canceling his group speed while falling with a gout of flame comes to mind. Before, I never once thought about using fire to manipulate momentum, but it might be quite well suited for that. We continue to run forward, coming across the group of plagued who appear to be covered in scratches and lacerations of stone with bodies soaked in water. These must be those that were able to get out of the river. I asked the undead man to take care of these. Silas, gotcha, lil boss man. He flips a coin in his hand, the gold reflection sinking into his skin, turning it gold. Then, he barrels straight into the front, plagued and pushing them all out of the way as he pulls a hatchet from the sheath on his back, a flicking coin in his other hand. The man promptly slays them as Linux, Skychaser, Dakota, and I continue onward. The next obstacle is the Dreadmarked. Who is better for it? Me or Skychaser? Probably Skychaser. I can even sick Dakota onto it after the Batto shocks it with lightning. That should put it down, right? Sounds good to me. Then and I guess Linux too, can help Johnny. While I sprint, I pull out the 6 rounds within the cylinder of my gun that I saved, putting them in my pocket. I'm going to give them to Johnny the second I see him. The gunfighter will be able to place them far better than I. Quickly, we turn a corner of the underground river with our feet slamming against the slippery stone floor as we see the Dreadmarked made of a Batto within orange chains just a few dozen feet away. Its left arm is engorged and disgusting. It also seems its left wing has gotten stuck and melded with it, putting steel and flesh into one appalling amalgamation. I call for lightning to meet the flesh. Skychaser, light him up, all the way. A grunt of acknowledgement hits me just as I finish my words. 1 second. Sparks of blue light appear beside me for half a second before another deafening blast emerges, putting smoke on the Dreadmarked as the motherbound stumbles in pain. Burnt flesh is all over its enlarged arm. Seeing that it is injured but not entirely out, I ask Dakota to finish the job as Skychaser falls to his knees. I'm unsure if I'm making the right calls, but I don't have time to worry about it. Hesitation could spell Johnny's death. Dakota, get it, boy. Just be careful. A high-pitched bark reaches me as an orange bullet bursts right past me, dark ether gathering on the bullet's claws and jaw. Before I take another step, Dakota rips a chunk out of the Dreadmarked's knee and takes it to the ground. Good boy. Catch up with Skychaser. Trusting Dakota to finish off the Dreadmarked off a similar sigil, I keep onward, pumping my legs underneath me as fast as I can without ether to supplement my lacking strength. As I approach, more sounds of fighting reach me. Painful grunts, sharp clangs, dull thuds, and constant shifting. Pushing myself even faster with Linux not far behind me, the Child of Stone not having to use ether much until now as he doesn't fight all that much. I climb to the top of a small lip of rock and throw myself over it. When I do so, I see 2 figures cloaked in the darkness of the underground river, locked in intense hand-to-hand combat. Then, focusing a bit, I see with my eyes that both are wrapped in dark blue chains, markers of 6 sigils, and a bit to the left, I see a crumpled-up humanoid swathed in light blue. I move toward 2 figures fighting tooth and nail as I glance at the other figure, recognizing it as Blake. She advanced? How? It's only been 3 months at most since she last rose. Is she going to be all right? Not another Vernon. Please. Stopping briefly to check on her, I see that slivers of silvery light are embedded within her neck. My heart sinks with pain as I see the telltale sign of dark light invading someone, but as I look closer, I gain a bit of hope. Blake has the ghost from a motherbound she seized earlier wrapped around the dark light, just barely keeping it from spreading. Her body is curled up against the rocks, shaking and shivering. I step toward her but am forced to change my focus as the 2 fighting come closer, allowing me to see who is who. A Batto, a tall birdman wrapped in pure midnight steel feathers and lightweight on his feet, fights against Johnny, the gunfighter without a gun. One wields the power of dark light in its grasp, something with the nature of corruption, as the other wields only an empty gun. I step in, pushing what little ether I can into a leash, wrapping it around the legs of the Batto, obviously infected with the taint. Yanking it as hard as I can, I try to pull it off its kilter, but it flips and abruptly disappears from my sight, somehow joining the cavern's darkness. And the second it does, Johnny screams to me in Linux, who is just watching. Get close. Back to back. This is the Taintrot from earlier. It can disappear into shadow and attack from it too. Skychaser's dad? I quickly react to this news and jump toward Johnny as Linux does the same. I put my back against the gunfighter, and with all the speed I can, I push the 6 bullets toward him without saying a word. He inaudibly reacts and loads the revolver so fast that I can't even catch a second of an open cylinder. And that's a good thing. For the moment afterward, a shadow appears out of nowhere, somehow invisible even to my sight of chains until he emerges from the dark. I take out intervention as I fling the weapon out to put it between the Skywarner and his target, Linux. A claw warped in dark light screams through the air toward the stoneclad faster than the inexperienced child can react. but not faster than Johnny or I. The barrel of intervention takes the blow from Skywater, warping the steel so far that it is almost impossible to use. Any shots from now on will be massively off-site, perhaps even blow up the barrel. But in return for the nearly ruined gun that will have to be fixed later, Johnny twists and puts his barrel against Skywater's head. My eyes follow down Johnny's arm as I see several open and bleeding wounds that lead to the Badow's eyes flickering toward him in such a menacing way that I feel it doesn't care about the threat. Johnny doesn't relent against the bluff and pulls the trigger of his gun, sending lead thunderously toward the Badow's angular face. But the moment the hammer hits the firing pin, the creature disappears in a puff of dark smoke. I glance at Johnny as I pull out my dagger. The gunfighter spits some quick words while he uses one hand to rip and tie a strip of cloth from his clothes around the bleeding wounds on his arm. Narrowing down his abilities seems to be some short-range teleport based on shadows. Bonfire with you? I nod and give him the rundown before Skywater arrives again, asking if it will attack again. Yeah, he's on his way. And Skywater's gonna come back, right? Johnny spins the cylinder of his gun with a simple reply, the flick of his cut-up hand imbuing ether into the rounds. Just as a claw comes from above, a small shadow created within the stalactites above. I hope so. 188, Cloaked Whisper. A quintet of bullets resounds, each round eliciting a metallic screech as they slam against Skywater's wings that are wrapped to defend his upper body. While these bullets come out, Johnny leans back to dodge the claw coming straight for his head, and I swipe my dagger to help, aiming right for the midsection of the Badow. My dagger meets flesh just as the gunfighter bounds backward out of danger. I rip my blade out just as the Badow twists in a fury to meet me, dark light fuming out of its nose like smoke, spiraling with twisted luminance. The smoke flies toward me with silvery light deep inside its fumes, and I push Lennox, who is beside me, away. Then, instead of how most would react to the dark light coming for them, I step into it, using every morsel of my mind to force Rapturous into action to save my soul from the corruption of the glow. I feel something insidious infiltrate within me as I step up to Skywater and slash at him again. The being obviously, even in its madness, does not expect my madness and willingness to be invaded by its dark light as it focuses on Johnny instead of me. This negligence permits me to stab it several more times, each drawing silver blood from its body that drips onto the rocky ground with a sizzling acidic burn. Just as it reacts to me, I jump backward, letting Rapturous cleanse my body of the fumes of dark light. I didn't know it could be spread like that, but dark light shifts to fit its form. Every being it corrupts differently in its own way. So, if a man could create fumes that hurt prior to being invaded with dark light, then those fumes could be substituted with the possible dominion of the mother below. I barely dodge a claw in retaliation as I move backward, and my eyes widen as the Badow moves toward me with incredible speed, no longer focused on Johnny. Surprisingly, it steps at me so swiftly that I can't fend it off by raising my dagger in time to go toe-to-toe with it unless I use large amounts of ether to supplement my weakness. And that large amount of ether is something I can't spare right now. Rapturous is barely functioning as my mind is dyed with agony from its mere usage. Nothing more is available to me right now. As the Badow skirts toward me, the floor disappearing underfoot as it covers the darkness with an inhuman gait, I try to think of something. Anything that will help. I could move fast enough to block one attack. Still, the consecutive ones will either kill me or leave me wounded so severely that I might as well have just died as I'll slow everyone down. Darkness. Can I create light? No. Even if that would weaken it, it wouldn't make me catch up in strength or speed. All I have is this arm of mine and the dagger in my hand. But I'm not alone. Just behind it stands Lennox confused, and Johnny, who is moving toward me as fast as he can. He merely isn't fast enough to reach me before the Badow does. An answer comes to my mind right as the Badow swings toward me, its claw illuminated by tenebrous silver. I raise my left arm to catch the blow and scream at Lennox. Lennox, hit it. Despite never seeing it for myself, I take a gamble in this stoneclad, hoping it can fight at least a bit. He's always been dopey, curious, and odd but never dangerous, even if he somehow got a sigil. But I don't have any focus to spare him after my scream as I strain my body to its absolute limit, moving far faster than I ever could have before I got a sigil. Ironheart momentarily pushing my body beyond its limit with pure will, yet it's simply not fast enough. I don't manage to catch the claw with the bloody palm. Instead, I undershoot by several inches due to its raw speed. Pain racks along my body as the 4 nails of Skywanter's claw stab through my forearm, lacing my face with dark red blood. I can see a beaming smile from Skywanter, the taintrot corrupted by the mother below. The skin behind its beak curls with argent joy, the creature almost infatuated with my suffering as the dark light on his claw begins to sink into my skin. This motherbound just wants to convert me. My knees buckle as the force continues to come from the Bato-turned-taintrot. I fall to the ground with my arm above my head as I am continuously pushed into the hard stone floor, silvery light constantly flowing into my arm. Whispers enter my mind, dozens, hundreds, thousands of them, each telling me one thing: infest. These whispers stab into every section of my mind and body as Rapturous fights the good fight. Cracks elicit from my bones and joints as I struggle to keep my arm above my head and the claw out of my eyes. I even feel the whispers spread along the whites of my eyeballs as if someone was writing on them with a pencil. Unable to scream in pain as the whispers somehow take my vocal cords from me, the dark light worms its way to my mind. But as this all happens, Rapturous continues to dissipate the dark light, doing all it can at my meager focus and control of the skill to save my life. Just as I start to panic and worry that Rapturous won't be enough, I hear, "No." I feel a murmur as powerful as the whispers coming from my arm. "Mine." A wave of the dark red ether, the bloody palm, is known for covering the wound's entrance as my forearm starts rapidly healing to counteract the Bato's attack. But Skywanter, or whatever he's become now, only finds this as a challenge as he stabs his other claw right into the spot beside the first on my forearm. Another strand of this madness enters me, the thousands of whispers turning into millions with bulging ardent veins as both the bloody palm and I are overwhelmed. My vision is covered with scrawling symbols that are incomprehensible yet remind me of the cabin, just as everything is tinted a silvery onyx. Without any other choice, I focus on the words from the cabin, trying to force the world to see through this fakeness to see reality as another slam is put upon my mind, making my whole vision shake. This slam repeatedly repeats as I begin to crumble from within. Still, just before my vision goes black from this mental and physical pressure, I see a stone fist hit the side of Skywanter's head. The Bato is knocked to the side, his claws ripped out of my flesh as he stumbles to recover from the blow. However, the young stoneclad has gathered his courage, a burgeoning concept for the childish ancient. Blurrily, I can see Johnny come from behind as Linux throws punch after punch onto stunned Bato, each having a thud that reminds me of a sack of brick falling from a building onto the hard stone. Whispers continue to eat at me from without, but without a source to replenish them. The phenomenon born of dark light is slowly eradicated from my body with the help of the bloody palm. It seems that we found a commonality even among our hatred. We both hate nothing more than to be controlled. Freedom and survival are our bottom lines. This goes even one step further as I feel a small stream of familiar and warm energy flow through my weakened body. My wounds close, my bruises fade, and my headache slightly recedes as something incredible happens. The bloody palm helped me? Surprised by its actions, I wearily stand even if they make sense with its hatred toward manipulation. My injuries are fading even if the only one right now was to the bloody palm itself. Most of my other wounds are minor things I'd barely even pay attention to, but I can't lie. It feels great. This warmth. I missed it. When was the last time I felt it? It was when we charged through the horde at Rustbank. Together, the bloody palm and I. As a team, we are rather dangerous. It must know that too, which is why it is healing me so that I can kill this threat. Sadly, it's not going so far as to give me back my arm. That would require a much more dangerous threat to its own autonomy, or for it to somehow forgive me, both of which I doubt would happen without me first dying. So, as I take steps that rapidly grow in speed toward Johnny and Linux, who have a shifting, teleporting, and dangerous motherbound in front of them. It comes in and out of the darkness repeatedly, but it seems to not be using any more dark light for some reason. Did it use it all trying to corrupt me? Is there a limit to how much they can channel? I guess if it is the dominion of the mother below or something similar, there would be a limit on how much each individual can draw from her. I get close to the two fighting Skywanter, running toward them between attacks as I join their back-to-back formation, straining my eyes for when the motherbound reappears. Lennox has deep scrapes into his stone flesh, while Johnny is bleeding profusely from his shooting arm. It's a good thing I wasted its dark light. I have no idea how Johnny held his own before I arrived. Oh wait, I do. One of his eyes is a bit cloudy. He must have used glitch to save himself from death or corruption. For several seconds, nothing happens, and we are surrounded by the uncomfortable and pregnant silence of death, broken only by the sound of dripping water and our heavy breathing. I grip my dagger tightly, ready for anything. Then, suddenly, a shadow moves in front of me, and I see the demon appear in front of me, its eyes glowing with malice and that tiny sliver of silver. I stab toward it as I hear the two beside me move to help, but the figure I stab at turns out to only be a construct of shadow and smoke as it bursts into nothing. And out of nowhere, I feel hands wrapped around my skull and legs around my neck, tightening my airway. Panicked, I twisted to try and get Skywanter off of me, but I only feel that tightness grow as even more whispers joined, the motherbound trying to finish what it started. It must think I am either close to being overtaken or something similar. Suddenly, I feel a great force upon my back, like I'm being hit with a sledgehammer. A yipe comes from the motherbound as it once more disappears into a puff of smoke. I twist to see Lennox massaging his fist that is cracked, the reddish-black stone of his hand damaged from whatever he just did. A quiet ow comes from the stoneclad as we once more get into our triangle, Johnny yelling out loud into the cavern's depths, the sound heading along the underground river with deathly seriousness. Bonfire, where the fuck are you? As he screams, I am reminded of those who were just behind. Skychaser, Dakota, Bonfire, and Silas. Where are they? But I'm not giving time to dwell on it as Skywanter returns for our souls, this time giving up on corrupting mine. The demon is quick, darting in and out of the shadows as it attacks me with its razor-sharp claws. I try to strike it with my dagger, but it disappears into smoke before I can land a hit. It's as if the shadows themselves are protecting it, making it impossible for me to land a solid blow. I have to be careful not to let it outmaneuver me, or the two beside me in the darkness. I focus on my shadow and try to anticipate the demon's movements whenever we are not all back to back. My heart beats with a pounding rhythm every second we spend fighting and waiting for our light source to arrive to slow its movement, and finally, it does. A stumbling man with a flame ignited in his hand throws it above us, the fire sticking to the ceiling above and illuminating this section of the cave. The shadows recede, and I see Skywanter appear on the top of a spike of stone erected from the ground. It shrieks at the light, but just as it goes to jump away for the darkness a bit away, a coin comes flying and hits it on the head, making it stumble like a rock hit it in the head and slow even further. Silas's weighted dollar. It makes the coin so heavy that it can slow people drastically as it sticks to them. Johnny and I sprint toward the slowed Taintrot as a flaming sphere appears on Bonfire's index finger. He yells to us both as we get up close to the corrupted Batto running for its life. Slow it down. Let me get a good shot. Confused by what he's going to do, but trusting the man, I use a bit of ether for physical strengthening in my feet to make me move faster. The ether sends an earthquake into my brain, but I hold tight, and with that speed, I build up momentum and slide upon the smooth stone past the Batto, kicking it in the legs. It trips over my kick and barely manages to recover. Still, before it recuperates enough to strike back, a hand is put upon the back of its wretched shirt. Johnny pulls with all his might, pistol whipping Skywanter as it's twisted around to face Bonfire. A happy and slightly depraved laugh reaches my ears as a gout of highly condensed flame flies at Skywanter and stabs straight into its chest. The flame burrows for a half-second before exploding in heat as the motherbound's chest explodes outward with white-hot fire. Severely wounded, Skywanter falls to the ground as I finish the job, stabbing my dagger into its eyes to put it down for good. Johnny and I collapse to the ground, exhausted, as Skychaser and Dakota finally enter our vision, covered in flesh and blood, though obviously not theirs. Gasping for air as he is clearly just as tired as us, Bonfire steps over to us and spits on the body. Fucking bastard. Finally got you in my light. Oh, and good call out, Wyatt. I think you'd make a decent leader, but you should probably be more aware of others' weaknesses. Your fox struggled to kill that dreadmarked, so Silas and I had to help. Mostly why I took so long. Too tired to take in the information. I nod in acknowledgement, but then another set of words reach me that force energy into my body through pure worry. These ones come from Skychaser, who is stumbling like a drunkard. Hey, we have a problem here. Looks like Blake was got by that tonguer earlier. Do we put her out of her misery, Johnny? Or is there another situation like earlier? Johnny sits up alongside me as we both grunt and move away from the body of Skywanter, Skychaser's father, who was corrupted. I'm surprised the Batto isn't more emotional about it, but I suppose some things are more critical when your race is on the line. The gunfighter starts speaking before we even get close to Blake, who is slumped on the side of the rock wall of the underground river. She was using her embedded ghost to defend against the dark light and still is. It hasn't entered her body, so she should be fine if she keeps it up. But there is another worry, something that is more important, so we need to watch her for it. Johnny pauses his words as he sits beside Blake, the woman's head slumped and staring at the floor with closed eyes. He starts bandaging both her and himself as he continues. We gather around as he does so, all of us worried for her. I am unsure if she was ready for advancement, and she did so during our fall so we could find a way to survive. You all were above the water, but we were not. She advanced using the corpse of a plague nearby and went unconscious, leaving me to save us both. Thanks for that ghost eye, Wyatt. I forgot I took it while you were comatose until I needed to move a vine for me to grab onto. Do you mind if I keep it? It's quite useful. I think I could even extend it to my bullets in the future. In exchange, I'll give you back the lantern. I think removing a critical weakness is better for you than for me. I nodded him in agreement. I didn't even realize he had taken it from me. That says how little I used it. Johnny hands me the blue lantern of death as he removes his heart from it. I take it and imbibe mine within it. It's unsafe if more than one of us has our hearts in it if the holder is defeated. But my worry for Blake is more pressing than that possible future. So, turning to the resident motherbound expert lying on his stomach, trying to recover without laying on his wings, I ask Skychaser, what happens if you take a sigil from a plagued or motherbound? Skychaser just looks at me and shrugs. Don't. No. I've never seen it happen before. Fuck. I twist my eyes to check on the woman as only one solution comes to mind to figure out what's going on with her. Insight. But I need to recover more for that. So I bring it up to them, asking if we can rest for a bit so I can check on her. I might have a way to see what's happening, but I need to rest for ether. Is that fine? A unanimous yes, one filled with groans, comes to me. Yeah. Everyone's been through some shit the past few hours. Silas offers to stay on guard as he doesn't need to sleep while the rest of us commit to resting. I thank him and sit beside Blake and Skychaser, waiting for the chance to see what is happening to her. As I do so, I talk to the Batto shortly, learning more about his people and his father. He doesn't speak much to me before closing his eyes to rest, but I can get a sense of seriousness and sadness from him. We are a peaceful people, forced to fight to survive, utterly unlike the warlike Nahalo. My father was gentle to the core. He took sigils that let him hide, scout, and escape danger. Whispercloak was its name. To see what the Darklight did to him once Skytaker got their hold on him was demoralizing, to say the least. A kind watchman to a depraved beast unable to speak. Should anyone reach that threshold like your friend here, I'll put them down before that change can happen. 189. Cathedral. My eyes flicker open to metal hitting rock, a small ping to my ears. Looking around, I see Silas bending over a recently dead-plagued Darklight, worming its way through the poor Batto's veins. I move my pupils to the coin on the floor that is no longer gold and is now copper before I wipe the tiredness out of my eyes. My body and mind feel much better, and I check my pocket watch to see how long I was asleep. Only 2 hours. Okay, not too bad. We can't waste too much time. Everyone else is fighting for their lives. Moving over a bit, I scoot next to Blake, who is still unmoving, a translucent ghost around her neck that is protecting her from the insidious Darklight. Her eyes are spasming as if she is in a terrible nightmare. Hopefully, one I can somehow help her with. Peering right at the young woman, only about 8 or so years older than me, which, compared to most I fight with, is far less. I believe Johnny is around 40, and Silas is at least 80 if you count his undead time. Lennox? Who knows? Thousands? Bonfire is a bit older than Blake, in his mid-20s, and I have no clue how old Skychaser is. The signs of aging on Abato are unknown to me. I shake away those thoughts as I try to focus on her face, slowly ramping up ether within my body and having it crash against my eyes to begin insight. But as usual, I twist the streams of ether and imbue the ether with my deep focus to improve its quality, braided and steel strands coming together with a bit of difficulty. Then, as my eyes gaze upon the closed eyelids of Blake's, I feel a slight oddity inside my body, the kind that feels like something or someone looking through me with microscopic detail, a hunter gazing at its prey, the innate sense of the quarry. Before I can even react to that first sensation, another appears, the unexplainable, instant feeling of being whisked away by the cabin. Confused by this, I open my eyes, expecting I've somehow joined Blake on her trip to the cabin, but I am wrong. So very wrong. One single glance tells me this is not the cabin that I know. My breath catches in my throat as the scene doesn't give me time to ponder why I have a body and am not seeing through Blake's eyes. The room is massive, with high ceilings that stretch upwards to meet the darkness above, and veins of silver run along the midnight above. The walls are lined with dark, stained glass windows, the only source of light in this place. Sadly, the light is exclusively tainted with the corruption of the mother below. The floor is made of cold, hard stone, and every step echoes through the cavernous space. Not that I take one. Instead, I stay stock still for what truly catches my attention. What catches my eyes are the creatures within this cathedral of some kind. They're everywhere, lurking in the shadows, skittering across the floor, and clinging to the walls. These beings are twisted and deformed, with misshapen limbs, gaping maws, and glowing eyes that seem to stare right through me. Some of them look like humans, but their flesh is twisted and bloated like it's trying to consume them from the inside out. Others are more animalistic, with fur, claws, and jagged teeth. I stay completely still, and many pass by me as if I'm not even there. Taking a few moments to think, I just let this continue. The air is thick with the scent of decay and rotting flesh, and I can hear the skittering of claws on stone echoing all around me. I have to move to find Blake, but I have no clue where she is or how to escape this nightmare. Taking a moment to test something while staying entirely still, I attempt to move ether through my body, but nothing happens. It's just like the cabin. My sense of time and ether are skewed, disallowing anything to help me besides my single hand. Damn it, I can't use Echo to find her. What else is there? Do I have to run through all these creatures and encounter her? Where even could she be? My eyes scour the entirety of this cathedral, committing all the monsters and inhuman monstrosities to memory. On the opposite side of the cathedral, where a large pipe organ that extends upward to the ceiling, is something that almost makes me gasp out loud at the pure absurdity. On the pipe organs far from me is a grotesque thing, a spider the size of a house. Its body composed of chitin that looks like it has been carved from obsidian. The legs are unnaturally long, stretching out in all directions and ending in sharp points that seem to gleam in the dim silver from the glass on the sides of the cathedral. However, the many orbs of light that glow at the end of each leg and at every joint along its body catch my eye and make me hesitate to move at all. They remind me of the stars in the sky, yet they seem somehow more sinister, an unblinking threat emanating from each orb. The creature hangs from the pipes of the cathedral organ, its many eyes staring down at me from its face, body, and legs with an unblinking intensity that makes my skin crawl. My breathing completely stops. I hold it to keep anything from noticing me. My hand grows slick with sweat as my heart beats with thunderous applause for the scenery around me. I try to listen, see if there are any signs of Blake nearby, but all I get are the constant skittering of the twisted creatures around. One that is a man walking on all fours with their stomach to the sky steps past me, for ending with fingernails all over his body and legs bent backward to support his bloated weight. The sight elicits endless confusion and worries from me. Where the hell is Blake? Feeling my air start to reach a limit, which is odd now that I think of it as I'm not here, I begin to look for an exit. I can't risk the chance that injury here doesn't somehow have ramifications on my actual body. The shimmers and flickers of dark light are threatening enough for me to be wary. After a few seconds of low-oxygen searching, I find a single door, closed at the very end of the cathedral below the massive spider of eyes. Squinting a bit, I see that the door is slightly ajar, a bit of light peeking out from what I thought was a wholly closed section. Seeing a destination with no others in sight and surrounded by monsters, I take a deep breath, one mimicking struggler's gasp, only missing the strength that comes with it. Then, glancing at the many-eyed spider, I sprint for the door at the limit of what is humanly possible, my legs crashing down onto the wood below and my arms pulling me forward on the pews. I start running down the aisle, my footsteps echoing through the pews empty of humanity and left with only madness and desecration. Shadows flicker along the walls, making me catch glimpses of grotesque, twisted creatures lurking just out of sight as they all turn to me. I try to stay quiet, to bring as few as possible with me, but my heart pounds so loud in my ears that I can barely hear myself think. I see vague movement out of the corner of my eye and jump to the floor out of pure instinct and alarm, pressing myself against the hardwood beneath. A crash into the pews beside me, followed by a screech that awakens everything in the cathedral to come for me, makes my heart only beat faster, pumping more strength into my veins. Pushed by this frantic force, I quickly get up and restart my run just as another creature, missing any sign of hair or skin and left only with muscle, is beside me, barely dodging its lunge as it slams into a pew, breaking the wood with a simple swipe. Can't get hit, they'll break me in half. My legs pump even harder as I have only that door in my mind. The sound of my footsteps echoes off the walls to the notice of the creatures, just as the relentless pursuit of the animals behind me, their grotesque forms slapping against the stone floor as they hunt me down, echo to me from the walls. The entire floor shakes suddenly, a powerful force moving it, and I look up out of reflex. And as I do so, I meet the gaze of 1,000 eyes at once, each surrounded by chitinous armor of sinister design. Every vigilant pupil I glance at is like a hammer upon my brain, simultaneously mashing and pulverizing my thoughts and feelings. My feet stop pushing me as I stand still for a brief moment, and so do the creatures behind me, the spider claiming me as its prey. Dumbly, and without my body responding to me as the spider is somehow stopping the communication between mind and body, I watch the spider creep and wriggle its way down the pipe organ, the squelch of each eye only causing more pain in my mind. Once the spider gets to the wood floor of the cathedral, pauses for a single moment to peer at me before committing toward my death. Then, the gaping maw of the spider opens toward me. Each tooth is covered in limitless silver pupils gazing at me, every individual one sending a stumbling blast straight into my mind. Barely able to think as it moves closer to me, all the monsters moving backward in response, my mind shifts to Blake. Is she dead? Did this thing eat her? No. If it did, then surely she would be fucked up on the outside, either a motherbound or just straight up dead. But she's not. So she had to have gotten out of this somehow. But how? The spider moves just a bit closer, ever closer to devouring me as my mind fights against its control, trying to think, trying to move, and most importantly, trying to survive. But it only gets closer and closer to eating me, legs squelching against the floor with its orbs of light. Then, as it gets close enough for me to smell the scent of death from its mouth, the putrid smell of corpses, I hear the low creak of a door. Just behind and to the right of the spider, the door I was looking for creaked open, the wide eyes of Blake meeting mine with complete surprise. But the woman quickly recovers as I am about to be eaten, and she throws something that resembles a poker for a fireplace, a pole of wrought iron with a point at the end. It bounces harmlessly off the spider, but distracts the thing, its many eyes turning to face her. She instantly freezes, the eyes doing to her what they did to me as I feel my body move again, the connection between my brain and body restored. When this happens, I sprint forward and slide underneath the spider to get to Blake. A chitter comes from the spider as it lunges at me, but I jump forward, barely missing its bite as I am frozen once more by its many gazes. But I am not alone anymore. Blake, who is not paralyzed anymore, pulls me through the door and slams it shut before dragging me away from the door as fast as she can. I regain my movement without the paralyzing legion of irises quickly and help her move me away from the door as a slam hits it, bulging the wood out and splintering parts of it. The woman pulls me to my feet and whispers forcefully yet quietly for me to follow her, the savior becoming the saved. Follow me. We need to go. I whisper back as I follow her movements, legs pushing up further down this empty hallway made of stone, only ornamented with paintings of vistas covered in gore on the walls. Where are we? What the hell is happening? How did you find me? She pulls me along and pushes us both through an open door at the end of the hallway, putting us into another room. This one has 2 exits, one on the right and one on the left. I glance around and find a basket for pokers completely empty, all of them likely being taken by now, and a long dead fireplace with desiccated seats in front of it. Blake repeatedly looks left and right as if making a decision before pulling me toward the right, whispering again. I have guesses based on old texts, but I'm not sure yet. I found you because I felt your entrance, a mind joining mine for a split second. You should have crawled through all that as they only react to sound and touch, just like the Nika and Sinskreek. Enough of that, though. We need to find an exit. I already went down the left way, but I didn't find the end of it. So, we're going right. I follow her directions as we move with swiftness, loud noises behind us of the chasing monsters. I can't imagine the spider fitting through that hallway, but I've seen weirder. So, I don't argue and move right behind her. We enter a new room after just a moment. A spiraling staircase on the right and a man on the left in front of a wooden door. This one just as fucked up as the ones from earlier. He is deprived of all moisture and so thin he is more skeleton than man. But as we run into the room, I see his head twist, turn, and lock straight onto us. I glance at Blake as she resolutely pulls me toward the staircase, unwilling to risk wasting time fighting. And as we run away down the stone stairs, I see the man jump onto the wall beside me before chasing us down while hanging upon the wall, the clatter of human fingernails on the stone grating to my ears. But we run, and we run, and we run down the seemingly endless stairs until we eventually reach the end, the wall-climbing man just behind. I take the lead and burst open the door and slam it shut just after Blake runs through, the man crashing against the door's wood. The thump almost breaks through, but I hit my back against the door to reinforce it. I glance at the room and see a pedestal with an open book atop it, just as the tome in the cabin is atop the table. Blake looks at me, struggling to keep the door closed, and then back to the tome. I scream at her to go to it. Go. It might be our only way out. Go. I'll hold it as long as I can. She nods at me and dashes for the pedestal. As she does so, I lock my legs and twist my body, angling my shoulder against the door. I feel the door shake violently as the creature on the other side, the humanoid without any muscle filled with a power it shouldn't have, tries to break through it. The wood creaks and splinters under the creature's relentless assault as it thrashes and rages against my strength. I can hear its guttural snarls and the sound of its claws scraping against the wood. The stench of its putrid breath seeps through the cracks in the door. My heart pounds as I frantically push with all my might, feet slipping on the smooth stone floor as I constantly peek back at Blake reading the book on the pedestal. But my strength is not enough, nor is the door's strength. A fist comes straight through the door as it bulges outward, almost opening enough for the creature to get through. Then, with a yell to pronounce my effort, I push against it, every muscle in my body straining to match its force. However, I have to be careful not to get touched or clawed at by the hand, peeking through even as my shoulder and legs radiate pain from the contest of strength I am rapidly losing. The skittering of feet comes down the spiraling stairs near the door. The other creatures are about to join in and break through this door. My eyes flicker to Blake as I scream at her. Hurry up, we don't have much time. They're about to all reach the door. 190 of Unseen Horrors. Blake Nightingale. My eyes furiously read over the incomprehensible text, overrun with wonder and amazement. I had my thoughts, but to think it was true. I am in the original church built by Gluscab himself, the guiding hand's final gift before he was taken by the mother below. The books say that he built a wonder for each race, one for each to grow. Most people believe it was just for humans, but that is false. Gluscab cared for all. He watched for all. He guided all. All you had to do in those old days was ask and prostrate yourself. Sadly, that is no longer the case. Instead, as a final act as the mother below pressed upon him, he divided his power into different parts, separate areas for people to use as lighthouses of guidance. We, humans, were meant to go here initially instead of the cabin, unless the texts I read were wrong. Just as demons go to the fiery pits, Nahalo the round table, and pygmies the weavery. Even Bado has their own place, the ruthless nest. But something happened to the Cathedral of Eyes. Something to make it so that only those the Mother below wants to, and those that take sigils from hers, come here. The former likely for blessing and the latter for death. The Mother below twisted it and forced Glusgab to alter and desecrate his places of worship. The Cathedral of Eyes, the paramount place many years ago to gain wisdom, not just about your sigil upon advancement, was taken from us. We were left with a dainty old cabin, one that was meant for the beasts. And it is this place that Wyatt somehow joined me in. I can only assume this is his insight at work, a metaphysical amalgamation of all his other sigil skills. He is stupid for coming in to help me, but I relish it anyway. Loneliness is hard, even for short periods, which is not what this has been. I'd been hiding for weeks inside this cathedral and its terrifying halls because I was unwilling to fight anything, unknowing how dangerous anything was and assuming the worst. The words on the paper of this tome enrapture me, and it's not just the early advancement that is the reason. The fall through that abyss left me with no choice. I was out of ether and could barely control my bond to aid me. So I had to take the leap, as I remember what Wyatt did when he got low on ether. I went past the brink to keep me and Johnny alive, and I felt like my mind would explode as my body shut down. I knew my advancement wouldn't help as much as his, but I had to try. Doesn't seem like it worked all that much, though. Though maybe it did. Perhaps my ether was increased just enough to survive, as I've been here long. I'm so thankful I used devouring every chance I got, as each increased my limit of ether just a bit. Otherwise, I'd be long dead. And my metaphor. After going to the underworld, it was easy. The time spent underneath the world with those long gone gave me wisdom. What do the dead mean to the living? The dead are monuments, pillars, and spires for us to grow from. Their wisdom, power, and struggles are guiding stones for us to follow. The gifts Isaac gave and the heights of hope tell those to me quite clearly. These monuments not only gave me the answer to my metaphor, but also an endless inspiration for how to use my ether. But these words, they are far more than the simple guidance given in the cabin. The knowledge lost because of the Mother below's corruption is inconceivable. Thank you, Glusgab. Even thousands of years after your fall, you still aid us. My fifth sigil was my third sexton, taking a slightly closer step toward death as opposed to life. The abbot, the reader of this page, now plants their feet steadily onto their fifth step of the stair, and for that, I congratulate you. Your fifth sigil towards duality and toward conjunction. The Ghost's Guard. The being of life with tinges of death in a world where only one may exist concurrently, able to contort and twist souls to fight for your designs. Spirits will go out of their way to guard you, and you can cloak yourself in their benevolence. Your bones, the aspect of your metamorphosis, may now hold the spirits just as your heart once did. Your lifeblood, vigor, is now even more susceptible to your pull. You walk along the edge. Be careful not to stray too far. And just as your bones gain spirituality, they also gain density. For the skeleton of a ghost guard to shatter requires breathtaking force. Welcome to my cathedral, my dear Ghost Guard. I wish I could greet you in person, but I am long gone. What remains is but a flickering ember guarded by the remnants of faith. Congratulations on making it halfway, in number at least, for the journey has just begun. Speak to my fragment left and learn from it. All may ask it one question about themselves, and I will do my best to answer. So, what is yours? My mind stutters as I read Glusgab, himself, well, a fragment of him trying to speak to me. It seems as though the Mother below didn't remove this fragment. It's likely useful for guiding whoever it sends here, as the more powerful a motherbound is, the more sentient they are. So, the fallen and manipulators probably enjoy the benefits of Glusgab's fragment within the Cathedral of Eyes. I get to ask it a question. What do I possibly ask it? I should ask about ether, right? For a way to further one of my skills? That seems the most useful. What other knowledge could I need right now? How to get out of here? No, that's not required. I see further down the page the way out, and Wyatt can likely use that too, since he followed me through here using my own vision. Speaking of, it's pretty fascinating that he managed to do that. I've never heard of anything letting one join another inside the cabin or any other lighthouses. Hurry up, we don't have much time. They're about to all reach the door. Oh fuck, enough of that. I need to focus. I'm low on time. I speak my question out loud. I need a way to move faster, fight faster, and keep up with those better than me, just as Wyatt does. As things are right now, I have the toughness and utility to keep myself alive in a fight, especially with that cloak of spirits the tome just spoke of. Still, I need raw speed and power to keep up. How do I improve my adrenaline surge to match my sigil? A half-second passes before words start swirling around the page, answering my question in a fantastic way, one that I would never have thought of. And as it answers my question, I am given a multitude of examples with the skill given to me within my mind. These measures will be instrumental when learning it for myself. The Ghost Guard can enhance their bodies with the spectral that have come to their aid, both externally and internally. You know how to do the former, even if rudimentary, but the latter is far more problematic. Take a spirit, and while deepening the number of streams, braidedness, and density of your ether, drill the spirit into your heart, forcing it to beat as one with you. This is the best current way to improve adrenaline surge, a skill that primarily focuses on short-term strength, speed, and endurance, as you are not yet capable of later feats of ether or more complicated ones. Now, your question is answered. We shall move on. May your journey, while certainly filled with complications, be glorious, long, and worthy of my aid. I quickly move on to the other side of the page, the one detailing my metaphor, barely giving me time to fully imagine the new skill. A Ghost Guard is able to use the souls of others to empower themselves and protect that which matters. But for a Ghost Guard to grow further, extend the reach of what souls they can grasp. And to be prepared to do so, they must find an answer to the Ghost Guard's metaphor. How should one pay their respects to the fallen, the forgotten, and even the never remembered? To continue, my Ghost Guard, place your mind within the sigil and return to whence you came. Quickly, I learn what it told me to do for my guidance and memorize my metaphor. As I do so, I hear a bursting of a door and turn to see Wyatt being sent flying and rolling along the hard stone floor. Panicked, scared, and guilty for becoming too engrossed in the book while he's struggling to keep us alive, I yell to him, "Come to me. The way out is in the book." I see him scramble to get all with 101 monsters on his back, almost all of them drooling for his body to soon become a tasty corpse. Beads of sweat pour down my back as I move forward to help him. Wyatt Graves. My head slams against the hard stone, shaking my vision and making me feel a warm wetness on my skull that digs deep, very deep. However, the warmth is paltry compared to the pain spiking inside my mind, so plunging that I can feel my being recoil. A pain that makes me realize what happens to injuries inside this place. They go to the soul, straight to what makes us us. But I can't spend any time worrying or recovering. I need to move. Blake is yelling at me to go to her, and the scrambling of feet, legs, and any other limb those monsters might use to move is deafening. My feet kick out as I push myself up, blood dripping to the ground from my head as the pain exists only inside. The wind brushes past me as Blake pulls me forward, something just an inch from digging its claws into me. We move faster now that we are together, and she brings me rapidly to the tome placed on the pedestal. I don't have any time to read the words, no matter how curious I may be. Instead, the screech of a dog-like human with teeth for skin makes me follow Blake's movement, placing my hand onto the sigil inscribed onto the paper that makes up hers. I see a curious thing for only a split second. A man sitting with his legs crossed, one side decayed and the other effervescent, the two sides almost swaying. Then, just as quickly as I arrived, I left, my eyes opening with my own two eyes instead of another's as I frantically look for Blake, hoping that what happened wasn't just some kind of dream. And after just a moment, her eyes flutter open, and a broad smile pulled onto them. She leans forward and hugs me, a thank you on her lips. "Thank you, Wyatt. You don't know how much it means to me for someone to be willing to do that. You had no idea what you were getting into, and you jumped into the deep end anyway. Thank you." I sputter out a weak welcome and push her back, unable to contain my curiosity, surprise, and general confusion at what the fuck just happened to her and to me. I see Johnny in the corner of my eye turn as he watches us intently, a short smile on his lips. You're welcome, but what the hell happened to us? Where the fuck were we? That was no cabin. Blake puts her hands up and explains a little bit to me and the others who are awake, namely, Johnny and Silas. All the while, she pulls the ghost wrapped around her neck for safety and throws it into the river a few dozen feet away. Bleh. Glad that's over with now. Anyway, so what happened is that every race has a lighthouse, a place we go for our sigils, but it was not always that way. Glusgab made one for each race, different and made for us individually, even the demons, as they can be independent of the mother below, for Glusgab cherished individuality. I nod as she takes a breath. I already know this. The cabin is for humans, and I think the pits of something are for demons, while the ruthless nest is for the Bado. She sees my knowledge and moves on. But the cabin was not always ours. It was originally made for the creatures of the forests, the bears, foxes, wolves, etc. The Cathedral of Eyes, a special place, was made for us, humanity, his favorite due to our expressed individuality compared to most other races. The cathedral is more helpful for advancement than the other places, or at least it used to be before the mother below corrupted it, as it allows one to ask a question to a remnant of the fallen god. Whether it's about ether or a solution to a problem, as long as it directly involves you, it can be answered. The news is a shock to me, and it seems to also shock Silas and Johnny as they move closer, eyes wide and eyebrows raised. How does Blake know all this? Right, she steals books and whatnot to learn. I'm sure she knows a bunch of stuff that most people don't or shouldn't. Johnny does raise a question to her, however, as I think for myself. And what was the question you asked? I do hope it was worth it, Blake, because what you did was risky. Wyatt risky. Blake kind of wriggles on the rock she's sitting on, embarrassed as she tries to explain herself to the gunfighter, and she focuses on the accusation rather than the question he proposed, her voice hitching and stuttering. We were covered in plagued and motherbound, as we were the furthest forward when Wyatt broke the tunnel. Had I not gone beyond my limit of ether, we would have died. You don't have downpour anymore. And had I not taken the sigil of the plague that I stabbed, I would have been either ripped apart by ether saturation, spent weeks to months recovering as I didn't go all that far past it like Wyatt does, or promptly taken over by the dark light I was holding back with my bond. Her words make sense. She didn't seem to go far past that ether limit, as she didn't immediately start turning to fleshy goo like I do. Of course, most only dip their toes past it to reach for extra power at the risk of being crippled for months. But even that takes an incredible force of will. I should know. I did that on my first day as a sigiled. I haven't gone that distance in a long time. Typically, I reach far, far past what I should, and that makes me die rapidly, leaving no time at all for ether saturation recovery. Her reasoning also makes Johnny nod as he stands, pointing a finger at the two of us. You're off the hook on this one, Blake, but be more careful. We have one Wyatt. We don't need another, or we'll all get killed. I blurt out at him as he kicks Bonfire's leg to wake the poor man up. Hey, what does that mean? Johnny's eyes flicker to me with too much intensity as he glares at me. The pyro groans as he opens his eyes before smiling as he sees Skychaser is still asleep. Fire burns in his hand as he slowly makes it approach the Bado's nose in a prankish way. Reminds me of Otto and Marion. Though those two did it to each other, Bonfire does it with anyone he can get his hands on. You know what I mean. Reckless, prefers to fight over thinking, and has a death wish. Though, I will admit what you did was far better than usual. Instead of fighting to the death, you thought ahead. Good job, Stop it, Bonfire. Let him sleep a few more minutes, you dickhead. Johnny bursts out at Bonfire, as relief hits me for not being pressured by him anymore. Still, his attention rapidly turns back in my direction, but thankfully, not at me. Oh, and Blake, how is your new sigil? Anything interesting? His question makes her energetic as she stands and looks around, finding several corpses not that far away from fallen plagued. She tells us to wait one moment, and we all wait, curious, as she eventually walks back to the whole group awake, 3 swirling translucent ghosts in her arms. Before, as ghost bond, I could only bond with one ghost as they had to live inside my heart. But now, I can store them inside my bones as well. Now I can have a whole bunch more of these. I'm not restricted to just one at a time. So many possibilities exist. The skill I got from the cathedral seems to allow me to twist and morph these souls to better fit my needs, from armor to a cloak. Maybe even something like a bullet if I get good enough at it. Oh, and the Cathedral of Eyes told me how to advance my adrenaline surge using these ghosts, so I'm quite excited to learn that too. Blake finishes her explanation as she takes the souls in her hands from the dead plagued, something that is slightly off-putting, but just the way the world works, and creates a flowing dress over her body. It is translucent, dim, and thin, with only 3 souls that made it, but the construction is impressive. The woman twirls with a laugh despite the grimness of what she just did, using souls to create a dress. Skychaser initially looks uncomfortable as they are souls from his people, making Blake stop. Can you not do that with my people? It is one thing to fight with it, but another to play. Blake's face falls, her eyes red and watery as she tries apologizing, but Johnny cuts her off. It's fine, Skychaser. Remember, these aren't your people anymore. These are not their souls. So let her have some fun with the soul of monsters. Skychaser is silent for a moment before nodding toward Blake. Sorry, he is right. Continue. And then, with that said, Blake continues her little dance, shifting the dress to a cloak, bow, and sword as she joyfully tests the limits of her new skill from her sigil. I can't help but smile at her joy, and everyone else does too, giving us a short moment of happiness in this dark cave. But after just a few moments, Johnny, the ruiner of fun, makes us move. All right, you're very pretty, Blake, but we need to move. Groans come out, but we all move forward through the connector, searching for a way to our friends in Blight Spire. 191, up the wall. Our feet carry us over rock and stone for several hours, slowly making our way to the entrance of Blight Spire from within the connector. It is common, almost guaranteed that we run into more plagued and even some mother-bound. Fortunately, most seem weak or injured from the river washing them upon the shore, making it far easier for us to kill them and move on. Doing so allows Blake to build up her store of ghosts to guard herself and fight with, hitting her limit at around 10. Her previous limit is a far cry from now. I wonder if that is the natural advancement, which is likely, or if the Cathedral of Eyes had something to do with it. Speaking of, if that place really did teach her a skill, then perhaps, could it teach me one too? She said that it had to be personal, something individually essential and relevant. One can't just ask vague things or events about the future. They have to be about you, like how to do this or how to do that, the best way to improve myself, etc. But is something like Shiver relevant enough to me to warrant that? Perhaps, perhaps not. Only time will tell. And while that cathedral was dangerous, I should take the risk if the reward is that grand. I've already done it once, right? Even if Blake did most of the work. I'll get back to that later. I'm not even ready to advance right now. I think my answer to the metaphor is all right, but I need more time to ensure. It just doesn't feel quite right. And after seeing all this corruption, I don't want to risk disobeying or not following the cabin's guidance. For now, though, we are nearing the connector's exit and the Blight Spire's entrance. Carefully, I peek over the edge of a sharp rock, my eyes just barely making it over to not reveal myself. Hundreds of plagued are crawling around on the walls of a pit similar to the one we fell down. Water is at the bottom for most of the hole, but not all of it. The section that ends with rock instead of water has a dread marked with their signature giant arm ready for action. I scour a bit more with my eyes but cannot spot any more motherbound than just that one dread marked, nor can I spot the actual entrance up the walls of the pit. Noiselessly with stealth subduing the sounds of my movements, I slide backward and whisper to the group. Hundreds of plagued on the walls and one dread marked. Not sure of any other motherbound in case they're hidden, and I could not find the exit. Johnny nods at me and whispers some details of his own, focusing on me at first. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We need to make it up to the tunnel high up along the rock, and Skychaser's wings are injured. So we need to do it the old-fashioned way. Wyatt, you're the fastest climber we have. Use those boots of yours and just run up the wall as fast as you can, and we'll keep the horde off of you. Once you get up, you'll get a rope tied to help the rest of us up. Take a few minutes if you need to gain that confidence with those boots, since you always just use them as a supplement to your hand. He then turns to Bonfire and Skychaser, our 2 best ranged combatants when there is no ammo. You two will be the brunt of keeping him safe. Anything you two can do to keep him safe will be needed. So hold nothing back, okay? The pyro and the Bado nod in agreement, having enough rest over the past several hours to use their ether again. Johnny then turns to Blake. What is the range of those ghosts of yours? She thinks for a single second before answering. 100 feet or so, and I already tested it. It's 10 times as far as before. I see Johnny's head turn slightly as if the man is thinking about her answer and how to add it to the plan. He finds it out quickly. The man we all look to as a leader makes conjuring a plan seem like a piece of cake. Okay, for the first 100 feet, you'll be his main guard, letting the other two save some energy. He then turns to Lennox, Dakota, and Silas with a finger pointed at himself. Us four will cover the ground in any place we can reach on the wall. Silas, if you get the chance, feel free to help those above with your coins, but ration them. Who knows when we'll need a wish? Everyone got it? Everyone agrees at the end of his plan, with short whispers indicating their understanding. Once that is done, we all stand and start slowly making our way toward the section of the pit where the stone floor meets the wall. We don't make it very far before getting spotted. Lennox, Skychaser, and Bonfire are awful at stealth, the first two because of their natural endowments and the last because he's Bonfire. So we start off the plan with 100 plagued screeching at us and all of us rushing toward the wall. The plague twist and turn their bodies to move toward us as fast as possible, claws clinking against stone and jaws clanking against their own teeth as a horde. No, an army of madness scream toward us. Still, I do not spot any human plagued. These are all still Bados. The dreadmark at the bottom of the wall where we are heading also reacts to all this noise. It roars, shaking the air before us, and starts charging toward our whole group alongside the dozen plagued beside it. The being with the oversized arm glows with green chains in my sight, and before I can even go first to meet it, Johnny does, drawing a sword he had Blake make with 4 of her 10 ghosts. It is short, as he preferred the quality and density of the blade over length. With it, he slips underneath the dreadmarked swing just as I did before stabbing it in the gut, running the edge around the creature's side. A translucent aura of ether is left wherever the blade touches, fragmented waves wafting off ominously, allowing Blake to use her decay and further deepen the wound. But she doesn't need to, as before we even reach the dreadmarked or any of the plague to help, Johnny has already climbed onto the back of the larger motherbound and sunk the blade into the back of its head. Then, with a quick twist and a noticeable surge of effort, the thing's skull rips in half and clatters to the ground. He then vaults off toward another target and adeptly lands on the head of a plagued, ending it immediately. Impressed at the man's prowess with a blade and a gun, I slow slightly before returning to my usual speed to catch up and help. Rapidly, we meet the rest of the plagued on the stone floor, everyone doing their best to cut through the much weaker foes, even Lennox. The stone-clad punches the plagued and bludgeons them to death as he shows his courage. I push through several plagued with Bonfire beside me, burning anything that comes too close with his gouts of fire. And after almost a full minute of struggle, we reach the walls, some stragglers still on the stone floor, and with many more coming, most of which are from above. Funneling ether into my feet for chain-link boots, but taking it a level higher and using far more ether is more complicated than it sounds because it now requires 3 types of manipulation: single, braided, and steel all at once. But I manage it, my sigil giving me a little guidance with ether's near effortless flow. The boots appear almost instantly with far larger chains than usual, the spikes evident and capable of digging into far more than dirt or shallow stone. I only admire them for a second before looking up at the horde descending upon us, the vertical walls making the plagued far more bizarre and threatening. Without waiting another moment, I put a boot against the wall and feel a kind of stability as the chains on the colorful boots sink deeply into the stone of the wall. Then, with an alacritous hop, I also put the second one on, standing horizontally and perpendicular to the wall. Then, looking forward and seeing an almost endless horde of Bado, I run ahead, pushing my ether through my body to enhance myself as much as possible. The only skill I leave out is Struggler's Gasp because of the weakness it leaves afterward. Struggler's Defiance and Adrenaline Surge get me moving quickly as I branch out to release on my knees again, strengthening them by utterly removing the chains. I'm off with a burst of speed, not even bothering to use my hand to help me climb up the stone wall, forgoing it to attack any that come near with my dagger. And for the first several seconds of my sprint, I'm only met with falling plagued as Blake managed to rip them off the wall with her bonds, the new and evolved version of her previous skill. Onward I go as the next few hundred feet consist of only plagued being hit with a ball of fire or a bolt of unseeable lightning. These, too, fall to the ground, forcing me to dodge them a bit to not get knocked into. The whole while, I have my eyes peeled, searching for the entrance into the spire, silently hoping that it is just above me. It would suck if I had to go sideways and find it for everyone else, as they'd have to make it through the water below. But eventually, as the pit is nigh bottomless, Skychaser and Bonfire help me less and less, the former likely running out of ether to spare and the latter unable to reach me quite as well. This means I have to make my way through even though I don't see the entrance. I push through the horde by stabbing, shoving, and yanking the many plagued, doing everything I can to get them off the wall. Fortunately for those below, the pure distance is likely enough to kill them as none of the plagued fly despite their wings. Skychaser says it's because flight is arduous and requires intense focus for battle, something plagued are incapable of. So, leash becomes my best friend, enabling me to haul the plagued before they even get close, but I can feel my mind struggling to maintain all these skills for so long at once. But I can't let any of them go, so I keep going with gritted teeth, never stopping my search for the entrance. Briefly, I glance down and see just how high up I am. It looks similar to the height of the first spire I climbed from the outside, a high 300 feet of stone. Only this is inside and started from underground with the ceiling still far above, as this is Blight Spire, the largest of all the stone pillars in Stark Bluffs. A deep breath filling my lungs, I continue upward, the sound of fighting far below me and an actual fight always before me now that I have no more aid. All the others are too far to help, and Johnny is out of ammo. I push through the throngs of mindless humanoids, their dead eyes staring at me with an unseeing hunger, the silver in their eyes discomforting. My dagger is clutched tightly as I squeeze it for its reassuring weight. Without ever slowing down, I dodge and weave between their grasping hands and biting maws, trying to keep them at arm's length. Their rotted smell assaults my nostrils as I plunge my blade into one skull, feeling the resistance of bone and sinew before it finally gives way. Then, before I waste any more time, I twist the knife and throw the climbing plagued off the wall. More of them swarm around me, their grotesque forms overwhelming me. I latch leash onto the one I stab as it falls and throw it into the group in front of me with a grunt and a whirl. I slice and stab with my dagger while using leash as much as I can, trying to make a path through their ranks. Their clawed fingers reach for me, but I dodge and twist, barely avoiding their grasp. Here or there, I am slashed, clawed, or gnawed, but the wounds are minimal, for each plagued is weak on their own. My arm and legs ache with the effort, but I press on. The horde seems endless, but I must find a way through it. I grit my teeth and plunge my dagger into the eye of another one of the plagued, feeling the satisfying crunch of bone as it slams into the wall before falling the lengthy way to the ground. Taking another brief moment to look around with those all right near me killed, I finally spot it. A tiny inlet up and to the right, a twisted face peering over the edge with a dozen other plagued beside it. Having my destination in sight, I take a deep breath, ether filling my whole body and weakening my chains as all the battle around me slip and fall hundreds of feet to the ground. The newest boon to the skill coming into effect. Struggler's gasp fills me with strength as I move like a hurricane, speeding through the remaining plagued and reaching the lip. Once I do so, I climb over with a quick jump, which leaves me meeting the grotesque face of a tonguer, the sharp teeth inside its beak dripping blood and gore along with saliva. I quickly press it as it swings the oversized tongue filled with barbs toward me. Then, dissipating chainlink boots, I slide underneath the tongue and latch leash onto its leg, forcing as much ether as possible into the leash without breaking it or losing control. And before it can attack again, I jerk it with all my strength, ripping the fucker right out of the tunnel and into the bottomless pit. A startled yelp comes from the wild and corrupted thing as it falls out of the tunnel to its death, and I finish off the rest of the plagued in the tunnel, of which, surprisingly, there are few. But I guess the pit is enough for most. A half-dozen stabs and one stomp, and it's all clear. Then, I take out the hundreds of feet of rope that Bonfire and Skychaser brought, tying several of the 50-foot strands together. I quickly find a spike of stone to wrap it around as I knot the rope before tossing it down. After all that, I look down to see more plagued coming up at me, and up to see even more coming at me. All of them snarling and wanting for my flesh. Cool, cool. Guess I'm not going down to help them. But I can feel my struggler's gasp already reaching its limit. The long climb not very helpful for my lung capacity or ability to hold my breath. And so, I let several dozen Bato get into the tunnel, their bodies filling the cramped inlet before I release the breath. A deluge of ether and air exiting my mouth so fast that every single one is blasted out like a hurricane swept them up in its wind and sent plummeting to their nigh-guaranteed deaths. Kneeling after the expulsion of ether for some air, I hear clicking and clattering of claws on stone behind me as well, the noise alerting me even more. Then, I see even more crawling into the tunnel right before me. How the fuck did Bonfire and Skychaser make it past all this? Bastards. They got so lucky. I drive strength into my legs as I stand again, the stone ceiling of the inlet threatening my head. But I ignore the narrow tunnel and stride forward, even with the remnant effects of strugglers' gasp, as I take the opportunity to push the plagued off while they are climbing in. It is much harder to stop them once they crest the edge and get their whole bodies into the tunnel. But as I kick, stab, and drag off the plagued climbing up tirelessly, I hear a shamble behind me and a groan. I glance behind me to meet the hanging tongue of a shimmering Bato, and behind it is many more of its kind. Bonfire, how lucky can you be? 192, Synergy. With my back pressed to the stalactite that I tied the rope around, I fight in two different directions, forcing strugglers' gasp into my lungs again due to my weakness. And I immediately take advantage of the lapse of strength in the plagued from the ether being siphoned out of them. I stab the closest four in the head before any of them can recover. But when they do, I'm pushed back to the stone spike. I grip the dagger tightly in my hand, my back pressed against the cold stone spike as the mindless horde of plagued closes in on me from both sides. I know I can't take them all on alone, but I must hold them off until the others can climb up the rope to safety. Their low growls and guttural moans grow louder with each step they take, making my heart beat even faster. I can see their eyes, empty of all but that dark silver, fixed on me as they run closer, their clawed hands reaching out. I take a deep breath and steel myself, ready for the onslaught. As they lunge at me, I move quickly, sidestepping their attacks and darting in with my dagger to strike at their necks and head, the best way to fell a plagued or motherbound due to their crazed nature. The adrenaline pumping through my veins keeps me moving, dodging, and weaving between them as I fight for my life. But I can feel my energy draining, my movements growing slower as fatigue sets in, the air in my lungs wanting to break free, and release's duration running out and slowing my steps. I know I can't hold them off for much longer, and I desperately scan the area for any sign of anyone, but I don't see anyone. The rope is being pulled, evident due to its taut nature, but no one seems to be close. I can't hear any fighting other than my own. And then, just as I feel my strength faltering, my breath refusing to be held another second, I hear the sound of an explosion similar to the sound Bonfire made right before his group made an impact with the water. Relief floods me as I redouble my efforts, pushing back against the horde with renewed vigor. I expel my ether through several blasts, each leaving me weaker and slower than the last, yet also killing multiple plagued at a time. Just as a man with fire in his hands exploding beneath him is sent up and into the tunnel, he immediately bursts into a burning bonfire of spiraling flame, igniting and quickly eradicating all the plague near him as he stands next to the still ignited bodies and nods to me. Johnny thought you'd need some help. Fire isn't good at flying, just big jumps, so I had to make it at least halfway. Relief hits me as I partially slump against the wall now that I don't have to fight in two directions simultaneously. As I move to the open lip, I motion him to get to the enclosed part of the tunnel. Fire's more effective in small spaces. My time with Vernon and Virgil and Bone Dunes taught me that. And so, with my back covered, even if it's by a man just as tired as me, the defense of the rope becomes so much easier. Several more minutes pass, all of which are filled with blood, gore, sweat, and the tiring of my body, mind, and soul before I spot a hand breach the top of the stone. The hand is human and weathered, full of scars and calluses. I recognize it as Johnny's just as Bonfire reaches down and pulls the man up, the two then focusing on killing any that come too close to keep those behind safe. My focus turns back to those coming from in front of me as I hold the line. The bodies starting to pile up, well, those I haven't just thrown off into the pit. Another few seconds pass before another person gets to the top, Lennox, who is carrying Dakota, then another and another as more and more join to help before everyone is at the top. From there, with Johnny in the lead with his blade forged from Blake's ghosts, we all push forward through the plagued, searching for our friends and a place to rest. I'm dripping sweat, blood, and tears with how exhausted I am, but at least I'm not that wounded. Now that I've learned to make the bloody palm take wounds because it can heal, I bleed far less. Despite my weariness, I shuffle onward, unwilling to fall as we are so close to our goal. Only a bit further. Collapsing face first into the stone the moment we get some peace, I almost immediately fall asleep. The sound of heavy breathing, people wrapping bandages, and Bonfire's constant cursing fills my ears instead of the continuous fighting. I roll over onto my back as Dakota sprawls out next to me, the orange fox redder than the color of his fur should indicate. Looking down, I see that I, too, am covered in red. Most of it isn't mine. Mostly, I managed to divert the bulk of wounds to the bloody palm, which I'm sure it's not happy about, but I don't care. If it's going to be a dick unless we are mind-controlled, then I will do the same. And it's not like it can't handle it. The literal only place on my body that is not sore or filled with bruises and scrapes is the bloody palm. The damn thing's so fast at healing that it does it while I'm fighting, not after. My tired eyes scan the small room we are currently hiding in, Blake requisitioning Johnny's blade to use all of her ghosts to fill the tiny gap we all crawled in so that nothing can see or hear through it. We are all huddled in this small stone room, seeking refuge from the dangers that lurk outside. Just for a little bit, though. We need to find our friends soon, but we need to rest. The room is plain and unremarkable, with barely enough space to fit me, the smushed group with me, and the miniature abandoned nest of the Batto that calls it home. Stones are scattered haphazardly across the floor, their rough surfaces pressing uncomfortably against my skin as I try to make myself as small as possible. The walls are rough-hewn, unadorned by any decoration or even a hint of color. It is a stark reminder of the spire's original purpose as a fortress built solely for protection and hideout against the harsh world that comes for the birdman within. But for now, it provides a brief respite, a moment of peace amidst the chaos. Slowly, very slowly, my heart rate calms and my hands stop shaking. My headache slowly fades as my mind enters slumber, the dark subsuming the sounds of recovery around me. But unlike the previous times I have slept, this one is restless. Open screaming mouths, flashes of twinkling eyes, and that discomforting spider are the only thing I see during my sleep, and the first things I see when I awake. The images imprinted onto the back of my eyelids as I look around the small room once more. The visions are uncomfortable, but I feel there is something deeper here. Did that spider thing affect my mind somehow? Dakota is staring up at me, his head tilted in confusion. I realize how fast my heart is beating when he grumbles and puts his head back down, the same pace as when I was fighting just a bit ago. I even feel a bit of force on my hand. Somehow, ironclad was weaved during my sleep, the intricate ether pushing my hand off the ground just a few inches. Confused, I gaze at everyone else, all of which are sleeping. Even Lennox and Silas, though. I believe theirs are called something like stasis, a shittier form of sleep. Apparently, it's far less relieving of stress, both physical and mental, than normal sleep is. Snores rise from Bonfire, his loud and making me wonder how we weren't found, and also surprisingly from Blake, though hers are far quieter. Other than that, everything is at peace, silent and calm. Sitting up a bit and keeping my eyes from closing as much as possible, I take deep breaths, trying to push the thoughts of the cathedral out of my mind. The whole place was so bizarre. I don't even want to think about it. Instead, now that my head is feeling better and I have a moment of peace, I want to work on adrenaline surge, one of my earliest skills, but one that I only had, branched out into the direction of rapturous. There must be a way to improve it without changing what it does. Rapturous is extremely useful, but I feel there should also be a way to use both simultaneously. But how? Maybe the key lies in another form of ether manipulation? So far, I know four First, single strand focuses on quantity and pumping as much ether into something as possible. It's inefficient but priceless in a pinch. Secondly, many strand allows one to use a single skill in many places or many skills in one place, etc., like using physical strengthening on your hands and feet or multiple skills at once. Third, braided strand involves tying multiple streams together to increase their efficacy and speed. And fourthly, steel strand has one improving the quality of their ether, allowing their sigil signature to bleed through, dyeing it with its flavor. For someone like Bonfire, it'd coat a bit of fire into his ether. For me, it's a bit more complicated. What lies next, though? It's steam, right? I believe that is what 5th sigils learn upon advancement and have to spend time to master it. Can I learn it beforehand? I've done it to every other sigil so far, but I know it gets increasingly difficult as one advances to do so. So much so that 7th sigils, angels, are said to be unable to perform living strand upon advancement at all, and some might never even reach it. Steam strand, if I remember correctly, involves increasing the density of your ether, moving it from liquid-like streams to gaseous-like hurricanes. Ether is a very curious substance. From Earl, I learned that most things lose density and form as they travel from solid to liquid to gas, but ether is different. It gains density and shape as it turns into a gas. The deep conformity it has in its gaseous form, keeping clouds of ether together while simultaneously being more efficient than the liquid form. And yet, it's also said that this changes once more, with the next step, turning ether to plasma similar to lightning or fire, then ultimately condensing it to solid as Oniwai did to create the crossroads. Though for both of those, I have no clue where their respective sigils or manipulation types are. When I spoke to Johnny about it, he had only spoken of seeing ether in the plasma form a scarce few times, all from pillars. Never once had he seen ether in solid form, and he could barely believe that Oniwai had giant crystals supporting the structure of the crossroads. But steam, how do I condense it to reach even just that much? Is it to focus on will like steel strand? No, it has to be more profound than that. But maybe it isn't. So, unable to answer my questions, I get to testing, trying to focus and condense the ether within my mind, gathering my will and a large stream of ether swirling in my mind. I try to force it to condense, shrink, and grow, but nothing happens. All it does is grow resplendent like usual when I use steel strand. Fuck, how do I do this? I could just wake Johnny, but I want to let them sleep. I half regret not asking about it before, but I am still a ways away from advancing. I wasn't really expecting to want to learn steam strand, though it should always be a goal to improve my ether. But I don't give up. I keep trying repeatedly, constantly failing to condense the ether to any meaningful amount with just my will. A few hours pass like this until everyone else rouses, our journey restarting quickly. Somewhat rested and without any significant or debilitating wounds, I crawl out of the hole first, Blake dissipating her ghosts in the way as I do so. I tilt my head and twist my ears for the sound of any movement, but I hear none. So, pushing myself out a bit further into the tunnel we found, I look around for anyone or anything nearby. Still finding nothing, I force myself all the way out and whisper into the crawl space. Coast is clear. Come on. Johnny comes out next after me, a ghostly blade forming in his hand with Blake on his tail. I know Johnny regrets giving away his downpour, but he does make a damn good swordsman with the agility and deftness of his arms and hands. The gunfighter looks at me and nods, speaking a few words as everyone starts to spread out in this remote tunnel. Only a few dead bodies of plagued join us, as they were what was chasing us before we went into the hiding hole. Go ahead and use your echo. Let us know if you hear anything important. I nod back at him and close my eyes, tempering my senses so that only my hearing remains as I focus everything on that precise purpose. I go so far as to release my eardrums, the chains leaving the sides of my head as the world becomes clear through sound. Slowly, amidst the growing sound of breathing around me, I focus. I filter out the rush of blood in my veins, the thudding of my heart, and the whoosh of my breath. Instead, I hear the creaking of the old stone spire, the skittering of small unknown creatures, and the scratching of the Bado's claws on the walls as the plagued move not too far from us. We are barely hidden from them. Just a stone wall over, I can hear over a dozen shambling about. Further, unwilling to stop there, I force through the noises, letting my echo guide me deeper into the spire. I hear the sounds of the crazed creatures grow distant. The breathing of Motherbound enters my ears as my mind goes from a tunnel to a tunnel, plunging into the spire, far below the ground to which the pit took us. The deep, low, and gravelly sound of the Motherbound sticks out to me, and there is where my hearing stops. The sound of a Motherbound whispering in an unknown language, the voice impossible to recognize or understand. There must be manipulator among them. Only they can speak, right? Wait, no. Two faces can too, but I don't recognize the voice, so it's either a two-face of a Bado or a manipulator. But even with that information, I'm not satisfied. That's not what I wanted to know. I need to find Sakate, Virgil, Abraham, all the others. With a deep breath, an idea comes to me. With another deep breath, ether fills my lungs and enters my body, ether that I push into my skull, where the chains have been removed from my eardrums. What happens if I put ether into something that already has its chains removed? The answer comes to me instantly as my ears pop, and I almost fall. My feet trip out from underneath me as the entirety of Struggler's gasp fills my ears with such power that I bleed from the simple whisper beside me, a clawing 100 feet away, and those incomprehensible words over 1,000 feet away. I raise my hands and wave at everyone, pointing to my ears despite being unable to see them. But it works. They get my meaning and grow quiet, most going so far as to hold their breaths. And from there, I push my echo even further with this new revelation. Release has secrets held within it. Simply releasing the chains is not the end. Development still exists. The peak has not been reached. The creaking of stone, dripping water, and the omnipresent shuffling of the plagued encompass my ears as I expand them as far as I can. A growing headache due to all the sensory information. I know my nose is bleeding, and my ears probably are too, but I can't stop yet. I am close. I can feel it. So, I go further, into the depths of the spire. My mind and hearing go, and I hear a faint whisper just as things shrink into utter stillness. A soft hum that grows into multiple. A smile comes upon my face as I realize I found them. Their voices are low and urgent, their words too faint for me to make out except for one curse, coming from an obviously annoyed Abraham. I told you I should have gone. Bonfire isn't responsible enough. How is he supposed to find us when we are always on the move? The dumbass could barely find his way back to Rustbank. A chuckle comes from my chest without a thought to stop it as I groan in pain from the noise that shakes me from the deepest part within. Quickly, I stop using echo, return all my senses to me, and push the ether back into my lungs from my ears to breathe out. As I do so, the rush shocks my mind, everything trembling as I pull myself out of the focused hearing. Then with shakes in my legs coming from my back, blood running down my face, not to mention the straining migraine, I let the others know. My ears continue to ring as I stand, the aftershock of echo taking a bit to fade. I found him. They're deep in the spire, constantly on the move. I think I know why release has a type of cooldown period and duration. If it didn't, I'd kill myself with it quite quickly. Pushing ether into the released part has quite the kickback afterward. Even if I didn't have Struggler's gasp, my limit of ether alone would allow me to push that skill far beyond what it should be. Quite the synergy, even if dangerous. I like it. 193. Evolve. I nod to Johnny as he takes the lead through the tunnels. He asks for my input every few points, and I do my best to guide him truly. Then, right behind him, I move, with the rest of the group on my heels and Dakota by my side. It is hard to remember where all the Bado were, but not so much the path the sound took to me when I listened to Abraham. The real difficulty is in recalling and being quiet. Two things at once that require huge feats of mind. Slowly, carefully, quietly. Those traits are the embodiment of us as we progress. Bado are everywhere, and every step we take is a chance for us to be found. Even without echo, I can hear the creaking and clanking of corrupted birdmen and the occasional scratch upon stone. Everyone is tense as we advance. Sneak keeping most of us quiet, and stealth keeping Johnny and me silent. Only some people know the more powerful version of the skill, but we need more time for that. The best we could do was teach Lennox Sneak, the essential skill easy for beginners in Ether. Corner after corner, we move. Stair after stair, we tiptoe. Breaths are held, and I keep the guidance going. but it gets harder and harder to remember where everything was as we move. I'm no Earl, so I can't just recall everything similar to that eidetic. Instead, I crane my head and think as we come to a crossroad, a trio of paths ahead. As usual, Johnny is twisting his head to gaze at me while I do so. He's so trusting, a far cry from when I first met him, but I don't want to disappoint him, so I close my eyes and ponder deeply. Which side had the battle? Left? Right? Or was it the middle? I think the right had water dripping. And the left? Was it a scratching? I don't believe a battle was scratching, though. It sounded more animalistic and benign. The middle must have been what led to a nest. Nodding to Johnny, I point at the left path, and we promptly move down it. Despite our relatively large group, we are almost entirely silent, barring breathing and the feeble stone against the stone of Lennox's feet. We are inaudible. Once on the path, I start hesitating. Was this the right way? Should I use another echo? No, I need to save my ether, plus something tells me I shouldn't use the skill too much with the ringing still in my ears. This is the right way. It is. I focus my mind and resolve, moving right behind Johnny, dagger in my hand, just in case I was wrong. The stone around gradually grows darker as we move slightly down, this tunnel having an arc in its path. And just as the tunnel grows darker, we all hear that scratching I remembered. We've had to go around or pass by Bato several times, for we are all unwilling to fight for such an extended period again. There just are way too many Bato. We'll die long before we kill all the ones corrupted by the mother below. Johnny glances at me again for confirmation, and I give it, a tiny whisper leaving my lips. Shouldn't be a Bato. He doesn't react visibly other than merely continuing onward. His boots tap the spire's stone floor without any auditory signal, even to my careful ears. I think he's better at stealth than I am. I should find some time to improve that skill too. I only wish I had more calm to do so. Forward. Once more, he moves, and I follow behind as usual. But then, he moves up to another twist in the tunnel, one that spirals left and peeks his head over the side, using a single eye to peer at what's on the other end. His idea was to do so, and a genius one at that. Even if we're found, he can try to reverse time with his golden eye to fix it, preventing the foe from even knowing they saw him. So, as I see him burst forward out of nowhere, a noticeable blip of noise coming from a rock breaking underneath his dash, I hurriedly follow behind. And when I turn the corner, I figure out the issue. A fragile creature with tiny little wings sits in a corner, wisps of silvery darkness wafting off its skin, feathers, and closed eyelids. The creature is scratching at a part of the wall, almost as if trying to dig through it. But its claws are weak and pitiful, entirely unlike Skychaser's or his father's that could rip flesh and bone. It's a Bato, a very, very young one. One so young that it barely even reaches my hip at its full height. A pang runs through my heart as I see that the mother below has already claimed it. Then, I watch, confused and worried, as Johnny sinks the ghostly blade from Blake into the child's head, promptly snuffing out its light. I step forward to Johnny, not understanding what he's doing. Stabbing a child, even a plagued, is entirely unlike him. The man has always done his best to protect children and young ones. Elizabeth and Esther are two good examples. Before I can open my mouth to question him, Johnny rips the blade out, spoiling the dark stone with the even darker tone of the child's blood. His movement lets me see his face, contorted in anguish and self-hate, almost the same look he had upon that rock when we spoke. I pause my question due to his emotion cratering my stomach in guilt just from seeing his face. The veteran hunter, however, recovers far better than I. He moves onward, a whisper just loud enough for me and Bonfire, who is behind me, to hear. Burn the body. No child deserves such a thing. His voice is guttural and on the verge of tears, but I'm pretty sure only I catch his visceral reaction as the man keeps going forward, forcing me to keep up as Bonfire ignites the Bato child for burial. Bonfire is also surprised by Johnny's actions, uttering a curse as he leans a sparking finger toward the child. Damn. I'm half surprised that Skychaser didn't say anything about the Bato's death since he was a child. I suppose his strict crusade includes even his own. I wish to stay for the pyre, but Johnny just keeps moving. So, I follow. Right on Johnny's heels, I move, trying to slow him down with a harsh whisper, and only when my voice graces his ears does he slow back down to a more normal pace. "Calm down, Johnny." He wavers for a moment and peeks at me before sighing. Then, he returns to normal with a shake of his head and a trembling fist. The man steps close to me and whispers back, "Sorry, I let my feelings overtake me. Let's move on." Where to next? Seeing his recovering composure brings a short smile to my lips as I point forwards. I whisper back as a crackling flame comes from behind, the battle already turned to ashes by bonfire. "Forward. We shouldn't be that far from them." He nods at me, and we move onward. The ashes of the child are picked up by Skychaser and put in a jar that he has with him. The adult Batto is silent the whole while, merely gazing at the fallen child of his race as he moves along with us. I want to say something, anything to help him, but there is nothing that comes to my tongue. What do you say to a man whose whole race is dying before his very eyes, when there is so little he can do other than run for support from tenuous allies? I don't know. I'm awful at this, horrible at helping others with their emotions. Should I even talk? I don't know. As we stroll further down the winding rocky tunnel, I murmur sorry to Skychaser. The Batto jumps at my intrusion into his silence. A parched voice comes from his beak, the accent from not having proper lips showing through. "It is fine." I slow a bit as I remember that this path is particularly long without any other risk points until we reach the lip in a few minutes. I speak to Skychaser more seriously with this extra time, keeping my voice low. "I can't believe how he is fine." "What do you mean, fine? Is this not all driving you crazy?" The Birdman of Steel Feathers doesn't physically react and instead tells a short story. "We Batto have a saying, life is but a storm to weather. What flies battered is all that will stand. We have always been under attack. Stark Bluffs is an essential position for many races. The natural barriers and defenses are a golden ticket to most, but we still stand. Through this, too, we will live. I am sure. Blight Raven, if freed from his cage, will save us all." I can only nod along with him, for I wish I had that much confidence in something. Anything. I did once, but not anymore. After Skychaser finishes his words, the Batto puts a claw on my shoulder, speaking again from his beak. "I appreciate your care, but I do not need it. Save it for the other Batto who yet live." I want to say something else, but the darker color of the once sandy stone around us now looms on midnight, pulls my attention. We're getting close. Close to Virgil, close to Cicate, close to Esther, a bit further. I believe we are even past most of the threats. Past this point, as far as I can remember, there were no more dangerous noises or suspicious sounds. Nodding to Skychaser, I move back up to Johnny through the group, pushing past Bonfire with Dakota beside me. Once I stroll beside him, I whisper to him, "Only a bit further. I don't think there is any other danger until we reach them as well." Johnny grunts out an affirmative as we move ever forward, continuing down this tunnel of rock, only growing darker and darker. The pitch of the stone now resembles the night sky, tiny fragments of flint or gem or something I don't quite recognize, performing like diminutive stars around us. The sight is captivating, even with all the danger it took to get down here. But I only spend a few seconds adoring the vista around as echoes resound in our ears, faint yet present. I temper my hearing as we move a bit further, and with the focused sense, I can make out the speaker. It's Abraham. He's coming toward us. "Shoo, Frank. We need to be quiet." Frank? It's nice to hear that he's alive. He sounds odd, though. I was a little worried for the big man. I didn't expect him to be talented at hiding with his loud personality. He probably isn't, but he seems to have managed. We move a bit further as I take the lead, knowing what's ahead, and call out to Abraham as we get close enough to hear each other's footsteps. "Abraham?" A single second of quiet passes before a reply arrives back. "Who is that?" Footsteps speed up to reach us. One light and one heavy pair, before two people come around a corner, the light of the lantern on my hip and the stars on the walls lighting up the two. I come face to face with Abraham, his pale skin reflecting the light around us just as his light hair does. A smile stretches uncomfortably on the man's face, going almost ear to ear. It doesn't feel quite right for some reason, but I can't pinpoint why. Abraham, however, doesn't sense my discomfort and almost yells with glee, the noise far too loud. "Oh, finally. We've been waiting for ages." Immediately, I shush him, eyes turning to look at Frank, who has a hood over his face and baggy clothes covering him. Why would Abraham yell? He's not a dunce like Bonfire, and even he wouldn't do that. Something isn't right. But what? Johnny also steps up and pats Abraham on the shoulder, not catching my distress. Good to see you, buddy. Are you hurt or anything? Can you take us to Sakate? Abraham shakes and then nods before replying to Johnny. It's been rough. And yeah, we can. What are you doing out here? You said you'd be the last to leave. You gotta guard the entrance. Bonfire interjects, his voice only marginally quieter than Abraham's shout. As I raise an eyebrow at Bonfire, his question makes Abraham and Frank flinch slightly. My attention shifts just in time to notice Frank's frame cringing enough to catch a glimpse of light against dark along his shoulder from his cloak moving. I don't wait a moment to act on that glimpse of possible danger, even if these two are friends. Instead, that smidge of unease rears its head as I instantly use insight on Abraham, gaining clarity through his eyes. And in a moment, I see that Abraham's eyes are scouring our bodies for weapons, injuries, and weaknesses. The gaze is like that of a predator, one hunting for prey in a perpetual night. I attempt to gauge his thinking with insight, but it doesn't succeed. His thoughts are tough to discern, almost impossible, in fact, but that could just be attributed to his prowess in the mind. Despite his way of looking at us, he replies eloquently and shoves away the accusation from Bonfire. Well, you see, someone had to get help. No one else was willing, so we came. As he speaks, a single surface thought of his slaps me in the face as I try to dig deep for them. Yet, his eyes are locked onto Bonfire's neck the whole while. Who is that? The thought from him is all I need. This is not Abraham, and that is most certainly not Frank. Abraham would never forget Bonfire, and now that I think of it, this person in front of me has never said any of our names or shown any information that only he would know. But only I seem to realize this as I pull back insight and force my body to roar with ether as I prepare to strike. Then, inconspicuously, I draw back my arm and build an iron bound. Now that I know what's wrong, it seems much more apparent. Abram's smile is far too wide, almost bordering on inhuman. Frank's whole body is covered, with an unsightly bulge along his arm. Frank is likely to be some kind of dreadmarked, merely posing as the man. But what's up with Abraham? I know that manipulators can transform into any they infest with dark light, but does that mean Abraham was done in? Surely not. If that's the case, then everyone down here is likely dead. Bonfire spoke of how the illusionist covered the entrance where they stayed, keeping any from getting too close or inside. Doesn't matter. Well, it does. But I need to do the same thing regardless. Because no matter what, this is not Abraham. Even if he's a friend, even if he's kind, even if we have many similarities, there is only one answer. Kill. But I wait. As Abraham speaks to Johnny, talking almost nonsense, I wait silently. I wait until the moment when the motherbound expects me to strike least. I will wait for when it does. Words go back and forth as I pay little attention, my eyes darting back and forth between the two figures in front of me. And just as I start hesitating in my thoughts, the conversation ends. With that ending, Johnny turns around to face the others, just waiting to move on, and as he does, I notice a minute straining of Abraham's body. His foot slides to accommodate a strike or slice better, as I recognize a slight glimmer of light on his palm. Yeah, definitely not Abraham. He moves to attack Johnny, his body twisting in power and dark light to get the man from behind. He doesn't even bother looking at me, the figure right beside Johnny. Finally, unwilling to wait any longer, I burst with strength, twisting my whole body and forcing the palm of my hand, laced with iron bound, straight for Abraham's head. I move faster than the lanky man, my hand slamming into his skull as Johnny turns on a dime, just fast enough to see Abraham's head split open against the stone wall beside us. And the second I do so, the figure impersonating Frank roars so voluminously that the rocks above start shaking and crashing down as he charges right for me. I jump back to dodge, Abraham's body sickeningly sliding to the ground. But I barely evade the charge as the figure slams into the rock, making everything dangerously shake again. The spires are rigid and durable, but parts can and do collapse. Shouts come from behind, the loudest from Johnny. What the hell did you just do? Are you insane? Realizing what I did looks like upfront murder, I quickly point to the figure impersonating Frank as everyone draws their weapons at me. That's not Abraham or Frank. They are motherbound. Look, the one that looks like Abraham had dark light on his hand, and this one has it on his shoulder. Johnny reacts first, his eyes scouring the prominent figure in the tunnel before moving past me with a font of speed. Then, with that speed, he cuts the cloth on Frank's body before the man can recover from the charge. And as dark fabric falls away, dark, silvery tendrils of light emerge, like plants reaching up for sunlight. The gunfighter doesn't hesitate or stay in confusion for a second longer, his blade detaching Frank's head before the creature can yell again. He truly is exemplary with a sword. So why doesn't he use one more? I don't know, and we don't have time for me to ponder that issue. I'll ask him about it later. I move up to Johnny as Skychaser pushes past me to look at the bodies himself. Then, without any of us even asking, the Batto gasps aloud, his voice shaky and in awe. Groundswalkers? I thought these were a myth. Skychaser turns to look at us as he gazes at the dead thing that looks precisely like Abraham. Groundswalkers are said to be capable of transforming into any they've ever seen, just as skinwalkers can. These motherbound are evolving and getting more variety, more dangerous. Never before has an outbreak lasted this long. As far as I know, the longest recorded outbreak of motherbound was 4 months. Yet we've been fighting for almost 6. Had Wyatt not noticed, Johnny, you would be dead. Curses come all around as the news rears its ugly head. But then, reverberate 100 times more emotionally as screeches and roars echo from the way we came. They heard the fight. Fuck. 194, through the wall. My feet bring me rapidly through the tunnel of midnight stone, lit only by the light of the blue lantern on my hip that guards my heart. The roars of plagued, searching for any sign of life to spread their tainted light, constantly reach us through the echoic tunnels. The once calming light of the lantern shakes as I breathe heavily from the short scuffle, casting shadows around us. The shifting shadows only make the situation seem more dire as we try to escape the chasing entities. We no longer attempt to be quiet. Instead, we rush forward, frantically sprinting toward where I heard the whispers long ago. But as we get closer, I start to wonder, did those whispers come from that groundswalker and not actually Abraham? If that's the case, then we are fucked. So very fucked. I can't bet on that. That chance that what I heard wasn't that groundswalker. I need to make sure. If I'm leading us to a trap, we need to know. But there is no time to use echo. The plagued are catching up to us as I frequently check which way to go with my tumultuous mind. Damn it. Do I just bet on it? No, I can't. We need to do this smartly. We cannot fight and survive against the horde. The plagued are in the thousands. Only a pillar could do something like that. Only someone like Kai could. Not me. What can I do to buy time? What can we do to buy time? Thoughts race through my mind as I twist around a corner, my hand acting as an anchor to shift my weight and speed as I continue sprinting down the next tunnel, everyone else on my heels. My eyes roam the walls, grasping toward the dark with their fragility. But nothing is coming to my mind, nothing that will help us. The chains on these stones are thick and far too sturdy to break as I did before in the pit. But I don't have to break them on my own. Silas can bolster others with a coin, and Blake could give me a weapon with her ghosts. I quickly stop at a narrow juncture in the tunnel, my boots skidding on the stone floor as I call for Silas and Blake. I need to use echo again. Silas, Blake, do what you can to strengthen me. The rest get behind me. I'm going to collapse the tunnel. The group quickly moves behind me as I push them past me, Johnny nodding at me as he turns and watches the tunnel we ran down just a moment. Skittering constantly resounds from that direction and grows louder with every passing second. I take a deep breath, ether opening paths in my body to facilitate the burst of power needed to break the stone and make it collapse. We just need enough time for me to sit and echo. As for the way back up, we must figure it out anyway. This changes nothing. Beside me, Silas pulls out one of his few remaining coins and flips it toward me, the head of the coin landing on my back before disappearing. The best part about Silas' sigil is that all his sigil skills can be applied to other people, an aspect of the Hawker sigil. Even most of his self-made ones can as well. The ether is slow to dissipate once it leaves him. Blake also helps, manipulating ghosts to create something for me. In just a few seconds, She forges a block of see-through ghost material with a grip using her remaining soul's ghost steel, as she called it when she made Johnny's blade. Mine is likely to be far less enduring than the gunfighter's, however. Blake needs to be able to use her own sigil skill on herself. If we take up all her ghosts, she can't test them to learn new ways to manipulate them. So, just as a plague enters the dark tunnel beyond us where we just came from, I stand tall with a makeshift brass knuckle and with as much ether as I can handle flowing through me. Release, Struggler's Gasp, Struggler's Defiance, Daydream, and finally, Adrenaline Surge combined for this strike against the hard stone wall. The roars of several more plagued, the tainted battle scrambling to reach me, only distract me briefly as I twist and throw my fist out toward the corner of the wall, explosion coming out in full force. Everything goes white, a bang deafening my ears, and an impact to the back of my head shaking my mind. I wonder for a second if I just killed myself before my vision returns, Blake slapping me awake as she is covered in the dark dust of the stone around us. Her voice is panicked, repeating the exact same phrase with every slap. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Awoken, I push her away and look around. I feel a bit bad as the woman seems hurt by my reaction. She recovers quickly, though, going to help the others, and I check the situation. The first thing I notice is the tunnel completely shut, tons of rocks blocking the entrance from the plagued, and the motherbound likely right behind them. The second thing I notice is how my leg is stuck underneath a rock segment. Ooh, that's not good. I look back to Blake, who is now checking on everyone else. Lennox and Bonfire are perfectly fine. The former is made of stone, and the latter was the furthest from the point I punched. Johnny and Silas are roughed up, the living one holding a bleeding head and the undead one shambling as he pulls Skychaser to his feet. The Batto doesn't seem injured or Dakota next to him, but they seem to be a bit banged up. Seeing that everyone is mostly okay, I turn my attention to the rock and shimmy my leg from underneath it. Spikes of pain come, but I smile at them as it means I'm not all that hurt. But, of course, they could be far, far worse. Or, not there at all. The weakness of using most of my skills at once makes it hard to get my leg out from underneath, but with an innovative ironbound to push the rock up a bit, I get out without too much struggle. I check on my leg. A gash running from the calf to the top of my ankle makes me wince. Blood dribbles out as my body slowly realizes the injury. Bad, but not that bad. Heath isn't that far, either. At least I bought some time. As I scoot away from the rock and stand with a bit of a test for my leg, I hear clawing and scratching on the other side of the collapsed rock wall. They're already trying to break their way through. I shake my head and put weight on my foot, a much smaller stab of pain than I'm used to meeting my action. Not too bad. Am I getting tougher? Maybe. Or maybe all the ether running through my body protected me a bit. The block of ghost steel Blake made for me is utterly gone, reduced to nothing in the impact. The ghosts she put into it are gone, and she cannot reuse them. It seems as though the storm of ether dissipated the ghosts somehow. At the very least, it protected my hand. The bloody palm's injury is light, with only a few cuts on the knuckles. While everyone else takes a few minutes to recover, I force myself back into action. Johnny moves over to me as I start up Echo, the gunfighter sitting beside me as I do to protect me. My vision disappears as I go through the motions of Echo, the skill slowly replacing everything with only sound. Then, gradually, my mind spreads out with the waves of sound that come out to me, even the tiniest pieces of noise picked up by my enhanced ears. The sound of scratching rock and heavy breathing becomes so loud that it is jarring to the ears as I try to tune them out. It takes a few seconds, but it works, the nearby noises being replaced by ones further away. I can hear the dripping of water and the reflection of the scratches rolling down the tunnel as it breaks into many more branches that continue downward. These spires seem almost endless. What lies at the depths of this one? Let's find out. We aren't that far from it, right? Almost a quarter-mile down. We've traveled. How much further is there to go? My mind follows the sound of my ears to find the answer to this question. Dripping water, tightening rock, and the occasional animal meet my hearing and guide me deeper into the rock as I concentrate harder, blocking everything else out. This is why I need to collapse the tunnel. No way I can fixate on something like this under such stress. But without that stress breathing down my neck and a moment of calm in the eye of a storm, I can. Deeper and deeper. My mind goes with the open tunnels of the spire until something changes. I hit a wall, one that seems solid at first, but with a bit of a push, as I am sure this can't be the end. I break through. And when I break through, I hear dozens of people talking. Several conversations go on at once, and it takes me a few moments to focus on the most important one. A conversation between Cicate and some Bado. The Bado is evident due to his scratchy voice, which must be typical of the birdman, and his accusatory wording. Are you sure your people are coming? We've been waiting months, woodsman. Cicate replies calmly, his voice unshaken and bereft of any noticeable emotion. Yes, Johnny will be here. The man does not break a promise. And while he may be prone to goofing off, Bonfire is also powerful, his flames reminiscent of the fifth prime. He will ignite himself for your man to escape if worst comes to worst. So the man, along with Skychaser, will find them. We must only wait. Abraham can cover the entrance from any who walk past, and Virgil can guard us against scrying. A harumph comes from the Bado as it ends the conversation frustrated. If something happens to Chaser, then you'll pay. My mate would never have gone had you not spoken your prophecies to him. The ending of the conversation puts the realization that the Bado is a female. Apparently, Bado, male or female sound male with their baritone voices. I can hear the Bado walking away as I pull myself out of echo, a final sentence from Cicate reaching me before I do so. Sky Swain, I do not speak prophecies. I only repeat what nature offers. Coming out of echo, my vision returning to me, I wipe the blood from my nose that is becoming typical of the skill. I need to use it for shorter periods. I was in it for almost 5 minutes just now. That can't be good for me. I shake the dizziness away from using the skill as I nod to Johnny beside me. Found them. All of them. They seem to be safe. Just hiding. He pats me on the shoulder and pulls me to my feet. Good. Let's get moving before the accursed figure out how to dig faster. I am really starting to hate these caves. Skychaser agrees with Johnny as he shakes his wings of dust and rock. Indeed, imagine if this was the only place you could live, everywhere else claimed by another, and yet they still wanted what you have. The Bado's words make us silent as we move through the tunnel with me in the lead. Then, finally, I ask Skychaser a question about what happened. Why were so many Bado willing to defy the rules of Sigils? Skychaser, what led to this? You say people wanted what you had, but I thought we had an alliance, even if fragile, because of Blightraven. What happened? He replies with a voice tinged with sadness, the Bado obviously recalling unpleasant memories. The alliance only was held among the strongest. So, many low-level hunters came for our wings, the steel fashionable and worthwhile for armor. But it's not just humans. Demons and Nahullo wished for our territory, our homes. The former is insatiable, always lusting for more, while the latter needs the extra land to fight against the demons. Damn, I go silent again as we walk, feeling the sorrow in these dark tunnels. How many Bado have hidden down here to survive, ripped away from their high towers and life of flying to stay in the endless stone halls of the depths? It must be in the tens of thousands, maybe even the hundreds of thousands. Fuck that. I want to help in some way. That deal between Johnny and Skychaser is slowly gaining ground in my mind. I want to meet the rest of the Bado first, however. Unfortunately, most humanoids I've met have tried to kill me. The only two exceptions, quite literally, are Aniwai and Skychaser. I'm not counting Lennox, though, as he was once human. So, I hurry us through the tunnels, rushing to reach the cavern where Abraham keeps the others hidden before the plagued break through the rock. Wheezing for breath from the perpetual dash, I look around this small cavern for where the opening must be. The thing is, no entrance or exit is visible. Far behind us, the horde plagued is coming. There is a chance they have already broken through the rock, but I can't find it. Before I start to panic and use Echo again to be sure it's here, Johnny taps my shoulder. You've done well. We just need to check every side manually. Rest a bit, Wyatt. I smile at the acknowledgement and almost hit myself at the obvious answer. Abraham can make illusions, but they are incredibly fragile and break to the touch, unlike Alexo's illusions that can trick even the ablest mind. But on the other end, Abraham can turn some illusions real, specifically those of his nightmares. Johnny, Blake, Silas, and Skychaser walk around the cavern, skimming the rock walls to find the fake one. While they do so, I stand with Dakota, Lennox, and Bonfire. The pyro ignites a diminutive flame on his hand as he waves it in front of Lennox, the gentle gesture making the stone-clad's eyes widen with awe. My attention slowly moves to the two goofballs instead of those looking for our way out. It's hard to concentrate on anything else when Bonfire is making a horse out of a fire in the palm of his hand. Now, he's making it fly with a cloak. How did he ever make it to 5th sigil? I swear. Half of what I see him do is messing around. He's only ever serious in a fight, and even then, it needs to be dangerous for him to honestly care. Oh, that's not true. He's deadly serious when messing with Abraham. I wonder where that rivalry comes from. However, the fiery person he has dancing in his hand gives no indication of my thoughts. Before he can finish whatever he's doing, Silas finds the entrance. And the moment he does, a sword flies out to stab him in the heart. Silas is skewered for a split second before a flash of golden Johnny's eye returns the undead to normal. Silas steps back, putting his hands up as yells surround us. Chill out, chill. I'm with Johnny. A short yet unfathomably long moment of silence stretches before a man in dark clothing walks through a solid wall. A hood covers his head as a machete tinged in dark, tangible ether meets my gaze. For a split second, I worry about who this is, but that worry disappears as I see the man's eyes gaze around the cavern, the orbs of light focusing on me. Then, the man disappears into a stream of shadow along the stone floor lit by a lantern's light before appearing in front of me, wrapping me in a tight hug before I can even react. Good to see you, buddy. Been a while. I push off him as I realize who it is. A strong jaw and a tense gaze welcome me underneath that hood. Good to see you too, Virgil. How have you been doing? Did you get your family? He nods at my question, speaking again before being cut off by Silas. Yeah, I'll introduce. So, no questions? You're being hunted down by Motherbound. That can fake being other people, and you're not going to test us? Virgil shakes his head in the negative as another man steps through the fake wall. This one a bit of an older man with a blade of metal and stone that replaces his left arm. There is no point. Should you guys get taken over or impersonated, we're dead anyway. There is nowhere to run, and only a few of us can fight. So I might as well say hi. And who are these people? Are you a zombie? Is that a rock? I laugh as I look at Silas, who admittedly does look similar to a zombie. He has gray skin and dark veins from being undead and shambling feet due to his recent injury. The only difference is the pair of flames that replace his eyes. Lennox either doesn't notice being called a rock or doesn't care, the kid still looking at the fire in Bonfire's hand. Silas immediately fumes as the man is a bit insecure about being dead even years later. Though, I do get it. Who wants to be compared to a zombie? I'm not a zombie. I am an undead, given the gift of undeath by Her Majesty. Virgil raises an eyebrow and shrugs, walking back toward the fake wall as Sakate waves us in. Righty, come in. Stop arguing. Glad to have you all here. Things can get started now. Things can get started now? What were they waiting to do? I follow Sakate and Virgil through the fake wall and find Abraham lying against the rock wall on the other side. The man almost dozing off. Deep bags sit under his eyes that directly contrast with his pale skin. His eyes open slightly at seeing me, and then return to the floor. Sakate waves at Abraham as we walk past him toward a group of dozens of people, both human and Bado, who have set up tents in this enormous cavern hidden away within the depths of the spire. It seems they've been here for about a week or so, considering how set up it is, with tents, pots, and campfires placed here or there. Abraham has been keeping the entrance hidden. Whenever he sleeps, Virgil and I guard the entrance. Every time we've gotten hurt from stray Bado, so we try and let the insomniac stay up. Come meet everyone else. They've been dying to see you. 195, dying people. I walk alongside Virgil toward a group of people, all standing to meet us with wide-open eyes. I do a cursory scan with my eyes, taking in the color of their chains. As I do, I finally notice the hue of Virgil's chains hidden underneath his loose clothing, light blue. Did he advance? I guess that makes sense. He reached 4th sigil a long time ago, right? And with everything happening, it was only a matter of time. I'll have to ask him about it later. My focus returns to the 3 dozen or so in front of me, most of which are 2nd and 3rd sigils. I spot a few without any sigils, Esther and 3 others beside her, 2 identical girls, and a tall man beside them. Amongst the group are a few familiar faces, some of which have grown stronger, but there are also missing faces. Frank stands alone next to one of the Sisters of Silence, the other one that survived Rustbank missing. But the sister, whose name I do not know, is a fifth sigil, just like Virgil. Her chains dyed a light blue tint. I also spot Heath, the only doctor who has taken another step forward, the same as mine. Green manacles contort around his body as he glances up at us before returning to stitching up someone's wounds below him. Under his needle is Frozen, one of Bonfire's small crew. The man twitches as he tries to get a look at us, but Heath's demanding voice stops him even as the racket of our arrival grows. "Stop it. You tore open your wounds practicing. Saying hi to your damn boss can wait." For a few moments, I watch in amazement as the doctor's hands fly around Frozen's chest, stitching him up in seconds as blood flows from his hands into the slowly closing wound, refilling what was lost. He must have gotten an occultist sigil, then, or he already had one and doubled down. I feel significantly more secure with the knowledge that he is more capable of healing people. However, my attention is torn away from Heath's work as a Bato woman walks toward our group from the tents ahead. Sakate introduces her as Skychaser steps forward and greets her with an open wing that meets hers. The woman's eyes narrow when they flicker at the blood on his wings. This is Sky Swain, the current leader of Sky Tribe. She is also Skychaser's mate, who I am sure you all have come to know. So, all of you, take a few minutes to relax, to meet the Bato, and to be inspected by Heath, and then come to my tent. We have much to converse about, both your travels and ours. What I thought would immediately turn into a discussion is broken apart as Sakate walks away, dragging the tired Johnny to his tent for discussion. I look around as everyone disperses, leaving Virgil and me standing with Dakota beneath us, the fox reaching above our knees with his stature. Even Lennox finds something interesting, the Stoneclad moving toward the similarly naive Frank. Given the short moment of reprieve without anything to do, I speak to Virgil, wanting to know what's all happened to him. "So, what's up, Virgil? How have your past few months been? How was your advancement?" Virgil turns from listening to Sakate toward me. A grin instantly spreads on his lips as he laughs, a crisp chuckle leaving his lips. A laugh is something I'm not expecting as the last time I saw him. His spirit was far too low to be laughing. The loss of Vernon impacted him immensely. My past few months? What about yours? You went to the underworld, right? What the hell was that like? As for me, it's been nonstop action ever since I met you. It's undoubtedly making me develop faster, even if it'll probably lead me to an early grave. The man's voice trails off at the end when he mentions his death, his eyes flickering to Vernon's colt that he carries now on his hip. It seems as though he's not over his brother's death yet. I immediately try to shift the topic, some guilt rushing through me even if I wasn't the one to bring up the subject of death. Well, the underworld was nuts. You won't believe all the shit down there. Everything is different from people made of stone to 3 humans at the 9th sigil, like the Prime. Though, some things are the same. They spend most of their undead lives fighting to keep the hordes of demons at bay, stopping them all from reaching the gate of death. Virgil nods at me before shaking his head. He then waves toward the group of 4 by a few tents. The group contains Esther and the 3 others, which I can only assume are his family members. Enough of all that. I'll get to know it during the meeting, but first, let me introduce you to my siblings. Then, we'll get Heath to examine you and ensure you're not hurt or hiding any wounds from us. I follow his wave and step alongside him as he moves toward the 4. Esther stands on her toes as she notices me, and I motion toward her with my arm as I get close. "Hi, Esther. You doing okay?" The little girl bobs her head up and down, though I notice some scrapes and bruises on her arms. Virgil's sibling, one of the women, picks Esther up and holds her high as she introduces herself with a smile. "You must be Wyatt. Virgil has told us so much about you." Esther has been doing great. Nora and I'm Aaron by the way, have been caring for her these past few months since we caught up with the group. It's rather frightening running around with all these monsters chasing after us, but Esther's one brave little girl makes the rest of us sprint to keep up with her, you know? I grin back at her, happy that Esther has had some company to stay with. The little girl has indeed grown to be brave after all this time. I remember when she was a meek little girl in that wagon. She's still quiet and small, but I can tell something's different now. Just the way she looks at me is other. less dependence, and more respect. Not the way a child typically looks at you, but it's one I welcome. It means she's growing up. The wee girl is too young to gain a sigil, but the next generation will certainly have quite the leader on their hands. I introduce myself to the family, recalling the sisters' names from the introduction and the brother's name from long ago. Nice to meet you too. Virgil is a man of few words, and he always cut Vernon off when he tried to speak of you all, but I did manage to get your names. So, you're Nora, you're Aaron, and you're Victor, right? A trio of nods is my response as Dakota pushes past me and pounces toward Aaron, who is holding Esther. The fox wants to play with Esther, or perhaps he wants to see his siblings. Aaron bends down and sets Esther to meet Dakota as she pets the massively oversized fox. Dakota's bushy tail wags fast enough to knock someone over as he receives some love. Aha, and this must be Dakota. Aw, you're so cute. Yes, you are. Pet him, Nora. He won't bite. Nora joins her twin sister. Only she moves far slower, a sickly glow on her face. She must be the sister the duo worked to provide for. Maybe Heath is providing care to her now? I hope so. I look around for the other foxes that Esther had with her, but don't see any. The only other Boone brother, Victor, answers my unspoken question with a depressing retort as he sits on a rock. The other little ones are dead, the long road costing them their lives, just as it may cost us ours. Stone bears little care for our suffering. Aaron elbows and yells at her brother, the youngest Boone almost falling backward off his rock, eliciting laughter from Virgil beside me. The ordinarily quiet man shows abundant joy merely watching his family interact. Hey, no need to be so negative. Where does all this even come from in that head of yours, huh? Victor just shakes his head as he turns around and walks away. Aaron harumphs in annoyance but doesn't follow him. Instead, she apologizes. Sorry about him. He's not really happy with the whole leaving Timberlands thing. Virgil and Vernon gave us plenty of security, which let Victor explore his artistic interests. Yet, with everything that happened, it was taken away. I spent most of my time caring for Nora. So little has changed for me, even if things are less cozy. I can only shrug my shoulders as Virgil sits down. Then, after clearing the ground with my boot, I join him on the hard stone. Once on the ground, I watch Dakota play with Esther and Nora briefly as the rest of the camp slowly settles in. It feels good to have some calm, but I know it won't last. So, I take it in while I can, hoping that Abraham can keep us hidden for a stretch longer. While I sit, Erin asks me a question, her voice loud but endearing. Sue, what happened in the underworld? I can't believe you actually went there. Did you see anyone you knew? Her words make me think of Edmund, and the thought stings. But after a moment of hesitation, I start retelling her the whole story, starting from how we entered the underworld. Well, it wasn't straightforward to get there. We had to. Ow. Heath rolls his eyes at me as he stitches up the laceration on my calf. His hands move fast and undisturbed even by my speaking or slight motion, as if this is the worst pain you've had. Though, I'm surprised you aren't 10 times more injured. Actually, proud is the right word. You're growing up. A sly grin stretches even as I try to hide it. The embarrassment bleeds through as I haven't grown up as much as Heath thinks. The doctor notices it practically instantly with a groan. Really? How bad was it? I breathe through my teeth, a subtle whistle coming out as I prepare to unload it onto him. Well, before I even start explaining, though, the doctor cuts me off. Nope, I don't even want to know. But I do have some bad news for you, Wyatt. Air comes out of my nose in a muted laugh before I force myself to welcome the bad news. Yeah? What is it? Heath points to my missing arm, the stub at my shoulder, something I've grown reasonably used to. His eyes wilt as he speaks, and a delicate tremble even emerges. With my recent advancement, I can help regrow limbs, but only if they were lost recently. Unfortunately, yours has been gone for far too long. I'm sorry, really sorry. His guilt at not being able to help me only makes me feel guilty in return. I wave him off with my remaining arm. It's fine, Heath. You've done enough for me. Hell, you've kept both Elizabeth and me alive when we otherwise shouldn't have. Speaking of, where is she? Do you guys have any info on them? Heath shakes his head, the older man's worries spilling out with tension. No, we have no clue. We figured it would take them far less time to go into the east and return than you guys going into the underworld, but it appears that is not the case. So I'm starting to worry something happened to them. His worry bleeds into my own as I, too, consider the notion of the trio getting injured or killed. Earl is bright enough to escape anything that doesn't surprise him. As long as he has time to make a plan, I'm confident he could survive. But that's not how the world always works. Sometimes, shit gets thrown at you, and you can do nothing but take it. I just hope that Elizabeth's quick wit and Primrose's clever strengths will help keep them alive, keep them safe. I nod to Heath as I tell him my thoughts. Yeah, I, too, worry about that. But together, they should be fine, right? Earl's too clever to get nabbed as long as he has enough time to think, and surely Primrose can buy him that time. Heath agrees with me partially, but also holds some reality I didn't think of. That is true, but some things, Wyatt, you can't outthink. If an angel shows up to take them away, Earl can do nothing, no matter how smart he is. I go silent with that final thought of his tracing through my mind. At the same time, Heath finishes mending my wound. The doctor first stitched it, then closed it entirely with congealed blood from his fingers. This is his new way of closing wounds, but it doesn't fully heal. It stops them from bleeding and speeds up recovery. Any severe or strenuous movement can break it open. The good part of this technique is he doesn't need any materials or herbs to do it like before. I'll be fine, though even if it doesn't heal me all the way. My wound didn't come from overexertion. It came from being unlucky with a falling rock. And now that the doctor is done with me, the last to be cared for of the arrivals, he pats me on the shoulder. Okay, let's go to Cicade's tent. They're all waiting for us. I nod and stand, feeling nearly zero pain from the stitches still in my leg or the laceration that they closed. Then, with Heath beside me, the ever-present Dakota is with Esther right now. I walk towards Cicade's tent. After merely 10 seconds of walking, I step through the thick canvas that acts as a door for Cicade's extensive tent. A whole dining table of shabbily put-together wood is placed in the tent, fitting around a dozen people. The only thing missing for this to be a feast is food. I hoped that when we found the others, they would have some extra food to share, as we have been living on whatever we can find for a while now, but sadly, that is not the case. But I don't complain. Instead, I bear with it and sit beside Virgil, who has an open seat beside him, the empty seat more well-placed rock than an actual chair. The situation feels incredibly similar to the meeting at Rustbank, only that some faces are new and some are missing. Heath finds a seat just as Johnny clears his throat, the gunfighter at the end of the table with Cicade. Johnny goes through our travels to the underworld, our tribulations beyond the gate of death, and finally, the rough road here. I don't pay too much attention to his explanation as I was there for most of it. Still, I listen intently to Cicade when he follows after Johnny. The road to Starkbluffs for us was calm and relaxed. Only upon entering the stony territory did things change. I felt nature plead for help because its children were dying, and with the group's permission, we came to help. First, however, I must apologize for not giving clearer directions in finding us, but I'm sure you all understand. Cicade then stands from his seat, the Eorok native growing increasingly intense with every spoken word. Now, on to what truly matters. I met with Skychaser's father while his tribe was fighting against those tainted by the Mother below and created an alliance. For months, Abraham, Bonfire, Virgil, and I helped them fight, earning dozens of wounds and some growth for each of us. Slowly, however, more and more of the Sky Tribe died, leaving us with fewer warriors every day. The man looks to the only two Bado at the table right now, Skychaser and Sky Swain, before continuing. Eventually, we were forced to run from Sky Spire, running and hiding within Blight Spire. At first, we thought Blight Tribe would still be alive and kicking at the top of the spire, battling the invaders, but we were wrong. Virgil went up a day ago, his prowess in stealth making the trip peaceful for him, and the man found no signs of Blight Tribe, unlike a month ago. Cicade pauses momentarily, his eyes meeting Virgil's as he prompts the man to speak. Virgil does so after clearing his throat. Thousands of dead Bado are on the surface of the Great Blight Spire, and Nahalo surround the entirety of the spire. From listening in on the Northerners' conversations, I learned what happened. The Sentinels and the councilmen that came with them blocked Blightraven from saving his people, forcing them to fight without their greatest champion from internal and external threats. As a result, All that remains of the Battle, the untainted at least, are those in this cavern and the pillar who still fights above, of which Blightraven hides within a nearby spire, while the Nahullo endeavor to force him out of his cave. Virgil's declaration of the Battle's situation causes gasps around the table and tears to fall from Skyswain's eyes. However, the strongest Battle here, the current leader now that he's back, Skychaser, only closes his eyes with a deep breath. Sakate returns to his speech when Virgil finishes, his demeanor changing completely from gravity to solemnness. And so, I ask all of you, as a man of the forests, of the dunes, of the swamps, and of the spires, for I have lived in many territories and met many, for help. I cannot stand by and watch a race of people be wiped out, not because it threatens our safety, but because it hurts my soul. Above, a lone raven fights for a people that, to him, no longer exist. The Iraq native looks at each and every one of us before asking his question. Will you help me? Help me save these people? I know I ask much of each of you, perhaps even your lives, but I can feel it. Should these people survive, it will be a boon to us all. Nature dictates this to me. We could leave. It would be simple. It would be easy, at least compared to if we try and save that bird above. He pauses once more, Sakate looking below himself to some unknown destination. But when have we ever taken the easy route? And I promise, should a life be needed for these people to live, I will offer mine first. I, and Johnny, ask nothing of you that we would not do ourselves. So, please, save that lone raven with me and pull him from his cage. 196. Unexpected progress. The room goes quiet, Sakate's eyes dancing over each of us, skipping the two Batto in the room in his plea for help. Skychaser and Skyswain also stare at us in their plea, the former looking at me intensely. I am slightly uncomfortable with the Birdman staring at me instead of Johnny, our leader. Why is he looking at me? Faces turn all around to gauge each other's reactions. Still, Skychaser just concentrates on me, his piercing eyes unmoving and determined. Awkwardly, I wave a finger at him, the Birdman sitting across from me. Is there a problem? The Batto shakes his head as everyone's attention turns to us too. Skychaser then speaks up, his fixation still not departing me. No, there is no problem, young man. There is only one we must convince. The graves. Almost a dozen gasps ring along the table as everyone here takes in his meaning, most filled with surprise or disbelief. But I'm only filled with frustration and anger. My family is something to be kept secret for my safety and others. To know puts a target on your back from some of my father's enemies, and for me to be widely known would put an even more major one on mine. Only Johnny knows the whole truth, Virgil and Sakate some, and Alexos a bit. Oh, and Primrose too, I guess. Some others might have ideas or thoughts about my heritage, like Abraham, who caught Sakate negotiating for my life against Alexos. Though, Abraham was oozing far too much blood to actually pay much attention. Of course, Darkstep also knows, but she's never leaked the information for some reason. If she had, from what Johnny has told me about my father and all that I've learned from him, I'd be in deep shit. Johnny and I have tried to keep those who know at a minimum. Still, I realize this has all fallen apart as Skychaser breaks the promise he gave Johnny regarding my identity. Blake is the first to react, her realizing eyes going wide as she meets mine. A few people stand up from what's happening, all turning to me, but Virgil shifts closer as I stare at Skychaser in anger. The Darkstalker, or I suppose it's something else now, is unwilling to let my identity get leaked just like that. If chaos breaks, I at least know I have him at my back. Silas' brow raises as the undead leans in. Skyswain gets up from her rock in shock as Skychaser pushes her back down. Abraham spits out the water he was drinking all over the ramshackle table, the man choking during his first break-in days. Frank and the remaining Sister of Silence repeatedly look back and forth in surprise from Johnny to me. I can feel the tense situation rise as confusion and betrayal flow through me. Why would Skychaser just blurt it out? What was the point of this? How dare he? I can't believe he would just do that. Does he not know the consequences? What if it gets out? Do we want another enemy like Hura? The more people who know, the riskier it is. Fury boils through me at the thought of yet another threat when we are already swamped in danger that will likely end us all. Angrily, I slam my hand on the table and stand, wanting to make Skychaser pay. The Baddo's eyes widen at my anger, but I don't stop. Beside me, Virgil half unsheathes his claymore and cocks his colt, the man willing to fight for me on a dime. Still, Bonfire, the only one relaxed at this current juncture, speaks out before anything happens. It all makes sense now. Okay, so what's next? Attention flickers to the goofy pyro as he waves his arms into the air. The tension in the air hangs taut for a brief moment. Then, Bonfire cuts it with his fiery words pointed at each person. What's the big deal? Why are you so angry, Wyatt? Why are you all so shocked? We all knew there was something wrong with the kid. Him being a Graves is a best case. I go to refute him, wanting to say how important it is to keep who I am a secret, but Johnny cuts me off. He's right, Wyatt. Too long have we kept it a secret. At this point, it doesn't matter anymore. Territories are falling, and pillars are crashing. Your father's enemies will likely be occupied in the coming months, either from within or without. Everyone, meet Wyatt. Wyatt Graves, son of the Undying and grandson of the Indomitable. I sputter angrily, still trying to reason everything, but Virgil pushes me back to my seat. The older hunter whispers to me as he does so. Relax, Wyatt. Deal with it later. We need to focus right now. Shaking my head in frustration, I let it slide, my mind struggling to fathom why Skychaser would say such a thing out loud to the whole group. Why would he blatantly reveal my identity? There is simply no reason to. Does he not know the consequences? That has to be it. The Baddo are most excluded from human affairs, right? He must not know how many enemies a Graves has even if he knows our infamy. But why would Johnny side with him? Is it just to keep the peace? No, he's not that insensitive, right? He must think this is the best course of action. I don't want just to let this slide, though. Skychaser should know better. He was trusted with the secret yet broke that trust. Sakate, now that everyone is quiet once more, turns to Skychaser. I understand what you were trying to say, but, young man, you do not know the consequences of your actions. A whirlwind brews, and you add fire to the storm. But enough of this. A father does not determine the man. The struggles of a boy do, and none have struggled more than Wyatt. No matter what you might think of his family, put it aside. So, let's focus on the coming tide. Okay? Everyone at the table nods along with Sakate, even if most are still sneaking glances at me. The Era continues, his plan for us finally coming out after the brief chaos. I hope you all agree with my plans. If you do not, speak out at any time. No one will think ill of you, of that, I promise. For we will save a pillar from the clutches of the Nahullo councilman. Even louder shouts of disbelief come out this time along the table, one coming from me too. What? The mere notion of standing against councilmen, each a seventh sigil in their own right, stands as an act of wooing the pale lady's hand. I glance back and forth at the whole group at the table, each sharing my disbelief as well, including Skychaser and Sky Swain, the two who want this the most. Johnny, however, calms the group, the gunfighter raising his hands and snapping loudly to draw our attention. I have discussed this all with Sakate since we got here, and I agree. The Baddo needs saving, and they will be irreplaceable allies, especially if we can save Blightraven. A seventh sigil to help lead and protect us will keep us alive. Pillars are called pillars because that is what they are. The presence of an angel is something all can rely on in times of strife. His words still don't convince me. First, my mind darts to the fight with Ura, where a sixth sigil kicked our asses and killed many. Then, it flickers to the battle between Birdie and that seventh sigil demon. And finally, it flashes to Iva, the monster in human skin who killed said demon with zero effort. No way am I fighting an angel. No way in fucking hell. We'll all die if we do. And Johnny picks up on this as the atmosphere of the entire tent falls. Now, I'm not asking you all to fight councilmen. I'm asking you all to help fend off sentinels and the other Nahullo that may be on our way to Blightraven. Then, all we need to do is escape with him, or more precisely, allow him to escape with us. The Motherbound, as much as I hate to admit it, will be taken care of by the Nahullo and their sentinels. I squint my eyes at him. This still doesn't seem like an effective plan. Where are the details? Who is actually going to save Blightraven? Silas is the one who asks the question all of us are thinking, the undead's gray lips doubting Johnny. And so, who will be the ones to save this man? Then, you? Sakate? 2 6 sigils? That's asking for death. I heard that there were 3 councilmen. All of us in this room would likely die to one. Maybe, just maybe, you and I would survive. I nod along with Silas' question. With Bertie's help, the two got their asses kicked by a single 7th sigil. Where is all this confidence coming from? Johnny smiles at Silas as his eyes flicker to Virgil, our resident damned. You see, it would not just be Cicade or me. At this moment, the camp of the Nahullo is being overrun with thousands of plagued Bato. According to Virgil, these Bato are crazed and attack anything they see. Some of them are helping Blightraven fight as the man tries to escape, even if it's likely a coincidence. The council members are tired from constant battle and are distracted from keeping their men alive. Plus, with all the Bato still in this spire, when we leave, they will follow, adding more fuel to the fire. The gunfighter then turns and looks right at me, his eyes shimmering with flakes of gold. Surely, Wyatt, you'd love to join such a chaotic fight. Imagine it. Plagued against Nahullo, Nahullo against man, and man against monster. And that's not all. I'm feeling confident lately, as if I'm approaching something. All that remains for me to advance is proof. And if I'm to prove myself, it won't be in some dusty corridor or cave. It will be with my gun in hand. Murmurs trickle in at the idea of Johnny, our Johnny, becoming an angel. Pride blooms in me at the thought. I mean, he has all the requirements of one, right? The grit, the drive, and he even has an absolution already. I can't wait to see what his eyes become when he takes the leap. Perhaps there is a chance in this plan. But, of course, with Motherbound and Plagued distracting the sentinels and councilmen, we would have far less pressure to contend with. But Johnny doesn't stop there. He keeps talking, furthering the idea, and beating it into shape. Virgil saw multiple 6th sigiled Bato fighting the Nahullo on the surface. Even manipulators were not all that uncommon, with a few being spotted. The rescue mission will be chaotic, one that only the strongest should attempt to come with. Should someone be lost in a horde of plagued, we can only leave you behind. But with all the plagued, at most, Cicate believes we will have to fight 2 councilmen, of which Blightraven can handle one. I will handle the other. There is a twinge of hesitation in Johnny's voice at the very end of his explanation, one that I think only I catch. He must be unconfident in fighting the angel one-on-one, even if he believes he can advance. Or, perhaps, it isn't his plan to win. My eyes trail the gunfighter as he keeps speaking, my mind flickering back to one of our long talks. Johnny once said he'd give up the leadership if he found someone better to lead. That, even if I cannot understand, the man would make the sacrificial play if needed. A far nobler man than I think I could hope to be. Something deep down tells me the situation is off. Can Johnny really fend off a 7th sigil, even with his eyes? Even on the verge of advancement? I hope so. I have to. Because if he can't, what will I do? Watch another mentor fall? Even if I hate to admit it, that is what Johnny is to me, a mentor. Admittedly, he is not quite as foundational as Edmund, but that doesn't mean he's any less critical. All this means is that I'll just have to keep him alive. I don't want to fight a councilman, but I will do it if it means I can help Johnny live and that we gain an angel of our own. And what that means is that I need to get stronger. For example, I could perfect a new form of adrenaline surge, learn a new skill, improve my current ones, or improve my ether saturation. The first one will be the most significant bump in power, and the last 2 will be done simultaneously with the first. With a mind set on training, I stand up and wave at Johnny as he explains his plan. I'm in. Just tell me about it later. Going to go train. The gunfighter nods at me with a smile, the man obviously approving of my actions. Of all of the people here, Blake, Lennox, and I can improve the most from training our ether because of our recent advancements. Lennox and I, primarily due to how little time we've had ether compared to the rest. The fewer steps taken up the mountain, the easier they are to take. For the steepness builds, I hear Johnny's plans slowly fade as I walk away toward a rock wall on the far end of the cavern, ether already flowing through my body. Every other time I've made headway with my ether, it's been under duress. How about I create some manually? Risky, but that is life. I have little time, based on what I heard earlier. The attacks from the Plagued and Motherbound are overwhelming right now, but more councilmen are likely to be sent if things keep up. So, how do I create stress? Then, hurt myself? No, that's just dumb. There are other kinds of stress, like the anger I feel at Skychaser. I want to punch him for revealing my secret. My secret. Stop it. Fuck. I need to somehow focus on this. Okay. So, I need to create steam strand ether. Basically, it is to increase the density of my ether until it turns into a gaseous form. But how do I do that? I tried doing something similar with steel and braided before, just pressing it down with my will and twisting, but neither worked. Wait, I need wisdom, and there is someone I've been neglecting lately. Sitting down on a rock, still having ether flow through me as it never hurts to practice. I pull out the first book, and I flip through the pages, searching for one on steam strand, hoping the man wrote something about ether manipulation here instead of just the vague concepts. And after just a few minutes of flipping through the relatively short book, I find a passage on ether manipulation. I skim past it to see what I need. Single strand, mini strand, braided straw, steel street, steam st. Oh, I found it. Steam strand, the first of the transmogrifications of ether, with the colossal plasma and the epitome solid that come thereafter. For one to condense ether from liquid to gaseous, it is different than any other step along one's path with ether to this point. This is not only because it marks the halfway landmark up the mountain, but also because ether density relies entirely on the outside pressure one feels. Merely wanting to do it is not enough for most. Some are skilled enough to create faux pressure with their minds, allowing them to develop gaseous ether whenever they wish, but this is only for the best. As always, those who want to learn how to do it for the first time seek guidance under the burning candle. One can reach their pinnacle only with fire on both ends, evaporating weakness. My mind comes from the book full of surprises. I wasn't all that far off with stress. It turns out it's outside stress or pressure, like the threat of death or danger. I wonder how some can fake that tension. Johnny is likely one of them, though, as I've seen him use it to shoot his bullets with more power. However, an idea comes to mind as I glance at the silvery tattoo that runs along my forearm. Perhaps. No, I shouldn't. But Abraham and Heath are here in case something goes wrong. The bloody palm has been mellower than usual, more willing to help. Maybe it's over the grudge? Or possibly it's just from it realizing that we are trapped together after that motherbound tried to take our minds. No matter the case, the best way for me to undergo stress is for the bloody palm to act up. So, I look down at the palm and delve into it with insight, searching for a thought to use to build up my pressure. And almost instantly, I do. A thought of a haze of blood-stained, swarthy, swarming insects comes to mind, and with insight, I grasp the unreal. The insects fly around me, some taking small bites, eliciting short groans in pain, while others flee into my ears, nose, and mouth. Well, fuck. I wasn't expecting this, but, at least, it certainly is pressure. I try to focus as the feeling of grinding insects burrowing into my body nails their way through me. It's incredibly uncomfortable and makes me want to tear out my flesh. But amidst that haze of swarming insects, I rapidly feel the ether in my body condensing and gaining weight as the insects, too, concentrate within my flesh, the imagined beings somehow defying reality. As they do so, despite the painful and disgustingly uncomfortable sensations, I push forward, using my other free figment of insight to delve into the bloody palm again, finding yet another depraved fragment of thought. This one is of lamenting disease, billions of tiny, imperceptible creatures invading my body and breaking it from within. It feels like I'm being eaten from the inside despite not actually doing any damage to my innards. And clenching my teeth so tight I think they will crack, I push forward with my ether. I prod my ether throughout my whole body to try and activate adrenaline surge. All the while, I twist, pressurize, and force out as much ether as possible, the veins on my head popping out as I do so. But after a few moments, I feel something different about my ether. A portion of it quickens and turns a dozen times silkier as my body grows lighter. But along with that lightness, I can feel that the things I used to create this gaseous ether also grow in density and power. With open eyes, I see a swarm of insects come out of my nose with every breath, just as a barely visible aura of red surrounds me. The insects bite and erode the rock beside me while the red atmosphere hovers ominously. What the hell did I just do? 197. Getting ready. I twist my wrist to look at the bloody palm as a feeling in my chest makes me cough, and more flies come from my lungs just as I can feel a fever burn in my mind. The sensation and the situation alone make me pause in my ether, the shock overwhelming the awe. As my ether slows and I force the things born of my madness to disappear, I stare at my hand, unable to understand what happened. My fever fades simultaneously as the feeling of something within my lungs and skin vanishes. What the fuck? I thought I couldn't make living things with madness. Or were those flies not alive? Are bacteria not living either? So what? Is it that just mine aren't? I'm so confused. Is this what happens when I let madness fly and do whatever comes to mind? When I take inspiration from the bloody palm, can things like that happen with any skill? Maybe, but I could use steam strand, even if only for a few moments. The pressure of the imagined condensing my ether. That isn't all that happened, though. The imagined things had a natural, authentic effect. The insects were burrowing into the stone beside me, for I can still see the bits and pieces that looked like acid ate through it. The bacteria began making me sick, as I could feel the fever blossoming within my skull. What the fuck is this skill? What I wanted to happen did, but far different than I expected. So differently that I can't even remember what the enhanced form of adrenaline surge did. It was physical. That is all I know, even if it's obvious. I trail the silvery tattoo of a burning fire on my arm made of madness imagination as I flare with a desire to test it more, find its limit, if it even has one. Before, I kept it to objects and never went further than that. But the applications are so limitless. If this imagined effect can aid in condensing ether, allowing me to do it far before I should, what else can it do? I don't know, but there is only one way to find out. That is to use it more. The only downside is the ether required. Each thing imagined from madness burning a trail through my body of ether that takes a while to recover from. Actually, that's not entirely true. There is a second downside. The imagined things have to come from other minds, not my own. But I do always have another mind with me, don't I? A smile creeps onto my face as I peer deeply into the bloody palm, insight telling me the thoughts of the artifact, the demented and fragmented mind within. Perhaps it has a use after all. Even if it won't ally with me, it doesn't have to for me to use its thoughts, emotions, and being. Ether swirls in my pupil as insight forces its way into the being of the bloody palm, another demented thought reaching my mind. At the same time, I make my ether move in my body, twisting, condensing, and focusing on using the new form of adrenaline surge once more. But just as one can never understand the bloody palm, one can never predict it either. The thought that blooms into a bloody, flesh-starved thing within reality from my imagination is one of an opening palm, the flesh contorting into a disgusting flower with all the sick twirls and lines of a rose. I watch with wide eyes and a thunderous heart as my hand, or I guess the bloody palm, opens up, the skeleton revealing from within as a shard of bone comes out, similar to the spike of a pickaxe. And just as the first time I used madness long ago, a phrase comes to my mind as if from the void. I know it is from a being that is neither the bloody palm nor I. Every syllable shakes me to the core. From the flesh, eminence buds as the luminaries above begin to tilt. What the fuck? A slight headache emerges from ether that rapidly burgeons to a major one from just madness, pure absurdity, and depravity. Where do these phrases come from? Are they from the bloody palm? I have no clue, but it fills me with a sense of unease. But despite how much this development bothers me, an odd fascination lingers. I'm unsure if this is because of what Aniwai said about fragments being left in my mind to grow, but I want to try this out. I want to use it more. She might have warned me about the thread in my mind, but she also said something else, that greatness requires madness, or something along those lines. So, I take my hand and the spike of bone from the center of my palm and slowly bring it to the stone rock beside me. The two touch with a muted tap, two hard surfaces meeting, but contrary to what I expected, I feel no pain. The flesh that blossomed outward to allow the bone to come out lacks any sense of discomfort. Instead, my curiosity only rises. The bone spike appears sharp and durable. Can I? I press the palm down onto the rock beside me with some pressure that I gradually increase over a few seconds, culminating in the tip of the bone's spike, piercing the rock. A small chuckle leaves my mouth as I realize something. It'll be different every time I use madness on the bloody palm. But that doesn't mean it'll be weak. No, it's the opposite. The artifact pangs of hunger for blood, for life, and for survival. We have an accord on one thing, and one thing only. We are free. None can control our minds. And it is that reason that its thoughts are all so dangerous, so demented, so bizarre. Of course, other uses of madness from other people will vary. Still, I have a hard time imagining that anyone can rival the Bloody Palm's hunger for survival, and that hunger will directly translate to combat utility. I look inward to see that Maya's ether condensed a bit further, but it hasn't taken that transmogrification, as the first put it, to the gaseous form. So, I use madness again, pushing enough ether into my eyes for the skill I know I'll have to be done after this. I can't propel myself to the brink when I don't know when or who we will fight. This time, the thought from the Bloody Palm is a bit more interesting. It is of blood leaking from the mouth of a dead body, the liquid slow and serpentine as it drips to the ground, splashing loudly upon a stone floor. The imagined is brought into reality as blood drips from my mouth, the liquid coming into existence right upon my lips, and from my lips, it leaks and falls onto the rock below, splashing noisily. Confused, I can only peer toward it as the sanguine liquid twists and turns in a tiny blot before seemingly gaining sentience. Then, finally, it beelines straight for my hand, still stabbed into the rock, as the lines of blood trail up my arm and dye my fingers red. I bring my hand back just as I feel the ether inside my body reach a boiling point, the bloody fingers beginning to tingle as the redness spreads around my palm. What surprises me the most, however, is that wherever the red dye goes, all the scratches and cuts from recently fade, the feeble marks that the Bloody Palm felt unneeded to heal disappearing. No phrase comes this time. However, a stillness runs through my body as I feel a muted strength, one that makes my whole body feel light and as quick as a bird. Fill my body. I'm still more focused on madness. It's difficult to bother with anything else when something occurs every time I use this skill. My testing upon the road was far less attractive, the simple objects nowhere near as useful as these enhancements to myself. So, it can go from healing me to giving me a weapon made of bone. Is it just luck? Or can I try to filter the thoughts? You've got some freaky ideas in there. So useful, though, I can't lie. A voice comes from behind after I speak to the Bloody Palm that startles me. Trying to hide the bone spike from my palm, I twist around. What are you doing, Wyatt? It's been hours. I twist only to meet Blake waving at me with urgency. Relief floods as she also has some odd skills. Certainly, she won't judge me for something as insane as madness. But just to be safe, I stop the flow of ether through my whole body as I reply to her, confused by her use of the word hours. What do you mean hours? I've only been practicing my ether for a little bit. She shakes her head just as I feel the spike's weight in my palm vanish, the flesh wrenching back into place. Good to know that any effects of madness will return to normal after it ends. It does suck that I can only have 3 of these thoughts active at a time. Maybe if I reach the 7th sigil with a second metamorphosed sigil, I will have another 3 slots. I don't have time to ponder this, however, as Blake's coming words force me to attention. No, you've been here for hours, and we can't wait any longer. Virgil left ahead of us, flickering through a stone wall to head to the surface to wait for us. We need to go now, right now. Sakate senses something coming, something powerful enough to see through Abraham's illusions. My eyes flicker to the rock and then to my hand. It's been hours? How? I could swear it's only been a few minutes. Wait a second. Did I get so immersed in ether that I lost all sense of time? Is that even possible? I shake off the curious happening and focus on Blake, asking her a question as I stand up and walk to her. Okay, I'm ready. Always am. You know that. Are you coming with? She nods just as I expect, but the woman is still unlike any I've ever met. She is timid, exceptionally so, and almost incapable of talking to those she doesn't know. Yet, at the same time, she's willing to stare down anything, and the ghosts that follow her do the same. Yes, it will be I, you, Bonfire, Johnny, Sakate, Skychaser, and Abraham who go above ground to meet Virgil. Johnny said only the strongest can come as the threat of death is so great, and I'd barely make the cut. Silas wanted to go too, but he was too low on gold. So, instead, he will help everyone else escape toward the edge of Stark Bluffs, while we distract the Nahullo with the rescue. Blake's voice hitches a bit when she says she barely makes the cut. The idea of her being too weak to help is obviously too much for her to bear. So as I walk past her to go to the camp and find Johnny, I pat her on the back. I know what it's like to be too weak, so that's why I push myself so much all the time. So what happened to Edmund? What happened to Lonnie? What happened to Leonard? What happened to far too many? Never happens again. It's okay if you're not strong enough, Blake, but don't push yourself too far. Everyone else is far more experienced than the two of us. I only make the cut to help because of who I am. Everyone thinks I'm too hard to kill to leave out. As I walk, she bursts out in a retort, her voice defensive for me. She even goes so far as to tug on my arm. That's not true. You're plenty strong. It's not just because of your family. Even if it's pretty wild you're a Graves. I go quiet at her mentioning my last name, my mind thinking back to Skychaser. Blake slows a bit down, however, at my silence. I'm sorry. I know you don't like to talk about it. Realizing that I came off as angry at her, I attempt to rectify the situation. No, that's not it. I'm just not used to it. I've been told again and again to keep it a secret, and I've done so. Having it come out so abruptly is, well, unexpected. Blake bobs her head at me. Oh, okay. Well, I think it's pretty cool that you're Killian's son. The man is one of those people so infamous that no one expects to ever even meet them. Kind of like Richard Lang, the blinded man. No one ever expects to meet the strongest outlaw or anyone he had with him during the Great Heist. I laugh as she compares meeting me to meeting some of the most wanted people alive. Unfortunately, though, I'm pretty sure that everyone in the Heist of the Prime's archives died to the old man except for Richard. Even the other two hindrances, Olivia Cullen and Ray Tolve, outlaws equal in power to pillars, do all they can to stay away from Richard. So that comparison just doesn't bode well for me. I don't bring that up to her, though. Instead, I just agree and nod along with her. I rarely get to talk to her openly like this. Typically, she's stuck in a book, so I just take the compliment. At least, I think that she meant it as a compliment. Thanks. We should get moving, though, right? You said we were in a hurry. Blake's face scrunches up as she realizes we are wasting time, and she shouts as she rushes forward. Yeah, let's go. Laughing, I follow her toward the cavern's entrance, where, from here, I can see Abraham's bright pale hair amongst a group of people. As we walk up to the group, I realize it is all the people who are coming. Each is geared for war. Tired as he is, Abraham has his hands in his pockets with a blade on his hip. Sacate's body is lined with knives, derringers, and hammers, each capable of being pulled at any point to fight with. Johnny is checking each of the 10 bandoliers of bullets he got from someone. There must have been extra ammo, and it was all funneled to the gunfighter. Johnny tosses Death's lantern to me as I gaze at everyone else in their preparations. I barely move my attention from Bonfire playing with flames and Skychaser sharpening his claws to catch the thing. Get your heart back. There is a chance this thing gets stolen or taken in the fervor that is about to come. Best if we don't have to worry about it. Pass it to Blake after you're done. I nod at him and do as he says. Then, pushing ether into the lantern, I connect with it and pull out my heart that has been stored inside. I feel a tightness in my chest for a few seconds, like when I step through the gate of death, but it quickly fades. Then, I pull up my shirt to see that my heart has returned, the white light similar to the eyes of those blessed by the gift of undeath gone. In its place is a small, almost imperceptible scar of a cross. No, of a four-sided river, for the sides are curvy and river-like. The cardinal. Odd. I wonder why that appears after you remove Death's lantern's effect. Aren't heirlooms like this from demons? Demons that come from before the underworld was even invaded? So how come the cardinal, a river that originates in the underworld, has ties to an heirloom? While pondering this, the lantern is taken from me by Blake, who is trying to hurry. I look up from my daze to see everyone watching me, the whole group staring at me. Bonfire lights a spark on his finger as he opens his mouth. You ready, Wyatt? I ain't see you do nothing but walk away during our meeting and stare into space. Feeling a bit embarrassed, I nod. Then, I sheepishly ask for some help. Yeah, I'm good to go. Could use some extra shotgun shells, though, if anyone can spare any. Abraham chuckles as the man with darker circles under his eyes than the night sky tosses me a small satchel. I catch it and open it by unbuttoning the top. Inside is at least 20 shells. Thank you so much. The illusionist just shrugs. Don't mention it. Just remember it the next time you see me sleeping. Wake me up. Confused but still willing to do as he asks, I nod. Then, I start to fill intervention with the shells, feeling significantly more confident with my Colt's ammo replenished. But out of nowhere, I get slapped on the top of my head, Johnny cursing out Abraham. Shut up, Abraham. Don't listen to him, Wyatt. Then, Johnny steps toward the only entrance and exit to the cavern before turning to me again. Everyone else ready for the mayhem to come. The other group, the ones that aren't going to help save Blighthaven, are behind us a little bit. The few dozen also prepared to fight. They might be weaker than us, but that doesn't mean they are useless. Just that in the coming chaos, we don't want to lose them. Virgil stepped through a rock wall on the other side of this cavern, the tunnel beyond leading right to the surface. I need you to blow it open. When we get to the surface, our groups will split. Smiling, I nod and step up. He asks me to punch a wall, and I only have one thing to ask. Which wall? 198, Rocky Mania. I step toward the rock wall, the silence in the open cavern discomforting. My head shifts over to Cicate, who has the best senses, both paranormal and physical. He nods to me as Dakota shimmies past the group. We need to hurry. Motherbound are likely listening to us right now and finding the best way to us. Abraham can only deter them so far. Please hurry. Waving my head in acknowledgement, I kneel to face Dakota, the once small fox no longer small anymore. He's whining, likely because I was about to leave without him, which is for the best. He should stay with Virgil's siblings and Esther to help keep them safe, along with Frank and Serval, the last sister of Silence. Sorry, buddy, not this time. Okay, I'll meet up with you soon, so you just keep Esther safe. Okay. The fox, far too intelligent compared to almost every other beast I've ever met, hangs his head low. I ruffle the fur on his neck, the softness a surprise as always. Dakota then steps away with a low grumble and taps his paws toward Esther, who Aaron holds up. Good. He'll keep them safe. Frank and Serval have a whole group to protect. Even with Silas' help, I worry if it will be enough. But Dakota gives me that little nudge to make me believe it will all be fine on that end. The fox is resilient, and one has to be if they follow me almost everywhere I go. Even Johnny sometimes wonders what's up with Dakota and how he can keep up so well. I think it's because he's so young. For the younger one is, the more malleable the soul, the faster they adapt and grow with their sigils. It's a reason why humans are so unfortunate, as our bodies can rarely handle ether before adulthood, while beasts can do it from a very early age. I shake away the thoughts of Dakota and human existence as my gaze hardens on the stone before me. And when presented an opportunity to test out my new skills, the two that I just now named Breakneck and Madness, I take it. Ether swirls through my body as I take a deep gasp of ether, focusing my mind on condensing the ether within me. But Struggler's gasp is not enough to turn my ether from liquid to gaseous on its lonesome. The internal environment is not stressed enough to do so. So, I take it a step further and propel my mind into the reaches of the bloody palm with insight, reaching for a thought to be imagined with madness. A grisly idea enters my mind. One of a man starving to death with the skin tightening so far that bones rip through the flesh. And with the focus of insight, the situation becomes a reality, but only for my hand. Bone peeks out from each of my fingers as my hands shrivel. However, the feeling is unlike what I expect, even if it's unpleasant. I feel a pulsating strength from the bones sticking out that desires violence. I don't push that thought away, but instead embrace it as I clench my fist. The ether within also seems to finally condense with my compact concentration, the combination of Struggler's gasp and a madness standing enough to transmogrify the substance. I feel a lightness fill my body, not one that physically makes me lighter, but one that makes me so much more robust and quicker that I think I've lost half my weight. So now, with only one use of madness distracting me, as the silver tattoo on my arm has no adverse or odd effects, I can finally pay close attention to Breakneck. And oh my, is it beautiful? Before, I merely moved the gaseous ether by instinct, having it fly through my body like when it was liquid. But I changed that as I noticed simply how smooth it is. I can barely describe how it streams through my body. Liquid ether slides along the body's internals, producing waste and making it harder for the body to withstand it as the friction of the moving substance breaks the body down. But that issue is greatly alleviated with gaseous ether, for little ether touches the internals and moves through the paths of the body. The simplest way to describe the difference is by comparing an unsharpened and a sharpened blade. The liquid ether's dull edge struggles to pass through the material as it contacts much more of the target than the honed with touches far less of the target when slicing. Tighter, my fist clenches as I feel my physical power elevate with breakneck. So much so that the bone peeking out from the tips of my fingers stabs into my flesh. Sucking in a harsh breath, I prepare to break the wall. Virgil has it easy with flicker. He can just stride directly through whatever he wants. Such a valuable skill. I would say I wish that I had it, but I'm not clever enough to take advantage of it. Something like Struggler's Gasp is much better for me. And with that skill, I force the ether from my lungs that I have not yet moved to increase the internal pressure toward my hand. Then, as I prepare an explosion to blow through this wall for all of us, I take a step forward and ready my strike. My hand opens up directly before I strike the wall, the bony fingers of my madness-infused bloody palm stabbing straight into the rock wall. Shards of stone fly everywhere from the impact, but it's not broken through. My fingers, more bone than flesh, only made it half a foot into the wall, stopping at my wrist. But I'm not done yet. So with a grunt, I propel the ether from Struggler's Gasp out of my hand forward, instead of all around like last time, as the wall crumbles with a deafening roar. But because of how I did it, the wall shatters forward instead of everywhere, effectively keeping most of the debris off me. Stepping back, I let Frank step forward as his great frame pushes aside the rock that has not all fallen out of the way. He opens the path for us to step through as a group, the floor still covered in shattered rock with dangerous points. Johnny gives me a weird look as the man is probably the only one who noticed the oddness on my fingers. And as I want to make sure Johnny knows I'm fine, I release the cluster of ether that is madness on my fingers and show my hands to him. His eyes roam over my now regular fingers, the bone sheathed within the flesh. The gunfighter nods before pulling me with him through the open tunnel. Careful with the things you toy with. Body modification is risky, and few are capable of returning to the way they were. Though, I suppose your father is a master of it. Just keep it in mind, okay? The worry on his face is obvious, so I take the warning seriously with a sincere nod and a thank you. He's never mentioned this before, but I always kept this madness from insight to physical objects, not letting them affect my flesh. That is except for the tattoo now on my arm. But we both know that's for the best, as the bloody palm can no longer bother me with it active. It truly is a blessing that madness only takes ether to activate. The imagined don't require sustenance once made. It's basically like a more physical form of daydream. But wait, is that what it is? It must be. All the skills from the varieties of philosopher seem to relate and build upon each other in more and more complex ways. Is that just how sigils built upon the same base act? Few people I meet have only one base sigil as I do. Almost everyone combines theirs, either because it's simpler to do so or because it's the best option given to them. The closest person to me in that regard is Earl with his 2 gamblers. I wonder if he's advanced since the last time I met him. He had to have, right? It's been months. I struggle to fathom that he and Elizabeth haven't grown since then. I just hope that they are doing okay. I jolt the worries from my mind as I can't do anything to help them right now. After all, they could be anywhere from the Timberlands to Onyx Gate in their search for Icarus. So I continue to step through the tunnel that leads to the surface. Johnny and I are in the rear of the group, both of us listening for the coming plagued and motherbound from behind. He's here to shoot any who come, his replenished ammo enough to hold off hundreds at a time. And I'm here to collapse the tunnel once we reach the top. Bonfire offered to take Johnny's job, but the pyro will be more needed when the hordes are enormous, his flames capable of spreading far beyond what Johnny's single bullets can accomplish. And after just a few minutes of sprinting toward the surface, the tunnel twisting us all upward rapidly, the noisy clawing and screeching of our pursuers reach the 2 of us at the back. I meet the gunfighter's eyes as he twists his shoulder and aims his Colt backward. The man barely even picks a target before he starts firing, the rumble of rounds only stopping when he takes a short second to refill his chamber. The Colt he has, stolen from some foe in Since Creek, allows him to bounce bullets and deftly control the rebound, the previous owner having some use for such a thing. So, each trigger pull creates several pings off the rocks behind us as many plague die. I even spot a few butchered dreadmarked and tungers, each having 4th or 5th sigils. Johnny's combat strength soars once reunited with occult and ammunition, quickly reaching the pinnacle of our group. Dozens of our pursuers fall, and their fallen bodies barricade their allies, giving us more time to run. Thankfully, this tunnel Virgil found during his scouting goes almost straight to the surface with few offshoots, and turns to reach the top. So, with this simple path and a gunfire at our back, we all haul ass to the surface as fast as possible. Those at the front with ether help those without to move more quickly as a group, keeping pace above those inhuman creatures behind us. Sweat pours from my face as I sprint upward, saving most of my ether for later. I push forward only with breakneck, the same instance from earlier, reusing the gaseous ether as long as possible. It's slowly running out as the ether diffuses into my body, but the gaseous ether lasts much longer than liquid with the lower friction. I push onward, bullets constantly ringing from Johnny's Colt beside me for almost a half hour. But eventually, I see sunshine up ahead after a few quick turns, our pursuers still hot on our tails. The light invigorates everyone in the group, pulling us forward with renewed momentum. My feet reach the top, a hole in the colossal natural construct of stone that is Blight's Spire, the largest of all the Bado tribe's homes. The now split groups frantically clamber down the half-dozen feet to the ground. Johnny finishes unloading a full cylinder of rounds at the approaching horde in the tunnel as he turns to me, plagued Bado crawling and falling over each other as they rush forward. "Collapse it, please." I nod at him and quickly do so, reigniting my ether like last time, latching onto a thought from the bloody palm with madness, this one of the lower half of someone freezing off from a blizzard. My legs grow cold as I feel them gain a sort of stiffness in my lower half. Looking down, I see that my skin has gone gray, ice flakes falling off them. But, trusting the skill as it's only served to enhance me so far, I combine it with a struggler's gasp to pressurize my ether far enough for breakneck. Then, I release the ether with an explosion out of my leg after I kick at the tunnel entrance. As before, I wait to detonate the ether until my limb is inside the stone so it crumbles away from me. Then, as it all breaks apart, rock shattering and filling the tunnel, I jump toward the group, landing with a bit of a stumble due to the weakness from using struggler's gasp. Thankfully, though, the current madness is enhancing the strength of my legs, so much so that explosion only left a dull throb in my right leg compared to when it blew off my right arm long ago. At the same time, though, I'm much better at ether and have more strength within me, but the difference is still notable. A grin comes upon my face at the progress. Perhaps I'm not that far away from being able to survive bullets? Maybe then I could beat Johnny. Once on the rocky floor of Stark Bluffs with sharp stone digging at my feet, I look around at our now split groups. Johnny, Sakate, Blake, Bonfire, Abraham, and Skychaser all gather together as the other group heads straight south, making a beeline for Edmund's Vault, our meeting point after this. Though, we can also meet anywhere along the path should we find each other. It's unfortunate that we keep getting split, but if we can gain an angel like Blightraven on our side, it's certainly worth it. So as we split, I wave goodbye to Esther, Virgil's family, Dakota, and the other Bado like Sky Swain. Bonfire does something similar by high-fiving a few of his small squad, Clumsy giving the pyro a friendly headbutt. Then, the remaining people, including me, turn our attention to Johnny as the morning sun meets the nearby clawing of the plagued just beyond the collapsed tunnel. The gunfighter reloads his Colt as he looks around with his skill, Deadeye's gaze. Then, I see him squint toward the north and turn my attention there. A line of darkness lays at the edge of my vision, and at first glance, it seems to be a swarm of flies or something. But no, it is the Nahullos camp, thousands of the frosty northerners set up just a mile or so away. I see Bonfire, Skychaser, and Abraham shuffle in trepidation at the thought of fighting against that many. Even Blake looks a bit worried at the threat. Their worry becomes mine as I glance at Johnny. Johnny's voice emerges, the man trying to rekindle and ignite our confidence. The man then points at Bonfire. "We are not here to fight all of them, only those that keep Blightraven in his cage. Now, Bonfire, signal Virgil." Bonfire nods after a moment and ignites a dim flame on his hand that he kneels and places on the ground. The faint flame, only brighter than a match, spreads on the stone to fit the form of a circle with a big X right in the middle of it. Confused because I missed the plan to train instead, I look around, But after just a moment, Virgil comes from the floor, his body phasing straight through the stone. The man coughs and waves his hand in front of his mouth as he struggles to get air in his lungs. Sorry, one moment. Can't breathe as I flicker. We wait a moment as Virgil regains his bearings. Deafening scratchings come from nearby behind the collapsed tunnel as the fading silhouettes of the escaping group continue to wane. However, they should get out safely once we draw the Nahalo's attention. As for the motherbound and plagued, they haven't left the spires yet. So on that end, they should be fine as well. After a few breaths, Virgil stands up and points northwest, slightly to the side of the Nahalo camp. Blightraven is that way. He's hiding inside a shorter spire right now to recuperate. I wanted to get close enough to make contact, but a councilman was close to him. I didn't want to risk being that close to an angel. Johnny nods to Virgil as he waves his hand forward. Lead the way, Virgil. Try to keep us undetected for as long as possible, though. Virgil glances at me before agreeing and covering himself in a wreath of darkness before walking where he pointed. Follow me, then. Keep low to the ground. Nahalo aren't known for their perception, but it is early morning. Stay close to me, and I can keep us hard to catch. We all follow his advice and get low, staying close to the ground as we move behind him over the precarious stone ground of Stark Bluffs toward the spire only a few dozen feet tall that Blightraven is inside of. Even from here, though, I can see several dots around the spire searching for the Bado's most potent. One of them is moving fast enough that tracking them with my eyes is difficult. They must be the councilmen. Seeing the coming danger from here, I stay even more subdued, using stealth to try and hide better with Virgil's help. Foot by foot, we travel over the rock, going from cover to cover as we stay out of sight. Virgil's skill in staying undetected is impressive. The man can keep a whole group unseen over swathes of rock. Just as I've grown, so has he. The weight upon his back has increased just as mine. The once damned turned bounty hunter that now fights for something greater than himself. I smile at the thought of seeing my friend develop. He's helped me so much, saved my life many times, and I loathe to see him stagnate. But the eldest Boone is not one to be weak. No, his time as a damned speaks otherwise. Tossed as a fragile teen into a brutal environment, Virgil walked out unshackled and confident. I can't let my thoughts distract me. However, as we get close to the spire, bit by bit, the distance narrows. And when I finally get close enough to notice the figure of a Nahalo, the tall northerner, almost 8 feet tall with snow-white skin on his face, clad in reflective steel all over his body, turns to face us. The Nahalo's eyes glow white, a blinding paleness that eats right through Virgil's dark shroud around us, forcing Johnny and Cicate into action. A gunshot resounds, and then 5 more follow as chaos ensues. I grit my teeth as my eyes tell me something I don't want to see. This Nahalo is no ordinary northerner. Instead, his chains radiate a bright magenta that makes me inhale sharply. Not just that, but the Nahalo looks somewhat familiar in his armor, the shimmering metal similar to those from Abraham's nightmares. But I don't have time to consider that as I gauge the threat. Already, an angel. 199. Steeled Edge. I grit my teeth at the Nahalo before us, who looks just as surprised to see us as we are to see him. His eyes widen under the visor of his steeled helm, and I can see his hands grip onto the claymore on his hip. But before he can react to attack us, Johnny's hand waves outward with a shout, his eye twinkling with a golden splendor. Virgil, now. Chaser, bonfire, follow. I'm confused about what's happening for a split second as a cloak of darkness covers Virgil, the man disappearing before reappearing within the Nahalo's shadow made by the morning sun. I draw my intervention to help, expecting the Nahalo councilman to strike with thunderous retaliation, but he just stands still, his countenance shifting constantly. He repeats that invariable motion of reaching for the claymore repeatedly, the man stuck in a fraction of a second. Understanding hits me as I see both Bonfire and Skychaser ready their elements. A blinding orb of fire on the former's forefinger and, on the latter's, a crackling spear of lightning. Virgil also readies his claymore and colt, both primed to go through the councilman's armor, who stands still. But all of this is only possible because of Johnny's eye, his golden eye, and minor repeated uses, forcing the councilman to be unable to react to the threat around him. So I also prepare my Colt and aim it at the Nahullo as Johnny's left eye dims. And with that loss of golden light from his eye of splendor comes an order, one to strike. Now, Virgil is the first to react as he has the fastest reaction speed, and he gores the Nahullo with his charged strike of darkness to allow all the other attacks to hit. Then, a metallic blade comes out of the Nahullo's chest plate from the back as a round of bullets from the late Vernon's Colt splatters the angel's back with searing lead. Following that, lightning from Skychaser, fire from Bonfire, wind from Cicate, ghosts from Blake, and bullets from Johnny and I slam into the angel before us. Virgil flickers away, not to get injured himself. Abraham would have joined as well had his attacks not taken so long to prepare. A single second or so, not long enough for him to pull nightmares into the waking world. Dust rises from the rocks below as we back up and gather. I glance at Johnny, his eyes spotting something through the debris as he yells to us all. Go, I'll finish this. Get Blight Raven. Blake, toss me a blade. Blake quickly nods and flings Johnny a massive green that shifts to a long sword in midair that the gunfighter catches before dashing into the dust that obscures even my vision. My eyesight lets me see a world of chains that works even in complete darkness, but doesn't work when debris is in the way. It actually makes it even harder to see as each fragment of rock bears its individual light. I hesitate for a fraction of a second as I watch the man enter the dust. I want to ensure he'll be fine, but I've learned he knows what he's doing over my time with him. To disobey an order from the gunfighter is foolish. Not because he'll punish us or anything like that, but because most of the time, his calls are the right ones, years of experience building up to each. So, with a curse, I follow his order and run behind Bonfire, who has flames bursting from his feet to bolster his speed. Virgil is currently in the lead toward the spire in which Blightraven recuperates, but the man disappears before my eyes, his flesh flickering into the stone beneath. Over the past few months, he's genuinely learned to use the skill to its limit. I wish I could say the same for any of my skills, but no, I learn something new about them every day. These frozen legs I still have from madness are a perfect example, and these frosty legs make me move even faster, the toughness allowing me to put even more ether into them. But as we progress, gunshots and loud clangs bursting from behind us, I start to fall behind, everyone else using various skills to speed up. Lightning flows along Skychaser's skin just as the wind pushes Cicate forward. Even Abraham is faster than me, an apparition of a hand appearing every few seconds to throw him forward. Urgency fills me as the nearby camp of Nahullo begins to clamor, and the dots of distant Nahullo have turned to prominent figures in front of us. So, I take a deep breath as I reach into the bloody palm, wanting to use breakneck to keep up. But I want to save Struggler's gasp and release for fighting, the former having severe repercussions and the latter having a lengthy recovery period. Not to mention I used a Struggler's gasp not long ago. I need some time to mend from it. And within the bloody palm, I search for a helpful idea. Usually, I just take whatever I can get without sifting through anything. Unlike when I use madness on a person, I tend to watch a bit of their perspective. But I don't do that for the bloody palm because I worry about what I'll see. So when I break into its mind, I use Daydream to prevent its insidious nails from digging any deeper and make me see the thoughts as simple ideas, not situations. I grasp around for thoughts that could be useful, taking a few seconds to sift through the insanity within the artifact. The Daydream keeps my mind from imagining the ideas, but I still find dozens of twisted things floating in the dark recesses of the artifact. From a man burning to death in a tundra while searching for a scrap of food to a man dying of starvation that cuts off his hand to eat, I notice many things that provoke profound distress. But after almost 10 seconds of falling behind, I find one that just might be useful, the imagined form of the idea having a high chance to help. It is of a man chasing prey, a petite rabbit that barely keeps out of his reach. The man runs, and runs but never gets the thing. Steadily, his feet blister and bleed from the harsh terrain. Gradually, his ankles sprain and break from the constant shock. Then, slowly, his knees tear through his skin from the relentless pursuit. Eventually, the man falls unmoving as the rabbit skips away. With a sour taste in my mouth, I latch onto that thought, bringing it into reality to transmogrify my ether into a gaseous form due to the pressure it places on my body. And as I do, I feel an odd sensation on my feet, ankles, and knees. I look down just when my legs strike the ground with an abrupt lack of resistance. My knees, ankles, and feet seem to have lost all the skin, replacing them with muscles and tendons to allow me tremendous momentum. I smile at the admittedly grotesque skill as my body pushes forward with ease, legs pushing off with greater strength than just a few seconds ago. At least I wear long pants to cover it up, though I can foresee them being torn apart soon. Just this boost alone allows me to catch up and surpass a few of the group, but I go one step further, as all that matters right now is speed. The appearance of the second madness inside my body from the bloody palm, each creating a more stressful atmosphere inside my body, condenses my ether into a gaseous state. And with that transmogrification, I push ether through my body to advance adrenaline surge to breakneck, the advanced skill filling me with so much power in my muscles that I feel half the weight. I wish I could condense more of my ether to use this gaseous type for more skills, but my limit with 2 figments of madness is enough gaseous for 1 skill. It should be alright, though, as my momentum propels me to the front of the group, coming side by side with Skychaser, who is shrouded in lightning. I nod to him as we barrel across the loose stone terrain of Stark Bluffs, rapidly approaching the spire and the Nahullo around it. We must get to Blightraven before the Nahullo camp bears down on us, and before any more councilmen arrive. We got unlucky with one, but there are only a few in Stark Bluffs, so we should be fine. There are only a total of 24 councilmen across all of the northern wastes, so the chairman, their war master, wouldn't send more than a fifth of those for Stark Bluffs, right? Certainly not. I force myself out of thoughtful hopes and concentrate my eyes on the Nahullo, now only 100 feet from us, 24 of the large northerners on our way to the spire. I scan the figures with my eyes and sigh with relief as I fail to see any modicum of magenta or purple. No angels, just some 4th, 5th, and 6th sigils. We can handle that, probably. Time to see just how much Bonfire, Abraham, and Cicate have improved. Oh, and how powerful Skychaser really is. A crackling of thunder rises beside me as I pop open the cylinder for intervention and reload the shotgun, replacing the spent shells with unused ones. I see the Nahullo in front of us raise their arms, bows, and swords, the majority of their weapons. A few crossbows exist too, but no guns. I suppose that makes sense. They are far too large to wield our Colts and, unlike the pygmies, are not dexterous or inventive enough to make their own. And so, I hit the ground as I see a dozen or so 8-foot-tall figures release their arrows toward us, many loaded with dangerous effects like glints of pale poison or expanding light. From there, I move close to the ground to dodge some projectiles as they loom with stirring wind. Before the barges land, however, a wave and a shout from Cicate behind me throw a few arrows off course, a wall of verdant wind moving them slightly. Seeing some are gone, I raise intervention to try and block the few coming directly toward me. Still, before I can, a giant figure, one covered in metal shards that form into armor, convalesces and takes the impact before abruptly disappearing. With a glance, I see Abraham panting profusely, the nightmare brought into the realm of the waking tiring the man out exceptionally. But I welcome the help as I lunge forward to my top speed, Skychaser doing the same. Then, together, we approach the group of Nahullo as those in the front with blades step toward us, grimaces twisted onto each of their pale mugs. One last volley streams toward us before we meet the group of warriors with claymores, but another nightmare from Abraham, a malformed entity of flowing steel, obstructs the entire volley now that we are closer. Then, just before I open fire with intervention toward the Nahullo, several of them hiding behind large shields, a figure shrouded in night appears behind the group. Virgil. A grin comes onto my face as the man puts his Colt against a Nahullo head before opening fire and moving on to another with his claymore. But, of course, he beat us to them. The man was always faster than me, not to mention his recent advancement. The chaos of his appearance gives Skychaser and me an opportunity as some of those in the front turn around with panic. I charge into one of the Nahullo with a shield, jumping and landing on his mighty shield and introducing intervention to his face. I pull the trigger exactly as the 4th sigiled Nahullo twists around with wide-open eyes. A plume of fire and steel makes the immense humanoid fall limp as I use his body to leap forward again, the speed from my skills keeping me away from the nearby Nahalo's swing of its greatsword. And with my leap forward, I go on to an archer in the rear as I do everything to merely get past them. Time is of the essence. Another few rounds of intervention drop the archer, but not before she gets off an arrow, her rate of fire surprising me. Metal pierces into my shin as I cannot dodge the archer's final act. But precisely as I wonder why she didn't try to shoot me in a more vital place, I realize why his roots emerge from the arrow shaft inside my shin. These roots dig straight into the hard stone of Stark Bluffs, keeping me from maneuvering. I try to rip them out, but fail as another arrow strikes me in the shoulder during my attempt. Then, hearing a whoosh behind me, I dive to the ground and twist to face my rear. A considerable-sized blade, one longer than I am tall, goes over my head as I see a Nahalo wrapped in faded blue cerulean chains twist his sword to follow through with a vertical slash. His swing has so much power that a line of air follows through with it, cutting deeply into the stone yards away. Rushed by the danger, I don't even check intervention for more rounds and aim it right at the Nahalo's face. I pull the trigger just as the blade falls toward me, a flash of fire and a meeting of steel leaving my hand soaked in blood and pain. But I can't doze in pain as I hear another whoosh, so I roll over, my shin catching on the arrow. Thankfully, I move just enough for the arrow to go into the hard stone instead of me. Turning back to the swordsman, I see him struggling to lift his blade as his face is covered in burns and streaming blood. With a grunt because of my bleeding hand, I finally check the intervention, only to be heartbroken as I see it ruined. An extensive gash goes from the barrel to the trigger, where my hand got cut. If not for the durability of the Colt, I would have likely lost the bloody palm. Though, the bastard would have just reconnected to me simply like last time. But that heartbreak simmers into anger as I see the Nahalo finally recover enough to grip his blade with both hands, each extremity severely burned and bleeding from the intervention. Then, gritting my teeth, I pull out my dagger and stab it into my shin, ripping out the roots and the arrowhead before kicking myself backward. It's a good thing I was decisive in injuring myself to escape because a weighty edge of steel lands right between my legs as I kick backward. Stone flies up as I hurriedly stand, ignoring the pulse of agony in my shin and shoulder. My eyes flicker over to see why I haven't had another arrow shot my way. I nod in thanks towards Sakate as the man stands over the unmoving nearby archer that hit me. He's unable to reply or aid me anymore. However, as a pale giant clad in dark blue chains throws the native back with a shout, my focus returns to the Nahalo before me as he grunts, the giant blade moving swiftly. I shift backward to dodge the swing as I dart toward his before he can follow through with another. Then, just as I see red fumes from his nose, I take a deep gasp of ether into my lungs. The intake of ether makes everyone nearby stumble. Strugglers gasp, putting them off a foot. Some recover faster than others, yet most of them are my allies who have experienced it before. And as the Nahalo before me stumbles, I leap up with the increased strength of the skill from my absolution loosening my chains, plunging my dagger right into the giant's skull through his mouth. Then, grabbing his neck with my legs, I rip the blade upward. The light in the man's eyes refuses to fade even with that extreme wound. So I quickly reach into my pocket and grab a shell from intervention as we fall to the ground. The alabaster giant is stunned by my brutality as I shove the shell into his eye socket and strike it with my dagger, an explosion sending me off his collapsed form as he finally dies. Then, curious about the light blue chains encrusting his blade, I quickly reach down and grab it. My mind roams the sigils within the thing, 3 abbots and 2 soldiers. Unable to immediately glean anything else, I send a stream of ether into it and almost gasp as a rush of strength fills me, warm energy similar to Blake's, filling my arm and legs. That's how he could use this hunk of steel. It enhances the user with vigor. Smiling at my new discovery, I whip around to help Skychaser in his battle with 2/5 sigils. The Battleman is the closest to me, and with a grunt, I swing the colossal blade taller than me to gain momentum. Then, planting my foot down again for an anchor as the weapon is still cumbersome, I twist my body to slam the steel edge into one of the Nahalo attacking the electric batto. The Nahalo spins simply due to the sound the blade makes through the air and raises his own claymore to meet mine. A deafening clang shakes my innards as the man who blocked the blade's weight now has his forearm bones sticking out of his wrists. I glance at my wrist to see the same issue, only that the bloody palm is rapidly fixing it, the skin and bone converging. I meet the man's eyes as he widens his at my comparably tiny form delivering such power. I only wait for a second before feeling a snap in my wrist, the bone going back into place. And so, with a grumble from my stomach, because of the bloody palm using my reserves to heal, I strike again. This time, the Nahalo can't even raise his blade, leaving my new claymore to cut him in twain. Once my foe falls, I see Skychaser looking at me astounded briefly as he already felled his opponent with the other distracted by me. Confused, I motion as to what his deal is, as most of the Nahalo are already dead. Skychaser merely turns around and mutters a single word as he darts toward the spire, lightning shimmering around him again. Monster. Bonfire is still fighting one, and Virgil is finishing off the last archer right now, the man of darkness contribution to the fight being the largest. Without him, those archers would tear through us all. But with him appearing behind them initially, he stopped the majority from attacking us. Without waiting for them to finish, I follow Skychaser as I try to ignore my wounded shin. It hurts more than it slows me down, though, but as I trail behind him, the spire getting closer and closer. I curse as I see another Nahalo in steel armor step out of a cave in the spire. Even worse, several figures are beside him. Skychaser and I both slow as we glance at each other. Another angel and a trio of 6th Sigils. Fucking hell. 200. Abram. The 3 6th Sigilled Nahalo speak to the angel clad in steel armor beside them, reverence evident in their tone, even if I cannot decipher their words from their language. Their heads dip with every word, unwilling to look the being in the eyes. Blake might know the language of the Northerners, but I certainly don't. Skychaser and I pause as we wait to see what the 4 pale giants before us will do. They hold the cards, after all, and our allies are behind us. And as the angel steps forward, harsh but coherent sentences of Chero come from his helmet. What are you humans doing here? I thought there was an accord, the Bato and Howard strafe for our aid against Leviathan. Have you gone back on your words? Where is your pillar? Let me speak to him. Then, maybe with some compensation, I can ignore those of my kind you just butchered. I hear the tree has made some beautiful contraptions lately. I try to think of a response as my mind goes overclock. Accord? We had a deal to trade the Bato for help? Who made this deal? What kind of help is worth sacrificing a pillar? My inability to respond gives Cicade enough time to catch up to the 2 of Skychaser and me, the others right behind him. And as I glance backward at him, I fail to see Johnny in the distance, only a dust cloud without more gunshots. If this councilman knew what we did to the other one here, he'd probably be livid. And we'd probably be dead. With a grimace, I rip out the arrow in my shoulder as I watch Cicate step up to speak, the native of the wilds bowing slightly to the Nahalo. His bladed arm, however, is full of the blood of Northerners even as he is respectful. It is nice to meet you, sir. The councilman pushes his chest up as he introduces himself. I am Sir Milu, councilman of the High Table. Now, where's your pillar? I doubt you'd come here so recklessly without a safeguard as sometimes. Tragedy strikes. The thinly veiled threat briefly makes even Cicate stop, but the man recovers and tries to escape this somehow. As he does so, a whisper comes from behind me, so low in volume that I have to listen to even hear it. Make a distraction. I will get Blightraven. We should be able to handle this man from the High Table with him. Just hold on. Okay. Virgil's voice evaporates as the man disappears, a weight appearing in my shadow. I can see the councilman's eyes narrow toward me just as Cicate speaks once more. Well, you see, Sir Malu, we are pretty lost, and your men attacked us first, so we had no choice but to retaliate. We work for the underground tree and act as his roots. I'm sure you understand, right? I don't quite understand what Cicate means by we work as the man's roots, but I assume it must be similar to Darkstep and the damned she raised for the estates. Initially, the ploy seems brilliant to me, but the councilman immediately steps forward, raising a meaty arm clad in metal. I have already met his roots, and they are the ones who negotiated this accord. None of you act like his mindless drones. Fuck, it's about to go wrong. Okay, do as Virgil said. Distraction. The first to strike always has an advantage. My lungs are about to explode. The minute or so since I took in the gasp of ether has eaten at my endurance. I need to let it out, now. And so, as the Nahullo councilman opens his mouth and begins to motion his arm, I unleash a storm of ether throughout my body and into the claymore, bringing myself right on the edge of saturation in exchange for a transient eruption of strength. Regardless of whether he is about to strike, a battle will happen. I might as well take the initiative. Daydream, focused on my arm, gives my arm durability and strength as I pull the heavy blade. Struggler's defiance loosens my chains even further, a torrent of ether swelling through me. Then release, focused entirely on my left arm, removes the chains on the arm, the limits of the limb dissipating into the air. Finally, I stop breakneck and divert all of the gaseous ether in my body into my arm, funneling it all into the released limb. So much power rests on my arm as I use my madness-infused legs to plant a bold step forward as I rotate my whole body, bringing the hunk of steel along. I barely even register the councilman's eyes widening as I throw the blade, explosion detonating upon my palm as the claymore leaves my hand. I am pushed several steps backward to regain my posture as I feel a pounding through my whole arm, the bloody palm frantically struggling to keep itself together. But in trade for that injury, I see the sword longer than I am tall fly ahead at a brutal speed right for the angel. My heart beats thunderously for a second, hoping the blade will kill the councilman, but I know better, and as the man turns into a kind of amorphous blob of liquid metal, the sword flying straight through him, I curse aloud. Fuck. But not all is for naught, as a yell of pain still resounds. One of the men behind the councilman being skewered straight through with my projectile. Sir Malou looks back momentarily before scoffing and moving directly for me. Seems we have a child with some potential. Best I remove this while I have the chance. Jinnu and Jin, ignore Ison and kill the others. The fool will die for thinking himself safe. The councilman reassembles his body into the armor of steel from the blob of liquid metal as he charges toward me, each step of his propelling him a dozen feet. I struggle to stand as my vision shakes, the ether I just set loose through my body, leaving remnants of saturation. All I still have going is release and my uses of madness, both not requiring any upkeep once started. It's just that the former has a time limit and the latter a usage limit. But as the magenta chains of Sir Malou grow in my vision, I force myself into stability, raising my damaged but healing arm to meet him. Having the bloody palm take any wounds for me is always best. However, a shadow emerges from my back the moment before the councilman's arm turns into a massive sledgehammer of steel and impacts me. A bullet and an edge of steel meet the angel before flickering into the ground, vanishing entirely. Virgil's sneak attack only makes Sir Malou stumble, neither attack breaching his defenses. But I use that juncture to dodge to the side, barely evading the blow as the weight crashes into the rock below. Stony shrapnel flies like that of a stick of dynamite, and I cover my eyes with my arm to protect them. Then, using the strength still hidden in my arm, I push myself off the rock, further sending myself away from the angel. My act annoys Sir Malou as he yells at me while Sakate and Abraham fight one of the 6th Sigils. My worry, however, is higher for the other group of Bonfire, Blake, and Skychaser, who are facing the other Nahullo. As I scramble away from the angel rapidly catching up to me, I can only hope that Virgil gets Blightraven fast or that Sakate and Abraham kill their opponent. Then, kicking and pushing with all my might, I skitter toward the dying Nahullo whom I impaled with the claymore. If I can use that, I can at least partially defend myself. But before I get close, a force slams upon my back, pushing me to the ground as I turn my head. An outstretched and dozen-foot-long liquid metal limb comes from Sir Malou that is crushing me against the stone ground of Stark Bluffs, the pointed rock stabbing into me. A gasp of air is forced out of my lungs from the force as I try to extricate myself, and as Sir Malou gets closer, the pressure only increases. Finally, I can feel my ribs crack as the councilman laughs at me. A human of the 4th Sigil attempting to fight me? Sir Malou? A councilman of the High Table? How arrogant. I know some of your kind are damaged in the mind, but you must be suicidal. Therefore, allow me to fulfill this death wish of yours. I push against the liquid metal with my arm, but it doesn't relent. Instead, The arm merely swarms over my arm and covers my whole body, crunching me into the terrain. Pain racks my entire body as I see a smile under the helmet of the councilman, razor-sharp teeth within the northerner's maw. And as that smile reaches its pinnacle, going from ear to ear, a shout calls us. One from a man with insomnia far worse than mine. Sorry, Wyatt. Brace yourself. Before I can even ask him what he's going to do, I see, in the corner of my eye, a giant knight, one larger and far more formidable than Sir Malou appears. I hear the councilman gasp in awe as a maul with a weighted side larger than my torso slams into him. Knight! Sir Malou goes tumbling for half a dozen feet before quickly regaining his stance as the pressure he was exuding onto me dissipates, allowing me to breathe again. Then, coughing and attempting to stand with my shattered ribs, I look over to Abraham, who is coughing up blood on his hands and knees. Behind him is a bloodied cicade against an even bloodier Nahullo. Once I reach my feet, I look back and forth between Abraham and Sir Malou, trying to figure out what to do. The councilman seems to be unscathed from Abraham's hit. Fuck. The councilman stands up from the nightmarish strike and cracks his neck with one hand as he laughs at Abraham. For some reason, he seems to recognize the pale-haired man. But wait, Nahullo also have pale hair, right? What's happening? Sir Malou doesn't seem all that serious, though, the man taking a moment to speak during combat, almost as if this is all far below his level to him. Oh ho ho, what do we have here? How did I not notice before? Though I could never miss those phantoms, after all, among them, one is me. The prodigal son returns. Your father has been looking for you, Abram, and he's not happy about you running away. Not happy at all. Abram. Shut up. Don't say that fucking name. My eyes widen as Abraham stands from where he is struggling, his hair standing up with pointed ends in defiance of gravity as his mind forces stones to lift and fight the primal force. The man's eyes are bloodshot, and I've never seen him so emotional. He's always joking, tired, or numb. Flickers of phantasmal figures clad in steel appear behind him, 27 in total, but they fast fade, unable to exist in reality all at once. They were, however, the exact number of angels among the Nahullo, 24 councilmen, 2 vices, and a chairman. What the fuck is going on? Father? Abram? Is Abraham a Nahullo like Darkstep? I get my answer as Abraham stands, illusory armor coalescing around his right arm to create a gauntlet, the man pointing a finger of his own against the councilman. At his pointed finger, a terror of Abraham's wakeless self emerges, swinging a maul of steel right for Sir Malou's head. Only my mother can call me that. Neither you, the vice, nor the war master have the right. Flabbergasted, I observe Malou catch the head of the hammer this time with a single hand, the plate steel liquefying to engulf the entire maul. Air swerves from the impact, leaving dust to swirl around the nightmare and the Nahullo. The councilman stands still as specks of dust fly up from the impact, the towering humanoid speaking down to Abraham with lax. Your mother has been dead for years, half-breed. I told your father to focus on his other children, but no, he found something extraordinary in one as frail as you. Look, you can barely even use ether without breaking apart. Just like your... Another nightmare appears, an archer with a great bow that fires a projectile more elongated cannonball than an arrow. Again, Sir Malou catches the blow by liquefying, only taking a single step back. At least the attack cut him off. But Abraham isn't doing too well. His face is blue, and I can see his knees shaking from here. Those 2 conjurations took too much out of him. So much so that they have both already faded into nothingness, leaving him to Sir Malou's mercy. They also aren't his first and were noticeably more potent than usual. But seeing that the Nahullo would rather talk than fight right now, I shimmy over to the dying Nahullo warrior. I notice they are pinned to the stone with the claymore I threw, hurting and stumbling from Sir Malou's single half-hearted strike. I reach the dying Nahullo. The pale-haired warrior is still trying to remove the claymore from his stomach, but the blood loss and injury prevent him from doing so. And that's not even mentioning the weight of the damn thing. With a grunt, I lean and wrap my hand around the handle, leveraging my foot onto the man's stomach. Then, as I hear Sir Malou continue his words to Abraham, I pull the blade out with great effort. I don't know why he chose a half-breed to pass his legacy on to, but it's not my choice. The Vice do as they want. Only the War Master may order them. Nonetheless, a fragile being such as you deserves none of his favor, and neither did your foul mother. I wish I had enjoyed her. An almost feral screech from Abraham cuts off the councilman as the pale-haired man is pushed too far. Shut up, and following that scream, I see Abraham lift his dagger, stabbing it into his arm. For a moment, I watch, dumbfounded at his act of self-injury, but as his chains darken to a deep blue, I realize what he's doing. He's advancing right here, right now. The dagger he stabbed himself with dissipates into sparkling motes that return to the ground. From 5th to 6th, Sigil Abraham vaults as two nightmares form before him, each clad in the same armor as Sir Milu. But the councilman is only amused, not threatened, by Abraham. You are so naive, Abram. Mislo wanted to drag you back herself, but your father said sometime in human lands would do you well. How wrong he was. Come, noble phantasm's bastard, perhaps if I end you, your father will finally make a true heir. War Master knows we could use some competent warriors. As the councilman finishes his words, he darts toward Abraham, his body extending into liquid metal as Abraham's nightmares move toward him. Each nightmare wields a different weapon, a greatsword and a bow. I twist my attention to the Nahullo below me that I had crossed out for dead in my mind, his groans growing louder. Looking down, I see him reaching for a hand crossbow by his hip, but before I can do anything to stop him, a shadow coalesces in front of me. Virgil plants a dagger into the Nahullo to end the durable bastard as he pants out to me. His face is red and has specks of black ichor on it. Go into the spire. I'll handle the outside. Blightraven has trapped it. Those with high sigils take far more damage from his blighted mists. I can't push very deep, but I know your undying ass can. I look back at the others still fighting, both of Abraham's nightmares already destroyed in Bonfire, who has a severe stab wound in his chest. Then, I turn back to Virgil as the man stands tall, his hands reloading his Colt. You sure? I think. He cuts me off as he steps past me, darkness swirling around his feet. His voice is deep and unnegotiable. Go now. That tunnel they came from is the one. Follow it to the end through the gas, and you'll find him. Virgil takes a deep breath, the man more like a brother to me at this point than a friend, as he stretches his neck. I'll keep Abraham from dying before you get back. Just be fast, okay? I don't want him to die on us. I knew he had secrets, but this is more than a simple secret. My debt only runs so deep. I nod to him as I hold onto the claymore, my only significant weapon now. Then, without waiting another moment, I run toward the cave. My steps are heavy and laborious, and I hear a pained grunt or yell from behind me with every step. Unwilling to fail Virgil and leave them to die, I grit my teeth and run toward the tunnel, refusing to look back. If I do, I'll lose the will to run forward and instead turn around. But just as I step into the darkness of the open cave, I hear a rumble from behind me, one so forceful that I can't help but look back. And far in the distance, the Nahullo camp moves, thousands upon thousands of the Northerners moving right for us in their legions. Damn it, faster! I pump my legs with everything I've got as I push all the ether I can spare into this claymore, vigor flowing into me in response. I welcome the extra power that energizes and repairs my body, but I must be careful, for I cannot go any further with my ether. I don't have a sigil to advance to if I go too far, or a concoction to save me. All I have is myself, and my enclosed fists. I see now, Eleanor, what you meant by trusting nothing but yourself. Fortunately, though, it is not entirely true. If it were, I'd have died long ago. I'd have passed even just a minute ago when an angel barreled toward me, but Virgil saved me. Though just as I'm not alone, neither are they. I push into the cave's darkness as an even darker mist fills my vision and clogs my nose. Sediment seems to fill my lungs, the particles eating away at the ether in my body and making it detonate. I gasp aloud as I slow, the sudden pressure in my chest and body beyond what I was expecting. I thought the blight from Blightraven would be similar to the blight of the Motherbound, poisonous and mental, but it is not even remotely similar. His makes one's body fight against itself, and the stronger you are, the more ether you have, and the more it eats at you. My steps slow to a proverbial crawl as every movement tears apart my innards. Then, finally, I see what Virgil meant. He thought it was better if I did this because I'm the lowest sigil, but he was wrong. I might only be a fourth sigil, but I almost certainly have more ether than him. That is the main thing of the philosopher. After all, soldiers get more rigid bodies, and rogues get lighter frames. Yet the philosopher expands his use of ether far beyond the standard limit. And so, as I step forward, the pain of the mist in the air makes tears fall from my eyes. All that exists before me is darkness, my eyes unable to pierce the blighted fog. With just another step, I feel my lungs crackle. Another step, and I feel my heart skip. Yet another makes my stomach twist. He can't be far into the spire. It wasn't all that big, just a bit further. Just a bit. 201. Lost and Found. Johnny Caldwell. I spit blood from my mouth as a tooth joins the congealed liquid on the hard stone below, my arms pushing me back to an upright position. Before me, within the dust storm that now swirls around us, is a councilman of the Nahullo, Sir Cern, to be precise, a master of the sword, and one of the few sentinels amongst the ranks of the Darklight Seekers. The sneak attack we got on him as a group to begin this fight was crucial. Without the severe wounds placed upon Cern, I'd be long dead. The Nahullo twisted his body to try and take as minor damage as possible. Still, Virgil got Cern's left lung, Bonfire his left arm, and Skychaser his left leg. I tagged him in the forehead with a bullet as Wyatt damaged much of his armor with intervention. But angels are not easy to fell. If they were, they wouldn't be angels. They simply exist far, far above us mortals. A short pause is made as we size each other up. Since the fight began just between us, I've only wounded him twice, while he's gotten me many times. Blood drips from each of my wounds as my vision is blurred. I'd be dead without glitch. Twice has Cern's edge pierced my skull just for me to shunt us both back in time. The tall Nahullo, Cern almost 9 feet tall, waves his blade outward, spilling my blood upon the stone. He moves to speak, a slight bow in his back. As he does so, I take a moment to pull an eye from my pocket and palm it, the eye of a Skychaser's father, Skywanner. I took it just in case an opportunity like this emerged, a chance to prove myself. You are strong, human, strong for a mortal, clever, too. That sneak attack was something of an art. Tell me, what is your name? Wanting a few seconds to recuperate, I take advantage of this opportunity to speak. Cern seems to be respectable for a Nahullo. Some are far too prideful, but this man appears full of honor that balances out that pride. I am Johnny Caldwell. Some call me the gunfighter. I see a smile emerge on Cern's face, one that goes from pale ear to even paler ear. He knows me. The slayer of Kai Vincent. What an honor. Show me the strength you used to end such a magnificent specimen of your kind. I open my mouth to refute the claim, but quickly shut it as Cern brings his sword up into a stance, the hilt by his head and the end of the saber pointing toward the ground. I, too, raise my blade made of Blake's ghosts with my cut-up right arm and level my Colt toward him. There will only be one shot at this. If I fail, I die. My eyes lock onto Cern's claymore, not him, as I need to survive. But to survive, I need to become more. A 6th sigil is not enough. Not for the world I wish to mold. Not for the people I want to protect. My gun is not strong enough. My hands are not fast enough. My eyes are not timeless enough. But am I worthy? Becoming an angel requires one to prove themselves to the world and themselves. A man without the ambition to conquer the world can never become an angel, let alone a god. But at the same time, with that ambition must come proof of heart, grit, and power. I have done the last two, my absolution fulfilling the second, and my time as a 6th sigil, accommodating my ether, the years of hardship, fulfilled the third. But the proof of the heart, the actual proof of a metaphor, is always the hardest for humanity. It requires us to see ourselves as more than man and, instead, as something far more significant. Other races all have some innate arrogance, a pride that allows them to push past this bottleneck so much easier, a reason why the other powerful races all have far more angels than we do. But those of us that break past that bottleneck are, on average, stronger than other angels. So, as Cern tips his blade toward me, his steel-toed feet kicking off the ground with such magnificence that even I wonder how he reached such a level. I take a deep breath. One of my previous metaphors was how a man should face a beast, and what he should do if bullets were insufficient. Back then, I was naive and answered that one should be careful and that the gun merely wasn't large enough. But now, my answer is different, very different. The honest answer is that the man is what is insufficient. Any gun, no matter the caliber, can kill anything. It just needs to be shot by a suitable man. A man with the grit to unblinkingly cease their fire as it bears down unto him, to wait until the final moment, where he sees the whites of the beast's eyes, to act, to place that bullet in the perfect place. That is why I'm a deadeye. No, careful should not be in the gunslinger's dictionary. One should be just as brave as their bullets. And what is braver than to stare down an angel? Unmoving as its blade is less than a foot from my heart. Very little. But there is one other thing. An older man once told me those who cling to life die, and those who cling to death live. After spending months with Wyatt, I've never heard anything more accurate. My fear has held me back for too long. But watching a kid no older than my daughter would be brave any danger that appears fuels me with nerve. So, I choose to cling to death and jump into the abyss to prove myself. I walk a tightrope, each side with a fate worse than death, with not just the dozens around me to dangle with me, but instead the thousands that would suffer should I fail. But I chose this path myself. I'd rather die fighting for what's right than live for what's wrong. The weight of the world would crush any man, but I've already been destroyed and spit out time and time again. Arm, my beloved, wasn't even the first death to crush me. She just put me back together after the many others. When Arm died, Amelia's youth made me force myself together for her. When she died, I was lost for a long time. It's been a decade, and I'm still not over it, nor am I put back together yet. The formation began when I swore to create a better world for Amelia. But even now, I am shattered, a man walking only by the oaths to the death he left behind. A group of individuals have forced me to become more than I am willing to be. But perhaps I just need to be shattered once more. After all, what's one more shattering to someone who has only known to be broken? Just as Cern's blade pierces my chest, my right hand tightens onto the eyeball of Skywanter as it smashes, allowing me to take the sigil within. I do, a rogue joining my sigils inside my wrist. At the same time, I draw, my hands moving faster than ever in my whole life. In a fraction of a shattered second, the barrel of my Colt rears its cool barrel against Cern's jaw. Time pauses as his blade enters my chest, and I pull the trigger. My whole life has led to this moment where I face my fear of death, not being good enough, disappointing Arm and Amelia, and choosing to toss away my future instead of clinging to life. What is braver, more Deadeye-like, more angelic than to face death and smile right back? Even Pa once said that a real man meets their end with approving eyes. For if you don't approve of something's actions, you shouldn't let it happen. I feel steel enter my heart with a painful sting just as the familiar ring of gunpowder explodes in the Colt's chamber. But, as my vision distorts, sending me into the depths of the cabin, I feel a snap, as if something changed within me. Something so inherent that it feels like a film has been removed from my mind, allowing me to truly see, think, and breathe for the first time. A moment before entering the cabin, I prove myself. I'm no longer human, am I? As I open my eyes to the darkness of the cabin with shimmers of silver behind the walls, I realize just what I've done. I took a leap of faith, guided by my family, who have been gone for decades, a man who died long ago, and a child who refuses to do so. And I landed. Now, just maybe, I can do what I set out to do long ago. Make a perfect world, one without turmoil. One that Amelia wouldn't have had to die in just trying to survive, where just my eyes can fix any problem, the issue reverting entirely. Perhaps, one day, I could even bring her back if I go back far enough. Wyatt Graves. Every aspect of me hurts, burns, and trembles with every step. Long ago, I dropped the claymore, the weight far too much to handle. Now, I walk with shambling steps, each bringing me closer to death. It feels like I've been in the blighted fog for hours, but I know it's not even been a full minute. It's just that the pain extends my perception of time, stretching it out farther than it should. But even as my innards appear to boil, I stride forward, the pangs of agony unceasing. Step by step, I move through the cave with a hand on the wall to steady myself. The pain within is imaginable, more similar to when I go over my limit of ether and make it devour me. But it's precisely because of the nature of the agony that I can keep going. Who else has breached their limit more times than I have? No one I know, that's for damn sure. Some call it madness or stupidity, and while I'd agree, I'd also have to say it's innate. I can't help it. Since Edmund showed me ether, I've wanted to grow and go further. And now, a goal rests beyond my sight. One so far above that for me to reach it, I can never stop moving. What god would stop their ascension from the puny fog? None. And so, neither will I. Ironheart, my only skill that requires zero input of ether, fueled only by my will, pushes me onward. Strength fills my legs, and resilience pours into my innards to combat the blighted fog. More and more steps come out from my legs until, eventually, the fog vanishes before my eyes, leaving a figure sitting in a tight corridor of stone to my gaze. The figure is obviously a battle, but it is different. Blood covers every inch of the man, from head to toe, and wounds litter the battle similarly. But beneath that blood lie two magnificent wings draped in pale white steel. Unlike the regular dark steel of the battle, Blightraven's wings are a mesmerizing white, one so bright it reflects even the absent light within the tunnel. As I gasp in shock at his form, Blightraven, known as Howard Strafe to the rest of humanity, lifts his head to look at me. His mouth opens to speak, and a voice so human I almost forget he's a battle emerges. Come to gloat, Eli? I thought you better than that. We both knew you'd win. My people are too weak to resist. Though, you should know better than to play the War Master. He'll figure out your ploy sooner or later. I take a moment to comprehend that he thinks I'm someone else before I speak for myself. I'm not Eli. I'm here with Skychaser to save you and help you escape, Blightraven. I see the angelic Batto's eyes squint at me, the bird-like pupils tightening on my form. A rough croak of a laugh comes from him as he uses his arm and knees to stand. I see. My apologies. I thought you were a root of Eli Weiss. Well, human, my supposed savior. Who are you? Remembering how Skychaser revealed my identity, I bear no qualms about doing so again. I take a step forward and help the bloodied figure up. I am Wyatt Graves. An instant query comes back, one of curiosity and shock. Son of Killian? I nod. Indeed. A relieved laugh comes from Blightraven, who shifts to laugh with tears in his eyes. Then, finally, he mumbles to the world at large as he waves his arm. Wonderful. Perhaps we are not dead yet, Blightfather. Let me remove my blight from you. The effects are temporary and dissipate once you leave the fog, but I can speed it up. His clawed hand brushes against my shoulder, and immediately, my whole body feels lighter, all the pain evaporating as if it was never there in the first place. A sigh comes from my mouth with the exiting of the pain as Blightraven speaks again. Who else did you come with? All of Sky Tribe? Blight Tribe? Thunder Tribe? Who still remains? I gulp as I try to break the news to him. He doesn't know. Does he? The only Batto I'm with is Skychaser. The remnants of Sky Tribe are fleeing toward a meet-up point. But many humans are here to help you. Johnny Caldwell made a deal with Skychaser to save you for the Batto's help. A curse comes from the Batto as he waves the blight away. A long, winding, twisting tunnel meeting my eyes. Of course, always a deal. Well, let us get a move on, child. I nod as Blightraven takes a single step, his wings flapping to meet the gesture. Then, the next thing I know, I'm outside the cave, almost a dozen feet in the air. Looking down, I see Blake, Bonfire, Skychaser, Abraham, and Sakate all fighting Sir Melu as the Legion of Nahullo Sentinels approaches. Each of my friends is wounded, some severely enough that I worry if they'll live. Meanwhile, Sir Melu is completely fine, with only a few dents and scratches on his armor. I also see that the dust cloud around Johnny has fallen, leaving a single man standing, his back bent backward and his face toward the sun. Blood falls in clumps as a ferocious scream breaks the warring battle below. A surprised mumble comes from Blightraven as we descend toward Sir Melu, the Batto handing me my claymore he somehow grabbed. Interesting. Maybe I will indeed survive today. Another angel. You humans truly are quite resilient. The harder you are pushed, the harder you rebound. I open my eyes wide at the implications of his words and look closely at Johnny. The magenta chains so boldly wrapped around his eyes and hands shake me to my core. Johnny did it. He's an angel. But right as I start to celebrate, I see him fall backward, the vestiges of power fading as he falls unconscious from his battle. But I am thrown to the ground before I can yell for Blightraven to help him. Then, using a mismatch of my knees and the crude steel of the claymore, I catch myself without injury. Then, I glance up and see Blightraven, his blinding white wings flapping, charging straight for Sir Malu. The councilman reacts with a shout, a shield of liquid metal appearing before him. I also notice Sir Malu recognizes the fallen councilman away from him. How are you out already? You should be dead. Just a corpse for us to collect. Damn it, Cern. I thought you were partying for our victory, not dying. Fucking hell. Ziri, where are you? Blightraven pushes Sir Malu back with his charging impact as fog erupts from the battle. The fog spirals and funnels toward the Nahullo as the two angels duke it out, both taking it seriously now that an even threat has appeared. Everyone other than the two regroups, the fog now partially obstructing Blightraven and Sir Malu. I now kind of understand how he can escape so much. Between flight, haze, and his speed, Blightraven is probably hard as hell to catch. Cicate reaches over to Bonfire, putting his hand on the man's stomach with a stab wound so bad you can see his split open intestines. I suck in a harsh breath of air as the flesh partially mends, a green covering of light appearing over Bonfire's stomach. Blake, Skychaser, and Abraham are wounded but nowhere near as badly. And with how everyone looks at Abraham or Abram, I don't think some of us want him to be healed. I know that if Bonfire wasn't so hurt, he'd be yelling at the man right now. Virgil also appears from the ground, flickering up from the stone. I see several gashes and cuts over him, but he did what he said he would. Virgil kept Abraham safe, though he does look entirely worn out, his eyes unfocused and his body trembling. Cicate speaks to us all as he tries to heal Bonfire. The camp is coming, and any second now. Almost as if to accentuate his words, another rumble shakes our feet as I see in the distance that the cave I collapsed is broken open. Dozens that soon turn to hundreds and even more plagued rush out from the entrance, filling the morning air with yowls, howls, and yops. More curses come from Sir Malu as I see him fire a pillar of liquid metal from his arm upward beyond the fog, the rising sun's light shining off it. Oh, that's not good. He's calling for help, but, unfortunately, we can't let any more councilmen show up. I scream at Blightraven, hoping the man will hear me through the haze. We need to go, Blightraven. Now. Assure is my only response as we all make our way to Johnny, his body fallen beside a dead Nahullo. For a second, the world is quiet, the corpse of an angel beside the bleeding out form of our own angel. I lift him to my shoulders as Cicate does what he can to help his wounds, and of which they are extensive. They are not as bad as those I saw from Blightraven, which only makes me wonder how he's acting so relaxed. But they are still awful. Cicate manages to stabilize the man just as a figure slams into the rock beside us, the form of a white-winged batto rolling over the hard stone for several feet before recovering. And when Blightraven does manage to rebalance himself, he looks toward the now approaching Sir Malu, who now has another councilman beside him. This one is similarly clad in armor, only this one is obviously a female. So, councilwoman? Or does it just stay the same? I don't know. Honestly, don't really care right now, with two of them wanting to kill me. So, as I lift Johnny up and start to drag him away, I see Blightraven speed past me, shooting straight for the two councilmen. I also notice Virgil pick up Abraham, letting the insomniac rest on his shoulder as the man goes all out for one last terror from his dreams. Each one he summons from his mind greatly strains him, and I suppose it's only lessened from his advancement. That, or allowed him to conjure even greater nightmares, probably both knowing Sigils. I nod toward Blightraven with complete confidence as he charges toward the Nahullo. We manage to slay an angel and distract the others for him, so surely he'll be fine if he could hold his own beforehand. But as we all run away, letting Blightraven fight a bit before rejoining us, Cicate turns back. Immediately, I yell at the native, wondering what's making him turn back. What are you doing, Cicate? Come on. The man with a blade for one arm doesn't look back. an austere reply meeting me in response to my panic shout. Blightraven is hurt. I can feel it. But without my help, we will all die. Before I can even question the man's inane words, he runs back toward the very councilman we are sprinting away from. While he does so, I see Cicate uncork a vial with a sinister blue liquid before drinking it, and as he does, I see his fetters shift in color, not toward magenta like the next step should be, but instead toward a blinding white, bits of pale blue joining his ocean blue. What did he just drink? 202 fallen leaves. Blightraven dances between the two council members, Sir Melu swinging blades of liquid steel as the other, Mislo, pulls a bow the size of Frank to draw. Each time she releases the weight, the arrow notched onto the weapon flies with such momentum that a foot of rock is removed from the ground when Blightraven manages to dodge. But the Batto isn't alone. Not for long, at least. A final phantasmal conjuration from Abraham appears before Sir Melu, a figure adorned in plate armor and a tower shield. This one is much larger than all the others, and from here, I can sense its corporeality. It seems to me so much more natural, and Sir Melu notices it as the phantom blocks his attack on Blightraven, the obstruction allowing the Batto to gain some distance as it is obliterated. Melu swings his arms wide, the liquid metal reforming into arms sheathed in steel. The Nahalo steps forward, momentarily ignoring Blightraven as he bares his teeth at Abraham from under his helmet. I see. We are so deeply ingrained into that wretched mind of yours that we are your weapons, your shields, your future. I promise you, Abram, a high table vow, that I will make that fear real. Very, very real. Still retreating with Johnny's unconscious body, I can see Abraham shake, his whole body trembling under the threat of the councilman. And to make matters worse, an arrow streams toward us, the air buckling under its speed. I sidestep by instinct, but in truth, my action matters little as before I finish my step, the arrow proceeds directly through Abraham's outstretched arm. And to say that his arm is injured is an understatement. A howl of agony resounds through the air as Abraham and Virgil, carrying the albino, crash to the ground from the impact. Abraham rolls on the hard stone as I suck in a breath of air through my teeth. I see 2 fingers a dozen feet from Abraham, and the rest of his arm is gone, transmuted into a mist of blood from the arrow's impact. A small portion of his upper arm remains as Virgil hastily recovers and tourniquets the wound with a tendril of shade buffeted by the warm sun. Blake then catches up to the two and helps pull Abraham to his feet. Blake and Virgil tow the amputee forward as they look back with apparent apprehension for the archer, Mislo. But thankfully for them, she's now focused on another target. Cicate. The native roars angrily as his arm, composed only of steel, deflects an arrow in the air, the impact contorting his arm. That's not all. I also notice that Cicate's chains have transitioned to green from light blue. Slight hints of yellow now permeate his fetters. When the color returns to white, the tinge that those without sigils have is when Cicate will plead for death. The serum Johnny got from Birdie was a last resort, something the man only told us about for the absolute worst-case situations. For 1 minute, the person imbibing the fluid of pleading death forcefully takes in so much ether from the air around that they are, ether-wise, equal to a being of an entire sigil higher. As a result, the limit of one saturation is forcibly enhanced, and so is their body's toughness for the duration. Yet the moment that minute ends, the aftereffects will kill the user without exception, and it will do so in the most terrible way, a death worse than the typical hell of ether oversaturation. In a single second, the person will go from fighting like a beast on drugs to a puddle of blood, the soul burning to accommodate the additional ether. Birdie only gave it to Johnny as an absolute last resort, something to be used when death is certain, a token of respect for the gunslinger. That's the only fate that exists for Cicate. Why? We were going to escape together? Why did you drink that? We weren't pushed to our limits yet? As I pull Johnny and try to understand Cicate, I hear the gunslinger mumble under his breath. Noticing that he's awake, I yell for him to recover. He's an angel now, right? He can help, right? Surely he can save Cicate. He can rewind him. Get up, Johnny. Help him. He's your best friend, right? But as I continue to drag him, Johnny doesn't move. I just see his right eye open to its limit in the native's direction. His pupil just follows the movement ahead as I hear another impact. The black dot in his socket trembles heavily while I yell at him. Looking up, I see an arrow the size of a javelin sticking out from Sacate's chest. The sight makes me pause in my running and dragging of Johnny. Sacate stumbles a few steps before the light in his chains shifts, a green to a yellow now with flakes of orange. Sacate tries to move again to dodge the next arrow, but it is for naught. Another arrow pierces his stomach, and blood and viscera dye the sandy stone red. He might be enhanced by pleading death, but these are multiple angels he's fighting, each with at least half a century of experience. It's just too fast. My heart catches in my throat as I see Mislo pulling back another arrow, this one seeking Sacate's skull. No, not another. My eyes flicker to Blightraven, hoping the Batto will somehow save Sacate, and he does. And so, the instant before the steel goes through Sacate's brain, the strongest of Starkbluffs uses an injured wing to knock it off course. Instead of ending Sacate's life, the arrow disappears into the hardened stone with a rumble. A mournful and agonizing shout from the body in my arms pulls me out of staring. Move, Wyatt. Sacate has decided to die so that we may live. Johnny is awake. I don't hear his words as I plead with him to save his friend. Why won't he just help? The plagued and the army of Nahullo are coming right for us. Why won't he help him? Save him, Johnny. He's going to die. The gunfighter merely pushes off me and stumbles to stand upright. His head shakes as he limps away from the fighting, his back to Sacate. I can't. If I do, we will be caught. Just run. That's the only way we live. We were not expecting 4 council members. 3 was the limit of the plan. At this point, we can only hope that Blightraven can hold his own long enough. What? What does he mean by 4? I look around for a 4th, but counting the dead one, I only see 3. Yet as I search, another crash comes from the direction of Sacate and Blightraven as I see a 10-foot-tall man with a war maul clad in steel fall from the sky. But steel is not all that he's clad in. Magenta chains fill his outline precisely as another form emerges from him in a phantasmal-like manner. The head bursts from the other man's shoulder as the phantom pulls himself from the other body bit by bit until freeing himself onto the ground. This other form bears bright violet wrappings. His very presence burns a hole into my pupils with his noble attire and the ether that scorches from his form haphazardly. Unlike the other angels of the Nahullo, this one bears a gold-edged gambeson as he pulls his sleeves forward to his wrists. He is unarmored, yet I find him the most dangerous as his eye locks right onto the now unconscious Abraham. 5. Malu and Mislo take a moment to pause as they bow to the Nahullo in the luxurious gambeson, his long pale hair flowing in the air. Vice. The Viceroy, or one of the 2 Vice of the Council of the High Table, ignores the followers that prostrate for him. Instead, he silently stares at Abraham, the man who must be his son if he's the Viceroy of the Council. The Viceroy is a woman, I believe, so it has to be him. He must have come because of Abraham, not because of Blightraven. How could Abraham not have said something? How could he have let such a massive secret stay hidden when we were going to fight the Nahullo? My heart sinks even further as I see Sacate stand tall once more, the duo of javelins still within his body. Johnny pulls me forward with a feral scream arriving from Sacate that's quickly cut short. Go. Now. The Viceroy is here. Squeezing my eyes, I twist and follow Johnny as I run for my life. Shame and self-hate flow endlessly. Using what little ether I can spare, I push forward a breakneck through my body, both of my figments of madness still condensing my ether. Power shunts my body forward as my muscles brim with strength, but it's not enough. A man who brought me back from the dead has now given his life for me to live, and without any prior notice, for it was just out of the blue. A white feather flies past Johnny and me, who are running side by side, as a voice comes from it, the voice of Blightraven. I appreciate your attempts to save me, but it seems was not meant to be. I underestimated the tree's schemes. What a folly. The Viceroy has come to complete the accord brokered with Weiss. Run, Johnny Caldwell. Run, Wyatt Graves. In exchange for my life, protect my people. Little Chaser has the potential too, Johnny. Treat him well. He will be an asset. Now, I have a death to embrace and pails to kill. If am to decide, more of them will die than us today. My teeth tighten even more as I realize that the man we came to rescue will also die, that this whole thing is just going to end up getting people killed. I run away, but not without one last thing. Ether swirls within the emptiness of my mind as insight comes to life. I want to experience Sacate's final moments. I want to remember them forever. And as my mind enters the woodsman's, a cloud of angelic steel feathers obstructs us from the view of the councilman. A gift from Blightraven, his fabled power twisting to defend us instead of him. Sacate Ayurok, the woodsman. My jaw cracks as I step forward, the pressure so tense in my body that it crumbles. My right lung and liver are gone, the impact going right through bark and enliven. The organs were turned to mist, and now I carry on with this pleading death. So much ether swirls within my body that for a moment, I wonder if I could take on these 4 council members, these 4 angels, at once. But I know it's not possible. I am not that gifted, not even with a drug made with the waters of the cardinal, the river long lost to even the hands of the dead. Beside me, Blightraven, the man we came to save, puts a hand on my shoulder. He stabilizes me as we both stare ahead at the 4 councilmen, 3 of them bowing to their viceroy. One last ride, woodsman? I've heard of your exploits in the wilds. I'm glad not to have to die alone. I hope you feel the same. Unable to speak with the javelin in my chest, I grunt at him, blood spurting from my wounds and mouth. Ether moves in such massive channels for enliven that I can keep all my other organs working despite the lack of oxygen of not breathing. Even more, it flows through my body as I feel it approach a meltdown. But with this recognition, I focus on 2 final things, Woodard and glimpse. Tightening my jaw, I twist the spouts of ether in my body and contort them with my will to form Woodard, the skill of my own device that enhances my body. I push it further than usual as I take a risk, using gaseous ether alongside twisted streams to bolster it. But, of course, it's not much of a chance if you are to die anyway. After I feel my body turn dense like wood, and as powerful as a sturdy oak, then going beyond that, I move on to glimpse, short glimpses of the impossibilities of the future. Nature itself giving me hints come to the forefront of my mind. The volume of ether fueling the skill is so much more than expected that the ether condenses into gaseous form and goes one step further, turning into a flowing flame of plasma through my body. This makes glimpse work better than ever before. I know what Blightraven is to say before he even opens his mouth. Well, I do agree, my short-lived friend. Let's give these albinos a run for their money. I've been hanging on by a thread for a few days, shards of hope trembling, but it's about time I let loose. I tense my muscles as Blightraven, or Howard Strafe as most of the territories know him, extends his beautiful wings more eagle-like than anything else. But the snow-white steel wings have been dyed red with blood, their owner's blood. With a flap, Blightraven enters the air, shouting at the Nahullo. Well, come and get me, you pale bastards. This is what you wanted, right? My life, my home, my people. And as Blightraven dyes the air with a dark swarm of his signature skill, he bursts with a cloud of pale feathers that sends him flying forward. The Batto heads straight for the viceroy in the middle, his claws reaching for the man's throat. I move to join him, my legs pushing me forward as the councilmen finally move into action. Their obligatory bow to their leader over and done with. But before Blightraven gets close, a phantasmal Urayuli appears from nothing. An oversized fur-covered humanoid slaps the Batto like a bug. Blightraven rolls for dozens of feet, breaking stones along the way, before he catches himself with his talons and flies right back. Seeing how the viceroy, a Nahullo known to many as the Noble Phantasm, conjured such a mighty phantom similar to Abraham's, only much more potent, I decide to focus on the archer. Mislo, the pointed spear, one of the only 3 female council members among the Nahullo High Table. If I don't at least slow her down, even with the wall of feathers Blightraven just conjured with his power, she will kill those escaping. Unfortunately, her range is equal to, if not greater than, Johnny's, meaning they need to get at least a few thousand feet away even to have a chance to survive. So, I rush toward her with all the strength remaining in my body as she knocks another arrow. Even as this pointed death stares at me, I feel proud about today. I made an angel take me seriously. And not just that, my oldest friend did what I always believed him capable of. I'm just sad I won't be able to see our dream come true. The one we had so many years ago. He must remember, right? We haven't spoken of it, but he wouldn't be doing all this if he forgot. I just need to buy him some time. Every second I buy is another second they have to run. Another second that Blightraven has to fight. As Misslow aims her arrow, Glimpse relays to me segments of the future, the earth telling me how to dodge, and I do so, twisting my body and head, letting me move alongside the screaming projectile. Only I have forgotten there are more threats than just Misslow. A war maul smashes into my back as I realize pleading death is affecting my mind. My vision goes black as I slam into the ground, my spine breaking from the impact as I lose feeling in my lower half. I should have seen that coming. At least pleading death and all the ether in my body blocks out pain because of all the enhancements to Woodard. If I had enough time, I could regenerate, but I doubt I will be spared that long. I try to crawl forward, but I'm rolled over onto my stomach as I come face to face with the Skull Crusher, another member of the High Table with the born name of Night. Even as he raises his maul into the air, I still can't believe that 5 councilmen, including the Viceroy, came to slay a single angel. Overkill for any but the unyielding wall. But as the war maul comes down to meet my skull, I remember something. An idiotic child's rage against the inevitable. My dying mind flashes to his reckless use of ether that both destroyed his arm and the chest of Hura, while the former was a simple third sigil. Perhaps, if he can bridge the gap and shift the flow of that battle with his meager strength, I can do the same. Wyatt Graves, thank you for this inspiration. The falling leaves give life to the growing saplings, a life for a life, a death for a death, and one's future for another's future. The world will go on without me even as the liquid removes my soul within me. My past is to be buried, my future to be lived by another. The fallen leaves, oh, how beautiful they are as they lay with their colors. I just wish I could see Mother one last time. She always knew what to say, always knew what to do, and she could always find beauty even amidst sorrow. If I hadn't drunk pleading death, there would be a chance I could have met her down below. But that is not my fate. My fate is to be the falling leaves, the guard for the seeds so they may begin their miracle, the sustenance for the saplings so they may further their weaves, and the motivation for the already grown trees so that they may reach the pinnacle. And as I combust into a furious explosion, the ether in my body radiating outward in a beautiful bouquet of petals, I see one final future, glimpse going far beyond the hour limit of before as time slows. A smiling Johnny Caldwell is drenched in blood as he lies upon the grass staring at the sun overhead. My, he looks so peaceful. I don't think I've ever seen him that content. Not since Amelia. I wonder, what made him smile so? I would like to smile too, friend. It has been a long, long time since we laughed together, since we drank together, and since we spoke of more than just death and survival. Maybe one day we will again. Goodbye, my friend. He who pulled me out of the darkness in those woods so long ago. May you make our dream a reality. I had no better friend than you, Johnny Caldwell, and I could never have asked for one. I only hope you feel the same. 203 Sprouting Seeds. Wyatt Graves. A phenomenon that I can only call a colossal discharge of force comes from behind as the very ground shakes in a way reminiscent of Kai's final outburst of strength. My eyes and neck betray me as I glance backward, my mind imprinted with Cicate's final thoughts. Only the wall of alabaster feathers protects us from the archer, and the greater distance we make, the more likely we are to survive. As I turn, I'm pulled forward, Johnny's bloodied and wounded face bearing down at mine. Don't look back. We need to run. Catch up to Virgil and them. If worst comes to worst, I'll stay and buy time. I choked down the burgeoning outburst because of his seriousness. Just like Blightraven, so is Johnny severely wounded, yet still willing to rage against the end. Angels must be more resilient to harm. When Johnny was forced into unconsciousness by Darkstep, he was half as bloody. His left arm has a gash that goes from his bicep to his pinky and shows the bone underneath. His chest has ribs that crest out from open cuts, and upon his face, a mangled line of flesh hides his left eye. Cicate did what he could to heal him in those few moments, but it was not enough to get him back into fighting condition. If Johnny fights another angel, he's dead. And so are we. Taking a deep breath, I follow Johnny's orders and run forward, trying to get as far away as possible from the archer. To my right in the distance, I see the hordes of plagued sprinting like beasts toward me, their hunger endless. But at the same time, I can hear the vague shouts of sentinels gathering their army to fight those who had risen from the mother-bound. At the very least, it seems as though we won't have to worry about the plagued, or the mother-bound for that matter. The Nahullo are strong, very strong. When it comes to raw power, none, not even the demons, prevail against the northerners of the frozen wastes. Pygmies are creative, demons unpredictable, and Nahullo tenacious. Their 24, or I suppose now 23, council members would likely overpower the soon-to-be 10 pillars. That is, if we didn't have 3 aces, Marshall, Maddox, and the Prime. The first alone is said to be the equal of 5 council members, and he, in his old age, is likely the weakest of the 3, not to mention the lowest in Sigil. It is unknown how many Maddox or the Prime equal, but the legends are concrete. The Wastelander is unrivaled under the gods' sinful heavens. My heart stabilizes a tad at the notion of humanity still, with their losses, able to contest the Nahullo, but the truth is that the High Table also has its own aces. Their 2 vices and their Warmaster, the leader of the council. None are on their own equal to the Wastelander. The man who most concur is the strongest being alive, barring gods, but numbers add up. No one is invincible. Some are unmatched, and some inspire reverence with a simple name. But just as we could sway the battle between Johnny and the councilman he killed, the nearly 24 angels of the High Table can do the same against the Prime. Even if we oppose the Pillars and the lofty Prime, no more can fall. With Kai gone and Blightraven soon to fall, 10 remain. Sure, Johnny took the leap into angelhood, but he's new to it, completely unlike the 2 veterans. My legs pump even harder as I push myself forward, doing everything I can to gain distance from the warring angels behind. My thoughts may be dark, but the world before me is bright, the risen sun illuminating the horizon. I can see blots of shadow far in the expanse of Stark Bluffs. They must be Silas, the rest of Rustbank's survivors, and the Batto. Johnny is also ahead of me, the man, even heavily limping and with a chunk of flesh missing from his thigh, still faster than me. Virgil carries the unconscious Abraham, and Skychaser and Blake support the severely injured Bonfire as they run as well. As we run, I continuously look back, hoping to spot a glance of the battle, but all I hear is the clashing of steel and the rumbling of metal on rock. Before, days ago, I had no idea what the sound was. I was clueless about the plight of the Batto's pillar. Those clashes of steel are his wings upon the blades, arrows, or whatever other weapons the Nahullo wield. The striking of steel on stone is him being sent tumbling from an impact only to stand once more. From what I saw in Cicate's eyes, Blightraven is a resilient man unwilling to buckle under any pressure. Without hesitation, he challenged his opponents to kill him, the end of the threat they came to. And as I earned distance, the sounds of the clash gradually quieting, I realized that in the end, all we managed to do was be saved by him. I go from getting one angel killed to another. Blightraven may not have been the best man, as I know little of him personally, nor even human at all, but he doesn't deserve this death. Someone so selfless should never be put in this position. And from what I've heard, it seems as though Eli Weiss, the underground tree, is the cause of all this. The invasion of the Nahullo was from a deal he brokered, and the insurgents of Motherbound from the Batto are likely from him, pressuring the Birdmen. Upon the frontier, none hold more political and regional power than Eli, his roots reaching every territory except for Lawless Lake. Maddox allows none to intervene in his isolated land. In the east, the Prime and the Estates hold more power, but in the frontier, Eli is king. His shadow exists almost everywhere. There is a saying upon the frontier that all hunters know who traverse here. Even I know it, having learned it from Bonfire. If you can see a tree, the tree can see you. I add another name to the list of those who deserve death as my eyes scan the horizon, looking for a man I know will not be there. But as I do, a figure atop a faraway spire catches my eye. It isn't possible to determine if it's a man, a tree, or simply a large rock. Perhaps it's just a figment of my imagination, but it seems as though someone or something is looking down onto the stones of Stark Bluffs from up high. I grit my teeth and push more ether into my eyes, insight coming as I teeter on the edge of saturation. I try to reach the faraway figure with my eyes, but cannot. Something prevents me from doing so, and I'm unsure if it's the distance or something more ominous. But as my head pounds with threatening faintness, I hear another boom behind me, the air crackling and a sea of metal breaking. Turning to see what's happening, I catch a figure moving faster than my eyes can track, slamming into a shorter spire we just ran past. The wall of alabaster feathers that kept us out of sight is broken, and Blightraven, missing a wing and an arm, both plainly ripped off of him, falls to the ground before my eyes. His blood dyes the gritty stone, spreading out into a circle around him akin to an occultist's ritual for power. The Nahalo step past the wall of feathers as they clatter to the ground, their influence lost now that Blightraven is out of commission. The one in front, the viceroy of the two vices, waves his gambeson as he points toward us, toward Skychaser in particular. Good. With that dealt with, let's move on. Mislo, finish off the last bird. Melu, kill the child. Knight, remove that faulty angel from my sight. I'll have a little heart-to-heart with little Abram. My eyes trail Mislo's form as the female Nahalo pulls the string of her great bow with the point of the arrow aimed at Skychaser. Blood pumps through my heart at an incredible rate as I push myself forward, trying anything and everything to help the Batto. Skychaser, dodge. But before my voice even reaches him after leaving my mouth, something else beats it, the arrow mimicking the sound of a bullet. An arrow with the stature of a spear pierces through the wings on Skychaser's back, goes through the Batto's chest, and peeks out on the other end, just barely missing Bonfire, who he's supporting. And without even a scream, groan, or shout of pain, Skychaser crumples to the ground. Blake yells in shock as she tries to drag him and Bonfire both, but I can barely see through the red of my vision. Skychaser isn't surviving through that wound. It went right through where his heart should be. I twist around to face the Nahalo, content with dying while fighting instead of running, but a palm wraps around my shoulder. I turn my head mechanically to see Johnny's remaining eye filled with just as much anger as mine. A growl comes from the man as he pulls me back with such force I can't even resist in the slightest. Go. Then, the gunfighter steps forward, bloodied but defiant, as he pulls the hammer on his gun and brandishes his blade of souls. Next, Mislo aims another arrow towards Skychaser, intending to guarantee the Batto's fate as the other two councilmen come for Johnny and me. All the while, the vice calmly takes steps toward the fastest of our group, Virgil. The man of darkness is moving at such a pace I can't even describe, shadowy tendrils pushing him forward as he bursts over the stone of Stark Bluffs. Virgil is hurtling across the rocks with such speed that I wonder if his bones are breaking from the pace. I'd think he was abandoning us if I didn't know him. But as the vice of the high table moves past me and appears from just a single foot from Virgil, I realize he was creating distance to keep the most dangerous man away from us. Johnny fires off a slew of bullets, each glowing with an odd luminance within my world of chains as they land on Mislo, going right through her armor. Blood leaks from her armor as she ignores him and pulls the string of her bow once more. The councilwoman is keen on obeying her orders. Sir Molu and Knight rapidly approach Johnny and me as the gunfighter pushes me back again. This time, he stares me right in the eyes, all negotiation gone from his tone. Go. But this time, unlike the others, I openly resist. He can't fight them alone. At least I can help buy some time for Blake, Bonfire, and perhaps Virgil and Abraham. No. I see Johnny's shoulders sag in defeat as he reloads his Colt, the cylinder spinning with a clang. He seems to recognize my determination finally. I won't let another die for me. Too many have. I see. Then, together, we prepare for the arrival of the council members. Sir Malu moves gracefully, his liquid metal creating perfect steps for him to use his momentum. At the same time, Knight crushes rock with each movement of his body, the abnormally large Nahalo brute forcing his speed. I stretch my legs and my arm as I am ready for my coming death. It will happen, and quickly. I know that. I am but a bug to these Nahalo. Perhaps one day I could do to them as they do to me, but it seems that day will not come. With a heft, I pull my claymore with me, the edge still stuck in the stone. I don't have the strength to spare just to hold it up, so I ran with it because it didn't matter. It slowed me down, but not all that much with the vigor from it. However, The pressure within that cave was different, so I had to let go. The claymore made from a sixth sigil truly is formidable, though. Too bad I won't get to enjoy it all that much. I stare Sir Melu down as he comes, his eyes meeting mine through his steel helmet. I can spot a few impairments on his armor and sweat around his face. It seems as though Blightraven managed to hurt them even so severely outnumbered. Gradually they approach, closing the great distance we made in just a few moments even as we try to earn a bit more. But right before Sir Melu and Knight arrive within the liquid metal man's reach, a raven-black mist rises from the ground. A voice that I thought would never resound again comes from the fog. The man, no, the angel, is furious, and he evokes his wrath for his race's demise with his wild proclamation. I am not dead yet. Melu and Knight slam their feet, trying to slow as mist rises from the ground and reaches our legs. Far away, I catch a glimpse of Blightraven, kneeling, his solitary arm outstretched as he literally evaporates himself into the rising fog. And oh boy, does the fog rise. In less than a second, my entire vision fills with night, the risen sun gone. All that remains is the blighted fog. Careful because of what it did before, I hold my breath, but the fog seems to only take care of me, not harm me. A cool sensation covers my open wounds and soothes them, the dark embracing me. And as I enjoy the embrace of the dark, a hand grabs my neck within the darkness, and I twist, raising the claymore. But the hand's owner speaks before I finish my movement. Come on. It seems Blightraven gained more from his time with humanity than his accent. As I ask Johnny what he means, I'm pulled along through the smoke, heading in the original direction. What do you mean? Are we safe? I can't see him shake his head, but I know he is doing so. No, I mean that Blightraven, Howard Strafe, or whatever you want to call him, gained an aspect of a human angel. It is said that our ether shines brightest upon death, akin to an aging star ending its own life. The most significant acts come from dead men who refuse to die quietly. It is also the origin of Marshall's motto that keeps his soldiers fighting quietly. I speak a part of the phrase deified amongst those who live on the frontier. And as the very last man falls, he too shall spread the fire. Johnny slaps me on the back as he pushes me forward. It seems as though today is not our day to die. Blightraven, upon his death, burned bright enough for his light to reach the peak. My eyes widen as I realize the sable fog around us is not a power. It is a simple skill, Adzil. Blightraven pushed his fog so far that it exceeded that of his own power. The wall of steel wings is nothing compared to this. I try to listen for anyone else in the fog, but there is no one. It blocks even my penetrating sight. There is nothing but the fog, the stone beneath my feet, and Johnny, who is holding onto my shoulder. And so, I stumble forward, onward and onward through the fog as it never seems to end, almost as if it is following us, watching us, and protecting us. I can almost feel a claw wrap around my shoulder, intangible yet significant. And it is the final act of Blightraven, a blessing from an angel with alabaster wings. Blake Nightingale. The swarm of darkness covers me as I try to save the two underneath me, but they just won't breathe. I keep doing compressions, imbuing them with my ghosts, and trying everything I can think of to save Bonfire and Skychaser, but I just can't. Nothing is working. The Batto has an arrow as thick as my fist sticking through his chest, while Bonfire has one of a similar size in his stomach. The final act of Mislo before fog consumed us, joining his already near-lethal wound. It was going to hit me, but just before it did, the wounded Pyro pushed me aside. I never knew he had it in him to die for another. He's always a jokester, a goofball, and a bit of a playboy in private, but in that single moment, he showed me who he truly is. Same with Skychaser. The Batto could have run away, hell, even flew away if he really wanted to, but he decided to stay and help pull the wounded Bonfire along. As I sit here on this stone, both are dying in my arms, and there isn't anything I can do. Why? Why does it have to be like this? Again? First Dragoon, and now these two? Even Cicada's dead, the man who familiarized me with this mess by introducing me to Johnny. I just can never wash away the blood on my hands. It always seems to just spill onto me. I can feel both their bodies cool as their hearts stop and their eyes still. My trembling hands are brought up as time slows, the particles of the fog moving at a crawl. But even at that crawl, my hands seemed to move with normality, the blood dripping with a mocking flow. Have I ever saved a life? Even one? I don't think so. All I do is end life and enslave unlife. I chose the Sigils sexton and abbot so that I could help them both, protect the living and appease the dead. Neither have I ever succeeded in doing. Am I just meant to get all those around me killed? To feel their blood streaming down my hands? Who's next? Johnny? Silas? W. Wyatt? I don't know if I can do this anymore. Dragoon, where are you? Are you in this fog? Am I in hell? Can you hold me one last time? I'm not that little girl anymore, but it's all just too much. I just want to sit here and curl up like I did in those trees when I was little. But scary men are coming, and the only way to live is to hide, just like back then. My vision returns to normal darkness as my hands steady just a bit. Silence surrounds me as the gloaming suffuses my eyes, somewhat emulating the old hideouts I used to have in the marsh. It's almost as if I'm safe, hidden away from the world's dangers. But the second my eyes touch the 2 inches from me, that slice of heaven created by my mind shatters. Bonfire, Skychaser, they are dead. Truly, truly dead. Their bodies are cold, and their minds are frozen in eternity. Their souls are likely heading down into the underworld right now, preparing to be given the gift of undeath. But if death can gift them the gift, allowing them to live, why can't I? That old god, incomprehensible and obscure, only has control over death. But I have leeway with life and death, my vigor and my bonds, allowing me to manipulate both. Maybe, no, that's impossible. But I also thought going to the underworld was unattainable until we did it. Same with helping kill an angel, just as I thought protecting Rustbank against Hero was before that. Just maybe, thinking of a young man's ability to make the impossible around him, I reach forward, my hands touching both of the fallen before me. Ether flows through my body into my hands as I do something forbidden to all abbots. I combine vigor, the substance of life, and ether, the substance of change, as I invoke bond upon these 2 dead men. The 2 combine as they leave my hands, a gray smoke emitting from my palms as it funnels into the 2 corpses. I've seen the impossible. Now, I want to make it. 204. Ascending Saplings. Blake Nightingale. The instant that the eerie combination of vigor and my ether, tainted with a touch of death from my sigil, touches Bonfire's flesh, pain flows through my arm into my mind. The sensation is agonizing, and it feels as though I am trying to push beyond a burning hell surrounded by razors, each cutting into my hand and forearm. It's almost like I'm dipping my arm into an endless abyss, allowing the beings in the depths to gnaw on me. And as I do so, I realize something, another spark, still exists deep within Bonfire's body. His heart has ceased, his eyes have sealed, but he is not yet perished. Instead, a feeble, barely burning flame yet lives. Gritting my teeth, I push further, reaching for that transient ember not yet snuffed out. My ether and vigor penetrate deeply into his body, reaching for his heart. For all priests, which was Bonfire's first sigil, the core of ether is in the heart. Heat and hearth come from the centermost organ, traits aligning with the radiance of a priest. And even if Bonfire stepped off that path to embrace fire, merging priest with scholar, that core would not change locations. And it is only that core which remains. I can sense a tiny bit of heat from it, the remnants of the man's skills during the previous battle. Just thinking of the fight, the smackdown, gives me chills. That Nahalo was barely trying, and he was dominating all of us at once. We were barely able to hold it long enough for reinforcements. If not for Blightraven, I'd already be dead. If not for Bonfire, I'd be in his position right now. I grit my teeth as I reach for his core, pushing all of my spare vigor into his heart to restart it as my ether performs the motions of bond. It takes a few moments for his heart to pump even once, just as it takes me almost a full minute to find his soul. But finally, I catch a glimpse of a soul, and I yank it with all my mind despite its heavy resistance. The dead, those who do not form into ghosts or apparitions, are difficult to pull into the realm of the living. And Bonfire is so close to death. His soul is already floating away, heading down before he even kicks the bucket. So the only reason I can pull him is because a connection remains, as he is not entirely dead. As the right one both beats his heart and pulls his soul, My left hand gradually removes the giant arrow from his chest. Blood barely even trickles out of the wound with how low his blood pressure is. Almost a full minute passes as I try not to worsen the injury. I'm no doctor. I'm just a girl who's seen enough death. Eventually, I can coax his soul into his body again without completing bond. It's not all that much more demanding than pulling a ghost toward me because he isn't entirely dead yet, a thread still connecting him to his cooling body. However, I don't want to turn him into a ghost bond to me, a being forced to serve me, so I must be meticulous. First, his heart beats 1 per minute, then it goes to twice, then thrice, and so on until it reaches 20 times per minute, the bare minimum. All the while, I force the vigor I've had saved from fighting and killing plagued and motherbound into his body. Wounds mend as blood regenerates. I dip ether into this vigor as a gray smoke fills the man's veins, having him recover at an incredible pace. While this happens, I feel a sense of hollowness, but I continue. Finally, the man on his way to the gate of death is slowly pulled back to the surface. I smile as I hear him gasp for air, his head pulling up an inch or so from the hard stone. Not particularly the impossible I was hoping for, but not that far from it. The combination of ether and vigor works quite well together. Why is it outlawed so? I don't know, but for some reason, I feel tired. So ti. My eyes flutter open to the sound of flesh hitting dense rock, and frantically, I twist around to figure out what's happening. Weren't I just in the fog? What? Is Bonfire fine? What about Skychaser? I was going to try and save him next. Sitting up with a palpable weakness in my limbs, I see Bonfire being crushed under the foot of a Nahullo, not one clad in armor, but one that is obviously powerful, adorned with a plethora of blades and a hand crossbow, a rarity among the northerners who favor hard steel. The hard rock of Stark Bluffs is scorched and blackened, the telltale sign of Bonfire going all out. But what surprises me most is a dozen corpses around the fallen pyro, the once fair skin of the Northmen, now turned as dark as charred meat. I try to stand, help, and save Bonfire, who is bloodied and mocked by the Nahullo who defeated him. But I cannot. My weakness stops me from even sitting up entirely upon the rock I was placed on. How do you like it now, human? You speak such grandeur, but you all eventually fall to the Legion. Come on, speak. Let me hear you beg for mercy as I end you. None of my comrades deserve the death you gave them. Pluff. The Nahullo spits on Bonfire, the liquid snuffing out the small flame rising from the man's hand pierced by a dagger. I look around for anything to help, but only one thing is nearby. Beside my body is Skychaser's, the dead Batto peaceful in his slumber now that the arrows have been removed. As my eyes are pulled to him, I feel a kind of attraction, not romantic, but deathly, a morbid sense of curiosity as my ether stirs. An idea comes to me, the impossibility from however long ago flowering again. I can barely so much as raise a finger, but with eyes staring at the dead Batto, I push my ether toward him. My ether twists and condenses as I breathe out of my mouth, a fog of decay coming from me as the Nahullo continues to beat Bonfire. I don't know what happened earlier, but I must focus on the now. I need to find a way to save us. I push the fog of condensed ether towards Skychaser's corpse, connecting the two of us through the swarthy gray fog. And once I feel the other side of decay, the skill I made upon the road trip here, I disregard everything it stands for. The fog that takes life and vigor to deliver it to me is inverted. Ether and vigor funnel through the thin funnel of gas connecting us. Concentrating, I join the two on the other side, creating the thing that seemed to sap me of my strength, my ether, and most likely, my life. That's why it's outlawed. The combination of the two takes away lifespan, ripping vitality and time straight from the abbot to give to another. That's why Bonfire healed so quickly. He gained my life as I lost it, never to be returned. But at this juncture, with Bonfire beaten, Skychaser dead, and myself paralyzed in weakness, I have no other choice but to gamble, to reach for an impossibility, hoping for absolution. But, unfortunately, what I'm about to do is more likely to kill me than anything else. Still, hopefully, before my lifespan runs out, I can save Bonfire. In every direction I can see, the stone steps of Stark Bluffs are barren. It seems we escaped somehow but could not regroup with the others. So, I am alone as I reach for this impossibility. Bond roars to life as I grasp for a connection within Skychaser's body, only to find none. But I don't take that for an answer. The man is dead, returned to the underworld, but so was Silas months ago. All it took was a little impossible trip to physically bring him back. But I don't need to do that at all. Skychaser's body is right here. I just need his soul. I don't know where Bado, or frankly, any other race goes where they die. All I know is that they also go to the underworld. That doesn't mean I can't still try to rip him up from death. All the ether in my body, even as stagnant as it is right now, funnels to the dead man with impossibility in mind. If I can't sense a connection with what I put in earlier, then I just need to use more. I just need to try harder. I close my eyes, ignoring bonfires beat down in front of me as the Nahullo enjoys torturing the man who killed his team. Instead, I focus inward and on the dead Bado. With darkness for the senses, I gain a better idea of the situation in Skychaser's body, one that depresses me but only gives me greater motivation. He is missing his heart, the javelin-sized arrow removing the thing entirely from his body. Bonfire lost organs, but none as vital as the heart. I don't think I can bring him back to life. That's in the realm of gods, far beyond mere impossibility, as he is already dead. But that doesn't mean I can't borrow his strength. I delve deep into his corpse, my combination of deathly ether and lively vigor checking every single part of his body just to find nothing. But an area still remains in his wings. Gritting my teeth as I push forward, the difficulty in controlling ether outside my body and inside another's magnitudes above what I typically do. My mind enters his steely black wings. I sense a remote connection, a thread of significance so minuscule I can only detect it with every fiber of my being working harmoniously. And the moment I sense it, I dive onto it, the sounds of bonfires suffering rapidly approaching an end. I weave my ether into bond around the connection as I try to rip the soul up, but there is a grand resistance, a being far beyond me that seems to stop my actions. I don't know who or what it is, but I don't stop. I keep pulling, yanking, and tearing with my ether and mind. Even as I feel myself touch upon the edge of saturation, I keep going. If I stop now, I am wood for the chopping. Unable to move, I will simply die to this Nahullo. And as my ether reaches such a volume that I can feel the temperature drop, a sound comes from the Nahullo beating bonfire to a pulp. Is that one not dead? I thought you were carrying corpses through the Rockies, but it turns out one of them was alive. So let's leave you alive to watch this. How about that, you pyromaniac? Steps crunched toward me, the Nahullo deciding to kill me before bonfire now that he noticed me. I ignore him, pushing even more ether into the thin connection railing against whatever is keeping me from pulling the soul beyond the gate. And even as an oversized hand clasps around my throat, I don't pause, my flesh beginning to melt from the overuse of ether. Bonfire was willing to die for me, so I am eager to do the same. A child from the sun, one bereft of any love until the double digits. I just can't help it, call it a flaw or a trait. If someone is willing to do for me, I will return the favor. The pressure from the hand grows, and my breathing stops as he closes my airway, a mocking voice tempting me to open my eyes and break my concentration. Come on, I know you're awake. Let me see your eyes before you die. I refuse, and as the grip tightens, the pain and anxiety of suffocating reaching my mind, I pull even harder. Upon death, we shine the brightest. Just as I feel the final moment of my brain working without air, I open my eyes to stare at the Nahullo. His hair and skin are burnt, and third-degree burns cover his rough skin. But his eyes are just as crazed as mine. The loss of friends, a familiar feeling to me, eating at him. The second my consciousness darkness, propelling me into the endless abyss where I too will be jettisoned down into the underworld. I pull with every last aspect of myself, and just as the twilight encloses a phantasmal door of bones in my vision, I feel something break, a snap from deep within. And the next thing I know, the Nahullo is gone, the pain is gone, and the dark is replaced with the disquieting air of the cabin. Almost unbelievingly, I step forward, my toes unable to comprehend what's happening even if I know the phenomenon. My hand reaches out toward the book as it opens, displaying words I never thought I, an orphan from the swamps, would see. Congratulations, Ghost Guard. You have displayed an overwhelming pure resonance to the aspect of the Harbinger. You have performed an act of absolution in your attempt to overcome your own limits. You brought yourself to your very limit, and then one step further, again and again, until your very body began to collapse. But within that collapse and stress, a diamond emerges from both you and your sigil. And so, may your ghost-scarred sigil shift into a purer form, for you, the soon-to-be Harbinger, have performed the Harbinger's absolution. You have prematurely resonated with a future step along your path, and as such, your current sigil shall shift its absolute form to match it just as it shifts to better match you. It will never be the same again, and neither will you, ghost-scarred. Like an old ghost awakened from millennium-long rest, your sigil shall now be more powerful, more vibrant, and purer. From the ghost-guard you once were, now, you are the heraldic ghost-guard, one who ignores the cycle of life and death, a woman who prefers to impose her own. With this new form, your sigil shall grant a new strength, a new aid to you in your long journey, one that is premature yet effective. Your dedication has pulled something to the surface. You herald those from the deep into the world of the living. Dead they are, living you are, yet something in between you become. With your banner as it is now, only one may join you from the deep. Raise your banner high, and legions will cross to join you. The form of your sigil shall now be revealed to you, as it is more pure and effervescent than ever before. I reach forward and touch the sigil imposed onto the page. I didn't have the time to look at it last time, but when I became a fourth sigil, it was a tree mirrored above and below ground, a man sitting on both sides. But now, it is entirely different. It now resembled a pit that goes through the entire world as beasts crawl in and undead crawl out. Shaking off the oddness with my joy of gaining an absolution, I can hardly imagine my new skill. Can I bring people back to life? Probably not. That is not at all what it hints at. It more so hints at something similar to what I was given last time I read the tome, Ghosted, my form of adrenaline surge. But at the same time, it speaks of legions. So which is it? A personal skill or something else? I don't know, and there is only one way to find out. I let my mind enter the sigil as I am brought back to reality, pain screaming its way into my body the whole while. My eyes open to a translucent yet solid figure, one that resembles Skychaser that is stabbing a claw into the back of the Nahullo's head. Skychaser, or his ghost, I'm not sure yet, yanks the more significant figure backward as an audible shock resounds, sparks and smoke rising from the pale figure. The Batto then brings a wing down as the Nahullo punches him off, but as Skychaser tumbles, a lightning bolt comes from the wing. A blast of electricity that leaves me shaking alongside everything else going on internally stops the Nahullo as he falls unconscious. I can see Bonfire's eyes wide open through my haze as Skychaser turns to me, the see-through man nodding before fading into nothingness. But as he fades, I feel a tendril connecting us, letting me sense the Batto's soul as he tumbles back into the underworld. I want to study and learn more about this skill, but reality hits me. My body begins convulsing, the trauma of using ether far beyond my limit hitting me like 1,000 diseases at once. I slam into the ground as I shrivel up. I can vaguely see Bonfire crawling over to me before collapsing beside me as he searches the Nahullo's body. The whole time he does, he speaks, croaks coming out from his throat as he tries to keep me conscious. You gotta stay awake. Don't fall asleep. Let me find something to help. Just hold on. I try to grasp his voice as the cold and heat bear ruthlessly advance into me, my flesh turning to blood as I feel my nails fall off. Shaking, I listen with all my might, trying my best to stay awake. Bonfire gains volume as he struggles, all the while telling me what happened. Focus, Blake. We got away from the councilman. You're strong, stronger than most. Come on. I think Blightraven did something, and I took the opportunity to run with you and Skychaser. They got to have one. How can Sentinels not have one? Fuck. We're miles south of where you passed out 2 days ago. I've been looking for the others, but can't find them. Hey, stay in there. My vision swims as the pain takes over, Bonfire's words fading out. I can't. Hold on. The dark begins to take me once more, but just as it does, light enters my body in the form of an abyssal liquid. Heat fills my whole body, the concoction or serum bonfire found amongst the Nahullo evaporating the ether left in my flesh and bones. Agony, even more hellish than before, makes me scream as everything goes white. 205. Flourishing Trees. Abraham aka Abram Ulrin. My teeth tighten as I stare at my father, Iram Ulrin, the noble phantasm of the Nahullo. He stands amidst the gloomy darkness created by Blightraven's final act as he gazes back at me and Virgil, who supports me. His ether moves through the air, his invisible and manipulative hand able to create a gap in the darkness enough for us to see each other, though our outlines are vague. Virgil keeps trying to make a move, to disappear into the fog with me, but I stop him every time with a lewd, inputting my words directly into his mind. Don't. He will chase us. Anyone he's ever killed, he can conjure a phantasm of to fight for him. That probably includes Blightraven now. An almost inaudible grumbling curse comes from Virgil, as his eyes also steady on Iram. I wait to speak until my father does, my hate for him building with every passing moment. The man who killed my mother to teach me hardship, and who sent me out into the world alone to teach me perseverance. But the noble phantasm is prideful, too arrogant to speak first, even to his own son. So we've just been standing here for minutes now. We've been in this silent back and forth since before Blightraven rose the curtain of fog. Eventually, however, my father loses his patience and opens his mouth to me, a half-breed. Are you not going to say hello, Abram? It's been years, my son. How have the human lands treated you? I barely stop myself from yelling at him, every fiber of my being wanting to lash out, scream, and do anything to make him feel what I've felt. But I don't. None of it would work. Even as a new sixth sigil, something I've held back from doing for years despite being capable because I loathe following the same path as my father, I would be crushed underfoot like a bug to the noble phantasm. Instead, I try to steady my voice and figure out why he is here. I doubt it's for me. He had no idea where I was. Ickham, my long-dead uncle, did all he could to give me freedom. Once I was sent away, preventing me from becoming a spy or some other figure in these lands. Why are you here, father? Don't you have more important things to do than to chase around Blightraven? My father laughs that detestable chuckle that begins in his stomach before bursting upward through his frame. The same laugh he made when he butchered Sarah. The same laugh he made when he ended his own brother's life. The same laugh he made when he did so many terrible things. Ha ha ha, Abram, you have so little clue as to how this world works. The tree wants to challenge his king, and who am I to stop him? Why would I halt a human who seems so wanting to be killed by the Wastelander? I would much instead make sure it happens myself. His words give me pause. Does Eli want to kill the Prime? Why? Is he insane? That's like if I were to try and kill my father right now. The gap in strength is so large. I'm unsure if even Weiss mind can bridge that gap. And why? Why kill him? Why wouldn't he just wait until Harvey croaks? I, too, asked this question, but I received no answer. Humans are irrational creatures, Abram. I'm sure you've learned that over your time with them. There is no point in wasting mental energy on understanding them. My father predicts my thoughts, his tendrils always in my mind. So it seems, even after years, they've never left. Many think the skills that allow us to summon the phantasms of others come from something spiritual, but it is the opposite. It is mental. His phantasms and my nightmares pull from the deep recesses of the mind and make the illusory real. But his words spark thoughts. Irrational? Yes, they do not think how we do. Nahullo are raised to believe only in war, sacrifice, and duty. I was sent out in the hopes that I could conform since being in the frozen castle didn't cut it. Humans are so disjointed that only a fraction of a fraction does the same, and I am not of that fraction either. But Eli Weiss, from what I know, is the most extraordinary mind of mankind right now. 100 inventions come from his laboratory deep within Timberlands every solstice. Would a man like that act irrationally against the Prime? Maybe, but it's unlikely. So there must be a reason for him not to wait for the eldest Harvey to die independently. Could it be? A fragile yet terrifying thought comes to mind. What if Harvey isn't going to die, father? This sentence finally earns my father's attention as he looks at me curiously, concentrating entirely on me. Pray to tell, Abram, what do you mean by that? All beings age. Even demons and especially humans with their brittle lives. The tiny spark of a thought I had previously now burgeons into an inferno as chills deeper than those I usually feel while asleep when the nightmares come for me and scrape along my skin. The thought leaves not my mouth, but only my mind, as it is delivered to my father with a lewd. Do gods, though? Vincent Harvey has been on the edge for so long. Do you? Iram cuts me off verbally, his voice sharp and stubborn as he refuses to believe the notion that a human could rise to godhood. Idiocracy. No human could become a god, Abram. You know this. If even Itriel, our ancestor who left behind the pale cavity, couldn't, then neither can Vincent Harvey, no matter how strong he is. The door is impenetrable, 1,000 times harder than an absolution, proof, or metaphor. Gods cannot rise from mortals. They can only be birthed by other divines or at the start of time. The reference to the old ancestor long past makes even Virgil beside me pause. The current humans likely think Itriel, the furious gaze, to be nothing more than a folktale. Still, hundreds of years ago, he did indeed live. The pride of the Nahullo, a man who ventured to the west coast and brought back tales of what lies on the other side. A man who fought against all three of the lords at that time and lived. But even time eventually took him too. I loathe to believe in these stories, but the proof I saw when I was young keeps me from disregarding them. I shiver just thinking about it, and as I shiver, my father seems to lose whatever patience he is holding on to. You seem to have only softened in your time away, Abram. How disappointing. Allow me to see your phantasms. Then, perhaps, if you show more potential than your brother or sister, I may let you and your human here live for you to keep learning. I grind my teeth at the mention of my phantasms and my siblings. The former has been twisted far beyond what they are supposed to be, the trauma of the council blooming within my sigil. The latter only further burned the candle of hate in my chest. My siblings, yeah, right? Iram had them after me, younger, more talented, and pure-blooded Nahullo than I. We may share his blood, but we do not share the blood that matters, my mother's. But I don't argue with my father. When he says something, he means it. He might let me live if I can somehow impress him with my nightmares, the version of the skill he guided my sigils to. There is just one thing. Our skills are different. He can conjure those that he has killed, while I can only conjure those councilmen, those that left scars deep inside my mind. I reach deep inside my mind, the tendrils of my focus entering the dark recesses, the hell inside my mind, ignoring the missing arm striking at my mind every second. My nails dig into my flesh as my breathing picks up, as I push through. Flashes of dark corridors, long meeting rooms, and bloody tables fill my mind. A moment passes before I break into the dark, the hell inside, the high table. Meanwhile, my father mocks me. Even now, you take several moments to conjure even one. How pitiful. He's right. I am pitiful. But the steel-clad faces of the councilmen, who will never leave my mind, shake me out of those thoughts. Before their gazes, I can do nothing but shiver. They have followed me for years, haunting my every step, my every dream, and my every blink. I might take far longer to conjure a nightmare than he does a phantom, but that is because we are different. The power of our conjurations comes from our connection to them. His connection comes from the killing of the foe, wanting the life drained from their eyes, but mine are much, much more profound. So in death that I've shed innumerable tears hiding from the nightmares myself. Blood leaks from my hand as my nails push into my skin, just as I step into that corridor of my mind where the councilmen lie. Quivering flesh of dead people line the walls as I step through that fateful door, the one that led to me being banished. Typically, I come here for Cern, Knight, or Bado, the least terrifying council members. Yet, right now, I am looking for someone else. I was always allowed to wander the high table as a child, a uniqueness to me and one other due to the virtue of being the viceroy's son. But after walking into a sacrificial ceremony to the long-dead Itriel, where my father removed my mother's head and ripped out the unborn sibling within her stomach, I've never been the same. My breath hitches as the scene repeats once more. This time, unlike any other, I'm forced to gaze into my father's eyes, his chuckle resounding both inside and out as my mind nearly shatters. It seems you are afraid. Better a dead son than a coward. I can hear my father take a step forward as I reach deeply, skipping past the man of phantoms, ignoring the female beside him, and locking gazes with the man above him. Etern, the War Master, the Council Leader, the owner of the Pale Cavity, the strongest Arca in existence. Looking at him like this only gives me a sense of discomfort. The man not doing much during the ceremony, and one of the few who don't innately terrify me. I would conjure him more often if I could, but I simply can't. The weight of his presence is far too much to bear, even for a split second. But as I stare at him, I push harder, stepping further into the circle of madness. The council members dance around me, my dead family before me, as I squint my eyes to not see them. I can feel my father getting near in the fog, but I ignore it. Instead, I focus and compel myself further, extending my arm toward the War Master even as I feel pinpricks on the back of my head. For years, I've struggled to merely open the door of this room. Only in the last two have I managed to enter. Never before have I come so far. Yet, as my fingers are an inch from the wielder of the Pale Cavity, something stops me. A crying comes from below, the mournful call of my mother. Help, Abram. Help, it hurts. It hurts so much. I know I've been an awful mother, but even if you don't love me, save your little sister. My gaze turns toward her, locking onto the woman whose head is removed from her body. And I try to pull back as a phantasmal blade touches my throat, but I can't. Ma. A small utterance leaves me just as I realize where I am. Pain coming from my neck as my father cuts it open. I'm not in this room. Not anymore. I haven't been for half a decade. I'm sorry, Mother. I'm sorry, Arhan. I can't keep looking back. I twist my gaze forward, staring right at the abyssal watch of the War Master. And as I gaze unto him, the pale abyss, he stares back. And it's not his phantasmal mental image that looks into me. Instead, I can feel that it is him, really him. The disposition and presence are unmistakable, a mountain among trees. The calmness to bear any storm and make the phenomenon itself stutter. In his hand lies the Pale Cavity, a split open heart frozen to eternity. I reach forward and tap a quaking finger upon the white frosted heart. As I do so, everything changes, my surroundings shifting as I reappear inside a long wooden building with a round table in the center of light blue wood. Why am I here? In the round table? After all my time with humans and my recent trip to the cabin, I figured that's where I'd go from now on. But apparently, that's not the case. Shaking my head as I know what's happening yet refusing to believe it, I step forward toward the scroll on the table with unimaginable words. Congratulations, Nightmare. You have displayed an overwhelming pure resonance to the aspect of the Eidolon. You have performed an act of absolution in your attempt to overcome your own limits. You brought yourself to your very limit, and then one step further, again and again, until your very mind began to collapse. But within that collapse and stress, a diamond emerges from both you and your sigil. And so, may your nightmare sigil shift into a purer form, for you, the soon-to-be Eidolon, have performed the Eidolon's absolution. You have prematurely resonated with a future step along your path, and as such, your current sigil shall shift its absolute form to match it just as it shifts to better match you. It will never be the same again, and neither will you, Nightmare. Like an old memory recalled after a millennium of ignorance, your sigil shall now be more powerful, more vibrant, and purer. From the Nightmare you once were, now, you are the resurging Nightmare, one who uses their fears to impose their own reality. A man, twice broken, now with a horizon to pursue. With this new form, your sigil shall grant a new strength, a new aid to you in your long journey, one that is premature yet effective. Your refusal to succumb to your fears yet rejecting to face them has only made them more emphatic. You resurge from the depths of your mind after years of suffering and languish, but you are not the only one to return. With deep enough resolve, your fears return the real. The form of your sigil shall now be revealed to you, as it is more pure and effervescent than ever before. A shiver runs down my back at the potential of what was just bestowed onto me in my absolution. If I can make the fears real, then no. Fucking no. I flail my hand forward as I try to push away the scroll, but I only succeed in exiting the round table, my entire body tensing as I return to my body. I about piss myself as I feel the pain in my neck again. A quake rushes along my whole self, almost buckling my knees, as a presence appears beside me, a foot tapping the ground softly. I open my eyes with shaky hands, fearing what I might see beside me more than the blade to my neck, and that fear becomes a reality. Beside me is one of the paramounts, one of the 10 strongest living things. Stalwart spine, Etern, the owner of the pale cavity. Even if some may say he only earns his spot because of our ancestor's heart, that doesn't matter to me as my neck stops bleeding, his gaze alone sealing the wound. Virgil is also beside me, but the man is completely frozen, unable to even react with these two before us. My blood stops flowing as I catch my father lock eyes with Etern, my mother's killer, taking a step back. What are you doing here, War Master? Don't you have more important things to do? What happened to your trip into the chill? My breath stops as I see Etern, a relatively short Nahullo at only 7 feet tall. He looks around for a moment curiously before answering with a wave of his hand and a swirl of crackling ether, dispersing all the fog around. Such a vague motion renders all of Blightraven's struggles null within 1,000 feet, everything else returning to my sight. Thankfully, or maybe worryingly, no one else is within the region cleared. I felt the gaze of a child upon me, but unfortunately, it seems it was your lost one, Viceroy. I was hoping for another candidate. My father nods, then tries to continue what he intended to do, killing me. Yes, it was. Now shouldn't you go back to the chill? I can handle this. A war master shouldn't lower himself to these depths. I can feel Virgil beside me trembling as well. We are both under the pressure of two figures whose powers are beyond our comprehension, both clashing slightly. My father seems to want to kill me, but the War Master is stopping him for some reason. Etern looks around the vastness of Stark Bluffs, his gaze running along the rocks before pausing on a spot within the fog far away. Iram keeps trying to get him to leave without being disrespectful. The slimy bastard. Here, I'll send you back with a carriage. I'm sure you're tired. Who told you to invade the Batto? Etern cuts him off mid-sentence, the War Master making the Viceroy stutter. I almost smile as I see my father lose his cool for the first time as he tries to weasel his way out. Well, you see, I took it upon myself. I saw a great opportunity and… War is coming, Viceroy. You know that. Why provoke more enemies? Cold begets cold. The ones who escape today will come for us one day. My father keeps trying, unwilling to give up, as he spreads his hands. That's true, but we need as good of a defensive position as possible. Don't you agree? Starkbluffs is far better than our home in the frozen wastes. And Eli Weiss agreed to not counterattack should we help slay the Prime's only faithful dog while the old man has isolated himself. We need all we can get for our candidates, and do all that is possible to remove the others. This time, Etern lets him finish his sentence before turning to me. His very gaze makes me shake to my core. I can feel even the ether within my body stagnate and refuse to obey me. How did I conjure him? What the fuck? I just looked at his mental image? And what do you think, child? You are of us too. Shell-shocked at being addressed by Etern, the stalwart spine, I struggle to even eke out a sentence. Emmy, what do I think? Etern nods, his head dipping toward me in solemn gratitude. Yes, you conjured me, and I heeded the call, though I could have refused. Your connection to those you invoke seems far above your father's. An impressive feat. What do you think about the coming war? I pause for a second as I try to understand what he means. The coming war? What war? I know things are getting more chaotic in the human lands, but shouldn't everything be as expected in the others? I'm sorry, I don't understand. What war? Etern looks out west, his gaze slightly tilted south toward the vastness of the demonic wilds. Fate is converging, sigils are aligning, and the round table, the cabin, or however one puts it, is coming close to collapse. Soon, there will no longer be a guide as the old one awakens. Deep inside our bones, the powerful can feel it. Time is running out to leap into the sky. 3 angels have risen in the past week, a number equal to the year prior, and I can sense another about to ascend in the east. How do you view this war, child? Will those around be allies or foes? As the whirlwind encloses, who can be trusted? As the legions rumble, who will refuse their call? I stutter out an answer as I barely fathom his meaning. The War Master is even older than the human's oldest, the Prime. As Nahullo live longer naturally, his years have an untold amount of experience flowing between every word. Why are you asking me this? Why do I matter? There are thousands stronger than me. Etern turns from the horizon and kneels slightly, his gaze focusing on my trembling pupils. Because your emotions are powerful, Abram, more potent than any I've seen. They are so dense that I could feel your call from thousands of miles away. Your call wasn't for me. It was simply for my phantom. But so deep was the emotion. It became more. I can feel your tremors, your fears. Your father would tell you to remove them, to banish the emotions. Etern stands upright as I see my father behind him glowering, unable to do anything to the War Master because of his overwhelming strength. Emotions give us sustenance, child. Without them, we are but beasts. So feed your fear, stoke it, embellish it. One day, it will grow large enough to devour the world. I pause and stare at the living legend, a man who has gone toe-to-toe with the best and lived. He turns and barks out an order to my father without any room for negotiation. Have all councilmen in Starkbluffs clear the fell omens near. I don't want any of the mother's corruption in our new home. Bury the fallen with their family ice. Stop your hunt. Those who yet live have earned it. They will repay the favor one day. For the Pale Cavity mandates it. Another candidate exists. He will return to us when the time calls for it. Etern finishes his speech as I feel a rumble flow through me, golden ichor emerging in the air that wraps around my neck before disappearing. Then, the War Master takes a single step before vanishing, the rock below crunching deeply from his movement. Once he's gone, I see my father stare at me, frustration, disdain, confusion, and even surprisingly, a sparkle of pride in his eyes. Then finally, he turns away with a harumph, walking away toward the cloud of darkness in the direction of the army locked in combat with the Motherbound and leaving Virgil and me as we collapse onto the ground. Not too bad. Not too bad. Virgil curses at me as the man breathes for what must be the first time in minutes, his face blue and purple. Your family is even more fucked than Wyatt's. I can only dryly laugh as I feel my mind begin to shut down, the nightmares demanding their compensation. Yeah, it's why I haven't talked about it. The last thing I see before I return to those endless halls of malice is Virgil shakily standing and grabbing my collar. Then, as he drags me and I drift off, the man sighs. Now, this feels normal. 206, Beyond the Fog. Wyatt Graves. I emerge from the dark smoke that was the final act of the Pillar of Starkbluffs before Johnny and I turn to face the fog. My eyes wander the edge of the impenetrable mist, and the fact that it goes for miles in every direction is wild. Just how far did Blightraven expel his blight? A spark comes from beside me, instantly wrenching my attention from the fog. I catch a glimpse of yellow as Johnny lights a cigarette, taking a puff before sighing. Sure fucked this one up, didn't we? I look him up and down as I see the plethora of wounds that would literally kill any other person, probably including me. Then, ignoring his words in favor of concern for him, I check on him. You all right, Johnny? You look way worse than that time in Sinskreek. He nods, taking yet another breath of smoke. Yeah, I'm good. Angelhood benefits the body, making it far more resilient and durable via your soul. Even I underestimated how much so before I made it here. Still can't believe I did. Though, don't get me wrong, I'm hurt. I only will recover. Johnny's own surprise at his strength is evident. He always told me how he gathered as many people as possible with potential, except for me, who just showed up and forced my way in. Abraham, Bonfire, Otto, Marion, Frank, and even Blake. He spent a long time before starting his rebellion doing work to recruit people to surpass him. It seems, though, that he was the one to make it to where he wanted to guide others. I don't know how else to reply to him other than to ask if he thinks the others will be fine. The last thing I remember was a scream from Bonfire. I hope he's okay. You think the others are fine? Besides Sakate, Johnny shakes his head, unknowing. Dunno. Abraham should be fine. As far as I could tell, he has quite the familial connection with the High Table. I found him for his strength, but it seems that was the least remarkable part about him. Bonfire is quite capable too, but we both heard that shout, so we'll have to see. I scrape my feet on the rock below as my mind flitters to Virgil and Blake. What a boo. Johnny cuts me off, growing annoyed at me. His eyes are slightly glistening as he looks into the blindingly dark fog. I don't know, Wyatt. I don't know. I notice that as he stands, Johnny's hand keeps touching the pouch that once stored pleading death, the serum that led to Cicate's demise. My eyes grow wet at the thought of Cicate and his final words. I open them up to Johnny, the man having a right to know. I used insight on Cicate before he died, Johnny. Johnny cuts me off again, his voice raw and sharp enough to the point that it stabs. Shut up, Wyatt. Please, just be quiet. I know you only want to help, but please, just be quiet. Johnny almost breaks into tears as the gunfighter sits on the rocks, blood trickling to dye the sandy stone red. Seeing that he doesn't want to move right now, I sit beside him, but a part still gnaws at me, Cicate's last thoughts, the implicit pride he had toward Johnny, that never-ending well of respect. As the gunfighter's head tilts toward the ground, his breathing slowing from the rapid pace we've been in since the smoke appeared from Blight's I disobey. He was proud of you, Johnny. So very proud. The second I speak, Johnny shakes, his shoulder trembling, and he opens to interrupt me, but I stop him. I said, I know, but you need to hear this. He had no better friend than you, Johnny. No one he was more willing to die for. No dream he was more inclined to fight for. His final wish was for you to make your dream together a reality. I don't know exactly what he meant by that, but I can guess. I pause when a muffled sob hits my ear. Johnny has his head in his hands, the older man crying tears into them. A crackling pitch comes from him, the voice breaking all the while as he speaks of Cicate, the wise yet tense Iraq native. Years ago, when I first found him, we fought together for a long time. He moved up with me through the hunter echelons, and I tried to help him find any of his family that might still exist. But along the way, we had a dream of owning our own territory, a place where everyone would be safe, where no demons would invade, where no ghosts would haunt, where no beasts would attack. But slowly, that dream faded as we grew older and saw the world's truth. We were just cogs in the war machine. Johnny goes quiet again at the end of his story, sobs replacing words. I try to finish it for him. Then, you eventually started your rebellion after finding people to help, right? He nods softly, pulling his head out of his hands, his eyes meeting the darkness. Yeah, I couldn't bear to be a cog anymore and watch the terror reign. I was surprised when Cicate showed up, thinking that the years set us apart, but apparently not. He said he joined me to aid an old friend. But Johnny's voice cracks again, my heart melting at seeing such a formidable man cry openly. An angel, no less. I end the thought for him as he struggles to get it out. He saw that you were fighting for that dream and discarded all other parts of his life. Too. Then, I'm surprised as Johnny finishes my words, the phrase Cicate thought of before his death. My fate is to be the falling leaves, the guard for the seeds, so they may begin their miracle, the sustenance for the saplings, so they may further their weaves, and the motivation for the already grown trees, so that they may reach the pinnacle. Johnny finishes by looking up toward the sun, now directly above our heads, as I stare at him in shock. Did he just read my mind? The man looks back down as he dusts off his hands and stands up. It was a poem of Cicate's from his mother. The Iraq were a tough people, a tribe where every man, woman, and child could fight. But that is not all they were. Their culture was rich, and now, all that remains are the little things Cicate told me over the years. I stand as well to meet his gaze. Johnny wipes the tears from his eyes as he glances at my new claymore. At least one of us gained something from this. 2 dead, possibly way more. Let's head back and take our losses, Wyatt. Sometimes you lose a gamble. We can't win every battle. What matters is that we get back up again. I nod to him and heft the massive blade behind me to follow me, the edge digging into the ground and leaving a trail as I walk. Johnny shakes his head with a laugh as he sees it. I smile at the brief absence of grief. I miss Cicate too, and I worry about the deaths of the others, but Johnny is hurting the most right now. He had been close with Cicate since they were a little older than I am. Pick it up, dumbass. You're the one who chose it, so you have to carry it. We can't leave behind an obvious trail such as that. Groaning, I push some ether into my tired muscles for physical strengthening and heft it onto my shoulder. The blade, longer than I am tall, is far more difficult to carry than it is to drag. At least the effort will help build some muscle. I don't think we have to worry about how it slows me, either. The Nahullo, even with the Viceroy, should be busy with the motherbound coming from Blight Spire in a few moments, if not already. But just as we step away, heading toward the south where our meeting with Silas is, a crunching footstep resounds behind us. I twist around as fast as I can, my blade falling to the ground in preparation. But Johnny is far faster than me, his angelic body moving twice as fast as he draws his gun and aims it. He doesn't fire, though, and I realize why as I take in the figures, stepping out of the fog. Dragging Abraham's pale body by the scruff of his neck, Virgil emerges from the fog, using his other arm to block out the sun's light. Virgil! I drop my claymore and run toward him. But Johnny grabs me and pulls me back before I make it even one step. Then, as I look at him, confused, he holds the gun still toward Virgil. Flicker, Virgil. For all I know, you could be a Nahullo in disguise or a motherbound. Just need to be safe. I don't know any who can copy a growing or made power. Virgil sighs and nods, lowering his arm toward the ground as it flickers through the stone below. Johnny lowers his gun, relief coming out in an exhale of air. Of course. Good to see you're all right, Virgil. How's Abraham? I step toward Virgil now that we've confirmed it's him and briefly hug the man in relief that he's fine as he shrugs the unconscious Abraham onto the ground. Of course, Virgil would be fine, though. Who can catch the unseeable and untouchable? He should be fine. The fucker somehow summoned the stalwart spine with his phantoms, and the War Master of the High Table called off the chase. I'm unsure about Blake, Bonfire, and the Batto, but we four should be good. What? I turn to the slumped Abraham as he lies still on the stone ground of Stark Bluffs. He summoned the War Master, the strongest Nahullo, and the man called off the chase for us? While I stand in confusion, Johnny is the one who asks for clarification. War Master, as in the... Virgil nods. Yeah, I could hardly believe my eyes. Johnny glances at Abraham as well and taps him with his foot. How did he call off the chase? Why? Virgil answers as he shows his wrist, but there is nothing there. Etern, the stalwart spine, used the pale cavity to place a mandate on us. One day, we will have to repay him for letting us live. That's the only reason. It's so that we can be used in the coming war. I burst out this time, the mention of a war bringing me out of my days. War. Virgil nods, his expression tightening into a deep grimace as he, too, looks at Abraham. Yeah. The War Master spoke of a war coming that would span all the lands. He said the cabin is nearing collapse, and there will no longer be a guide once the old one awakens below. Time is running out to leap into the sky. I think the mother below is waking up again, just as she did when the gods fell. As Johnny and I take in his words, silence is all that meets Virgil's account. A repeat of the collapse? Fucking hell. What will happen with only one semi-active god and dozens of insane ones? We no longer have the shield of any of those deities from before. Death is unresponsive and slow. Glusgab is long gone, turned into Mephisto, who is so befouled he's more likely to join the mother below than oppose her. Coyote, who once was a Zabwi, is just as mad as Mephisto. Lagertha has turned so lethargic that she hasn't appeared in so long that it's unknown if she still lives. Janigia and Hurricane haven't appeared since it's said they walked into Weirwind millennia ago, though their conditions are thought to be rotted as well. The other half-dozen gods known to humanity are hands-off for the most part, and likely corrupted or dead as well. It's hard to tell which is which sometimes. Only one god remains who could possibly defend the world against the mother below. The devil, the Red Judge, the arbiter of chaos. But while he is still sane, he has little reason to save us. That means in this second collapse, we're on our own. Johnny barks up a depressing conclusion as we both arrive at the same thought. Virgil looks at us as he also drops another bombshell. Yeah, we're on our own. No more gods to give us salvation. But it gets even worse. Eli Weiss was the one who set this thing. This invasion of Stark Bluffs. He did it to get help against the Prime. It seems the swarming wastelander is preparing to make some colossal move, and Eli wants to stop him or take his place. The gunfighter beside me clenches his fist as he reaches down and yanks Abraham onto his shoulders. The only step left for him is to apotheosize Virgil, as he stands at the very pinnacle of life. And with how little time it's said he has left, I can only guess it'll be soon. within the year, by the sounds of the consequences. But unfortunately, not a single mortal has ever succeeded in doing so, barring the devil, who we have zero records about. Should the prime become a god, though, who knows whether that's a good or a bad thing. I watch as Johnny takes Abraham and walks toward the meeting point again. Virgil calls out to him as he does so, his focus on the half-human. What about Abraham Abram, or whatever it is? You gonna let him live? Johnny nods deeply as he carries Abraham. His words are profound as he steps along the sharp rocks, the ascent to angelhood giving him a silver tongue. He's never lied to me. I simply don't like to ask about people's pasts. Abraham proved himself, however, in that fight. To stand against an angel is no easy feat, especially when you could opt out. I don't want to hear anyone treating him poorly. He has earned his place among us. Remember, we fight not for humanity, Virgil. We fight for what it means to be human. That is why I was so willing to have the Batto join us. They are just as worthy of life as we are. I shrug as I glance at Virgil, and he finishes talking to Johnny and then does the same before complimenting my blade. Fair. I brought him because I owed him, but at this point, the debt is paid. Nice sword. It fits you. A reckless blade for a reckless man. Does it have a name? At his mention, I finally take the time to look at it deeper. All I know is that it can imbue me with vigor, but there must be more to it. It is a 6th flam claymore, after all. My eyes scan the blade for any adornment or engraving, but I find none. The steel is plain, nothing but metal and edge. Even the handle is made of iron. It's almost like the whole thing comes from a single hunk of ore. As we walk away from the fog, I send a strand of ether into the blade as I inspect it. All I get in response is that the sword sigil is named Warfare. It seems to be a mix of soldiers, abbots, and a single freak. I test it out in a new way, as I try to run ether along the entirety of the blade and not just the handle. And as I do, I'm given a welcome surprise, the edge growing significantly lighter. It turns from a hunk of steel, unliftable by anyone without a sigil, to barely heavier than a long sword. Smiling as I wave it around, Virgil laughs at me. Be a bit serious, Wyatt, but good to see you testing it out at least. Being brought back to reality, I lower the claymore but keep the ether in the blade flowing. It's far easier to move without its considerable heft, and I can easily see the use of it in combat should I grow adept enough. Why did that Nahullo have such a powerful weapon, even if he was a sentinel? Perhaps he was a child of someone powerful like Abraham. And as I walk, I think back to Virgil's words, my mind settling on a name for the claymore. Reckless. I like that. I like it a lot. But I don't like it enough to not worry about my friends. I try to keep up with Johnny and Virgil as the two begin to speed toward the meeting point. Breakneck emerges in my body alongside Struggler's Defiance, just to eke out an even pace with the two of them. They are quick, and I know they are holding back to not leave me in the dust. So, constantly as we run, I look back, using temper to see further, hoping to see any sign of Blake, Bonfire, or Skychaser. But I don't see any, even as a group of people appear on the horizon. Are they really dead? Come on, Blake. Come on. Bonfire. You guys can't be dead. Even as Johnny and Virgil meet up and speak to the group headed by Silas, I keep my eyes on the faraway blight that is beginning to fade hours after its emergence. Even as Dakota licks my hand and Johnny tries to pull me away, I hold. I can feel it deep down. They have to be okay. If they aren't, no, they are. Blake wouldn't die so quickly, and neither would Bonfire. Skychaser also has a whole race to guide. He can't die either. But they don't appear. Even as the sun starts to set, no one appears on the horizon. Sky Swain, Skychaser's mate, stands beside me as she begins to weep, the Batto woman falling to her knees. My heart sinks as I realize a harsh truth. They're gone. If they weren't, I would be able to see them, my eyes bolstered by temper and release almost as sharp as Johnny's eyes. But just as I turn around, I see a figure step out of a disappearing fog, one carrying two limp bodies on his heavily wounded back. Bonfire, at the very least, still yet burns with life. We'll have to see about the other two, as neither is moving and one's frame is lacking any colorful fetters. 207, Burning Fire. I watch with awe momentarily as Bonfire trudges toward us in the distance with trembling steps. Only Johnny and I can see him because of the expanse between us, my eyes tempered and his eyes golden like a hawk from his second metamorphosis. I share a glance with him before looking at Heath. Johnny approvingly nods with a knowing smile. I turn back to the Wanderer as the dissipating fog finally vanishes entirely, leaving bonfires back placed against a backdrop of war far away. Nahullo versus Motherbound and Plagued as the Nahullo's War Master ordered. I push ether through my body as breakneck. Struggler's Defiance, Release, Daydream, Ironheart, and Strugglers gasp all at once as my body breaks its limits. Gaseous ether still flows through me because I have not yet ended the madness upon my legs, the limbs still chilly and knees bereft of skin. Moreover, I am not fully recovered ether-wise from the fight several hours ago because of how close I was to the brink. So this is a bit risky to do with all my skills at once if this turns out to be some illusion. But I ignore all that as I grab Heath by the back of his shirt and rush toward bonfire. When I push myself to the edge, all my skills focused on one thing. I am nearly unmatched in the area. Right now, I care only for speed, and the ground vanishes under my feet as a screaming doctor yells for help. What the fuck, Junie? I smile slightly as I look behind me and see even Virgil struggle to keep up with me, a gap gradually developing between the two of us. My strengths are highly reliant on how much ether I have to spare without turning into a puddle, and right now, I'm using it all as I see Bonfire struggle to even walk. As I get closer and closer, I notice how bloodied and battered he is. Both his eyes are so black and bulged I'm surprised he can even see. And that's not to mention the large hole missing from his shirt with blood leaking out. Did he get hit by an arrow from Mislo? How is he still walking? The more expansive than a mile gap is bridged in merely 30 seconds, or so as rock breaks underneath simply from the power in each of my steps. I move with thunderous momentum and come to a shambling stop just a few feet before Bonfire as I calmly let go of my ether. Well, as calmly as I can. A hurricane of ether comes from my lungs into the air straight above his weakness fills me. Still, I disregard it and push the disoriented Heath toward Bonfire. Take care of them. Heath takes a second to shake away the movement, which I think approaches the speed of a steam train, and moves to Bonfire. And just as he raises an arm to the pyro, the guy collapses. Okay, Bonfire, I need you. Oh fuck. Wyatt. Grab. I'm one step ahead and grab the two on Bonfire's shoulders, keeping them from slamming into the sharp rock below. The first thing I notice, however, is the limpness and dead weight of Skychaser and the deadly amount of blood covering his body. My heart sinks with worry as I grab Blake as well, but that swelling emotion is momentarily paused as I feel her feeble breathing. Taking gentler care of the living one, I place Blake on the ground, cupping her head with my hand. I can feel something familiar from her skin, however, something that I wish upon no one. Her skin is hot and cold, sweaty yet dry, bloody but anemic, the telltale signs of acute ether saturation. I put my hand to her forehead to confirm and gasp at the heat coming from her head to my fingers, as well as the simultaneous cold infiltrating my palm. She's going through the same thing I did in the Andrice forest. Fuck. I look up at Heath and try to get his attention, but he shakes his head and focuses on Bonfire. Blake's got a bad case of ether saturation. Heath. Really bad. You gotta help her. One at a time. Wyatt. Bonfire is... I don't know how he's alive. The crazy fucker replaced his blood, or lack thereof, with fire. His organs are scorched to all hell. Use your daydream to help Blake as much as you can while I try to stabilize Bonfire. Oh, and how is Skychaser? As my focus wavers, I start doing as Heath says, but his question on Skychaser makes me pause. He's dead, Heath. Completely gone. Heath merely nods, sorrow evident in his eyes as he cuts apart Bonfire's clothes to reveal a body covered in horrific burns that leave not a single inch intact. A sharp inhale comes from Heath, a doctor who has seen some real shit, and I turn around, unwilling to see anymore. Instead of watching the doctor care for the burn victim who did it to himself to sustain his own life, immolate being a risky yet powerful skill Bonfire mentioned developing during his time in Stark Bluffs, I focus on Blake. And similar to how I helped Virgil all those months ago in Harmony Town, I delve deep into my mind, bringing out the dreams from within as I try to impose them onto her. My daydream concentrates on a world where the heat and cold stabilize, a world where the ether in her body is expelled, allowing her to breathe smoothly. I feel fierce resistance, as I did last time, but I push through. My mind is far more powerful now than it was back then. Ironheart practically nullifying the resistance. And once I break through the opposition, I feel her breathing ease, from laborious short breaths to more relaxed long ones. She's not much better, but it's something at least. I continue on with my daydream for a few minutes, slowly helping her, before a shout calls me from Heath's side. "Come here, Wyatt, now." I spin rapidly, shifting my frame to sit beside Heath in a single moment as I take in Bonfire. My eyes widen as I see how fucked up the wielder of flame is. His skin is so scorched it reminds me of overcooked steak, and the only part of his body not burnt is his face, which is smashed to all hell. His nose is barely existent, and his eyes bulged in bruises. In shock, I ask Heath what I can do to help, but, unfortunately, it just doesn't come out that smoothly. What can I help with? He looks like he's already dead, I know, but he's not. Bonfire might not act like it, but within him burns a flame of ambition equal to or greater than Johnny's. If I didn't know he was born a street rat, I'd wager he's related to the fourth prime, the Firebrand Keeper. But even still, he won't get snuffed out this easily. Use your daydream to try and stabilize his heartbeat. I'm doing everything possible to keep his brain alive as I generate blood with infusion. I concentrate my attention on Bonfire, my daydream going full force to try and save the man from such a grisly fate. If only I hadn't used all the drafts of invigoration. If only Cicate weren't. Don't think about it. Just focus, Wyatt. Don't let another die. While Heath and I work on keeping Bonfire alive, Virgil and several others arrive, including Skyswain. The now most influential Bato alive kneels before her mate's corpse as she bawls, tears streaming from her sharp eyes. Her sobs turn to whispered cries as I try not to pay attention to her in respect, but it is difficult not to do so. "Why you promised? Why? Chaser, you, W.E." I remove my attention from her crying as I do everything to keep this man alive. But no matter what we do, he only seems to get worse. His heart continues to slow, the organs keep shutting down, and Heath is strained to his limit as he goes back and forth, working from the heart to the brain, to the blood vessels, to the lungs, and everything in between. Without the flame to burn, igniting life for power, he is fading. Fast. Curses drip from my teeth as I push my ether further, forgotten wisdom rekindling in my mind at this juncture. Just as I enhanced adrenaline surge, indeed, I can do the same for daydream, right? Of course, sigil skills are far more complicated than ordinary skills, but they are just that, skills. Applications of ether that anyone with the right talent, experience, or aptitude can use. Beneath everything, there yet lies more. Limits are false and potential unreal, for exertion and obsession are all that matters in search of the peak. Remington's words from his journal return as they spark an idea. I grab the gaseous ether running through my body from the figments of madness that I still have, wishing that I had more to use of the transmogrified ether. And with that gaseous ether, I take a deep breath, preparing for the worst as I recklessly force the ether into the standard stream of daydream. My vision goes white, and pain blasts through my pupils, the destination for the skill. As I tighten my hands so ruthlessly I can feel skin break and blood leak. But I don't relent. In fact, as my vision fades, I begin to truly see. My daydream gains its own world, one within my mind, as I imagine Bonfire's body stitching itself together, the wounds disappearing step by step. Pain racks through my eyes, liquid dripping down that I'm unsure is blood or tears. Yet, I refuse to bow. Heath can regrow an eye if I lose one or both, but he can't bring back the dead. No one but death can, and even then, they are never the same. All or nothing. Cicate became the fallen leaves for us, and I won't let his kindle go unburned. So, I push the entirety of the gaseous ether as my sight remains white, more and more pain ripping through my body. But I refuse to bow. This is my world. Within the bounds of my daydream, I control what happens, and I won't let another die. A deep gasp fills my body as I feel myself brush up against that edge of saturation for the second time today. My head screams with trembling anguish from the dense ether. I keep increasing my limit with how often I come close to it, but it will always be there. With gritted teeth, I take that nihilist bundle of ether from my lungs with struggler's gasp and force it toward my eyes. The pressure of the ether and the condition of my internals make more and more ether transform into a higher state. I push this more tremendous amount of gaseous ether toward my pupils, keeping the bundle of ether from struggler's gasp in my head. A moment passes with tenseness in my body as everything goes still before I feel something loosen, my vision returning as I see Bonfire's wounds stop deteriorating. Unfortunately, he's not healing like I wanted, but it's better than nothing. I share a glance with Heath as I keep this fragile balance going. I'm unsure if this is a new skill or simply an advanced version of Daydream. Still, based on how Steamstrand Ether affects skills, I'd wager it's the latter, but with an emphasis on speed, efficiency, and power. Those are the main points of the manipulation type. After all, minutes pass as my mind slowly starts to lose steam, and the pressure in my lungs continues to build. Struggler's gasp is roaring to be released, the intake of ether approaching my limit, but simultaneously, the harsher the strain, the more gaseous ether that is made. Gritting my teeth, I continue to push more and more of this higher form ether into my pupils, splinters of ivory infiltrating my shaky vision as I watch Bonfire recover with Heath's aid. But eventually, the pressure in my lungs reaches a pinnacle, and it feels like my ribs are about to explode outward. But instead of just breathing out the ether like usual or expelling it through my hand with explosion, I clench my grip on the handle of my sword as my vision locks onto Bonfire. And with that minimal preparation, I take that nihilist ether and shunt it directly toward my pupils for Daydream. If I can use the ether to enhance a strike, it can certainly be used for my skills, right? This thought barely even formulates as everything goes alabaster, the pain of ether spiking far beyond what I can endure, and I lose consciousness, the shade taking me under, pulling me into a thoughtless dream. Agony in my temples brings me to a sitting position the moment I come to. Then, holding my head, I look around and notice I'm in a stationary wagon. The walls are damaged and rudimentary in their construction, but the canvas of the wall goes all around and blocks the outside from my sight. Standing with a grunt as queasiness overtakes me, I try to manage the pain, but it is almost debilitating. At least it's mental and not physical. Whatever I did to try and save Bonfire must have backfired. Thinking of the man, I look around the wagon floor and see the unconscious Pyro, who is faintly breathing. I guess it worked, whatever I did. Of course, that, or what I did, was useless, and he would have lived either way. He still looks burned as fuck, bandages wet with blood covering his whole body, but the flame within still yet burns. Pride froths at the man's insistence on survival. I never knew he had it in him, but, of course, everyone Johnny recruited for his rebellion is stronger and more talented than most. Still, even among them, Bonfire seemed powerful but relaxed, barely putting as much effort as everyone else. He jokes all the time, rarely taking things seriously, but it appears I underestimated his force of will. I never really gave him the respect he deserves. None of us did. When it comes to raw power and capability in a fight, I'd wager Bonfire is the second strongest in our group now that Cicate has fallen. Because even with Heath and my aid, Bonfire making it to us with those wounds speaks volumes. That is not a feat of strength. It is a feat of endurance and will. I should know best, for I've done similar things like that time in the Andrice forest. I respectfully nod to the man as his chest rhythmically flows up and down. Then, seeing that Bonfire is fine and hearing noises outside that resemble voices, I stumble toward the canvas and push it aside, every step filled with a pounding in my skull. Shining sunlight invades my pupils, making me recoil instinctively in response to the last time radiance invaded them. I step back slightly, but someone calls for me behind the curtain of white that blinds me. "Wyatt, you're awake." The voice is feminine and overjoyed to see me. "Blake? I thought she was injured with ether saturation. I guess she recovered. How long have I been out?" "That usually takes weeks to months." Raising my hand to block the sunshine, I see her sitting on a log, fiddling with a pistol in her hands. I shimmy my way off the wagon as she stands to face me properly. I grimace as the headache stings me, putting my mobility off-kilter, and because of how she seems to act the same, her steps shaky and disjointed. She speaks first as I struggle to form words, the spike in my brain eating at me. It reminds me of when I had ether saturation, now that I think about it. You doing okay? Wyatt? You were out longer than me. Heath said you'd be fine, but it's been 2 weeks since you were awake. I rub my face as her words make me pause. 2 weeks? What the fuck happened? It felt like 2 minutes. After a few moments of staring at her awkwardly, her feet shifting back and forth, I finally spit out something resembling sense. I'm okay. Head just hurts. What happened? She shakes her head as she sighs, pointing to a nearby tent that I didn't notice at all. My senses seem to be heavily tunneled with this headache. However, now that I look around, I see a relatively large camp around me. A dozen or so tents are set up, and there are half a dozen wagons with several horses. You should go talk to Heath or Johnny, but we made it out of Stark Bluffs and are on the way to the vault. Unfortunately, I got whacked with a severe case of acute ether saturation. Now I'm recovering for another month or so, even after taking a serum. Blake then points at me, her finger tapping me on my chest. But you, sir, are way worse off than I am. Had you not been such a freak, you'd have melted into a puddle weeks ago. I raise my eyebrow at her as I shake my head in confusion. What do you mean? Blake wraps her fingers around my wrist as she pulls me toward the tent with a red cross stitched into it. Her wading steps are stumbling, but so are mine. So we look goofy as we walk past, both of us struggling to stay upright, though my struggle is worse than hers. Something is up with you, Graves, that's for sure. You had enough ether in your body to kill Johnny before his advancement, according to Heath, and instead of dispersing it, you just kept it inside of you, pushing it into your head. Virgil managed to scavenge a concoction during the fight and used it on you. But it wasn't enough to help you completely. We all basically had to cross our fingers and hope you'd survive. And you did. Blake finishes lecturing me as we reach the tent, and within, I hear Johnny. Oh no. Oh, he's gonna be so angry. I try to step back, but she yanks on my arm, both of us too weak to really fight. Oh, no, you don't. Get in there. She then pushes me through the flapping canvas that acts as a door as I come face to face with Heath and Sky Swain sharing a log on the floor, Abraham curled up as usual in the corner with both arms, and Johnny staring right at me. Well, look who finally decided to wake up after attempting to commit suicide? Shit,